Xingqing, Room 201, Building 3, Jinling Community. Early in the morning, as soon as he got up from bed, Lin Yang was playing a video with his parents. "Dad, Mom, I'm doing pretty well here. My work is going smoothly and my income is stable. When my salary is received, they'll transfer it to you. Son, if you're doing well, we can rest assured. During the Chinese New Year, you said you didn't buy a ticket and won't go home. It's already been a year, so when will you come back? We haven't been home for 2 years, and we miss you all. Recently, the company has been too busy, so they'll take my annual leave to visit you. Well, they'll listen to you. Young people should prioritize their careers. I heard that you talked to a girlfriend before, and it's been almost a year now. Remember to bring her back when you come back." It's suitable. I will do it when it's time." Then, Lin Yang said a few more words to his parents, and both sides hung up the video. As soon as the video hung up, Lin Yang's once spirited expression instantly became silent. "Dad, Mom, your son is not up to par. He didn't make a name for himself and made you worried." Lin Yang clenched his fists and punched the bed. With a creaking sound, the already swaying bed beneath almost collapsed. "Lin Yang, how much do you pay a month now? My son has opened a small factory and can earn 230,000 trains every year." Lin Yang's father, "Your son talked about his girlfriend. Why didn't he bring it back? Is it because his family is too poor to run away?" Lin Yang's his mother, "Isn't your son a college graduate? Why did he come back by train for the new year? My son bought a car last year. Every time I go back to my hometown, my neighbors say these words for many times. When parents hear these words, they all look lonely and embarrassed. Although very angry, they're all the truth, making it impossible to refute. Every household in my hometown is a newly built small villa, while my own home is still a 2-story small building built 30 years ago, with red bricks exposed and walls not even painted. During the Chinese New Year, there were small cars parked in front of other households, while there was a mud-covered electric scooter in front of my own house. Parents may say they don't care, but the envy in their eyes when they look at their neighbors' villas and cars cannot be concealed. Since then, Lin Yang has vowed not to make a name for himself and never go home to embarrass his parents. However, how difficult it is for small-town question makers without backgrounds and connections to make a name for themselves in big cities. He can no longer live anymore. 2 days ago, I was falsely accused by my department leader of taking the blame, which led to my dismissal from the company. Without a job, there is no income, but money has to be spent everywhere. It's already the end of the month, and I have to pay money and rent to my home, totaling 4,000 yuan, but I only have less than 1,000 yuan in my hand. If you don't give money to the family, your father won't have money for medical treatment and medicine, and if you don't pay rent, you won't have a place to live. Even if these two things are resolved, eating and drinking will still be a problem for a period of time in the future. Ding! The daily intelligence system has been successfully activated. It automatically pushes 3 to 10 pieces of intelligence to the host every day. Reading each piece of intelligence increases experience by 10 points, accumulating enough experience to upgrade the system to weekly intelligence, monthly intelligence, annual intelligence. Each piece of intelligence has different values, and the higher the system level, the higher the intelligence value. In addition, the intelligence pushed is closely related to the host's daily life, observations, thoughts, and people, things, and objects they come into contact with. Suddenly, a mechanical sound sounded in Lin Yang's mind. "System? Do I have the system that the protagonist of the novel possesses?" Lin Yang was first stunned, then couldn't hide his excitement inside. He actually had a system to lead the protagonist of the novel to the pinnacle of life. Without background or connections, he can still reach the pinnacle. This time, he must be able to break out of the limelight and return to his hometown to earn enough face for his parents. "Ding, may I ask if the host has received today's intelligence accept?" Lin Yang suppressed his excitement and began to try using the system. The command was given, and a light curtain appeared in front of me, displaying 5 pieces of intelligence. Daily Intelligence 1. Miracle Gym will be running away after closing tonight, and there will be a huge discount promotion before running away. Be careful not to fall for it. Life is a problem, and you still have money to go to the gym, but it seems that your roommate Qin Ziyuan is working out at this gym. You need to remind him. Daily Intelligence 2. A new fruit supermarket has opened at the intersection of the community, offering a 50% discount on all fruits on the same day. If you go late, the goods will be out of stock. What's the use of this kind of intelligence? Everyone knows. Daily Intelligence. Bus Route 118 collided with an electric scooter while passing through Wanda Plaza Station, causing the deliver man to be knocked off. Switching to another bus route can avoid being late for work. Bus route 118 was the one I used to take to work, but now that it has been discontinued, I will still take it. Daily Intelligence 4. Wang Guangxing, the head of the technical department of Huada Machinery Factory, and Lu Feng, the attendance officer, have a romantic relationship. The two collude to oppress their subordinates to work overtime for free, but in reality, they report the overtime to the company and the salary goes into their pockets. The evidence is in the third drawer of the metal cabinet behind Wang Guangxing. If they report it to the factory director, they can get back the embezzled overtime pay. Huada Machinery Factory is the unit where they used to work before. Minister Wang Guangxing always forces them to work overtime for various reasons and does not pay overtime pay. Lin Yang has been targeted for confronting him several times. A few days ago, when Lin Yang asked for overtime pay again, he actually fired himself for falsely declaring overtime. I didn't expect that the reason behind it was collusion between the minister and the attendance officer, who embezzled overtime pay. No wonder there was something wrong with him before. Be sure to find an opportunity to obtain evidence and retrieve the overtime pay that they embezzled. Daily Intelligence 5. The lottery shop at the entrance of the community won the first prize with a prize of 400,000 yuan by winning 10 times the good luck lottery. Go into the lottery shop in advance to win. All 10 times the good luck lottery tickets can cut off the first prize. Damn it, there's even information about winning. Lin Yang was surprised to see the 5 pieces of information listed on the panel. This daily intelligence system is also too powerful, not only providing intelligence, but also solutions. Leaving aside other intelligence, just the 5th piece of intelligence, which is worth 400,000 yuan, can solve all the difficulties he is currently facing. Lin Yang knows the lottery shop at the entrance of the community, and he sees it every time he passes by. It opens around 8 o'clock in the morning. He lit up his phone screen and checked the time. It was already 8:30 and the lottery shop had already opened. Could it be that the winning ticket had already been bought by someone else? If someone buys it away, wouldn't this piece of information be equivalent to useless? When Lin Yang ran to the entrance of the community, the lottery shop had not yet opened. Seeing this, his restless heart finally relaxed. 400,000 may not be much for others, but for him, it is equivalent to several years' salary and can solve urgent needs. I don't know when I'll have to wait until I miss this opportunity again. After all, according to his understanding, this type of lottery will issue millions of tickets, of which only one will win the first prize. He waited at the door for a few minutes, and then a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s slowly came over, opened the door of the lottery shop, and walked in. Lin Yang dared not delay for a second and walked in behind him. He glanced at the counter and saw the scratch and scratch lottery tickets arranged in different categories, with denominations ranging from 10 yuan to 50 yuan. Soon he found 10 times better luck in the middle. Lin Yang reached out and took all 10 times the good luck in his hand. Counting them, there were a total of 4 cards. Boss, is there still 10 times more good luck in the store? The 10 yuan lottery ticket sells well, and there are only a few left at the counter. Okay. Lin Yang took out his phone, scanned the code, and paid 40 yuan. Before coming, he was still uncertain and afraid that the remaining 10 times the amount of good luck would be too much. He didn't have enough money to cover all the lottery tickets. It seems lucky to have bought everything for only 40 yuan. Lin Yang took the lottery ticket to the nearby table and prepared to scratch the prize. As long as the number scraped from the scratch area matches the winning number, the lucky 10 times lottery is considered a win, with a first prize of 400,000 yuan. Lin Yang scratched, opened the winning number, and displayed the number 21. Then he scraped open the scratch area and searched for 21 among a pile of numbers. No. He checked the numbers on the lottery ticket, confirmed that he hadn't won, and then threw the ticket aside to continue scraping the second one. The second winning number is 78, and there is no identical number compared to the numbers in the scratch area. The third one still hasn't hit. The only remaining lottery ticket that hasn't been scratched is whether it can win 400,000 yuan or not. Lin Yang prayed in his heart that he must be right. He scratched open the lottery ticket and displayed the winning number 16. Then he searched for the number 16 in the scratch area. First, search in rows, nothing. Worried about misreading, I compared one number after another, but still couldn't. I compared from top to bottom 3 or 4 times, but couldn't find 16. Did you read the first few lottery tickets wrong? Lin Yang checked the previously scratched lottery ticket again and confirmed that he did not win. How could this happen? Did the system make a mistake? The originally excited expression suddenly turned desolate. According to the system intelligence operation, The final result was not winning the first prize. Hey, the lottery shop owner sighed and laughed at Lin Yang. Don't be discouraged, young man. The probability of winning a 10 yuan ticket is already low. Why don't you try a 20 or 50 yuan ticket? The probability of winning is higher. Lin Yang shook his head, thinking that buying a lottery ticket without winning a big prize was equivalent to giving away money, and he couldn't fall into it just because of a few words from the owner. The boss saw that Lin Yang had no intention of continuing to buy lottery tickets, so he stopped persuading him and continued to slowly sort out the lottery tickets on the counter. After scraping the finished varieties, he would replenish them with new ones. Suddenly, a green lottery ticket fell from the middle of a stack of red lottery tickets to the ground. The boss bent down to pick it up and smiled. Young man, there's another lucky ticket that's 10 times better. It was just caught in another lottery ticket. Do you still want it? The scratch area is a bit scratched, so if you don't want it, I'll scratch it myself. Yes. Without any hesitation, Lin Yang took the lottery ticket and scanned the code to make payment in one go. I'm afraid the shop owner will back out and really scratch the lottery ticket himself. If there are no system errors, this lottery ticket should be the one that won the first prize. Lin Yang picked up a scraper on the counter to scratch the prize directly after receiving the lottery ticket. The first one scratched open was the winning number 68. Then search for the number 68 from the scratch area. There are a total of 10 rows of numbers. As long as any row has the same number as the winning number, it is considered a win, and you can receive the corresponding prize money after the number. There is number 68 in the first row of numbers. There is also number 68 in the second row of numbers. There is still number 68 in the third row of number 68. When scraping all the way to the seventh row, the number 68 finally appeared. Stable. Lin Yang scraped open the corresponding prize money behind 68 and knew that the first prize was stable when he saw a string of zeros. He scraped open all the corresponding bonus areas behind him, and 400,000 suddenly appeared in front of him. This is truly another village with a bright future. I thought it was hopeless, but I didn't expect there to be another fish that missed the net. With this money, all the problems we are facing now can be solved. At this thought, his mouth couldn't help but curl up. Young man, how many did you win with such a happy smile? First prize. What? First prize? You must be so lucky. If I had known, I would have scraped the last one myself. The owner of the lottery shop was extremely frustrated, almost pounding his chest and stomping his feet. The winning lottery ticket was personally delivered to Lin Yang. I originally wanted to sell an extra lottery ticket, but who knew there would be a big prize inside? Lin Yang smiled when he saw the boss' expression, but didn't say much. He just asked, "Boss, where's this prize redemption going, and what materials do you need to prepare? Just bring your ID card, bank card, and winning lottery ticket to the lottery center. If you trust me, I can directly redeem it for you, but there will be a 2-point handling fee. After deducting 20 tax from 400,000 yuan, there is still 32,000 yuan, and the 2-point handling fee is 6,400 yuan, which is equivalent to more than a month's salary. There's no job now. There's plenty of time. There's no need to waste this money just to save time. Boss, please tell me the address of the lottery center. I'll go and claim the prize myself. Number 580 Furlong Road. After receiving the address of the lottery center, Lin Yang hurriedly left and took a taxi. As soon as he left, a bald man of about the same age as the lottery shop owner entered the shop. Laoli, why didn't you scratch the last few lucky cards 10 times yesterday? Lao Zhang, you don't know, there are only those awards in one book, and I've already given out the big ones. There won't be any awards in the rest, so there's no need to waste dozens of yuan. The boss frowned and said, let me tell you, just now, the first prize of 10 times lucky was the last few lucky cards you scraped. What? Laoli stood up with a thump of disbelief. Lao Zhang, are you joking? I even took a photo. Don't believe me? Take a look. Speaking of which, the lottery shop owner took out his phone and opened the photo to show to Laoli. Laoli stared at the photo on his phone and looked at the numbers on the lottery ticket. Oldly covered his chest with one hand, showing a painful expression. Damn it, I stay in a store every day, but someone else picked up a loophole. Why should I save those tens of yuan and not scratch the last few cards? Chapter 3. Revenge is sweet. An hour later, at the Star City Welfare Lottery Center, the morning hall was desolate, with only a cleaning lady tidying up and a few service windows standing empty. At that moment, Lin Yang entered. He surveyed his surroundings, located a service window, and casually took a seat. Good day, sir. How may I assist you? The female staff member at the window inquired politely. I'm here to claim a prize. Lin Yang replied, retrieving the lottery ticket that had 1,400,000 from his pocket and presenting it at the window. Please hold on for a moment. The staff member verified the ticket and then handed him a form. Sir, may I see your identification and the corresponding bank card number? The first prize is 400,000, and after deducting a 20 personal income tax, you will receive a total of 320,000. The winnings will be credited to your account within 7 working days. If everything is in order, please sign the claim form. Lin Yang reviewed the claim form, which contained the details the staff member had explained, confirming its accuracy. He then affixed his signature and returned the document to the window. Your claim is complete. Thank you for your contribution to the welfare cause. And best of luck to you, the staff member concluded. With the claim finalized, Lin Yang rose to leave. Just as he exited the lottery center, his phone buzzed with a notification. Star City Bank. Your Union Pay card ending in 4806 has received a deposit of 320,000 at 11:26 on March 15th. Your balance is 320,968. 7. 320,000 received. At that moment, Lin Yang felt as though he were in a dream. Just yesterday, he had been troubled by financial woes, and today, the problem had been resolved. He transferred 3,000 to his mother via WeChat. Lin Yang hesitated to send more, knowing that if he did, she would refuse it, worrying about him instead. He planned to earn more before returning home, at which point he would let them know of his newfound wealth. No sooner had he completed the transfer than his phone chimed again. Son, why did you send me 3,000? I'll return it to you. Can you teach me how to do that? Mom, that S for Dad medication next month. What will happen if you send it back? Son, I know you're struggling. I've saved every bit of the money you've sent me each month. If you're in need, just tell me, and I'll send it all back to you. Lin Yang's heart sank, although unspoken. His mother had discerned the issue behind his failure to send money on time. Furthermore, his parents' income barely covered their expenses, and without his assistance, his father would be unable to afford his medication. Over the years, the money he had sent had been saved up. Did that mean his father had gone without medicine all this time? Mom, you've saved all the money, but what about Dad's illness? Don't worry. Your father and I have both found jobs, and our earnings are sufficient. Save your money for when you get married. Don't overstrain yourself. If you're not happy with your work, you shouldn't continue. Understood. I'm just bored at home, so I do some work for exercise. After chatting a bit longer and reminding them to take care of their health, Lin Yang ended the call. He hailed a taxi outside the lottery center. Where to? The driver asked. To Jingling Community. Oh no, to the Huada Machinery Factory. Lin Yang, initially intending to return to his rented accommodation, suddenly altered his decision. Among the intelligence reports pushed by the system was incriminating evidence regarding the misconduct of his former superior, Wang Guangxing, who had dismissed him. If he could obtain the evidence and report online, he could reclaim the overtime pay accrued over the past 2 years. Though he was financially stable now, every penny he earned was rightfully his. Moreover, he sought to hold Minister Wang Guangxing accountable for his actions. He opened the panel to review the information. Daily Intelligence 4. The head of the technical department, Wang Guangxing, and the attendance clerk, Lu Fong, are in a romantic relationship. They collude to coerce subordinates into working unpaid overtime while falsely reporting the hours to the company, pocketing the overtime wages. The evidence is located in the third drawer of Wang Guangxing's metal cabinet. Presenting it to the factory director could reclaim the embezzled overtime pay. Huada Machinery Factory was a small establishment with lax management, disbursing salaries in cash. In this era, factories that still paid in cash were well aware of the implications. Thus, even though he had been dismissed, gaining entry would not be a challenge, especially considering his familiarity with the factory. Half an hour later, the taxi halted at the entrance of Huada Machinery Factory. After alighting, Lin Yang walked directly toward the main gate. As he passed, he glanced into the security room, where the guard was engrossed in his phone, oblivious to anyone entering the factory. Once inside, he made his way directly to the side of the factory and slipped through the back door into the office building. Cousin, the new product development is progressing smoothly. We anticipate success in another fortnight. Upon reaching the third floor, as he approached the stairway corner, a familiar voice echoed down the corridor. Lin Yang slowed his pace. treading lightly as he leaned forward to glimpse the source of the sound. At the end of the corridor stood two middle-aged men engaged in conversation. The one who had just spoken was none other than Wang Guangxing, the technical department head who had falsely accused him and orchestrated his dismissal, while the other was the factory director. "Call me director in the factory." "Sure, cousin." "Director, don't rush me. I'll give you a couple more days. If the new product isn't developed by then, you'll no longer be the minister." "Absolutely. This time we will certainly succeed." The director offered no further comments, merely nodding before descending the stairs from the opposite side. Hearing their conversation, Lin Yang felt a weight in his heart. He feared that reporting to the director would not unfold as smoothly as he hoped. Wang Guangxing had familial ties to the director, which explained his audacity in the factory. It was likely that the director was aware of the embezzlement of subordinates' overtime pay, choosing to turn a blind eye as the factory incurred no additional expenses, exploiting the lower-ranking employees instead. Thus, even if he presented evidence of Wang Guangxing's misappropriation, it was doubtful any real consequences would ensue. At that moment, the door to the minister's office swung open. Lu Fang poked her head out. "You devil! I can't wait any longer. Hurry in." She reached out and pulled Wang Guangxing inside. Before long, indescribable sounds emanated from within. On the entire third floor, only the factory director's office and the head of the technical department's office existed, with the factory director absent. It was no surprise they felt emboldened to act so brazenly in the office. Suddenly, Lin Yang's eyes sparkled with realization. The factory director was Wang Guangxing's brother-in-law, which meant that the director's sister was his wife. If he could present evidence of the affair to the factory director, retribution would surely follow for Wang Guangxing. No wonder the intel suggested that submitting the evidence to the director would result in reclaiming the embezzled overtime pay. At that very moment, Lu Fang's appearance was akin to a timely gift while one was asleep. Lin Yang surveyed his surroundings and, noticing the absence of others, cautiously approached the head of the department's office. As he neared, silence enveloped the room. Mere seconds passed, yet it felt like an eternity. Lin Yang shook his head, bringing his focus back to the task at hand. He gently pushed the door ajar, peering through the narrow opening. To his astonishment, he saw Wang Guangxing slumped against Lu Fang. Hastily, he aimed his phone inside to capture a video, securing the evidence before retreating to the staircase to monitor the office's activity. Before long, Wang Guangxing and Lu Fang exited the office in succession. Watching them distance themselves, Lin Yang quickly slipped inside, making his way directly to the metal filing cabinet behind the desk. 1, 2, 3. He pulled open the third drawer, revealing a thick stack of overtime application forms, each adorned with the factory director's seal and signature. Indeed, the director was aware of Wang Guangxing's embezzlement of overtime pay. Apart from the overtime applications, the drawer also contained payroll records. There were two sets of these records, one including overtime pay and the other excluding it. Lin Yang glanced through them. For just 8 individuals in their department, the monthly overtime pay exceeded 20,000, amounting to over 300,000 annually. "Good afternoon, Director Wang." Lin Yang had just organized the evidence and was preparing to leave when a greeting echoed from outside. As fate would have it, Wang Guangxing returned unexpectedly. His expression changed drastically, realizing that the factory director might still be on site. If Wang Guangxing discovered him now, facing the dozens of staff alone would be futile, and the evidence could be seized or destroyed, rendering his efforts in vain. The office, situated on the third floor, had no windows, and aside from the desk and the filing cabinet brimming with documents, there was no other place to conceal himself. Chapter 4. Inciting Public Fury Minister. The revised equipment operation procedures have been placed on your desk. Wang Guangxing regarded the individual before him with a sense of familiarity. Yet the mask obscuring their face and their lowered gaze rendered him unable to recall their identity. Nevertheless, since this person was delivering documents, they were likely from the technical department, and he paid it little mind as he entered his office with his accompanying staff. Once the door to the minister's office swung shut, Lin Yang hastened his steps down the staircase, even breaking into a light run. He had just obtained evidence in the office, coinciding perfectly with Wang Guangxing's return. In his moment of desperation, he had an epiphany upon noticing the documents on the desk. Fortuitously, Wang Guangxing's guard was low, He likely did not anticipate that anyone would be aware of the existence and location of those materials. Lin Yang dashed straight to the restroom, meticulously backing up all the evidence before reporting Huada Machinery Factory's unlawful compulsory overtime and failure to compensate for it to the Labor Bureau via a mini-program. Only after completing this did he exit the restroom, searching for the factory director's presence. As he stepped out of the workshop, he spotted a Mercedes-Benz S400L parked along the factory road. This vehicle belonged to the director, indicating that he had not yet departed. Suddenly, the car's exhaust let out a thunderous roar. "Oh no, the director is leaving," Lin Yang thought as he sprinted forward, positioning himself directly in front of the vehicle before it could pull away. "Director, wait." With a screech of brakes, the car came to a halt. The driver's side window rolled down, and the director poked his head out. "What department are you from? Are you seeking death?" "Director, I was from the technical department, but I was dismissed a few days ago." "Ah, it is you, falsifying overtime to deceive the factory's interests. Step aside immediately, or I shall summon security." With that, the director withdrew his head and dialed a number on his phone. Moments later, Wang Guangxing rushed over in a flurry. "Lin Yang, who permitted you entry? You have breached factory regulations, and having been dismissed, how dare you cause a scene? You would do well to leave at once." As he ran, Wang Guangxing was simultaneously on the phone, exclaiming, "What are the security personnel doing? Outsiders can just waltz in here." No sooner had he hung up than a throng of security guards appeared from various corners of the factory, swiftly encircling Lin Yang. Though surrounded by the guards, Lin Yang exhibited no signs of fear. In fact, he felt a sense of anticipation. The more, the merrier. He understood that retrieving the embezzled overtime pay would not be a simple task, even with Wang Guangxing's infidelity as evidence. Being encircled by security, however, could potentially simplify matters. All he needed to do was expose the situation, inciting public outrage. The greater the conflict, the more attention it would attract. The issue of unpaid overtime affected everyone's interests. Once the truth emerged, it would undoubtedly cause a significant uproar. Indeed, the commotion outside drew the attention of those within the factory, and several individuals emerged to witness the spectacle. Before long, Lin Yang, the director, and Wang Guangxing found themselves at the center of a gathering crowd. "Isn't that Lin Yang, who was dismissed just a few days ago? I am familiar with him." At the time, a notice was disseminated throughout the factory, stating that he was terminated for falsely reporting overtime in an attempt to defraud overtime pay. Since his entry into the factory, he has never received any overtime compensation. Anyone who dared to request it was summarily dismissed. If it weren't for the need to support a family, who would willingly endure such a job? Indeed, one envies these young men who, with a single meal, can stave off hunger for their entire families, free from the burdens of parasitic capitalists. As the crowd noticed Lin Yang surrounded, murmurs of conversation began to ripple through the assembly. The factory manager, observing the growing number of spectators, frowned. During working hours, leaving one's post without permission would incur a half-day's wage deduction. Upon hearing this, the crowd reluctantly began to disperse. Lin Yang, sensing it was nearly time, realized that if he waited any longer, everyone would leave and no one would stand with him to press the factory manager. Taking a deep breath, he proclaimed loudly, "Listen carefully, everyone. For a long time, we have indeed had overtime compensation. However, it has been embezzled by Wang Guangxing, the head of the technical department. He has deceived both superiors and subordinates, lining his own pockets." A gasp swept through the crowd as Lin Yang's words hung in the air, and soon the atmosphere erupted in outrage. "What? Embezzling overtime pay? We toil daily under immense pressure, only to learn that our compensation has been consumed by him? This is intolerable. We demand an explanation." Voices clashed in a cacophony of indignation, and the fervor of the crowd surged. Recognizing the moment was ripe, Lin Yang strode boldly towards the factory manager's vehicle, brandishing his evidence aloft and declaring, "Manager, this is irrefutable proof of Wang Guangxing's embezzlement of overtime pay. It bears his signature along with detailed accounts, each entry unmistakably clear." As he presented the evidence to the factory manager, who sat within the vehicle, the manager's countenance darkened ominously, casting a vicious glare at Lin Yang, as though he wished to devour him whole. Yet, Lin Yang stood unflinching, maintaining a steadfast gaze. The factory manager, perceiving the fervent crowd around him, understood that failing to address the matter adequately today would lead to dire consequences. With a resigned sigh, he opened the car door and stepped out. Taking the evidence from Lin Yang, the manager casually flipped through a few pages, his frown deepening with each turn, his expression growing increasingly grim. "Wang Guangxing, look at the good work you have done." The manager seethed, hurling the evidence towards Wang Guangxing, who turned pale, his legs quaking beneath him. Trembling, he picked up the scattered documents, but upon a mere glance, he collapsed to the ground. "Manager, this evidence must be fabricated. How could I dare embezzle overtime pay? I am wholeheartedly loyal to the factory." Wang Guangxing stammered, casting furtive glances at Lin Yang, his eyes brimming with malice. "Are the stamps and my signature not genuine?" The factory manager retorted coldly. Wang Guangxing's heart sank. He realized he could no longer deny his transgressions. In a flustered attempt to explain, he stammered, This information was securely stored. How could it have ended up here?" But the moment the words escaped his lips, he recognized his blunder and hastily fell silent. The crowd, already incensed by the embezzlement of their overtime pay, became even more enraged upon witnessing Lin Yang produce evidence. Their fury reached a boiling point as they encircled Wang Guangxing and the factory manager, demanding restitution for their hard-earned wages. "Return our overtime pay! Return our overtime pay! Wang Guangxing, you avaricious scoundrel, you must provide us with an explanation," they bellowed. "Yes. If you refuse to repay us, you shall not escape." The clamorous shouts reverberated, and the scene spiraled into chaos. Wang Guangxing, sensing the mounting anger and the potential for violence, was gripped by fear. Desperate to salvage his predicament, he leaned towards the factory manager and pleaded in a hushed tone, "Brother-in-law, please save me. They're truly willing to resort to violence." The factory manager shot him a withering glare and retorted, "Fool, you brought this calamity upon yourself. I'm struggling to secure my own safety. How can I possibly save you?" Overwhelmed by despair, Wang Guangxing collapsed onto the ground, his eyes vacant, as if his very soul had been stripped away. At that moment, the factory manager recognized the futility of further concealing the truth. Shielding Wang Guangxing would only entangle him in greater troubles. Thus, he cleared his throat and addressed the crowd. "Everyone, please calm down. It is indeed true that Wang Guangxing has acted improperly. He has embezzled your overtime pay, and as the factory manager, I bear an undeniable responsibility. I assure you that I will provide a satisfactory resolution and ensure that every cent of your overtime pay is returned." Upon hearing the manager's words, the crowd's emotions softened slightly, yet some remained obstinate, insisting, "Is it really that simple? Wang Guangxing must face legal consequences for his theft of our overtime pay. Indeed, we cannot let him off so easily. We must report this to the authorities." They echoed in agreement. Some fearless individuals had already retrieved their phones to contact the Labor Bureau and file a complaint. Chapter 5. It is time to reveal the evidence, everyone. Remain calm and refrain from making any reports. If he is captured, who will reimburse you? With my presence, I assure you that he will return every penny of the embezzled overtime pay, the factory director proclaimed, his voice resonating with an underlying fear of potential denunciations against Wang Guangxing. He swiftly instructed that the attendance clerk, Lu Fong, be summoned to tally the amount of overtime pay each individual had been deprived of, while simultaneously urging Wang Guangxing to prepare the funds. Upon hearing the director's demand for reimbursement, Wang Guangxing's expression soured, reflecting a despair deeper than death itself. Yet, witnessing the collective indignation of those around him, he felt compelled to comply. He was acutely aware that failing to return the money today could result in dire consequences at the hands of the workers. Reluctantly, he dialed his wife, requesting her to bring the money. Meanwhile, Wang Guangxing's wife, Zhang Li, was indulging in a beauty treatment at a salon when her phone rang. Glancing at the screen, she saw it was her husband calling and promptly hung up. This was her usual demeanor. She disliked being disturbed during any endeavor, even by her spouse. However, no sooner had she disconnected the call than it rang again. She swiped her phone to answer. Wang Guangxing, what is it today? Are you not aware that I dislike interruptions when I'm busy? You better have a good reason. My dear, the matter of my embezzlement of the employees' overtime pay has come to light. The workers are clamoring for reimbursement. You must hurry and bring some money. What? How dare they? A bunch of lowly individuals. If they dare to cause a ruckus, why not call the police and have them arrested? Please, lower your voice. I am surrounded by them. If I do not return the funds, they will beat me to a pulp. Bring the money quickly to placate them. As long as they remain at Huada, they will eventually get their due. Fine, wait for me. I will come over once I finish my beauty treatment. As Zhongli prepared to bring the money, Lu Fang had already calculated the total amount of overtime pay embezzled by Wang Guangxing. Across various departments, a total of 48 individuals had been deprived of a staggering 28 million over the past 2 years, averaging 47,500 per person. Lin Yang located his own figure on the spreadsheet, 52,000 in total, averaging 166 in overtime pay per month, indicating he had exceeded 50 hours of overtime each month based on his salary. Over the 2-year span, he had consistently worked more than 50 hours each month without receiving any overtime pay, ultimately being terminated for pursuing his rightful compensation. Reflecting on this, Lin Yang realized just how unscrupulous the factory was. Fortunately, the intelligence system had provided him with the opportunity to reclaim his due overtime pay. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Had it not been for the director's negligence, how could Wang Guangxing, a mere head of the technical department, have dared to commit such acts? They must be made to pay the price. 2 hours later, a red BMW entered the factory premises. A middle-aged woman, opulently dressed, descended from the vehicle and strode directly toward Wang Guangxing, delivering a resounding slap across his face. Useless fool. There is no reason to return money that has already been secured. Whatever you took from me today, you shall return in full tomorrow. Understood, my dear. I shall repay every cent, Wang Guangxing responded, covering his face as he hurried to the BMW's trunk, retrieving a suitcase. Everyone, please line up. We shall commence distributing the overtime pay now. Upon hearing the news of a refund, the crowd instantly transformed their expressions into one of exhilaration. I glanced at my records and realized that over the past 2 years, my overtime pay totaled 52,000. Receiving it all at once feels as though he has been saving for me. Indeed. This sum will allow for a more comfortable few months ahead. Shall we dine on Yanglu Road tonight for the exquisite fried rice that costs 150 yuan a portion? Let's ask Lin Yang if he would like to join us. After all, he has been instrumental in this endeavor. Without his assistance, obtaining this amount would have been improbable. Go, go, go. Just ensure that you don't lead Lin Yang astray. He is unlike your group of lecherous old men. Lin Yang released Meile, offering no further comment as he quietly queued among the throng, awaiting the disbursement of his misappropriated overtime pay from the past 2 years. The distribution was swift. Within mere minutes, it was his turn, and he received 52,000. As Wang Guangxing handed out the money, he cast a fierce glare at Lin Yang, warning, "You better be careful. Wang Guangxing, you better confess. The embezzled money is all here. Why has only half of it been distributed?" At that moment, Wang Guangxing's wife, who was assisting with the distribution, let out a furious roar. Upon hearing this, Wang Guangxing's complexion drained of color as he thought, "How could I have forgotten this? Half of the money is with Lu Fang, and now that I cannot produce it, my secret will be exposed. She is certainly going to divorce me." Lin Yang, observing Wang Guangxing's expression, understood that his wife was oblivious to the affair with Lu Fang. Seeing how fearful he was of his wife, it was apparent that once their relationship was unveiled, his wife would not let him off easy. Lin Yang smiled faintly, taking out his phone to play a video he had recorded, presenting it to Mrs. Wang. "Madam Wang, take a look at this. Wang Guangxing, were you going to divorce that tigress at home? You promised me you'd marry me." Smack! Before the video could finish, Mrs. Wang slapped him across the face. "How dare you fool around behind my back? I suppose that money has been spent on her as well." Slap, slap, slap. Mrs. Wang unleashed a barrage of slaps upon his face, leaving it reddened and swollen. Wang Guangxing covered his face, unable to retaliate. "Dear, it's fake. The video must be AI generated. Let us resolve this situation first, and we can discuss everything else later. I'll believe your lies no longer. That vixen must be her. Mrs. Wang seized Lu Fong by the hair and began striking her face, embodying the image of a furious woman. Stop! Stop! Our money has yet to be dispersed. We need to expedite the process. Those who had already received their payments watched with an amused demeanor, while those who had not begun to panic. Seeing that shouting was ineffective, they resorted to physically separating the two women. Resolve your issues later. We need our money now. Mrs. Wang glared at him, seething. I want divorce. You live off me, eat my food, and use my resources while fooling around outside. What will you have once we part ways? Please, dear. You must believe me. She seduced me. Get lost. Wang Guangxing's wife kicked him and, in a fit of anger, jumped into the car and sped away. The factory director, witnessing his sister's intent to divorce, shook his head and pointed at Wang Guangxing, saying if you divorce, you might as well relinquish your position as a minister. He then turned to Lu Fong, instructing her to return all the money, adding, I shall not pursue any other matters, but you need not come back tomorrow. Lu Fong's face drained of color as she surveyed the crowd that had encircled her. She realized that unless she returned the money, she would not be able to leave today. With the funds secured and the show nearly concluded, Lin Yang prepared to depart. Just then, a small vehicle emblazoned with the words Labor Inspection Team drove into the factory. The vehicle halted at the edge of the crowd, and several staff members clad in work uniforms disembarked. Silence, one of them commanded. Were you the ones who reported Huada for enforcing overtime without compensation? Chapter 6. What is the situation with the personnel information? Comrade, which unit are you from? We are from the Labor Bureau. We have received reports, and the evidence is comprehensive. Where is your factory manager? Upon hearing that the Labor Bureau had arrived, the factory manager immediately stepped forward from the crowd. Comrades, I'm the manager. Overtime pay has always been distributed, but it has been embezzled, which is why everyone has not received it. That is understandable, but the violations are evident. The reports received contain sufficient and valid evidence. According to the law, when production tasks require overtime, it must not exceed 50 hours per month. Your factory's average overtime has already surpassed this limit. Consequently, we are imposing a fine of 800,000 yuan. Here is the notice of the penalty. Please pay within 7 days. Otherwise, a daily late fee of 0.5 will be incurred. What? This is all his fault. Why should I be penalized? The factory manager exclaimed in feigned innocence, but the officials only considered the facts and were unwilling to engage further. They handed the penalty notice to the manager and then turned to the onlookers to educate them on the legal remedies for unpaid overtime. Holding the penalty notice, the manager glared furiously at Lin Yang. It was all his fault. Had it not been for him, there would have been no fine. Originally, the overtime compensation was in the hands of Wang Guangxing, who had ultimately given it to his sister, ensuring that the benefits did not flow to outsiders. Because of Lin Yang, all future overtime pay would need to be given to the workers. Not only the factory manager, but also Wang Guangxing and Lu Fong glared menacingly at Lin Yang. He felt a chill run down his spine. However, the three of them were surrounded by workers and could only direct their ire at Lin Yang, powerless to retaliate. Lin Yang smiled. This was the consequence of their misdeeds. His objective had been achieved, the show was over, and it was already late. He turned and jogged out of the factory, hailing a taxi back to his rented apartment. In the car, Lin Yang pondered the day's gains. He had won 320,000 yuan from the lottery and was reclaiming 52,000 yuan in overtime pay, totaling over 370,000 yuan. This sum surpassed all the earnings he had accumulated over several years since graduation. This was merely the benefit derived from the few pieces of information the system had provided on the first day. In the future, he would receive such intelligence daily, and possibly even in greater quantities. After all, the system would dispatch between 3 to 10 pieces of information each day. Luck had not been particularly favorable on the first day, as he had only obtained 5 pieces of intelligence. If the earnings from that day were any indication, he could potentially make 10 million in a month, amounting to 12 million in a year. More importantly, as the system accumulated enough experience, it could be upgraded. At that point, the value of weekly, monthly, and yearly intelligence would far exceed that of daily updates. With diligent utilization of the system, becoming a billionaire would not be a daunting task. By the time he returned to his rented apartment, it was nearly 8 in the evening. He indulged in a lavish meal at a restaurant near the community entrance, a treat he had previously denied himself. Now that he had money, it was time to enhance his lifestyle. His standards for food and necessities could no longer remain as they once were. As for the car and the house, there's no need to rush. Although the funds at hand are barely sufficient to purchase either, they would not afford me a quality option. It would be more prudent to wait until I have a greater sum, allowing for a more decisive acquisition. Lost in thought, I found myself home before I knew it. Upon alighting, I arrived at my doorstep just as the front door swung open, revealing my roommate, Qin Ziyuan, clad in athletic attire, evidently prepared for a workout. Ziyuan, heading to the gym? I inquired. Yes, indeed. Today marks the 5th anniversary of Miracle Gym, offering half-price annual memberships and a 3-for-1 deal. Would you care to join me? Given the recent tumultuous environment, many gyms have gone under, often luring customers with significant discounts before their closure. Exercise caution, I advised. Miracle Gym is a reputable brand, endorsed by celebrities. Surely, it won't close down, he countered. Nonetheless, do remain vigilant. Of course, I'll be careful. With a smile, I enter my room. Among the 5 pieces of intelligence I had received earlier, one pertained to Miracle Gym, indicating it would fold after today's operations. My concern for Qin Ziyuan, having shared a rental space for several years, prompted me to offer a friendly warning. Whether he heeded it was beyond my concern. Such matters should be touched upon lightly, for excessive discussion breeds annoyance. My day had been a whirlwind of activities, from purchasing lottery tickets to claiming prizes and gathering evidence at the factory to demand overtime wages. Exhausted from the day's endeavors, I quickly washed up and fell into a deep slumber, only to awaken the following morning. Ding! Daily intelligence has been delivered. Please check. I opened the panel to review the information. Today's fortune seemed slightly improved, as I received a total of 10 intelligence reports. Each report grants 10 experience points, and accumulating 300 points is required to upgrade from daily to weekly reports. With yesterday's 50 points plus today's 100, I now had a total of 150 points, placing me over the halfway mark for the system upgrade. If luck favored me, the system could transition to weekly reports by the day after tomorrow. Even in the worst-case scenario, receiving only 3 reports daily would still allow for an upgrade within 5 days. While the frequency of reports would diminish, their value would significantly increase. Recollecting my thoughts, I began to peruse the intelligence dispatched that day. Daily Intelligence 1. Miracle Gym has collapsed. The owner absconded with funds, leaving hundreds of members without refunds for their substantial fees. A professional team conducted the closure, and the recharge amounts are unlikely to be returned. This was a continuation of yesterday's report. It was astonishing that so many had fallen victim to such an overt scam. It compelled me to admire the adage that there is no product that cannot be sold, only prices that cannot be accepted. Daily Intelligence 2, the U.S. City Anniversary Celebration, where spending over 688 yuan enters you into a draw for an electric car. The winning card has been affixed to the upper left corner of the box. Arriving before 9 p.m. grants you a chance to seize the grand prize. I had previously heard whispers about the dubious nature of shopping mall lottery events, often rigged to favor predetermined individuals. It was disheartening to realize that the mall would resort to such underhanded tactics to ensure the grand prize fell into the hands of those in the know. Lin Yang took out his phone to search for the U.S. City public account, eager to check the lottery news. The grand prize was a Hongguang mini electric vehicle, valued at 60,000 yuan. Exchanging 688 yuan for 60,000 was indeed a lucrative deal. Having received such intel, he was determined to seize the opportunity. Daily Intelligence 3. Under the osmanthus tree in the flower bed to the left of Building 3 in Jinling Community, there lies a forgotten gold bracelet. It can be collected within an hour. To his astonishment, he received such valuable information. With gold prices soaring, nearing 800 yuan per gram, a gold bracelet weighing at least 30 grams would be worth over 20,000 yuan. Most importantly, the location was right below his rented apartment. Without a moment to lose, Lin Yang slipped on his slippers and rushed downstairs. Any delay could result in someone else claiming the prize. He headed straight to the left flower bed and successfully discovered a sizable gold bracelet beneath the tree. Upon grasping it, he immediately felt its substantial weight. Both its size and heft surpassed that of an ordinary gold bracelet, resembling the ostentatious style often worn by the affluent. He estimated the bracelet to weigh no less than 50 grams, indicating a value exceeding 40,000 yuan, far surpassing his initial expectations. After retrieving the bracelet, he returned upstairs, carefully storing it away, and then opened the panel to continue reading the intelligence. Daily Intelligence 4. The Huada Machinery Factory's new food vacuum packaging machine development has failed, resulting in an inability to meet client orders and facing substantial penalties. The factory director is offering a handsome reward for solutions, maintaining the new product's pressure at 35 megapascals will resolve the issue. Unexpectedly, he received intelligence from his former workplace. However, Lin Yang had long discerned the nature of the factory director. Although there were bonuses for resolving the issues, obtaining them was another matter entirely. Even if achievable, the process would likely be fraught with complications. There was no need to squander time on such trivialities. Lin Yang chose to disregard this piece of information. Daily Intelligence 5. Chen Xingqing, age 24, from Xingqing. Graduated from Hu City University of Finance with a degree in finance, height 1.68 meters, weight 49 kilograms, blood type B, measurements residential address, Run Riverside Bay. Phone number 176. Chapter 7. The $1 Million Meile Pearl. Upon reaching the fifth piece of intelligence, Lin Yang was filled with perplexity. Why had the system suddenly presented him with information specifically concerning an individual? Who was this Chen Xingqing? He was entirely unaware. However, based on the details provided by the system, she appeared to be a strikingly beautiful woman, possessing a graceful figure and an innocent charm. Yet, what could be the purpose of the system presenting such information about a beauty? Suddenly, he noticed that the color of this particular intelligence was distinct from the others. Its font bolded. He clicked on the information, discovering an inner page. Congratulations on receiving character intelligence. Engaging with the individual mentioned will trigger a critical hit, guaranteeing the acquisition of high-value information. Goodness, this task seemed exceedingly easy to complete. Merely interacting with the individual and the intelligence would yield a piece of high-value information. Previously, the intelligence regarding a lottery prize of 400,000 had not been designated as high value. This implied that the worth of high-value intelligence must exceed 400,000. Yet, who exactly was this Chen Xingqing? He knew nothing about her. Without knowledge of her identity, how could he possibly engage? Lin Yang shook his head. This matter required gradual exploration, and he decided to set it aside for the moment. He continued to peruse the remaining 5 pieces of intelligence. Daily Intelligence 6. The incident of urine being sprinkled in the broth at Binjiang Hot Pot has been exposed. Customers who dined during the incident will receive a full refund, plus 10 times the amount spent simply by dining at table 109 at Johnny Hot Pot once. To knowingly dine at a table where urine had been sprinkled in the broth, one would need an extraordinary mental fortitude. Moreover, while 10 times the amount may seem substantial, a hot pot meal generally costs no more than 300 to 400 per person, which translates to 3,000 to 4,000 at best. This piece of intelligence made Lin Yang feel nauseous. Daily Intelligence 7. At Binjiang Market, the last coconut snail in Xiao Chong's delivery water tank contains a Meile pearl. Purchasing this coconut snail will yield a pearl worth over 1 million. What exactly is a Meile pearl? This was the first time Lin Yang had heard of such a thing, though it seemed to form within sea snails, akin to pearls. Yet, while pearls have become relatively affordable, how could a pearl from a sea snail be so exorbitantly priced? He took out his phone to search for information on Meile pearls. Meile pearls are produced within sea snails, with a probability of 1 pearl per 50,000 snails, rendering them exceedingly rare. The pearls exhibit a vibrant array of colors, including orange-red, orange-yellow, yellow, yellow-brown, and near-white, with the strong orange hue resembling a ripe papaya being the most coveted. Each pearl features a unique flame-like texture, making every individual piece an unparalleled work of art. Currently, There are only about 200 Meile pearls in existence, nearly all of which are treasured by the royal family of southern Vietnam, with minimal circulation in the outside world. The transaction prices vary based on completeness, color quality, and size, with those of fine quality fetching no less than 20,000 per carat. The online descriptions of Meile pearls were quite detailed, interspersed with images. They appeared akin to the legendary Dragon Balls, explaining their alternative names of Dragon Pearl or Flame Pearl. The Meile pearl boasts a rare combination of artistry, uniqueness, and royal provenance, attributes that cannot be artificially cultivated, which explains its exorbitant value. In stark contrast, the price of a coconut snail pales significantly, barely reaching a fraction, less than 1,000th of that of the Meile pearl. While searching for the Meile pearl, numerous videos showcasing coconut snails surfaced. The smaller ones weigh just a few pounds, while the larger specimens can exceed 10 pounds, generally priced around $30 to $40 per pound, never crossing the $100 threshold. Even if we estimate at $100 per pound, a colossal coconut snail would not exceed 2,000 yuan. Exchanging 2,000 yuan for 1 million yields a staggering 500 times profit. The Binjiang market, located near Lin Yang's residence, stands as the largest market in Star City, offering a plethora of food, vegetables, meats, seafood, and daily necessities. It attracts not only local residents and tenants, but also affluent individuals residing in nearby luxury apartments, with crowds flocking daily. High-priced seafood, like coconut snails, does find its buyers. Should someone else procure it, he would lose the chance at 1 million. With little time to ponder, Lin Yang quickly skimmed the last 3 pieces of information, deeming them devoid of value, and moved on. Urgently, he donned his shoes, rented a shared electric bike, and sped towards the Binjiang market. His heart raced with anticipation, for the Meile pearl's worth exceeded 1 million, an amount representing years of hard work for many. Now, for less than 2,000 yuan, he could possess it. Such temptation was impossible to resist. As he cranked the throttle to the maximum, he fervently hoped no one else had their eyes on the coconut snail. Missing this opportunity might mean never encountering it again. 10 minutes later, he arrived at the market's entrance, carelessly parking the bike without even locking it. Arriving a second earlier at the stall could diminish the likelihood of someone else acquiring the coconut snail. He understood the difference between a shared bike being taken and the snail being bought. The Binjiang market is a trendy locale, bustling with a multitude of food vendors. Having visited many times, Lin Yang was familiar with its layout. He made a beeline for the seafood section. Xiao Chong delivers vegetables. Xiao Chong delivers vegetables, he called out, searching stall by stall. However, it was just past 8 in the morning, the peak hour of the market, making navigation challenging and slow. Suddenly, a blue sign at the end of the market caught his eye, emblazoned with the words, Xiao Chong delivers vegetables. Ignoring the grumbling of others, he exerted all his strength to push through the throng. Upon arrival, he found a crowd gathered outside the Xiao Chong stall, with the sounds of commerce ringing throughout. Boss, 50 yuan for shrimp, 3 pounds of clams, 2 crabs. Boss, this coconut snail weighs 18 pounds, priced at 88 per pound, totaling 1,584. Just give me 1,580. Suddenly, a voice emerged from the crowd, causing his heart to sink. He rose on tiptoe to gaze in the direction of the sound and beheld a conch shell, roughly the size of a half-basin, resting upon the electronic scale. A venerable gentleman clad in a Zhongshan suit stood before the cashier, poised to complete his purchase. Despite having rushed over immediately upon receiving the tip, he was still a moment too late. The coveted conch containing the rare Meile pearl had already been claimed by another, with the transaction already in progress. There was no feasible way for him to acquire the conch. To act impulsively and attempt to snatch it away would undoubtedly draw the attention of those with ulterior motives, making it even less likely for him to obtain the conch and the precious pearl within. Lin Yang's mind raced as he contemplated various strategies to secure the conch. Yet all potential solutions proved unworkable. Was he destined to watch a fortune slip through his fingers into someone else's possession? The feeling of despair was overwhelming, a bitter frustration that stemmed from being merely a moment too late. Had he arrived just 1 minute sooner, that conch, containing a Meile pearl worth over 1 million, would have been his. Chapter 8. interrupted by an old man boss. Wait. Do not kill it just yet. As the proprietor was poised to dispatch the coconut snail, he was suddenly halted by the old man. Allow me to have a whiff of the snail, the old man insisted. The proprietor furrowed his brow slightly, responding, Old sir, this snail is perfectly fine, exceedingly fresh. Observe how its tentacles are still moving. I can ascertain its freshness with just a sniff, the old man retorted, unwavering in his demand. Reluctantly, the proprietor cradled the sizable coconut snail, about the size of a basin, and presented it to the elder. Humph. The old man leaned in, inhaling deeply twice. This snail has already developed an odor. It is not fresh. I shall not take it. Refund my money. Lin Yang observed as the old man completed the payment, and the proprietor prepared to slaughter the snail. He had already steeled his resolve to depart, but unexpectedly, the old man rescinded his purchase, demanding a refund instead. A flicker of anticipation ignited within Lin Yang. Though he yearned for the proprietor to return the money immediately, he refrained from rash actions, prematurely intervening before the old man and the proprietor resolved the ownership of the coconut snail would undoubtedly attract unwanted attention. If his intentions were discovered, acquiring the coconut snail would become exceedingly difficult. Thus he stood by, opting to wait until the old man and the proprietor established the final ownership of the coconut snail before determining his next course of action. The proprietor, seeing the old man's unwavering stance and confident assertions, had no choice but to bring the coconut snail to his own nose and inhale deeply. As the scent filled his nostrils, he frowned. Indeed, there was a faint, unpleasant odor. This scent was subtle, imperceptible unless one possessed a keen sense of smell. With over a decade in the seafood business, he recognized that the coconut snail had only recently perished, no more than 5 minutes prior. At that moment, he recalled how the old man had entered the shop the instant it opened, fixating on the last coconut snail. After much deliberation and haggling, he had finally purchased it, only to now seek a refund on the grounds of its lack of freshness. It became evident what the old man's true intentions were. He was merely biding his time, hoping to acquire the snail at a bargain price. Such encounters were not uncommon, and he had grown accustomed to them. Individuals capable of such actions often possessed a thick skin, leaving the proprietor with little recourse. Typically, one faced two choices: sell at a loss or retain the item. However, given the nature of seafood, once it dies, it decays rapidly. Selling it at a reduced price might recoup some of the losses, but retaining it would mean a total loss. Thus, these individuals often succeeded in their schemes. With a resigned sigh, the proprietor accepted his misfortune. He addressed the old man amiably. Old sir, this snail is indeed deceased, but it has only been dead for a few minutes. How about this? I will give you a 50% discount and round it down to a total of $780. Consuming dead seafood can lead to illness. However, the shell of this snail is quite exquisite. Why not sell it to me for $50? The shell could serve as a decorative piece, and the meat could be boiled to feed a cat. Upon hearing this, the proprietor's expression immediately fell. He had already been prepared to incur a loss at half price. Yet the audacity of the old man in proposing to purchase a coconut snail worth over $1,000 for merely $50 was staggering. However, despite the aversion to unwelcome patrons, one cannot simply chase them away when in the business of commerce. Thus, he spoke with an air of civility. Esteemed sir, that price is truly untenable. If you are earnest in your desire, I can concede to a reduced price of $700. The elder retorted, I shall offer $50. Sell it or not. It is of no consequence to me. Very well, if that is your stance, I shall proceed with a refund for you, sir. The proprietor deftly processed the return of 1,580 yuan. Who conducts business in such a manner, selling stale seafood at such exorbitant prices? The elder, upon receiving his refund, became increasingly agitated, creating a ruckus within the store. You old fool, was it not you who deliberately allowed that coconut snail to perish? If you cannot afford it, then abstain from purchasing. What sort of behavior is this? Do you not fear that your misdeeds will haunt your descendants? Is that how you speak? I shall lodge a complaint against you. The elder, emboldened, continued, You old wretch, do you think me easy prey simply because I do not show my wrath? Today, I shall strike you down. The proprietor, brandishing a cleaver, leaped forth from behind the counter. The ferocity in his gaze sent shivers down spines, prompting customers selecting seafood to flee in terror, fearing the ensuing chaos. The elder stood frozen in place, paralyzed by fear, while the portly proprietress, noticing the escalated conflict, emerged from behind the counter and snatched the cleaver from her husband's grasp. "Darling, calm yourself. Should you harm him, you will find yourself imprisoned. Why engage in conflict with such a person? Mark my words. I shall return home and file a complaint against you." With renewed bravado, the elder retreated, hastily blending into the crowd. "Curse it, after so many years in this business, I have encountered many oddities, but none quite like this." As the old man departed, the proprietor continued to vent his frustration, but with the gentle persuasion of his wife, he gradually regained his composure. Lin Yang, having fixed his gaze on the coconut snail, approached the counter. "How much for this coconut snail?" "I shall take it." "Sir, are you certain?" That snail met its demise due to that old man's actions. However, it perished only recently, and its taste will remain intact, indistinguishable from a live one. Typically, it is sold at half price, but I can offer it to you for 700 as a favor. "Very well," Lin Yang replied, promptly scanning the payment with his phone. "Wait, sir, seeing your decisiveness. I shall gift you this coconut snail. If only everyone were as straightforward as you, such unpleasantness would not arise." "No, a price is a price." Lin Yang insisted, refusing to accept it for free. At this moment, it was imperative not to succumb to the temptation of a bargain. By paying, the coconut snail was rightfully his. Should he accept it without charge, and it yielded a prize pearl, the owner could justifiably reclaim it. To risk such a loss would be folly. His reluctance was not born from distrust in the proprietor, but rather from a belief in human nature. In matters of hundreds or thousands, one might remark on fortuitous luck. Yet when it comes to sums in the millions, how many can withstand such temptation? Thus, settling the transaction in full was the wisest course, ensuring the avoidance of any future disputes. The young man is forthright. "Henceforth, when you purchase seafood from my establishment, I shall grant you a generous 20% discount," the proprietor declared, turning to the preparation station to attend to the coconut snail. His technique was remarkably adept. He cradled the sides of the snail and struck the pointed end against the countertop with precision. Crack, crack, crack. With each deft motion, the succulent flesh of the coconut snail was extruded from its shell, akin to squeezing toothpaste. Lin Yang furrowed his brow. Although he had indeed acquired the coconut snail, he could not dismiss the possibility that the proprietor might harbor ulterior motives once the delectable meat was revealed. Even if it ultimately ended up in his possession, it would undoubtedly entail a myriad of complications. He hastily interjected, "Wait, there's no need for you to prepare it. I shall handle it myself at home." "Oh, it's no trouble at all. Our shop includes the preparation of seafood with every purchase. You only need to finish it up at home," the proprietor replied, placing the coconut snail on the counter. He pressed down on the shell with one hand while forcefully pulling the exposed snail meat with the other. In one swift motion, a complete piece of snail flesh was extracted from a shell. Clatter! Simultaneously, a round, orange-hued bead, the size of a quail's egg, was dislodged and fell onto the countertop. Chapter 9. I am your classmate, lo and behold. Within this conch lies a pearl, large and round. The proprietor, upon spotting the exquisite pearl, grasped it in his hand and rinsed it under the faucet before presenting it to Lin Yang. "Young man, your fortune is truly remarkable. There is indeed a pearl inside." Only when Lin Yang held the exquisite pearl in his hand did the anxiety that had been hanging over him dissipate. Fortunately, the owner did not recognize the pearl's true value, mistaking it for just a specimen of slightly better quality. Otherwise, it would likely not have been so fortuitous to acquire it. The owner turned back to continue processing the conch meat, chuckling, such a large, round, and lustrous pearl must be worth at least 1,000. It's akin to enjoying a free coconut conch with a profit to boot. Lin Yang smiled in acknowledgement, hoping the proprietor would expedite the preparation of the conch meat so he could take his leave. After the ruckus caused by the old man subsided, numerous customers returned to the shop to select seafood, along with several new patrons. Many had witnessed the pearl's discovery within the coconut conch. The crowd expressed admiration for Lin Yang's good fortune, their envy unmistakable in their gazes. Had I known there was a pearl within that conch, I would have purchased it long ago. I've been longing to taste coconut conch, but the price has always deterred me. Others remarked, the young man is indeed lucky. If it weren't for that earlier man's disturbance, how could that pearl have ended up in his hands? This is what they call fate. What is meant to be will be, and what is not meant to be cannot be forced. However, the troublesome old man had not strayed far from the shop. Upon hearing of the pearl's exceptional quality, his face turned crimson with anger. Darn it, after all my efforts, I ended up benefiting him. Lin Yang chuckled at the murmurs surrounding him. If only these onlookers knew that the pearl he had just acquired was an exquisite pearl and not an ordinary one, their reactions would surely differ. The distinction in value between a mere pearl and an exquisite pearl is monumental. Since the advent of cultivation, the price of pearls has plummeted, while exquisite pearls remain exceedingly rare, with superior specimens commanding a higher price. The one in Lin Yang's possession was worth well over $1 million. As he held the exquisite pearl, it felt smooth and slippery, reminiscent of glass marble. Yet, the texture was entirely different, the size of quail egg. It felt substantial in his palm. Lin Yang scrutinized the pearl against the light, ensuring it bore no damage before safely stowing it away. Excuse me, that pearl you have there is quite remarkable. Would you consider selling it to me? A middle-aged man emerged from the crowd, making a purchasing inquiry while they awaited the proprietor's preparation of the conch meat. No, Lin Yang replied décisively. The middle-aged gentleman, clad in a Zhongshan suit and dress pants, with meticulously combed hair and glasses perched on his nose, exuded an air of intellectualism. Lin Yang suspected he had recognized the exquisite pearl, reasoning that, due to Lin Yang's youth and his calm demeanor upon acquiring it, the man assumed Lin Yang, like the proprietor, mistook it for an ordinary pearl. Thus, he likely sought to purchase it at a low price for a substantial profit. Young man, do not be so hasty in your rejection. My wife has a fondness for pearls, and typically, such specimens are valued at no more than 1,000 yuan each. I am willing to offer you 2,000. What do you think? Not for sale. Lin Yang was disinclined to engage in further meaningless conversation with such a person. If he were truly a naive fool and unaware of the Meile, he would undoubtedly have fallen into the man's trap. How can you be so ungrateful? If it weren't for my wife's preference, I wouldn't bother wasting my breath on you. People like you, from the lower strata, are insatiably greedy. I am offering you double the price, and yet you remain unsatisfied. Since you claim that such specimens are worth a maximum of 1,000 yuan, why then are you willing to pay double for mine? Are you simply burning through your money? You. The middle-aged man was left speechless by Lin Yang's retort and glared at him with venomous eyes. At that moment, a gasp resonated through the crowd. Following the sound, a young man in his 20s was staring wide-eyed at his phone screen. It turned out that the gem extracted from the conch was not a pearl, but rather a Meile. The likelihood of discovering a Meile within a conch shell is a mere 1 in 50,000. What extraordinary luck. Goodness. The shopkeeper slapped his forehead in realization. How could I have forgotten? Indeed, it is a Meile. The price disparity between Meile and pearls is astronomical. A truckload of pearls wouldn't even equate to the value of a single Meile. Young man, you are fortunate not to have sold it to him for 2,000. That would have been a tremendous loss. Many present had never heard of Meile before. Witnessing the shopkeeper's astonishment, they learned that a truckload of pearls could not match the worth of 1 Meile, prompting them to pull out their phones and search for it. My heavens, I heard that one was auctioned for over 10 million. A 1-carat Meile is valued at over $20,000, several times the worth of diamonds. It was once a treasure exclusive to royalty. No wonder it commands such a price. Young man, your luck is extraordinary. Had I known there was a Meile inside, I would have purchased that conch shell myself. As the crowd quickly grasped the value of the Meile, they soon understood why the middle-aged man was willing to pay 2,000 yuan, casting disdainful glances in his direction. What a despicable act, attempting to deceive a young lad. How can you, an adult, bully a child like that? Thank goodness the young man did not fall for it. Otherwise, regret would be of no use. The middle-aged man, feeling the weight of their judgment, turned and fled, disappearing into the throng. By this time, the conch meat had been prepared. Lin Yang quickly seized the opportunity to leave at an even swifter pace. With a bag of conch meat in hand, he traversed the market and discovered that within mere minutes, the news of the incident at the seafood shop had spread throughout the entire marketplace. Have you seen the group messages? Xiao Chong delivered a conch shell that yielded a Meile, which is said to be worth at least several $100,000. Of course I know. I was just there witnessing the spectacle. Initially, everyone thought it was a pearl, and someone even offered 2,000 yuan to buy it. Fortunately, that young man did not sell. If it had been me, I would have sold it without hesitation. To speak frankly, that young man had recognized Meile long ago, but chose to remain discreet and did not voice his thoughts. If that were indeed the case, his composure at such a tender age is quite commendable. Whenever Lin Yang encountered such remarks, he felt the weight of those gazes upon him, prompting him to quicken his pace. Suddenly, he was struck in the chest with a force akin to a hammer. "Hey, watch where you're going." "I apologize." Lin Yang paused momentarily, attempting to comprehend the situation. In his haste, he had not been paying attention and collided with a girl with long hair, her head meeting his chest. "Ouch!" she gasped, rubbing her forehead, her tone irritable. "Never mind, just be more careful next time." "Thank you," Lin Yang replied apologetically and sidestepped her to resume his walk. "Lin Yang, is that you?" He turned to see the very girl he had bumped into calling out to him. Her features were exquisite, her skin fair and delicate, with cascading black hair and clad in a vibrant pink sports outfit, exuding youthful charm. Lin Yang racked his memory, but could not recall such a beauty. Yet, if they were strangers, how could she possibly know his name? "Who are you?" "It's Chen Qingqing, your desk mate from middle school. Don't you remember?" "Chen Qingqing?" Today, the system had provided information regarding her, suggesting that interaction could yield a critical hit, unlocking valuable intel. Initially perplexed by her identity, he was astounded by this unexpected encounter. While he had little recollection of her name, the mention of their shared middle school experience sparked a flicker of recognition. If memory served, she had only been his classmate for a semester before transferring, and he had not seen her since. To think that nearly a decade had passed, and she still remembered him. "So it's you. I never imagined you would be so beautiful now. I hardly recognized you." "Huh, you haven't changed much either. You still look as handsome as before." Chapter 10. Triggering Critical Intelligence. Isn't he the gentleman who discovered the beautiful Meile pearl? Lin Yang had just paused to exchange a few words with Chen Qingqing when he was recognized by the passers-by around him. Upon hearing about the Meile pearl, they immediately cast envious glances in his direction. "Look, he's even carrying conch meat. It must be him. It's definitely him. There's no mistake. This young man is extraordinarily fortunate. You wouldn't believe it. That coconut snail was originally purchased by an elderly gentleman who deemed it too expensive and refused to take it. Huh, if that old man were to discover that the snail contained a pearl worth millions, he would surely be beside himself with regret." As more individuals became aware of the Meile pearl, and given the natural inclination of people to revel in spectacle, Lin Yang soon found himself surrounded by a throng of onlookers. Chen Qingqing surveyed the area and noted the continuous influx of curious onlookers. She suggested, "This isn't the best place for a conversation. How about we go to my home? It's just at Bei." "Sounds good." The system had sent a notification indicating that engaging with Chen Qingqing could trigger a critical hit, yielding valuable intelligence. However, despite having interacted with her for some time, the system had yet to respond. Lin Yang yearned to delve deeper into the mystery surrounding this matter. Moreover, Chen Qingqing's invitation to her home surely carried significance. After nearly a decade without contact, it was curious for a former classmate to extend such an invitation. Chen Qingqing led Lin Yang to the parking lot, striding directly toward a pristine white Porsche. "Get in. I have matters to discuss with you in my home." With that, she slid into the driver's seat, and Lin Yang took his place in the passenger seat. Virum. As Chen Qingqing pressed the accelerator and exited the parking lot, she glanced toward the river. Bei is the pinnacle of luxury residences in Star City, boasting a prime location with riverside flat layouts, each spanning no less than 500 square meters. with prices starting at a staggering 20 million yuan per unit. Lin Yang could hardly fathom that among his former classmates from the small county town, there lay a hidden, affluent individual. Bijiang Bay is conveniently located just minutes from the Bijiang market, and soon they arrived at the community, coming to a halt in the parking area. Curious, Lin Yang gazed out the window, surveying the community's surroundings. The underground parking was brightly lit, unlike the typical dimly lit parking lots found in ordinary complexes. The walls were adorned with large slabs of marble, and astonishingly, the entire parking facility featured a suspended ceiling. The opulence of this parking lot surpassed the decor of many homes. Upon exiting the vehicle, it was only a short walk to the elevator, which utilized facial recognition technology, automatically stopping at the corresponding floor of the homeowner's residence. The door opened directly into the home. Inside, the spacious layout was devoid of any sense of confinement, with soaring ceilings adorned with dazzling crystal chandeliers. The open-plan living and dining area was vast, exceeding the total area of many standard homes. Beneath his feet lay exquisitely selected premium natural marble flooring, each slab boasting a unique pattern, reminiscent of nature's exquisite artistry. As I ventured a few steps further, I was captivated by the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows that dominated the wall on the riverside, offering a breathtaking view of the river landscape. The sight instantly invigorated my spirit and broadened my horizons, a testament to the exquisite comfort of this luxurious residence. In stark contrast, I recalled my own rented accommodation, a lowly floor, dilapidated decor, and a pervasive scent of damp decay, a stark dichotomy akin to heaven and hell. Lin Yang quietly vowed that one day he would reside in such opulence. Perhaps I should take a moment to rest on the sofa and enjoy a beverage? Water will suffice, he suggested. Chen Qingqing nodded and turned away, returning shortly with a bottle of mineral water, which she handed to him. As Lin Yang accepted the water, his fingers inadvertently brushed against Chen Qingqing's. At that moment, a system panel materialized before his eyes. Contact with an intelligence operative has triggered a critical hit, rewarding high-value intelligence. Rewarded intelligence. In half a month, it will be announced that the Jinling community will undergo an urban renewal plan. Purchasing a property in the Jinling community beforehand will yield tenfold compensation upon demolition. Lin Yang was taken aback. It appeared that engaging with intelligence figures could trigger a critical hit simply through skin contact. He had pondered over this for quite some time, only to discover its simplicity. Indeed, high-value intelligence surpassed the mundane daily updates in worth. The prospect of his assets multiplying tenfold was nothing short of remarkable, with the timeline set for merely half a month away. According to Lin Yang's knowledge, the Jinling community was commonly regarded as a dilapidated area, with properties priced modestly, around 500,000 for 100 square meters. Hence, a tenfold compensation would mean receiving 5 million for a single property. If he could purchase a home before the demolition announcement, he could secure that compensation. Moreover, Xingqing imposed no purchasing restrictions. Anyone with sufficient funds could acquire multiple properties. The notion of amassing wealth through demolition was not an impossibility. However, the pressing issue was that he currently possessed only over 300,000, insufficient even for a single home, let alone multiple properties to reap substantial demolition rewards. Although he held a Meile worth over 1 million, there were no avenues for sale. Without buyers, it was no more valuable than a common bead in his possession. With merely half a month remaining, he needed to not only gather funds but also purchase a property, sign contracts, and complete procedures, all within a tight time frame. Once the demolition news broke, the opportunity to purchase homes would vanish. Lin Yang shook his head. Regardless of the circumstances, he must expedite his financial endeavors in the coming days. Opportunities to multiply wealth tenfold were rare and should not be missed. Once the demolition compensation was secured, he could return home and savor the fruits of his labor, perhaps even amass a fortune worth mentioning. At that moment, he noticed the panel change once more, revealing a new message. In-depth contact with an intelligence figure will trigger another critical hit, guaranteeing high-value intelligence. The prospect of an intelligence operative enabling consecutive critical hits was astonishing. The previous engagement required mere skin contact. What then constituted in-depth contact? Lin Yang hesitated to wonder, as he imagined that such profound interaction would not be easily provoked. A cough from Chen Qingqing drew Lin Yang back from his reverie. I perceive that you have summoned me for a particular purpose. May I inquire what assistance you require? I have heard that when you purchased a conch, you acquired a magnificent pearl, and I wish to procure it as a birthday gift for my grandmother, with the price being at your discretion. What? Just as Lin Yang was pondering how to part with the pearl, Chen Qingqing expressed her desire to make a purchase. This is akin to a serendipitous gift arriving at a moment of need. He retrieved the pearl from his pocket and presented it to Chen Qingqing. I am uncertain of its value. Please assess its market worth and offer accordingly. Oh, what a splendid pearl. The intricate patterns adorning it are exquisite, and its condition is remarkable. I would estimate it to be worth no less than 5 million. Very well, let it be 5 million. Lin Yang did not hesitate and readily acquiesced to this price. The intelligence suggested that the pearl was worth millions, and Lin Yang initially believed it to be valued at no more than 1 million. However, Chen Qingqing's offer of 5 million far exceeded his expectations. It appears she is genuinely interested. Otherwise, she would not have proposed such a lofty price. With this 5 million, he could acquire 3 properties before the impending relocation, and subsequently receive a compensation of 15 million post-demolition. 15 million, a figure that many dare not even dream of throughout their lifetime. Yet, for one endowed with a system, this amount merely represents a beginning. Chapter 11. The Haunted House Buzzing. Star City Bank. Your Union Pay card account 4806 has been credited with 500,000 yuan at 10:39 on March 16th, with a balance of 820,968. 7 yuan. After negotiating the price, Chen Qingqing promptly transferred 5 million yuan to Lin Yang. Upon seeing the balance in his account, Lin Yang felt as if he were dreaming. A single piece of intelligence had allowed him to earn 5 million yuan with merely 700 yuan spent. Such a scenario would have been unimaginable in the past. With his previous income from labor, he would never have considered spending hundreds or even thousands on a single conch shell. Even if faced with a coconut shell containing a Melaleuca pearl, it would have remained beyond his reach. It was the daily intelligence system that had opened up infinite possibilities. Lin Yang returned to reality, expressing his gratitude to Chen Qingqing. I owe you a great deal today. Without you, this Melaleuca pearl would have been of no value in my hands, with no avenue for sale. Why thank me? You have no idea how rare Melaleuca pearls are. There are only about 200 in the world. If you're willing to sell it to me, I should be the one thanking you. All right, it's getting late, so I'll take my leave. The cook will be arriving soon. Why not stay for lunch before heading back? No, I have other matters to attend to. I'll treat you to a meal when I have the time. That sound good? We'll keep in touch. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Lin Yang eagerly departed from Chen Qingqing's residence. The plan for the demolition of Jinling community would be announced in half a month, and purchasing a property there beforehand would yield tenfold compensation. Unlike other transactions, buying a house involved cumbersome procedures and required significant time. Half a month was hardly sufficient, so he needed to seize every moment. Leaving Binhai Bay community, Lin Yang immediately hailed a cab to return to the community in search of properties to purchase. With only 2 weeks remaining, searching for properties himself would be time-consuming and labor-intensive, and there was no guarantee he would find any suitable options. Although real estate agents charge a commission, sometimes one must pay what is necessary. Upon arriving at the entrance of the community, Lin Yang headed straight to the local real estate agency, Lin Yang. As he entered, a young woman in a black professional suit approached him. Good day, sir. How may I assist you? I wish to buy a house in Jinling community. Do you have any available listings? Yes, indeed. We have several options. You may call me Shaoli. Please share your requirements, and I will recommend suitable properties. Upon hearing Lin Yang's interest in purchasing a home in Jinling community, Shaoli's smile turned sincere. Jinling community was an old neighborhood with a history of 30 years, characterized by outdated planning and chaotic property management, coupled with dilapidated buildings. Consequently, few would consider buying there. Despite numerous listings, actual transactions averaged fewer than 2 per year. Due to its poor marketability, The agency fees were significantly higher than those for more desirable properties, while the commission for sought-after neighborhoods typically hovered around 0.5. Jinling community commanded a fee of 1.5. Now that someone had taken the initiative to express interest in purchasing a home in Jinling community, she was understandably pleased. Please introduce me to several available listings, and I will select the one that suits me best. Certainly, please hold on for a moment. Little Lee moved the chair aside to allow Lin Yang to sit down, and then offered him a bottle of water before retrieving the housing information. Lin Yang twisted open the cap and took a sip, immediately wrinkling his brow. Previously, he had not found this brand of water objectionable, but having just tasted a bottle of premium bottled water at Shen Qingqing's home, which cost 30 times that of ordinary bottled water, he instantly recognized the disparity. Indeed, one gets what one pays for. Wealthy individuals are not foolish. They spend more because it affords them a superior experience. If a mere bottle of water could evoke such a distinction, one can only imagine the differences in other aspects of life. In the past, Lin Yang's aspirations were to purchase a car and build a small villa for his family, to bring honor to his parents. Now, these goals were easily within reach, and he had set his sights even higher, to become affluent and live a life of privilege. Sir, I have gathered all the information regarding the properties in Jinling community for you. Little Lee presented a folder to Lin Yang and then pulled up a chair to sit beside him. The Jinling community has a total of 10 listings, with prices ranging from 180,000 to 500,000. Take a look. Lin Yang opened the folder, which contained detailed information and photographs of the properties. He was not particularly interested in the aesthetics. His focus was solely on the area and price. He noticed a 100 square meter unit on the 4th floor of Building 3 priced at only 180,000. Typically, such a property would be valued at around 500,000. Curiosity piqued. He inquired, "Why is this property so inexpensive?" Little Lee hesitated for a moment before slowly explaining. To be honest, this property is considered a haunted house. A murder case occurred inside over a decade ago, which garnered significant attention. The long-term residents of the community are well aware. The owner's son has been trying to sell it for 5 or 6 years, but upon hearing it is a haunted house, potential buyers have consistently turned it down, resulting in the price being slashed multiple times. Upon hearing this, Lin Yang couldn't help but smile internally. After all, he would not be living there. He merely intended to purchase it for the purpose of obtaining compensation upon demolition. Whether it was haunted or not was of no consequence. A property once worth 500,000 could now be acquired for 180,000. Remarkable bargain. Furthermore, once the demolition plan was announced in half a month, he could receive a tenfold compensation, amounting to 5 million. Lin Yang discreetly noted down this property, preparing to add it to his acquisitions. Currently, he had over 1.8 million. With the haunted house priced at 180,000, he would still have over 1.6 million remaining. At an average price of 500,000 per unit, he could still select 3 more. As Lin Yang perused the information, he focused solely on the area and price, disregarding the condition of the properties. As long as they were inexpensive, I'm interested in this unit, as well as these 2 others. Is there any possibility for a price reduction? If you are genuinely interested, I can negotiate with the owner regarding the price. I will contact them right away. Little Lee observed Lin Yang's choices with a hint of doubt. Why had he selected the most dilapidated units? The other options, which were more tastefully decorated, were clearly more suitable for living. Could it be that he intended to invest? She shook her head. In the urban village area, with its complex property rights, it was unlikely an investor would take interest. Noticing his youthful demeanor and foreign accent, she surmised that he probably lacked sufficient funds and could only afford the cheaper options. Xiaoli took out her phone and began dialing the numbers of the homeowners of the 4 properties that Lin Yang was interested in. After approximately 10 minutes, she hung up the call and exclaimed excitedly, "Sir, several homeowners have heard that someone is interested in their houses and have decided to come over to speak with you in person. Please wait a moment. They will arrive shortly." About 10 minutes later, a middle-aged woman, appearing to be in her 40s or 50s, walked in. "I heard that a buyer is interested in my house. Who is it?" she inquired. "It's me. I'm interested in your property, but I'm unsure about the price and whether there is room for negotiation. If the price is right, I can sign the contract immediately, Lin Yang replied. The woman promptly responded, young man, you know how low my asking price is. If I lower it any further, I will incur a significant loss. In that case, I would rather keep it for myself. Dear lady, I genuinely wish to purchase your home. However, your property lacks renovations and has water leakage on one side of the balcony. The asking price is still somewhat high. If you cannot reduce it further, I will have to explore other options, Lin Yang stated. As soon as he finished speaking, two middle-aged men entered the room. They appear to be quite familiar with Xiao Li and immediately approached her. We heard someone is interested in our old house. Who is it? Xiao Li quickly introduced. Uncle Wang. Uncle Lu. It is Mr. Lin Yang who is interested in your property. The reason for calling you here is to see if the price can be negotiated. They both nodded and turned their attention to Lin Yang. Young man, I want to beat around the bush. If you can make the payment immediately, I can offer an additional discount of 50,000. One of the men declared. What? 50,000? Old Wang, you can't do that. Just a small concession is acceptable. But why would you cut your own profit like that? How will we sell in the future? Chapter 12. Who benefits from the bargain upon hearing the words? Old Wang furrowed his brow, inwardly contemplating, what does it matter to me whether you can sell or not? You are not as significant as Yu. She has promised that if I help her win against other streamers in the evening, she will agree to be my girlfriend. Lin Yang was taken aback when Old Wang announced an immediate payment discount of 50,000. To be frank, in a dilapidated urban village like Jinling community, the environment is poor and the population is diverse, making it exceedingly difficult to sell properties. Hence, the prices listed by the agents were relatively low, even remarkably cheap. A property priced at 500,000, inclusive of agent fees, with an additional 5,000 discount, would indeed be a substantial gain if acquired. If his sole aim were this particular property, he would undoubtedly agree without hesitation. However, Lin Yang's ambitions extended beyond just this one house. After the announcement of Jinling Community's demolition plan, which would yield a tenfold compensation for the property value, acquiring as many properties as possible became paramount. Regrettably, he currently possessed only a little over 1,800,000. Otherwise, he would certainly purchase all 10 properties for sale. His strategy was to use his available funds to buy as many houses as he could, then, after earning additional money in the following days, acquire the rest. After all, such opportunities to multiply one's assets tenfold within a mere fortnight are rare. Noticing Lin Yang's hesitation, Old Wang's frown deepened. If he failed to secure the funds today, Yu would not become his girlfriend if she lost the PK. Yet, the price was already exceedingly low. Any further reduction would result in a significant loss. Just then, his phone buzzed with a private message. Brother Wang, I am going to PK tonight. You must ensure I win. The message was accompanied by a photo of a long-haired beauty pouting and squinting, sending hearts. Instantly invigorated by the image, Old Wang resolved firmly. He quickly replied, Rest assured, Yu, I will make certain you win. He then turned to Lin Yang, stating, if you can transfer the money immediately, I will offer an additional discount of 50,000. Lin Yang was momentarily stunned. The price was already exceedingly favorable, and yet he was willing to cut it further. This indicated a pressing need for cash. No one would lower the price otherwise. No problem. I will transfer the money after we sign the contract. Wait, hold on. Young man, why not take a look at my property first? The older sister, accompanied by old Lu who had just entered, grew anxious upon seeing Lin Yang's intent to purchase Old Wang's house. I can offer you a proportional discount as well. The older sister insisted. Me too. My property is located in a better area. Buying from me is a guaranteed profit. Are you certain? Absolutely. Lin Yang initially thought any negotiation would be beneficial, but he did not expect such significant discount from these individuals. While he could discern Old Wang's urgent need for cash, the older sister and old Lu did not seem to be in a similar predicament. Why, then, were they so eager to sell their properties? Regardless of their motivations for selling at such low prices, the ultimate beneficiary would be him. Very well, I shall acquire all 3 of your properties. Xiao Li, promptly prepare the contracts. What? Xiao Li could scarcely believe his ears. properties in Jinling community had languished on the market for years without a single sale. Yet, Lin Yang intended to purchase 3 at once. What a substantial commission that would yield. Brother Lin, please wait a moment. I will prepare the contract for you right away. Xiao Li hurriedly dashed out, and shortly returned with fruits, sunflower seeds, and beverages laid out upon the table. Brother Lin, preparing the contracts will take some time. Please enjoy a light refreshment in the meantime. Lin Yang smiled, noting that although Xiao Li's initial demeanor was amiable, it paled in comparison to his current enthusiasm. After approximately half an hour, Xiao Li returned with 3 copies of the purchase agreements for signatures. Old Wang's property was priced at 400,000, the elder sister's at 380,000, and Old Lu's also at 380,000, totaling 160,000 for the 3. Furthermore, considering the property where homicide had occurred, priced at 180,000, Lin Yang's total expenditure for the 4 properties amounted to a mere 340,000. This left him with over 500,000 remaining, allowing for the possibility of acquiring yet another property. Initially, he had planned to spend a maximum of 800,000 for 4 properties, yet now he could afford 5. When the time for demolition compensation arrived, he could potentially reap several million more. The velocity of profit was astonishing. Old Wang and the elder sister readily signed the contracts. However, Old Lu hesitated when it came time for his signature. Xiao Li, puzzled, inquired, "Uncle Lu, why the delay? It doesn't make sense. Our community's properties are dilapidated and lack access to quality school districts, rendering them virtually worthless. Why would you buy so many? You wouldn't happen to have insider information about an impending demolition, would you?" Lin Yang, a newcomer, had no such information. He merely intended to invest in a guest house. Lin Yang was surprised by Old Lu's vigilance. His intent to purchase multiple properties had sparked speculation about demolition. Should this information leak, acquiring any further properties would be impossible. "Uncle Lu, you know well that our Star City is developing towards the south. What relevance does that have for our northern area? Indeed, I can assure you that our community will not face demolition for at least the next 30 years. Old Lu nodded in agreement. Precisely. The community underwent exterior renovations just last month. If demolition were on the horizon, such efforts would be in vain. He then signed a contract and affixed his thumbprint. At that moment, Lin Yang's anxiety subsided. He felt immense gratitude toward Old Wang and the elder sister. Had it not been for their persuasion, Old Lu might not have signed so readily, leading to complications. He cast them appreciative glances. Nearby, Xiao Li also exhaled in relief. The completion of the contracts meant her commission was imminent. Such a rare occurrence as selling 3 second-hand properties at once was indeed noteworthy, prompting her eager demeanor. "Brother Lin, once you make the payment, please visit tomorrow morning to finalize the transfer procedures. At that point, these 3 properties will truly belong to you." "Certainly." Lin Yang requested their bank account numbers and promptly transferred the entire purchase amount. Lao Wang, Lao Lu, and Jie departed from the real estate agency, each radiating with joy after receiving their payments. At long last, that dilapidated house has been sold. In recent years, the housing market has continuously declined, and this property lingered on the market for 4 or 5 years, its value steadily diminishing. I had feared it might remain in my possession indefinitely, but unexpectedly, today I encountered an unsuspecting buyer. When we initially purchased the property, it was merely a few hundred yuan per square meter. Thus, any selling price would not result in a loss, albeit a smaller profit. My nephew works at the planning bureau and mentioned that there will be no development in our area for the next decade or so. Rather than letting it deteriorate further, it is far more prudent to sell at a lower price and convert it into liquid assets, bringing peace of mind. Indeed, cash is the most tangible asset. Chapter 13. The Secrets of the Mall Lottery. Xiao Li. Please reach out to the owner of this apartment again and see if the price could be a bit more favorable. What? Lingo, are you still looking to buy? Xiao Lin could hardly believe that Lin Yang, who had already purchased 3 properties, was considering yet another acquisition. It was astonishing to think that someone of a similar age, perhaps even younger, could muster over $1 million to invest in real estate. The disparity was disheartening. However, the more Lin Yang bought, the greater her commission. which brought her a sense of joy. She immediately complied with the request and continued her phone calls. The prices of the 3 apartments Lin Yang had purchased were below expectations, with over $700,000 still in hand. Even after accounting for the payment of a haunted house, there remained sufficient funds for yet another property. Although there were still 2 weeks until the announcement of the demolition, it was prudent to act quickly, as news could easily leak to the informed. With available capital, it was wise to acquire as many properties as possible before someone else seized the opportunity. While waiting, the owner of the haunted house arrived. He was the son of the man involved in a notorious murder case and did not typically reside in the community, which accounted for his late arrival. His asking price was remarkably low, leaving little room for negotiation. Comparable properties were valued at $500,000, yet he offered his for just $180,000. Ultimately, the haunted house was sold for that price, alongside another property that sold for $400,000. In a single afternoon, Lin Yang purchased 5 dilapidated apartments for a total of $1,740,000, leaving him with just over $130,000 in his account. He was quick to earn money, but even quicker to spend it. Nevertheless, in 2 weeks, the 5 properties he acquired would yield demolition compensation worth 10 times their value. This implied that even without any further action, he would emerge as a millionaire, with assets surpassing $10 million. The Jinling community had a total of 10 second-hand properties available for sale, of which he had secured 5. Although he longed to acquire the remaining 5, he found himself devoid of funds. He could only hope that tomorrow's information would enable him to profit handsomely, allowing him to procure the remaining second-hand properties. After finalizing the purchases and signing the contracts, it was already past 6 in the evening. Lin Yang recalled that spending $688 at Daiyueching could enter him into a lottery for an electric vehicle valued at $60,000. He departed from the real estate agency, intending to hail a taxi outside to head to Daiyueching. While $60,000 was not an enormous sum, even the smallest morsel holds value. While waiting for a cab, he encountered Qin Ziyuan, who was returning home from work. Even from a distance, Qin greeted Lin Yang. Lin Yang, thanks to your reminder, I avoided recharging at Chiji Fitness yesterday. You wouldn't believe it. They closed down and fled overnight. Many who rushed to take advantage of the promotion were left deceived. Lin Yang smiled. I'm glad you weren't fooled. Still, it was your timely warning. Let me treat you to dinner tonight? No, I have other matters to attend to. By the way, I'm moving in a few days. I'll treat you then. You must have received a promotion. Qin Ziyuan, having shared a few years as housemates with Lin Yang, was aware of their mutual financial circumstances, which confined them to reside in a modest area like the Jinling community. Lin Yang's sudden decision to relocate could only indicate a rise in his career and income, leading him to better accommodations. His eyes were filled with envy. I have long grown weary of this wretched place. Not only is the environment poor, but it is also quite distant from my workplace. I hope for the day I can leave this behind. With diligent effort, that day will surely come. After exchanging a few more words, Lin Yang hailed a cab to Daiyueching. Daiyueching is not in the same direction as Jinling community, and the journey took over an hour. By the time he arrived, it was nearly 8 o'clock. Lin Yang made his way directly to the 4th floor of the shopping center, where he entered a seafood buffet restaurant named Big Fish and Sea Tides. The dinner price was $688 per person, just enough to qualify for the lucky draw. This establishment was a popular spot he had often encountered online. He had long wished to visit, but had hesitated due to the steep prices. Now that he had the means, he seized the opportunity to try it out. The restaurant occupied nearly the entire floor of the mall, boasting an upscale decor and warm service, with a wide variety of seafood. Coincidentally, it was celebrating its anniversary, and the owner was present to host a bluefin tuna cutting show. To Lin Yang's surprise, the owner was none other than Qin Qingqing. Dressed in a black professional suit and high heels, she appeared even taller. Her sharp makeup added to her striking presence, instantly capturing the attention of everyone in the room. She truly was a remarkable young entrepreneur. She was so stunning that Lin Yang initially mistook her for a celebrity. To manage such a large restaurant at her age, she must certainly have an extraordinary background. Lin Yang wholeheartedly agreed with the sentiments expressed around him. He wondered about Qin Qingqing's family background. Merely renting a storefront in the mall would cost over $1 million a year. Leasing an entire floor would likely require at least tens of millions. Beyond that, There were operational costs and wages to consider. Lin Yang speculated that with a price of $688 per person, she might even incur losses. By the time the bluefin tuna cutting show concluded, the diners were enjoying their meals. After greeting the patrons, Chun Qingqing retreated into a private room amidst a throng of admirers. Lin Yang returned to his thoughts, glanced at the time, and sampled some food. At 8:40, he left the restaurant to participate in the lucky draw in the mall atrium. Upon arrival, he found the venue teeming with people. A circular stage stood at the center, surrounded by eager customers. On stage, a small electric cart was displayed alongside various prizes, including small appliances, LCD televisions, and ovens. Additionally, a host stood by a non-transparent box filled with cards printed with various prizes. Each card, obtained from spending over 688 yuan in the mall, permitted one chance to draw a prize. A long queue formed behind the draw box, and Lin Yang positioned himself at the end, awaiting his turn. Observing the crowd, he felt fortunate to have arrived early. Otherwise, he would have missed the chance to participate in the draw before 9 o'clock. Congratulations, commemorative prize, a can of cola. Congratulations. Fifth prize, a 20 yuan discount coupon for spending 500 in the mall. Congratulations, commemorative prize, a can of cola. As the clock approaches 9, the lottery event nears its conclusion, with merely half an hour remaining before the draw closes. The grand prize, an electric vehicle, has yet to be claimed. Whose fortune will it be? Let us await the revelation together. On stage, the host skillfully stirs the atmosphere. With a few succinct remarks, she incites many who initially had no intention of spending to begin purchasing, while those who have already spent but have not won the grand prize continue to invest. Meanwhile, she discreetly gestures towards the audience. A man in his 30s, understanding her cue, approaches the back of the lottery line, clutching his receipt. Lin Yang has stood in line for over 10 minutes and is now just 2 spots away from the stage. In front of him stands a plump woman in her 30s, brandishing a thick stack of receipts. The host, noticing her, swiftly hands her the microphone for an interview. With such an abundance of receipts, I am sure the audience shares my curiosity about how much you've spent today to amass such a collection. Not much, just over 80,000, with a total of 110 receipts. Wow, it seems this lady is determined to claim our grand prize electric vehicle. A collective gasp ripples through the audience upon hearing of her 110 receipts. Such an impressive sum spent. With that many receipts, the car must surely be hers. The individuals behind her might as well forego their weight. It is evident they will not win. Just then, the man who had caught the host's eye and is now at the end of the line scoffs quietly. What a bunch of fools. While you cannot see the tickets inside the box, those who place them can. Even if you draw 1,000 times, or 10,000, you will never win the grand prize today. Chapter 14. A day's earnings exceeding 1 million commemorative prize Cola Hall. Commemorative prize, Cola Hall. Commemorative prize, Cola Hall. Oh my. Third prize, a small bare oven. The young lady seems to be experiencing a streak of good fortune, drawing ever closer to our grand prize, the electric car. The plump woman continues to pull out ticket after ticket from the box, the vast majority of which are merely commemorative prizes, such as a haul of cola, with the occasional slightly better reward, like discount coupons or small appliances. As the number of receipts in her hand dwindles, her anxiety grows palpable. Initially, she appeared calm and composed, engaging with the host during the interviews. Gradually, however, her expression fell into despair. How could this be? I calculated everything, and there can't be many tickets left in the box. Logically, with this many receipts, I should have drawn all the tickets by now, and the electric vehicle should be mine. Why, even as my receipts are nearly exhausted, have I not yet drawn the car? Soon, only one receipt remains in her hand, allowing for one final drawing. Does everyone think the young lady will win the car? Of course, if she doesn't win now, one must wonder about her luck. After drawing over 100 tickets, surely it is her turn. The audience is in harmony with the host, convinced that the grand prize is destined for the stout woman. She hands her last ticket to the host and closes her eyes in prayer. I must win, I must win, I must win. She then extends a hand into the box to draw a ticket. After feeling around and swapping several times, she finally persuades herself to pull one out. Glancing at it, she immediately erupts in excitement. Wow, I won! I won! I won the electric scooter. The audience, witnessing this moment, were as expressions of as expected. Over 100 tickets. It was her rightful claim. How dramatic that the final draw yielded such a result. Lin Yang, upon hearing that the grand prize had been drawn, glanced at the time. Only 5 minutes remained until 9 o'clock. Logically, the information relayed by the system should be accurate. The notification indicated that one could seize the grand prize before 9 o'clock. Why then did this plump woman draw the prize? The host, upon seeing the grand prize winner, suddenly wore an awkward smile. However, with so many spectators present, she could not display her surprise too overtly. Instead, she feigned astonishment, exclaiming, "Wow, the luck of this young lady is remarkable. Please hand me the ticket so I can verify." Taking the ticket from the stout woman, she thought to herself, "I wonder who hid these tickets. They're not affixed securely, and after a long day's work, it has been snatched away by an outsider." Just as she prepared to announce the winner of the grand prize, she noticed the words "Idea" emblazoned on the front of the scooter. The host let out a relieved breath. It turned out she had drawn the first prize, the Idea electric scooter, not the grand prize electric car. "Oh, I sincerely apologize. Young lady, you have won the Idea electric scooter. Although it is not the grand prize electric car, your fortune is still quite commendable." Originally, upon learning that the grand prize had not yet been awarded, the crowd, prepared to depart, chose to remain. All were incredulous. Is it possible that after over 100 attempts, no one has won? The young lady's luck seemed extraordinarily poor. She had inadvertently cleared the path for those who followed, making it considerably easier for them to win the electric vehicle. Meanwhile, a stout woman wore an expression of distress, pouting as the host's attempts at consolation elicited no semblance of smile from her. After confirming that the ticket was indeed for a Yachty electric bike, she resignedly exited the stage. Following her departure, it was Lin Yang's turn to draw prize. Holding a single ticket, he was permitted only one attempt. The host took the ticket and began to interview him. "Young man, do you feel confident about winning our grand prize?" Lin Yang flashed a smile, one imbued with profound meaning. Upon witnessing his grin, the host felt an inexplicable chill run down her spine, a foreboding sense taking root in her mind. Only the draw would reveal the outcome. Lin Yang reached into the box, following the system's guidance, to feel toward the upper left corner. There he indeed found a ticket, which he vigorously extracted. The ticket bore the clear imprint of a pink electric car. The system's information had proven accurate. The opportunity to seize the prize before the designated time had materialized. A vehicle valued at 60,000 was now in his possession. The host was momentarily taken aback at the sight of the ticket in Lin Yang's hand. She gestured discreetly to the person behind him, expressing disbelief. "How could this happen? We were fully prepared, and it was supposed to be our turn next. How could someone snatch it away?" The individual behind Lin Yang appeared innocently bewildered, silently communicating with the host. "How was I to know? We've used this method for years. Who could anticipate such an unforeseen event?" Although the situation was disheartening, the numerous spectators necessitated a fade of composure. The host forced a smile and feigned astonishment. "Wow, young man, your luck is extraordinary. Let's take a moment to see how you're feeling." She approached Lin Yang with a microphone. "Young man, how does it feel to win a car?" Naturally, he expressed his elation at being a winner. "I hope your good fortune extends to everyone present." With the grand prize claimed, the host lacked the inclination for extended conversation. Hastily concluding with a cursory question, Lin Yang was then escorted by staff to receive his award. With the grand prize gone, the remaining audience members lost interest and began to disperse. At that moment, Lin Yang noticed the stout woman, who had previously attempted over 100 times, had not left. She approached him directly. "Handsome, would you consider selling me that car? If the price is right, certainly." "Wonderful. Thank you for accommodating me." With an affirmative response, the woman appeared elated. Lin Yang was left puzzled. After all, it was merely an ordinary electric vehicle, readily available elsewhere. What could compel her to be so fixated on this particular car? The woman seemed to discern Lin Yang's confusion and chuckled. "This vehicle is a collaboration with Zhu Xia, and only those from the Dayu's City anniversary celebration are authentic." Lin Yang nodded. "I see. How much do you think it's worth? If it's reasonable, I shall transfer it to you." The official promotional materials indicated a value of 60,000. What if I transfer it to you for 60,000? He proposed. That works. Lin Yang had initially anticipated needing to offer a discount to sell it, but now someone was willing to pay the full amount without any need for concessions or paperwork. He seamlessly transferred the winning qualification to the woman, thus earning money while also avoiding hassle. Once he received the 60,000 from her, he exited the mall and hailed a cab home. Throughout the day, he had first spent 700 yuan on a coconut snail, which yielded a profit of 1.5 million upon selling the Meile pearl. Subsequently, he invested all his earnings into purchasing 5 apartments in the Jinling community, anticipating a tenfold compensation upon demolition in half a month. In the evening, he won a car at the mall's anniversary celebration, netting another 60,000. In total, excluding the potential profits from the apartments, his earnings for the day amounted to 1.56 million, far exceeding his initial expectation of merely several hundred thousand. More than an hour later, he disembarked at the community entrance, coincidentally encountering his roommate, Qin Ziyuan. Returning from outside, they decided to indulge in barbecue at the community's entrance, and upon returning to their rental apartment for a brief tidy-up, it was already midnight. At that moment, a system notification chimed in Lin Yang's mind. Ding, today's information has been dispatched. Please check. Chapter 15. Intelligence on a 500,000 reward and $1 million luxury car. Before perusing the latest intelligence, Lin Yang checked the status of his system level. Daily Intelligence System, 15300. Having bound the system for 2 days, he had received 15 notifications, garnering 150 experience points upon reading them, which is 15 more notifications. The system would upgrade to a weekly intelligence system. At that point, the value of each piece of intelligence would increase, and the time frame of the information would extend to the forthcoming week. He then opened the intelligence received today, fortunate to have a total of 7 notifications. Daily Intelligence 1. A heavy downpour is expected at 4:30 p.m. The low-lying areas of the community may accumulate over 1 meter of water. Please avoid these areas in advance. Lin Yang checked the weather forecast, which indicated that tomorrow would be sunny. However, weather forecasts are seldom accurate. He placed greater faith in the intelligence received. Daily Intelligence 2. The A-level fugitive Deng Weimin has entered Star City, hiding in the public restroom of Jinling Park. A reward of 500,000 will be granted for information leading to his capture. Lin Yang was taken aback upon reading this piece of intelligence. Typically, those with bounties are notorious criminals, and a 500,000 reward signifies an especially dangerous individual. Deng Weimin was infamous for his heinous acts, ambushing sentries, stealing rifles, committing armed robbery, and orchestrating a series of shocking gun-related murders that left the nation in disbelief. His methods were random yet brutal, often resulting in execution-style killings, and those who encountered him were never left alive. Whenever he was sighted, the local populace would be gripped by terror, resulting in widespread panic. Yet, Deng possessed exceptional counter-surveillance skills, constantly evading capture even as law enforcement closed in. Thousands of officers from various regions, Jinling, Bashu, Zhujiang, and Mountain City, had expended immense effort in their pursuit, yet a year and a half had passed with no progress in the case. Consequently, the bounty had swelled from 10,000 to 500,000. His last known appearance was on the 18th of last month in Mountain City, after which no further information had emerged. Lin Yang could hardly fathom that, under the constraints of avoiding all forms of transportation and evading surveillance, Deng had managed to relocate to Star City and, astonishingly, was hiding in the public restroom of Jinling Park. Jinling Park was merely a small hill within the Jinling community, a modest elevation of a few dozen meters, and a stroll around it measured only a few hundred meters. Encircling the hill were various fitness facilities for public use. Lin Yang often took evening walks around it after dinner. The notion of such a dangerous individual hiding amidst this seemingly innocuous setting was akin to a ticking time bomb. Encountering Deng Weimin would be catastrophic. Such a criminal had to be eradicated. Unable to wait for dawn, Lin Yang immediately took out his phone and dialed 110. After a brief pause, the call connected. Before the operator could speak, Lin Yang hurriedly interjected. "Hello, I wish to report a crime. There is a stranger in the public restroom of Jinling Park, and he bears a resemblance to the fugitive Deng Weimin. Thank you. We have received your information and will relay it to the appropriate authorities for verification. Is there anything else I can assist you with?" Ensure to verify promptly to prevent his escape. Lin Yang hung up the phone and took a few deep breaths to calm himself before continuing to peruse the remaining intelligence. Daily Intelligence 3. Due to the urine incident affecting customer flow, Jiang Daila has launched a 34 discount, which is even more generous than the 30 discount for university students. Once again, news about Jiang Daila surfaced. Honestly, just the thought of this incident made him lose his appetite. Not only for Jiang Daila, but for other hot pot establishments as well. Daily Intelligence 4. Wu Di is selling a 3YC Seagull. Purchasing this vehicle allows participation in a lottery for 60 cars in celebration of the 30th anniversary of 3YC. The vehicle's chassis number can be used for a chance to win a lifetime usage right for the Yangwang U8. Such fortunate news. Although he did not own a car, the Yangwang U8 was renowned. Fear of flat tires was unfounded. This three-wheeled marvel could cruise steadily at 100 kilometers per hour. It boasted features like a turning radius and an aquatic mode, along with a platform for a drone. Its announcement had indeed caused quite a stir, especially considering its price soared above 1 million, with an on-the-road cost exceeding 1.4 million. In contrast, the Seagull was merely a compact electric vehicle priced around 60 to 70,000. Exchanging 60 to 70,000 for over 1 million was undeniably a bargain. Additionally, it seemed that Wu Di was a former colleague from Huada Machinery Factory, and Lin Yang believed he still had his WeChat. Upon opening WeChat and scanning his contacts, Lin Yang quickly located Wu Di. As he clicked on his profile, he discovered a post in his circle regarding the sale of the car. The 3YC Seagull, merely a month old with a mileage of 1,089 kilometers, was being sold due to the seller's discomfort stemming from its size relative to the vehicle's compactness. Priced at $59,800, negotiable for sincere buyers. Beneath this post were several comments from mutual friends at Huada Machinery Factory. A new one only costs $66,800. At this price, it may be hard to sell. A new model was released days ago at the same price with intelligent driving features. Your price is indeed a bit steep. Drop it by 10,000, and I'll take it. Lin Yang couldn't help but chuckle at the comments. If they were aware that the vehicle's chassis number could yield a lottery chance for 1 million yuan Yangwang U8, what would their reactions be? Having purchased 5 properties and possessing over 100,000, acquiring this vehicle was not a challenge. Although he had considered buying car, he intended to invest in something of higher quality. Winning the Yangwang U8 would be splendid, allowing for extended enjoyment. Despite being a domestic brand, the Seagull was not lacking in sophistication, brimming with technological innovation. Online reviews suggested that while one driving a Mercedes G-Class might not necessarily be wealthy, those behind the wheel of a Yangwang U8 were certainly affluent. Owners who could afford to spend 1 million on a Yangwang U8 likely had even more impressive vehicles at home. Purchasing other luxury cars might be motivated by status, but investing over 100,000 in a Yangwang U8 was not about seeking validation. Now, with less than 60,000 needed to acquire such a luxurious vehicle for free, this golden opportunity was not to be missed. Without regard for the late hour, Lin Yang promptly sent a message to Wu Di. "I'll take your car. Please provide me with the actual price." After sending the message, Lin Yang prepared to browse the remaining information, only to be surprised by a prompt reply from Wu Di. "As you are aware, I have only purchased the vehicle a month ago. It is practically brand new. Given our previous acquaintance as colleagues, I confide in you that my bottom line is 54,800. Are you truly requesting that I reduce it further to 54,000? Very well. Tomorrow we shall proceed to the Vehicle Administration Office to complete the formalities. No problem. Provide me with your address, and I will pick you up in the morning." Lin Yang did not anticipate the car buying process to be so seamless, and he promptly sent over his address, eagerly awaiting the dawn to finalize the paperwork at the Vehicle Administration Office. After setting the time, he continued to peruse the remaining information. Daily Intelligence 5. The procurement manager of Dayu Haidang has embezzled funds, substituting inferior seafood for fresh, resulting in food poisoning for patrons. Replacing all the tiger crabs in advance could avert this issue. The proprietor of Dayu Haidang is Chun Qingqing, who previously spent $5 million to acquire Meile Pearl, which has proven beneficial for her. Furthermore, engaging with her more deeply could trigger a critical strike, yielding high-value intelligence. The information obtained from a previous critical strike revealed that the Jinling community is slated for demolition. Acquiring all 10 units for sale would cost less than $5 million, potentially garnering nearly $50 million in compensation. After deducting costs, one could profit by over $40 million. Each piece of high-value intelligence is worth at least $40 million, and now, merely triggering a critical strike would guarantee intelligence valued at over $40 million, an opportunity not to be missed. The food poisoning incident at Dayu Haidang was attributed to the use of stale ingredients. If Chun Qingqing is alerted in advance to the necessity of ensuring the freshness of the restaurant's ingredients to prevent such an occurrence, she will likely express gratitude, making it easier to engage with her later. As for whether she believes in me, that is beyond my control. Lin Yang sent a message to Chun Qingqing. I didn't realize you were the owner of Dayu Haidang. During my visit yesterday, I noticed that some ingredients, particularly the tiger crabs, seemed less than fresh. Please take heed. After sending the message, he did not receive an immediate reply. It was late, and Chun Qingqing may have already retired for the night. He continued to scroll down, exploring the next piece of information. Chapter 16, Car Lottery Daily Bulletin 6. The Chrysanthemum Purex foldable smartphone is now available for pre-sale. A vulnerability has been discovered on the Tiango platform. Entering the verification code NSSB 2025 grants a purchase qualification for just $1, limited to one device. Lin Yang glanced down at his cracked phone screen, silently opened the Tiango shopping app, and located the pre-sale link for the Chrysanthemum Purex foldable smartphone. Upon entering the verification code NSSB 2025, the final payment indeed transformed to a mere $1. Astonishingly, a phone valued at nearly 8,000 yuan was acquired for just $1. Regrettably, the purchase was limited to 1 unit. Otherwise, he could have bought several and yielded a handsome profit upon resale. Daily Bulletin 7, a popular milk tea shop, 2 points, has been reported for using expired cream. Customers who have made purchases may receive tenfold compensation. How much does a cup of milk tea cost? Even with tenfold compensation, the amount is negligible. And should many customers claim compensation, the shop would likely resort to litigation, making it far from straightforward to obtain recompense. In essence, this is not a lucrative venture. On the third day, Lin Yang received a total of 7 system notifications. After reading through them, he accumulated 70 points of system experience. It would take a mere 80 points to upgrade from the daily to the weekly system. With a stroke of luck, he might achieve this within a day. Although the weekly system would provide only 3 to 10 pieces of information, the value of this information would significantly increase. Essentially, it would be akin to receiving a curated selection of weekly intelligence. Fewer notifications with heightened value equates to a more efficient process. Since acquiring the system, despite receiving dozens to millions of deliveries daily, he had squandered an abundance of time and had scarcely enjoyed life. In just a few days post-upgrade, he would have ample time to relish life without the daily hustle. Once the system evolves to monthly and annual updates, the time available for enjoyment would further expand, allowing him to truly embrace a life of financial freedom. After reviewing all the information, 30 minutes had elapsed. Exhausted, Lin Yang shut off the panel and succumbed to sleep. The following morning, Lin Yang was roused by the ringing of his phone. Glancing at the screen, he noted it was barely 8 o'clock. The caller was Wu Di, and it was evident he was calling regarding the car sale. His enthusiasm took Lin Yang by surprise. Hello, Wu Di. Please wait at the entrance of the community. I will be there shortly. All right, I'm at the large stone at the main gate. After hanging up, Lin Yang hurriedly prepared, snatching his identification before heading out. As he exited the community, he immediately spotted a sleek, all-black 3YC Seagull parked at the entrance. Lin Yang, over here, Wu Di called out before he even approached. Lin Yang walked over, opened the car door, and slid into the seat. Despite its compact size, the interior offered ample space. Even at 183 centimeters tall, he felt comfortable without his head brushing the ceiling. All set? Let us get going, Woody announced, pressing the accelerator, and the small vehicle surged forward with impressive speed. Isn't this car splendid? An electric vehicle and a gas vehicle belong to entirely different eras. A tens of thousands yuan electric car can outpace gas vehicles worth hundreds of thousands. Indeed, it is quite remarkable. Indeed, the official lottery event of 3YC concluded at 10 a.m. today. Once the formalities are completed, you must promptly participate in the lottery via the official mini-program, lest you miss the opportunity. Why not complete the lottery before selling this vehicle? Lin Yang was taken aback by Wu Di's unexpected reminder regarding the lottery. Among the millions of 3YC vehicle owners, only 60 cars are up for grabs. What are the chances of winning? Participating seems a futile endeavor. Yet since you have purchased this vehicle, I feel obliged to remind you. Whether you win or not is beyond my influence. Lin Yang nodded, realizing that his previous interactions with Wu Di had been strictly professional. Yet he discovered him to be quite amiable and trustworthy. Had it not been for his reminder, he might have indeed missed the lottery deadline, wasting several tens of thousands on this vehicle. However, if he were to win a luxury car worth $1 million with this vehicle's chassis number, he would undoubtedly have a different reaction, losing his current composure. The intelligence system indicated that using this chassis number for the lottery could yield $1 million Yangwang U8. Although it is merely a lifetime usage right and cannot be sold, he was already planning to return his hometown, making it quite fitting to drive the car back. He would relish witnessing the reactions of his neighbors in the village. Recognizing Wu Di's commendable nature, Lin Yang transferred the vehicle purchase sum of 54,800 yuan while in the car, ready to complete the paperwork and transfer of ownership at the vehicle management office. Subsequently, Wu Di guided Lin Yang on how to participate in the lottery. He opened the 3YC official mini-program, located the entry for the 30th anniversary lottery event, input the chassis number and owner information, and then click Confirm, successfully entering the lottery. Lin Yang noted that participation would conclude at 10 a.m., with the draw taking place that very evening at 8 p.m. Afterward, Wu Di departed alone by taxi. Lin Yang settled into the car, familiarizing himself with its features before preparing to leave when his phone rang. Upon checking, he saw it was the police station calling. He swiped to answer. Hello. Is this Mr. Lin Yang? Yes. How may I assist you? Thank you for the information you provided, which helped us solve a major case and successfully apprehend the A-level wanted criminal, Deng Weiman. When might you be available during working hours to come to the police station and register your information? Once reported, we will transfer the reward to your account. All right. Lin Yang was astonished by the police station's efficiency. He had made the report in the early hours of yesterday, and by morning, they had already made an arrest and reached out to him for information registration. To be candid, he had anticipated numerous obstacles in claiming this reward. With the vehicle purchase and lottery participation concluded, he awaited the evening's live lottery broadcast. With no other pressing matters, Lin Yang drove directly to the police station to register his information. Upon entering the police station service hall, he sensed an unusual atmosphere. He had been here before to process his temporary residence permit, and the staff had been nearly expressionless, robotically repeating their tasks. However, today, each individual wore a radiant smile, as if a momentous celebration were underway. Lin Yang, following the prompts provided over the phone, arrived at the designated office and knocked on the door. Please come in. Hello. I am here to register my information and claim the reward. You must be Lin Yang. Please take a seat. Thanks to your valuable information, we have successfully solved a significant case that stumped many agencies and experts nationwide. Our department is fortunate to share in the glory. The person attending to Lin Yang explained with a beaming smile while presenting him with a form to fill out. It was only then that Lin Yang comprehended the reason behind the police officer's joyous demeanor. Having cracked a major case undoubtedly meant they would earn accolades, and rewards would surely follow. All of this was made possible by his single act of reporting, which made their courteous treatment towards him quite understandable. Chapter 17. Securing all 10 properties after completing the registration at the police station, Lin Yang departed. Over the past 3 days, he had amassed nearly 2 million through intelligence provided by the system. He acquired 5 properties in Jinling community, which were slated for demolition purchased a vehicle and still retained approximately 140,000. However, this was insufficient to secure all available units in the community before the demolition. The bounty for providing information on the wanted criminal had yet to be disbursed, and the luxury car won in the lottery could not be converted to cash. He shook his head in resignation, awaiting the next day's intelligence update to explore other avenues for financial gain. Though there were a total of 10 properties for sale in Jinling community, having acquired 5, he remained restless knowing that a tenfold compensation awaited those who purchased all the units. Go. After hastily consuming an apple for breakfast, hunger gnawed at him. Lin Yang sought a nearby restaurant for a meal, ordering dishes he relished but seldom indulged in. With newfound wealth, he resolved not to deprive himself. Have you heard? The wanted criminal Deng Weimin was apprehended in the public restroom of our community park. One patron exclaimed. I was there before the police arrived. I encountered Deng Weimin in the restroom. He was rather unattractive, but who would have imagined he was a fugitive? I'd seen him there too, but he looked nothing like the wanted poster. Had I known he was a criminal, that 500,000 would have been mine. Securing the bounty isn't that simple. They'll likely find various excuses to delay the payout. Another interjected. Impossible. Solving a major case means promotions for the higher-ups, and everyone else will be thrilled. I believe the reward will be distributed swiftly this time. As Lin Yang dined, he noticed the patrons were engrossed in discussions about Deng Weimin's capture. Most were fixated on the bounty, envious of those who provided tips. After all, earning 500,000 would require years of hard work. Buzz. Suddenly, a notification chimed from his phone. Lin Yang glanced at the screen. Xing Bank. Your Union Pay card, ending in 4806, has received a deposit of 500,000 yuan on March 15th at 11:26 a.m. Balance 500,000. Without a doubt, it was the reward. He marveled at the efficiency. Within an hour of registration, the funds had already arrived. A smile crept across his face as he mused that, just as others had speculated, solving a significant case would lead to promotions for all involved, ensuring everyone benefited. They, too, would desire a swift resolution, thus enhancing efficiency. With the bounty secured and over 600,000 in his account, he had enough to purchase a unit in Jinling community. Lin Yang hastily finished his meal and rushed to the real estate agency where he had previously acquired properties. The announcement of demolition loomed ever closer, and it was possible that other informed individuals might also seek to purchase properties in Jinling community beforehand. The Jinling community has a total of 10 available properties for sale. I purchased 5 of the least expensive units, leaving 5 still on the market. Missing out on just one unit could mean a loss of several million, an amount that most people would struggle a lifetime to earn. Now, with just a few 100,000, I could secure a significant profit in less than half a month. Who wouldn't feel a sense of urgency? Brother Lin, you've arrived. How may I assist you? As Lin Yang reached the entrance, someone approached him with a welcoming demeanor. Where's Xiaoli? I need to speak with her. Xiaoli has taken a client to view properties. Would you like me to assist you instead? You can call me Xiao Huang. No, I prefer to wait for Xiaoli. Lin Yang held a favorable impression of Xiaoli. She was honest and dependable, and she worked efficiently. He was reluctant to switch to a new agent, fearing that ulterior motives might lead to complications. Xiao Huang, sensing Lin Yang's refusal, displayed a look of disappointment. The last time Lin Yang purchased 5 properties, Xiaoli earned nearly 20,000 in commission, which was unfortunate for Xiao Huang, as she was not the one attending to him then. Suddenly, she gazed at Lin Yang, her fists clenched. Such a significant client, if I provide excellent service, he will surely consider purchasing from me in the future. She immediately donned a warm smile and said enthusiastically, Brother Lin, please take a seat and relax. I will give Xiaoli a call. All right, thank you. Lin Yang settled into the agency's waiting area, and by the time he enjoyed a cup of tea, Xiaoli returned. Brother Lin, I apologize for the wait. I was showing a property to a client. To make it up to you, I would like to invite you to dinner tonight. No need for dinner. How many properties are still available in Jinling community? There are 5 remaining, the same ones you viewed previously. How many do you wish to purchase this time? Xiaoli had previously sold 5 units, earning a commission that surpassed many of her colleagues' earnings over several months, inciting envy among them. With Lin Yang returning, she was determined to seize the opportunity. To be honest, I wish to acquire all of them, but for now, I only have enough cash for one unit. Please assist me in securing this one as swiftly as possible. Brother Lin, while your cash flow may be limited, you possess 5 properties that could serve as collateral for a loan, enabling you to purchase the remaining units. Upon hearing this suggestion, Lin Yang's eyes lit up with realization. He slapped his thigh, acknowledging his previously narrow perspective. As an outsider without a job, obtaining a loan could indeed be challenging. However, with 5 properties in hand, he could typically secure a loan amounting to approximately 90 of the collateral's value. Coupled with the over 600,000 he already possessed, acquiring the remaining properties would not be an insurmountable task. That sounds promising, Shaoli. Please assist me with this process, and I will compensate you for your efforts. Once the loan is approved, I will purchase the remaining 5 properties. It is my honor to assist you, Brother Lin. There is no need for compensation, Shaoli replied with a smile. Having previously earned nearly 20,000 in commission from selling 5 units, she recognized that this time, with the property's price slightly higher, the potential commission could be even greater. Given this, why should she concern herself with a small fee that might tarnish Lin Yang's impression of her? Shaoli was well acquainted with the nuances of real estate transactions and loan processes. Without lingering any longer, Lin Yang went straight home to collect the property certificate and other documents, then drove his newly purchased seagull to the bank with Shaoli to handle the loan. Brother Lin, with your wealth, why are you driving a seagull? Shaoli was quite astonished to see Lin Yang in such a modest vehicle. Just a temporary measure. I'll switch to a new car once it arrives, Lin Yang replied honestly. He planned to replace it with the luxurious Yangwang U8 after winning the evening lottery, selling off the 2 seagulls afterward. At that moment, he felt remarkably relaxed and content. He had long aspired to acquire all the properties available in Jinling community, and today he could finally resolve that ambition. Once he secured these properties, he would merely await the impending demolition in a fortnight, which would yield a 10-fold compensation, propelling his wealth to the realm of millions. With the daily intelligence system at his disposal, his financial resources would snowball exponentially, and with 10 million in assets, he would soon reach the billion mark. Chapter 18. Allow me to introduce a job to you at the entrance of a Xingqing bank. Lin Yang parked the car and walked inside with Shaoli. Suddenly, Shaoli's phone buzzed. She glanced at her phone and said apologetically, Brother Lin, I have an urgent call. Please go in and wait for a moment. I will join you shortly. All right, Lin Yang replied and entered the bank alone. Lin Yang, is it really you? As Lin Yang stepped into the bank, a man dressed in a tailored black suit, with impeccably styled hair and of similar age, approached him. Zhang Jun? Indeed, it's me. What brings you to the bank? Lin Yang was pleasantly surprised to encounter an old classmate. Zhang Jun was a fellow university student, and their relationship was one where they would greet each other upon meeting, but seldom kept in touch, neither particularly close nor distant. Although both had remained in Xingqing after graduation, they had not communicated at all. Lin Yang glanced at his name tag, noting he was a lobby manager. They had both studied mechanical engineering in college, a field seemingly unrelated to banking. It was quite unexpected to see Zhang Jun working in such a prestigious institution. Lin Yang chuckled. You've done well for yourself. Working at a bank. Oh, it's merely good fortune, Zhang Jun responded nonchalantly, though pride was evident on his face. He looked around to ensure no one was listening and leaned closer to Lin Yang, whispering, My aunt is a leader at the bank. She helped me get in. You were always at the top of our class. I assume you're doing well now? Lin Yang smiled. I lost my job a few days ago and am currently just an unemployed wanderer, far from your success. How about this? I could speak to my aunt and see if she can find you a position as a bank telemarketer. It's outsourced, but the benefits are only slightly less than what formal employees receive. No, thank you. Lin Yang knew that while both worked in banking, the disparity between outsourced staff and formal employees was vast. Outsourced employees handled all the undesirable, labor-intensive tasks and earned significantly less. Even in the absence of the daily intelligence system, which allowed for substantial daily income, he wouldn't aspire to such a position. As Lin Yang jokingly referred to himself as an unemployed wanderer, Zhang Jun took his words to heart. Shaoli, why are you only just arriving? Manager Wang has been waiting in the VIP room for quite some time. Just then, Xiaoli walked into the bank after finishing her call. Seeing her, Zhang Jun greeted her enthusiastically. "Where's the boss you mentioned on the phone? The one looking to mortgage 5 properties for a loan? Brother Lin is right here." "Brother Lin?" Zhang Jun looked at Xiaoli with a puzzled expression. "Yes, the one seeking to mortgage properties for a loan is Brother Lin." "You mean Lin Yang?" "Exactly. Brother Lin is interested in 5 properties but doesn't have enough cash, so he came to inquire about a loan." Upon confirming that the Brother Lin Xiaoli mentioned was indeed Lin Yang, Zhang Jun's face turned as red as a monkey's rear. The mere thought of having felt a sense of superiority earlier, wanting to introduce Lin Yang to an outsourcing call center job, now left Zhang Jun feeling so embarrassed he wished he could vanish into the ground. While housing in Star City may be affordable, even the cheapest unit still costs several $100,000. It is indeed remarkable for someone who has only recently graduated to possess 5 properties. Such individuals hardly need job introductions. As Lin Yang's classmate and a local resident, Zhang Jun had the advantage of being in the area, yet he was still diligently working to save for a down payment. In stark contrast, Lin Yang not only owned 5 properties, but was also preparing to acquire more. The two were simply incomparable. The slight sense of superiority Zhang Jun had felt dissipated instantaneously upon learning of Lin Yang's circumstances. Taking a deep breath to quell his embarrassment, he smiled and said, "Old classmate, it seems you're the one who has truly succeeded. Come, allow me to escort you to the VIP room." Bowing slightly, Zhang Jun gestured for Lin Yang and Xiaoli to follow him to the VIP area. The bank lobby featured stainless steel seating, while the VIP room boasted luxurious leather sofas. A coffee table adorned with floral tea, fresh fruit, and exquisite pastries graced the center of the room. A middle-aged man sat comfortably on one of the sofas. "Manager Wang, I have brought my old classmate. He is here to apply for a mortgage." "Ah, Xiao Zhang, you have quite the impressive friend among your classmates," Manager Wang remarked, nodding in approval. Zhang Jun, seated across from him, clapped his hands together and cheerfully invited old classmate, "Please take a seat here." As Lin Yang settled down, Zhang Jun poured him a cup of floral tea and presented it with a smile. "It's quite warm today. A sip of this will quench your thirst." "Very well, Xiao Zhang, you may return to your duties. I shall attend to Mr. Lin," Manager Wang suggested. "Understood, Manager Wang. Please call me if you require anything." Zhang Jun acknowledged, swiftly exiting while gently closing the door behind him. Lin Yang chuckled softly, realizing how advantageous money truly is. Zhang Jun only knew of his 5 properties, and the contrast was indeed striking. Within the offices of the Star City Planning Bureau, Shi Tsong pondered the urban renewal plans in his hands. With each round of demolition, countless individuals grow wealthy, yet he regrettably found himself excluded from that fortune. As a staff member at the Planning Bureau, he had the privilege of being privy to city plans ahead of time, knowing where demolitions would occur and where old neighborhoods would be renovated. However, as a mere junior employee, he dared not disclose such sensitive information, for the consequences of being discovered would transcend mere job loss. More crucially, having only recently entered the workforce with limited savings, he felt powerless to capitalize on any advantageous layout. Suddenly, his phone buzzed with a message notification. Glancing at the screen, he saw it was from his good friend Zhang Jun. "Do you remember that classmate of ours, Lin Yang?" "Of course I recall. His family background seems rather humble. He lacks connections and resources. Even with excellent grades, he struggled to secure a good job after graduation, if I'm not mistaken. He ended up working as a technician at a small factory." "Indeed, that is him. He just came to our bank to apply for a loan. What news do you have?" "He is not someone who has defaulted on online loans. Rather, he is seeking a mortgage. To my astonishment, he possesses 5 properties in the Jinling community. As a fellow classmate, I have only 1 apartment, for which my family provided the down payment, and I am currently repaying the mortgage. How has he managed to acquire 5 houses? What did you say the community was?" Shi Tsong only caught the mention of Jinling community. The rest escaped his notice. Indeed, although it is an older development, each unit is valued at around 500,000. How remarkable it is that he could purchase 5 at once. Upon confirming that it was indeed Jinling community, Shi Tsong's inner astonishment was profound. He held in his possession an upcoming demolition notice, indicating that the Jinling community was slated for redevelopment. Although the 5 properties currently hold a value of merely 2 to 3 million, the compensation post-demolition would surely exceed 10 million. Wait a moment. Are you suggesting that Lin Yang intends to secure a mortgage for a property in that very community? What's the matter with Jinling community? Shirtsong refrained from responding, suddenly struck by a realization. If Lin Yang is affluent, why would he not purchase a new property in a modern development, opting instead for an aging one? There seems to be but one plausible explanation. He must have received insider information regarding the impending demolition of Jinling community. Those who possess such foresight are undoubtedly not ordinary individuals. Could he possibly have hidden connections? If I could cultivate a friendship with him, perhaps Lin Yang could advocate for my advancement in the future. He immediately opened the university class group, sought out Lin Yang's WeChat, and prepared to add him as a friend. After a moment's contemplation, he decided against it, opting instead to post a message in the group. Everyone, it has been several years since graduation. Are there still classmates residing in Xingqing? If so, let us gather together when time permits. Chapter 19. Weekly intelligence system Lin Yang successfully completed his mortgage application, with the bank appraising his 5 properties at a value of 2.5 million, granting him a loan of 2 million, coupled with his own funds exceeding 600,000. He was nearly in a position to purchase all available properties in the Jinling community. After the transaction, Manager Wang, his face beaming with delight, escorted Lin Yang out of the bank. Each month, he had a quota for loan disbursement, and, given the current economic climate, securing loans was challenging, with many not being repaid. At this moment, Lin Yang sought a loan, and a substantial one at that, 2 million, secured by his properties. This arrangement not only ensured that he could meet his targets, but also alleviated concerns about repayment, hence Wang's elation. As a few individuals emerged from the VIP room, Zhang Jun immediately approached them. Old classmate, have you seen the messages in the group? The class monitor wishes to organize a reunion, and you must attend. A reunion? Lin Yang had not heard of this at all. Since graduation, there had been a few gatherings organized, yet he had never participated. Such reunions typically revolved around comparing successes, with attendees seeking to curry favor and forge connections. It seemed the class monitor had heard about someone's newfound success and was eager to network. The class monitor just posted in the group. I'll inform you once the location is confirmed, Zhang Jun added. Lin Yang glanced at his phone and indeed saw the message from the class monitor a few minutes prior. He found no interest in such gatherings. Yet declining Zhang Jun's invitation in person felt impolite. He thus replied, I am planning to return to my hometown soon. If I am still in Xingqing at that time, I shall attend. All right then, I will send you a friend request on WeChat. Please remember to accept it. Zhang Yun replied. Sure, Lin Yang nodded, accepting Zhang Jun's friend request. With a beaming smile, Zhang Jun saw him off and promptly messaged Shirtsong. Lin Yang has agreed. You must organize quickly as he plans to return home soon. After leaving the bank, Lin Yang accompanied Xiao Li to the real estate agency, where he purchased all the available properties in the Jinling community. The remaining units, which were better renovated, came at a slightly higher price, totaling 2.48 million. Upon signing the purchase agreement, Lin Yang felt a weight lift off his shoulders. With a total of 10 properties, he anticipated a 10-fold compensation after the demolition, potentially yielding around 50 million, with a minimum profit of over 40 million in just over 10 days. Once he received the compensation, he would return to his hometown, allowing his parents to live a life of envy. By the time he completed the formalities at the real estate agency, it was already late. Xiaoli invited Lin Yang to dine at a nearby restaurant. After the meal, Lin Yang returned to his rented accommodation. Noticing there was still ample time, he began to pack his belongings, aware that he would soon be departing. Once the demolition was complete and he received the compensation, he would finally possess his own home, with a maximum stay of another fortnight. In his packing frenzy, he lost track of time. When he suddenly remembered the 3YC car lottery event, he realized he had already missed the draw. Hastily, he opened the official live stream, only to find that the lottery had concluded. Despite the time having passed, the live stream remained remarkably popular. Those fortunate individuals who won the lottery truly possess remarkable luck, given the odds of winning are a mere fraction of 100,000. Particularly enviable are those who won the coveted Yangwang U8, of which there are only 10 available. A wave of jealousy washes over me. Why was it not I who emerged victorious? The barrage of comments flows swiftly, all expressing admiration for those who struck gold. Lin Yang immediately scans the big screen for his information. Lin Yang, 430. 001X. Upon spotting this detail, he exhales in relief. As anticipated, the vehicle identification number linked to his investment of over 50,000 indeed secured him a luxury car worth millions. With a new car in hand, a house will soon follow. When he returns home, who will dare to speak ill of him? Ding, ding, ding. At that moment, the phone rings. The caller ID reveals an official call from 3YC. Hello, Mr. Lin Yang. Congratulations on participating in our 3YC 30th anniversary lottery and winning a lifetime usage right to a Yangwang U8. You are invited to claim your prize in Shenzhen in 2 days, and we will provide round-trip airfare and accommodation. A link will be sent to you shortly. Please fill in your information and await further instructions. All right, understood. Before the call concludes, the message arrives. Lin Yang hangs up, completes the required details, and begins to anticipate the moment. In just 2 days, the luxury car will be his. Previously, he would return home only to envy others, as every household parked their cars outside. His family's abode stood out as the only one without a vehicle, leaving his relatives unable to hold their heads high. Now, he too possesses a car, a luxury one at that, and imagining their astonished faces upon seeing it fills him with satisfaction. The following morning, Lin Yang's first act upon waking is to access the daily intelligence system for updates. Today, the system has delivered 8 pieces of information, implying that reading them all will yield 80 experience points. With these points, the system can upgrade to a weekly intelligence system. Daily Intelligence 1. A chimpanzee at Star City Zoo has gained notoriety for defecating on a visitor. Those who capture the moment may garner considerable attention. Ugh! Another rather unsavory tidbit. Lin Yang chooses to disregard it and moves on. Daily Intelligence 2. A diner at table 109 in the west gate of Jinling community discovered a cigarette, but in their stone pot bibimbap. Patrons who order before 7 p.m. may receive a compensation of 1,000 yuan. This is yet another trivial piece of information. Lin Yang cannot bring himself to endure a cigarette, but for a mere 1,000. Daily Intelligence 3. The new blind box from Top Toy has become a sensation. Lining up to purchase may yield a reward of 140 yuan per day. This information leaves Lin Yang speechless. Of the 7 pieces of intelligence shared today, the first 3 hold little to no value. Daily Intelligence 4. Within the ceiling of the restroom in Building 7, Apartment 601 of Jinling Community, lie 20 gold bars weighing 100 grams each. The owner has long since passed, rendering them as unclaimed property, unknown to anyone, and may be retrieved effortlessly. Apartment 601 in Building 7 in Jinling Community. Lin Yang can hardly believe his extraordinary fortune. The house, which harbors gold bars, is the very property he had purchased for 180,000 previously, a site marked by a past homicide. Now that the house belongs to him, retrieving the gold bars is a straightforward endeavor. Furthermore, intelligence suggests that these bars are unclaimed treasures, known only to him. Given this certainty, he is determined to reclaim them. With the current gold price hovering around 800 to 900 per gram, their buyback value surely cannot fall below 700 per gram. A single 100-gram gold bar would yield 70,000. 20 bars would amount to 4 million. Having acquired the house for a mere 180,000, the gold bars alone are valued at 4 million, effectively granting him a property at no cost and a profit exceeding 2 million. Merely contemplating this prospect brings him immense satisfaction. Fortunately, this intelligence was received prior to the impending demolition. Had it come during the demolition, the gold would have belonged to another. Lin Yang glanced at the system level. Daily Intelligence, 2,600. He needs merely 40 more experience points for an upgrade. Coincidentally, there are 4 pieces of intelligence remaining to review, and upon completion, the system will elevate to weekly intelligence. At that juncture, the information will pertain to the forthcoming week, exponentially increasing its value. Lin Yang refocused his thoughts and continued to peruse the remaining 4 pieces of intelligence. Chapter 20. The Blue Payment Software Bug. All discounts at 20 Daily Intel 5. A bouquet of roses was discovered in the trash bin at the entrance of the Binjiang Bay community, accompanied by 520 yuan in cash, available for collection before the sanitation workers clear the garbage. Binjiang Bay is an upscale residential area, not accessible to just anyone. Although Chun Qingqing resides in this community and could facilitate entry, it seems rather unreasonable to seek her assistance for a mere 520 yuan. Daily Intel 6. Lu Tianxian's film festival red carpet photos have been revealed, and Ultraman hairpins have surged in popularity. Stockpiling these hairpins in advance can yield substantial profits. What exactly is an Ultraman hairpin? Lin Yang opened his phone to search and found it priced at 19 yuan, styled after Ultraman, made with faux diamonds, and presented in a vibrant array of colors that appeared quite unique. Such fleeting trends often resemble passing fads. Once the excitement fades, interest wanes. Selling at 19 yuan, the profit margin is unlikely to be significant. Thus, the strategy must hinge on high-volume sales, necessitating substantial inventory. If the trend dissipates before the stock is sold, one risks incurring losses that can negate previous gains. Furthermore, with less than a day remaining, managing the procurement and sales single-handedly is impractical. Lin Yang shook his head. Better to let others profit from this venture. Daily Intel 7. In a community-S vending machine, a remaining bottle of iced tea contains a cap that, when scanned, offers a chance to win a 9,999 yuan family trip to an island. Purchasing all the iced tea allows one to scan the cap and enter the draw. This initiative is familiar. Occasionally, I would buy a bottle of iced tea in hopes of winning a grand prize for a family vacation to an island. However, I had never been fortunate enough to win. With a return to my hometown looming, winning a family trip to the island would be perfectly timed, allowing me to take my parents to witness sights they have never seen before. Daily Intel 8. The procurement manager of the Dayu Haidang self-service restaurant was exposed for substituting inferior goods and pocketing profits, and has been handed over to the police. The restaurant preemptively replaced spoiled tiger crabs, averting potential food poisoning for customers. Having read all 8 pieces of intel, Lin Yang's system experience reached 300. At this moment, the system interface transformed. Congratulations to the host. The daily intel system has successfully upgraded to a weekly intel system. The weekly intel will provide the host with 3 to 10 pieces of information each week, closely related to the host's interests. There is a probability of encountering high-value intel in the weekly updates. Each piece of weekly intel read will yield 100 experience points. Post-upgrade. The quantity of intel delivered per push remained unchanged, but the frequency shifted from daily to weekly. The most notable difference is the potential for high-value intel to appear in the weekly updates, which is absent in daily intel. So far, Lin Yang had only received high-value intel once, obtained through interaction with Chun Qingqing, which was worth several million, far surpassing the value of ordinary intel. This illustrates the disparity between weekly and daily intel. The former resembles a curated selection of the latter. Lin Yang checked the system. Weekly intel, 0.3000. A weekly intelligence report yields 100 experience points. Thus, accumulating 30 such reports could elevate the system to a monthly intelligence framework. With a stroke of luck, the system could be upgraded again in just 3 weeks. Conversely, in less favorable circumstances, it may take no longer than 10 weeks for another upgrade. The weekly intelligence has been dispatched. Please remain vigilant for its arrival. Henceforth, it will be delivered weekly at the same time. To Lin Yang's astonishment, the moment the system upgraded, the weekly intelligence began to stream in. Upon receiving and perusing the reports, he noted that the first dispatch contained 4 pieces of intelligence. Weekly Intelligence 1. Raintree Technology has unveiled a new robot, N1, achieving world-leading standards, causing its stock price to soar dramatically, reaching the upper limit for a week. Early investors could reap a staggering 488-fold return. This marks the inaugural report concerning the stock market. Raintree Technology's stock can rise up to 20 daily. Thus, over 5 consecutive days, this translates to a remarkable 148.8 increase. It is undeniable that the value of weekly intelligence far surpasses that of daily reports. The potential for profit is limitless, contingent solely upon the initial investment. The greater the capital invested, the more substantial the returns. Lin Yang calculated that he currently possessed merely over 100,000, but selling the gold bars that had yet to be received could yield around 5 million. Multiplying 5 million by 488 results in approximately 23 million. The prospect of nearly 5 times the return within a mere 5 days is exhilarating. Regrettably, all available funds have been allocated toward purchasing a home. Otherwise, the profits would have been even greater. Yet, there is no profound regret, as such intelligence will be received weekly. He could recoup his gains once the compensation for the property demolition is secured. Weekly intelligence 2. The temperature on Nanhai Island is 10 degrees lower than in previous years, leading to a reduction in the yield of chili peppers. In the coming week, prices are expected to double, and early stockpiling could yield double the profits. This report also necessitates capital, with greater investments leading to greater returns. Unfortunately, current funds are insufficient. Otherwise, a significant profit would be inevitable. Despite having only read 2 pieces of weekly intelligence, Lin Yang could already discern that their value significantly eclipses that of daily reports. Weekly Intelligence 3. This week, Neza 2 has shattered national box office records, securing a place among the top 5 worldwide, causing a surge in the prices of various merchandise. Early stockpiling could yield 5-fold profits. This Intelligence 2 rewards greater investments with greater returns. Having now reviewed 3 weekly reports, each possesses remarkable value. Unlike daily reports, which often include trivial information, Weekly Intelligence 4, high-value report between 2:35 p.m. and 2:40 p.m. this Friday. A bug in the Blue Payment software will offer a 20% discount on all transactions, including shopping, personal transfers, credit card repayments, and rent payments. Subsequently, the official statement will declare no compensation will be offered. By judiciously exploiting this bug, one can achieve substantial returns. Lin Yang could not contain his exclamation upon reading this report. The inaugural dispatch of Weekly Intelligence had indeed presented a high-value opportunity. By exploiting a flaw in this payment application, one can enjoy a 20% discount on any transaction. If one were to create 2 accounts and transfer funds between them, each transaction would yield a 20% profit. Thus, in a mere 5 minutes, it would be possible to multiply one's existing wealth several times over, if not exponentially. For instance, if one were to transfer 1 million, it would only require an actual transfer of 800,000, while the receiving account would reflect the full 1 million. By preparing 2 mobile devices and logging into the payment application with fingerprint authentication, each transfer could be completed in 5 seconds, allowing for 12 transactions in a minute, culminating in 60 transactions over 5 minutes. This would result in an effortless gain of 200,000 per transaction, totaling an astonishing 12 million after 60 transactions. Should one attempt to transfer 10 million, the outcome would soar to an extraordinary 120 million. Chapter 21. Acquiring the $1 million luxury car upon absorbing all the intelligence. Lin Yang established a clear objective. After freshening up, he descended to the ground floor and enjoyed breakfast at the entrance of his residential complex. He then sought out the vending machine indicated by the intelligence he had gathered. Inside, 5 bottles of iced red tea remained, priced at 3 yuan each. Lin Yang promptly scanned the code to make the payment, and one by one, the bottles were dispensed from the machine. He bent down to retrieve all the iced tea, unscrewed the caps, and scanned each one with his mobile device. Following each scan, he was redirected to the official mini-program to participate in a lottery. The prizes included a thank you gift, a 68 yuan red envelope, another bottle, an 888 yuan red envelope, and a luxurious family island vacation worth 999 yuan. After scanning the first cap, the cursor danced among the prizes, ultimately settling on the thank you gift. The same outcome occurred with the second and third caps. It was not until the 4th cap that he secured the family island vacation. After entering his personal information, he successfully claimed his prize, enabling him to schedule a trip at his convenience with a week's notice within the next 6 months. With the grand prize secured, he did not overlook the final cap. Upon clicking to draw again, the cursor flitted across the prizes. Congratulations! You have won the second prize, an 888 yuan cash red envelope. Although 888 yuan was not a substantial sum, winning it from the cap of an iced tea bottle was a delightful surprise. It is noteworthy that only 5 second prizes were available nationwide. Not only did the vending machine yield a singular grand prize, but also produced a second prize, an almost unbelievable feat with the island vacation in hand. Lin Yang made his way to Building 7, Unit 601 in the complex, the notorious property he had purchased for 180,000 yuan. Initially, his intent had merely been to obtain compensation for potential demolition, but he had unexpectedly discovered 20 gold bars hidden within, an extraordinary stroke of fortune. A thick layer of dust coated the exterior of the house, clearly indicating that it had been uninhabited for quite some time. The infamous murder case had garnered immense attention, rendering the property unsellable and unrentable, leaving it vacant for years until Lin Yang's acquisition. Inserting the key into the lock and turning it to the right, a satisfying click signaled the door's release. As he pushed the door open, a cloud of dust billowed into the air. Lin Yang instinctively covered his mouth and nose, waiting for the dust to settle before stepping inside. The long absence of human presence had left the interior in a state of decay, compounded by the haunting history of the murder that sent chills down his spine. Surveying his surroundings, Lin Yang located the restroom. Upon entering, he was met with the sight of the entire ceiling having collapsed onto the floor. Above lay a black plastic bag, seemingly containing something of interest. As he reached out to touch it, the bag disintegrated, revealing a glimmer of gold. Goodness, it's all gold. The intelligence had proven accurate. Gold was indeed concealed within the ceiling, which had succumbed to the weight of its burden over time. Had it not been for the system's intelligence prompt, Lin Yang would never have ventured into this forsaken dwelling. Who knew to whom this treasure might have been lost? Lin Yang carefully peeled away the aged and fragmented remnants of the black plastic bag, revealing the gleaming gold within. Each piece was roughly the size of a playing card, approximately half a centimeter thick. He held them in his hand, feeling their substantial weight. There were 20 pieces, each weighing 100 grams, totaling 2,000 grams. After placing the gold bars into his bag, he departed. Retrieving his phone, he opened the map application to locate a gold exchange store, promptly hailing a taxi to his destination. These establishments were modest in size and had limited capital. Lin Yang sold 3 or 4 gold bars at each shop, visiting 6 in total to liquidate his entire stash. Despite the variation in the shops, the buyback price remained consistent at 700 yuan per gram, allowing him to sell the 2,000 grams for a total of 1 million yuan. Along with the remaining funds after purchasing a residence, he amassed over 5 million yuan. He decided to invest all of this capital into the stock market, specifically acquiring shares in Yushu Technology, which yielded a remarkable 20 return daily for a week, resulting in substantial profits. However, he needed to open a trading account first. Lin Yang downloaded the app of the relevant brokerage, registered an account, linked his bank card, and completed facial recognition to facilitate fund transfers for purchasing desired stocks. Since it was Sunday, the market was closed, and he could only await the opening at 9:15 a.m. the following Monday. At this juncture, the daily intelligence system had transitioned to a weekly one, providing updates once a week. With most matters now resolved, it was time to savor life. He envisioned waking up naturally each day, purchasing items solely based on personal preference without regard for cost. A few days of patience would lead to the realization of these dreams. In 11 days, the demolition announcement for Jinling community would be released, promising tenfold compensation for the relocation. With principal and earnings, he would accumulate approximately 50 million yuan, having a remaining debt of 2 million yuan to the bank, leaving him with 48 million yuan. His stock investment of 5 million yuan, with a return of 488 times, would yield around 23 million yuan, culminating in a total of 73 million yuan. On Friday, a glitch in the BluePay application provided a 20% discount on all transactions. Taking advantage of this error, he executed transfers between his various accounts, netting approximately 750,000 yuan per transaction. After 60 such transactions, he would amass around 45 million yuan. This meant that within half a month, his personal assets could surpass 100 million yuan. Few could match such rapid progress from nothing to wealth on this scale. Just then, his phone buzzed with a notification. It was a reminder for his flight scheduled to depart at 10:30 the following morning. Having filled out his personal information after winning a prize in the 30th anniversary lottery of 3YC the previous night, the official provided him with tickets and accommodation to attend the event. He would receive a million-yuan luxury vehicle, the Yangwang U8, which he could conveniently drive back home. As he prepared to put his phone away, it vibrated again with another message. It was from Chen Qingqing. Lin Yang, thank you for your timely reminder that helped avert a severe incident at my restaurant. Otherwise, the consequences could have been dire. As a token of my gratitude, how about I treat you to dinner tomorrow? Tomorrow, I need to head to Shin City. Let's discuss it when I return, he replied. All right, I will reach out in a few days. The next morning dawned. The first thing Lin Yang did upon waking was to transfer 1.5 million to his securities account, leaving himself only a few thousand for daily expenses. After the market opened, he invested all his funds in Yushui technology, and after having breakfast, he took a taxi to the airport bound for Shenzhen. That evening, he successfully acquired a Yango U8 worth $1 million. This luxury brand under 3YC boasts over 1,200 horsepower, accelerates from 0 to 100 kilometers h in 3.7 seconds, and weighs a staggering 4 tons, resembling a colossal tank, imposing and majestic. What sets this vehicle apart are its remarkable capabilities of making a U-turn on the spot and floating on water for half an hour. Previously, Lin Yang had spent merely 54,800 on a second-hand car to participate in a lottery, which he could nearly resell at its original price. Essentially, it was akin to acquiring a luxury car worth $1 million without spending a dime. With such a splendid vehicle, Lin Yang was thoroughly satisfied. He didn't even spend the night in Shenzhen, eagerly driving back to Xinqing that very night. Covering over 1,000 kilometers, he drove through the night, arriving just after 8 the next morning. At this time, it was peak hour, with a throng of commuters, parents dropping their children at school, and shoppers bustling about. As he approached the entrance of his community, several people stood in the way, preventing his access, compelling Lin Yang to sound the horn. Upon hearing the horn, the crowd swiftly parted, creating a path in the middle. Then, a rugged vehicle, reminiscent of a tank, maneuvered through. The car's lines were both robust and fluid, and its unique mecha-style design exuded a powerful sense of technology and authority. Sunlight glinted off its metallic surface, captivating the attention of passers-by. Chapter 22. Class reunion in the same city. Hey, what kind of car just pulled into the neighborhood? I've never seen that emblem before. A curious elderly woman inquired of a young man returning from grocery shopping. I don't know, I've never come across the lightning emblem before, but that vehicle looks so imposing. It must be quite expensive, the young man replied as he pulled out his phone to search for the brand associated with the lightning emblem. Soon, the answer appeared on his screen. Wow, that car was the Yangwang U8, a domestic luxury vehicle worth $1 million. Whoever drives that car is truly wealthy. Upon hearing the price, the elderly woman's eyes sparkled with envy. With $1 million, one could buy 2 apartments in our neighborhood. I wonder which affluent relative can afford such a magnificent car. Qin Ziyuan was in a daze today, having overslept. Realizing he was about to be late for work, he hurriedly dashed out without tidying up. As soon as he descended the stairs, he spotted a tank-like SUV gracefully parking below. Instantly captivated, he recognized it as the Yangwang U8, his dream car. He quickly took several photos of the vehicle with his phone and posted on his social media. This morning, I saw a Yangwang U8. It truly lives up to its reputation as my dream car. In reality, it's even more stunning and imposing than in pictures, and it barely fits in the parking space. As soon as he posted, likes and comments flooded in. Wow, the owner of this car must be incredibly wealthy. As the internet says, not all G-Class buyers are rich, but those who drive the Yangwang U8 definitely are. Indeed, a G-Class might catch my eye for a moment, but I would love to chat with the owner of a Yangwang U8 to discover the experience of its high-end intelligent features. I heard the water wading mode is extraordinary, allowing it to traverse through water like a boat. And doesn't it have a drone on the roof? It scouts the road ahead when driving under the influence, turning around at the sight of police. Qin Ziyuan felt a sense of satisfaction as the likes and comments on his post continued to grow, as if the car belonged to him. Suddenly, he snapped back to reality. He was running late for work. He hastily stowed his phone and sprinted toward the bus stop at the neighborhood entrance. Lin Yang had just parked when he noticed Qin Ziyuan fervently photographing his car. However, by the time Lin Yang parked and stepped out, Qin Ziyuan had already dashed off. Lin Yang chuckled to himself and returned upstairs to catch up on sleep. Having driven all night, he was utterly exhausted. Gurgling, he had no idea how long he had slept, but he woke up ravenous. Checking the time on his phone, he saw it was already past 4 in the afternoon. Lin Yang climbed out of bed, intending to grab a bite to eat. At that moment, he noticed several missed calls. All were from Zhang Jun, who had previously invited him to a class reunion. Now, with so many missed calls, it was likely about the reunion. Lin Yang had little interest in such gatherings. He had clearly made excuses when invited. Yet he never expected Zhang Jun to persist with the calls. Zhang Jun was the lobby manager at Xingqing Bank, where Lin Yang had also secured a loan. In the future, it is inevitable that he would have to engage. Having received so many calls, it would be impolite to feign ignorance. He decided to respond, for it would be awkward to encounter each other without having acknowledged the communication. Upon connecting with Zhang Jun, it became evident that, as Lin Yang had anticipated, the purpose was a class reunion. Zhang Jun mentioned that not everyone would be attending. Merely 7 or 8 classmates who remained in Xingqing would gather. Lin Yang, seeing no reason to decline, acquiesced, realizing that mingling with different individuals might yield valuable insights for the following week. After obtaining the specific address, he ended the call. He rose, tidied himself up, and donned a clean, neat outfit before heading downstairs to prepare his car for the university reunion. The gathering was to be held in a private room at the Diu Haitang buffet restaurant, which Lin Yang found rather fortuitous. According to his knowledge, the buffet's hall charged $688 per person, while the private room was set at $998, requiring a minimum of 10 attendees. The group chat indicated that the class monitor, Shi Tsong, was treating. It seemed he had made a considerable investment. Lin Yang wondered if this was an attempt to cultivate connections, perhaps with Chun Xingqing, aware that they had been classmates in middle school. As Lin Yang descended the stairs, he noticed a group of children surrounding his car, engaging in animated discussions about it. Approaching the vehicle, one little boy inquired, "Uncle, is this your car?" To which Lin Yang replied affirmatively. The boy continued, "Uncle, they say my dad can't afford such a beautiful car. Will you be my dad?" Laughter erupted from Lin Yang at the innocent remark. "All right, children, step aside. The uncle needs to drive out." Once the children dispersed, he opened the car door, settled in, and slowly maneuvered out of the parking space, heading towards Diu Haitang. At the entrance of Diu Haitang, Shi Tsong, a local of Xingqing, was known to have strong connections. He secured a position at the City Planning Bureau immediately after graduation, promising a bright future. Cultivating a good relationship with such a person could be beneficial for Lin Yang's prospects. Therefore, when Shi Tsong initiated the reunion in the group chat, everyone currently in Xingqing promptly requested leave from their supervisors and arrived early at the hotel to await his arrival. "Look, that Audi A4 must be Shi Tsong's new purchase," exclaimed one. 565 Mauritanian Ugias, indeed. I recall him sharing a photo of that very license plate in the group. As Shi Tsong's vehicle approached, those waiting at the hotel entrance rose to greet him. The Audi came to a halt with a screech at the front door. Before the doorman could react, someone rushed forward to open the car door, one hand grasping the door and the other resting on the frame. "Director Shi, everyone has arrived and is waiting for you." "Haha, no need for such formality. We are all classmates," Shi Tsong replied with a beaming smile as he emerged from the car. Though he verbally insisted that there was no need for formality, his expression conveyed a sense of enjoyment. Even without the title of supervisor, he refrained from making it known. "Is this Audi A for a recent purchase, supervisor?" "Indeed," he replied. "It was a birthday gift from my mother. I initially declined, but she insisted, claiming that in this day and age, one cannot find a girlfriend without a car." The few around him who had yet to purchase a vehicle showed no signs of displeasure. Rather, they gazed enviously at the car. "Wow, this is the top model, worth over 300,000. The locals truly are different. While we struggle for survival, Supervisor has already acquired an Audi. Some are born into privilege, while others must toil. Ha! Only someone as kind-hearted as Supervisor would not forget us old classmates after achieving success." The flattery from his peers brought Supervisor great satisfaction. Sensing that the moment was right, he tossed the car keys to the attendant and strolled into the hotel with nonchalance. After taking a few steps, he suddenly realized something was amiss. He had not spotted Lin Yang in the crowd. Employed at the planning bureau, he was aware of the impending demolition of the Jinling community. Yet Lin Yang had purchased all the available properties in the area. It was inconceivable that he was unaware of the insider information. Anyone who could divulge such news certainly possessed an extraordinary background. Lin Yang had connections with such individuals, and if he could cultivate a relationship with him, it would undoubtedly facilitate his career advancement. Hence, he had orchestrated this reunion. However, the absence of the main attendee rendered the gathering somewhat lackluster. Stopping in his tracks, he inquired, "Where's Lin Yang? Why hasn't he arrived?" The surrounding attendees exchanged puzzled glances. Although Lin Yang had excelled academically, his post-graduation life had not flourished. He worked as a technician in a small private factory, lacking any notable prospects, especially when compared to his peers. Among them were entrepreneurs, employees of large corporations, and civil servants like Supervisor, all enjoying far superior status and income. Lin Yang had never attended any of their previous reunions, making his absence seem inconsequential. Why then did Supervisor suddenly inquire about him? At that moment, a deep and powerful engine roar echoed from a distance, capturing everyone's attention. A massive SUV approached the hotel with a commanding presence. Its robust lines, an imposing frame resembling a formidable beast, starkly contrasting with the surrounding vehicles. The crowd's eyes were riveted to the vehicle, speculating about the owner's identity. "What kind of car is that? It's so imposing," someone exclaimed. "It appears to be a Yangwang U8, a domestically produced luxury vehicle worth $1 million. An enthusiast chimed in. As the vehicle gradually came to a halt, everyone held their breath, their gazes fixed on the door. When the door swung open and Lin Yang emerged, the crowd fell into stunned silence, followed by an eruption of astonished gasps. Chapter 23. Is Lin Yang truly the most successful among them? How could it possibly be Lin Yang? He hails from a rural background. Where could he have acquired the wealth to purchase such an extravagant vehicle? Indeed, was he not previously employed as a technician at a small factory? The transformation is astonishing. The crowd murmured among themselves, their faces etched with disbelief. Shi Tsung's eyes widened, and the smug expression on his face vanished in an instant. He could hardly fathom that the once inconspicuous Lin Yang now appeared before them, driving a luxury car several times more expensive than his own Audi A4. A wave of disappointment washed over Shi Tsung. He had imagined himself thriving post-graduation, holding a respectable status among his peers, only to find Lin Yang's unexpected arrival obliterating his sense of superiority. Yet, a glimmer of excitement flickered in Shi Tsung's eyes. Working at the planning bureau, he understood the paramount importance of connections and background. Lin Yang's rapid acquisition of such a luxurious vehicle in just a few years undoubtedly indicated powerful affiliations. This further solidified his earlier suspicions that Lin Yang's purchase of all available properties in Jinling community stemmed from insider information regarding imminent demolition. The individual capable of possessing such insider knowledge and daring to disclose it must surely belong to a realm far beyond his own. If he could forge a good relationship with Lin Yang, perhaps his own path to promotions and salary increases would become more seamless. With this thought, a smile returned to Shi Tsung's face as he quickly approached Lin Yang. His expression radiated warmth as he reached out, grasping Lin Yang's hand firmly. "Lin Yang, it's been ages. You've certainly left us all astounded. The moment you arrived in this luxury vehicle, you commanded the room." Lin Yang was momentarily taken aback, clearly surprised by Shi Tsung's exuberance. Nevertheless, he responded courteously with a smile. "Class monitor, it has indeed been a while. This is a reunion, after all. I didn't want to appear too shabby." Shi Tsung burst into laughter, patting Lin Yang's shoulder as if they were longtime friends. "What you say is quite untrue. With your capabilities, driving such a car is surely a piece of cake." As he spoke, he gestured invitingly. "Please, do come inside. Everyone has been eagerly awaiting your arrival." Lin Yang nodded and followed Shi Tsung into the dining area. The surrounding classmates watched in astonishment at Shi Tsung's unexpected warmth towards Lin Yang. their faces a tapestry of confusion. What could have prompted such a change in Song? Wasn't he typically rather arrogant? It was perplexing, considering Lin Yang had never been particularly close to Song during their school days. Shang Yun, equally bewildered, was aware that Lin Yang had recently purchased 10 properties and possessed some wealth, yet he felt this was insufficient to elicit such deference from Song. Coming from a well-off family and employed at the planning bureau, Song had always held lofty standards. There must be some undisclosed secret about Lin Yang that warranted such regard from him. Lin Yang, I recognize the vehicle you're driving. It is the off-road player edition of the Yangwang U8, which costs nearly $1.7 million upon delivery. You wouldn't have gone to such lengths to rent it for a class reunion, would you? One classmate inquired in a teasing tone. From his perspective, Lin Yang had once been a mere impoverished youth, and it seemed implausible that he could afford a luxury car worth millions just a few years after graduation. Do not look down on others. After all these years, do we not know Lin Yang's character? He would never stoop to renting a taxi to flaunt his wealth. Another classmate chuckled. Lin Yang, I heard you were dismissed from that company recently. Could it be that you found work as a chauffeur, driving your boss's car? These skeptical remarks struck Lin Yang like sharp daggers. Yet, he stood there composed, displaying neither anger nor embarrassment, as if the remarks were of no consequence to him. His gaze was calm and resolute, exuding a sense of confidence and poise, suggesting that he was indifferent to their opinions. If he were indeed renting or driving someone else's vehicle, he would have been affected by their words long ago. But this car belonged to him. No matter what others said, it could not alter that reality. This conviction fortified him, rendering him impervious to the gossip. Responding would only signify vulnerability, and the onlookers were left pondering Lin Yang's unwavering demeanor. They silently wondered, could it be that this car truly belongs to Lin Yang? When did he attain such success? Were the insights they shared during their school days merely illusions? Song, overhearing the doubts circulating among the classmates, felt a twinge of displeasure. He perceived their short-sightedness, fixated solely on the superficial, oblivious to the immense potential that might lie beneath Lin Yang's surface. In his view, Lin Yang driving such a luxury vehicle undoubtedly indicated an unspoken background, and he was determined to befriend Lin Yang before his true circumstances were revealed, anticipating future benefits. Clearing his throat twice to garner attention, Song attempted to restore order. Let us cease our baseless conjectures. There must be a reason why Lin Yang can afford such a car. As classmates, we should rejoice in his success rather than engage in reckless speculation. I believe Lin Yang will be generous in offering assistance to anyone in need in the future. Although Song appeared to defend Lin Yang, he too was plagued by curiosity regarding how Lin Yang had achieved this, what connections he possessed, and how they might intertwine. With a beaming smile, Song enthusiastically guided Lin Yang toward the private room. As they walked, he inquired after Lin Yang's well-being, displaying a demeanor akin to that of a long-lost brother. Upon entering the room, Song swiftly took the lead, pulling out the chair at the head of the table. Just as the others anticipated he would sit down, he respectfully addressed Lin Yang. Lin Yang, you must take this seat. You are now the star among our classmates, and this position is rightfully yours. The others were left astonished, jaws nearly dropping at the scene before them. Originally, it was presumed that Song would naturally occupy the main seat, relishing in the accolades of the crowd. After all, he was employed at the planning bureau and hailed from a prestigious family, often dominating previous gatherings. However, today, he exhibited an unexpected humility towards Lin Yang, which was exceedingly peculiar. What could possibly be the reason for Song's unusual demeanor? Typically arrogant, why was he so subservient to Lin Yang? A classmate whispered quietly to another, eyes wide with disbelief. Indeed, Lin Yang had never shared a particularly close relationship with Song during their school days. The moment Song arrived, he inquired about Lin Yang and subsequently invited him to take the main seat. Could it be that today's gathering was orchestrated in honor of Lin Yang? Another classmate echoed this sentiment, their face a canvas of confusion. Everyone present was engulfed in a cloud of curiosity. They were all aware of Song's influential family and extensive connections in Xinjiang. The only plausible explanation for his sudden deference must lie in some deeper, concealed relationship with Lin Yang. Whispers of speculation circulated in their minds, pondering what connections Lin Yang had forged to command such respect from Shirt Song. As everyone settled into their seats, their thoughts wandered far from the dinner table, frequently glancing at Lin Yang and Shirt Song, hoping to glean some clues from their interactions. The atmosphere in the private room grew increasingly nuanced as all awaited a reasonable explanation from Shirt Song or a revelation from Lin Yang himself. Yet Lin Yang merely sat there, adorned with a subtle smile, his thoughts inscrutable. Meanwhile, Shirt Song busied himself pouring tea and serving dishes for Lin Yang, displaying an eager attentiveness while disregarding the mounting questions from the others. This only intensified their intrigue, transforming a casual reunion into a suspenseful enigma waiting to be unraveled. Chapter 24. The car lottery. After successfully adding Lin Yang on WeChat, Shirt Song wore a beaming smile. He understood the importance of not neglecting the other attendees, for such an oversight would be all too conspicuous. Thus, he began to frequently raise his glass, warmly inviting his classmates, embodying the spirit of a gracious host. Everyone indulged in the feast, determined to savor this meal to the fullest. Let's all raise a toast to our enduring friendship over the years. Despite the lingering doubts among his classmates, they set aside their uncertainties for the moment. They all raised their glasses, clinking them together before downing their drinks in unison. Lin Yang lifted his glass, clinked it with others, and savored the red wine. Since he was already present, he saw no harm in playing along. At that moment, the door to the private room was gently pushed open, and two waiters entered, pushing a dining cart. On the cart, a magnificent Australian lobster caught everyone's eye, its vibrant red shell shimmering enticingly under the lights, complemented by exquisite garnishes that made one's mouth water. Simultaneously, a bottle of red wine was carefully placed on the table, its label exuding a subtle opulence. Shirt Song, upon seeing these two dishes, felt a flicker of confusion. He distinctly remembered ordering from the buffet. The lobster and wine were evidently not part of that selection. A nagging thought crossed his mind. Could the waiters have made a mistake? However, observing the envious gazes of his classmates, he hesitated. Would revealing the truth now not be a source of embarrassment? Resolving this internal conflict, Shirt Song clenched his teeth and decided to feign that these delicacies were indeed his order. Haha, everyone, do try this Australian lobster. It's incredibly fresh. And this bottle of red wine, with its rich flavor, pairs perfectly with the lobster, Shirt Song said, maintaining a facade of ease, his face adorned with a broad smile. His classmates were instantly captivated, exclaiming in wonder, "Wow, this lobster is enormous. And that wine looks extraordinary. It must be quite expensive." Their eyes darted back and forth between the lobster and the wine, filled with anticipation. I've seen on the DU Haitang public account that the lobster is their signature dish, only available for individual order, costing 888 yuan. And that wine is their own brew, priced at 888 yuan a bottle. My goodness, today we are truly enlightened. Long live our class leader. One classmate remarked, excitement radiating from their expression. Indeed, class leader, you are too generous. Such an expensive lobster and wine. We are truly benefiting from your kindness today, another classmate chimed in, their tone brimming with gratitude. Calculating in his mind, one student estimated that the buffet for 10 would nearly cost 10,000 yuan, the lobster 888 yuan, and the wine 888 yuan, totaling almost 40,000 yuan, equivalent to half a year's income for many. Si Gong, spending such a considerable sum on a meal without batting an eye, highlighted the vast disparity between their circumstances. Deep down, he silently vowed to cling tightly to this benefactor. As Shirt Song listened to his classmates' praise, he felt a mix of pride and unease. He smiled and waved his hand, saying, "We're all classmates. Why say such things?" Although he spoke those words, his gaze frequently darted towards Lin Yang, attempting to glean some insight from Lin Yang's expressions. Amidst the anticipation of his peers, the waiters skillfully dismantled the lobsters and placed them on each person's plate. The students, unable to contain their excitement, eagerly picked up their utensils to indulge in the feast. The lobster is so tender and succulent, with a delightful texture. This is indeed my first time tasting such authentic Australian lobster. Thank you so much, class monitor. Without you, we wouldn't have had the chance to savor such delicacies. As they feasted, their compliments for Shirtsong grew ever more effusive. Many classmates took out their phones to capture the moment, sharing it on social media and posting short videos. The moment these posts went live, they were inundated with likes and comments. Wow, it's actually the Australian lobster and homemade red wine from Dayu Haidang. Have I struck it rich? These two items are worth half a year's salary, they exclaimed, eager to experience the taste and determine whether it justified such an extravagant price. While reveling in his classmates' accolades, Shirtsong was also intent on extracting more information from Lin Yang. He could not fathom that someone who could foresee government demolition news lacked connections or a background. He raised his glass and approached Lin Yang with a smile, saying, "Lin Yang, let's have a toast. Your presence today truly honors me." With a smile, Lin Yang rose to clink glasses with Shirtsong, taking a delicate sip of red wine and nodding in approval. This red wine is indeed exceptional, surpassing any I have tasted before. Observing Lin Yang's reaction, Shirtsong felt a surge of satisfaction, convinced that his strategy was on point. He set down his glass, patted Lin Yang on the shoulder, and remarked, "Lin Yang, it has been years since we last met, and you have changed so much. The factory's dismissal of you was a grave oversight. What have you been busy with lately?" Lin Yang chuckled modestly, replying, "Class monitor, please do not tease me. I simply had a stroke of luck. I won that car in the 3YC 30th anniversary lottery." Shirtsong smiled, but he was skeptical of Lin Yang's claim. He knew that the lottery was a highly competitive event, with 30 cars drawn from millions of participants nationwide. Moreover, the Yangwang U8 was among the finest of the prizes, making it all the more improbable to win. The more he pondered, the more convinced he became that Lin Yang was concealing something. However, it was evident that Lin Yang was reluctant to divulge further details, and Shirtsong deemed it unwise to press on. He firmly believed that as long as there was even a minuscule chance, his flattery would not be in vain. Conversely, the other classmates thought differently. They were unaware of Lin Yang's home-buying endeavors. Upon hearing Lin Yang mention that the car was a lottery win, they were even more inclined to believe him. In their perspective, aside from the sheer luck of winning, they could scarcely fathom a reason why a destitute young man could acquire a luxury vehicle worth millions in such a brief span of time. "Oh, so it was a lottery win. What car did you win it with?" one inquired. "I bought a Leopard 5, priced over 200,000, but alas, I did not win." Indeed. Which car did you use to enter the lottery?" Lin Yang chuckled softly and replied candidly, "A second-hand Seagull, which I purchased for just over 50,000. "My goodness, your luck is extraordinary. You entered the lottery with the cheapest vehicle and yet won the grand prize." Upon learning that Lin Yang's car was indeed a product of a lottery win, the crowd merely expressed admiration for his fortune before resuming their efforts to flatter Shirtsong. Shirtsong always responded with a smile, intentionally catering to Lin Yang while ensuring no one else felt neglected. After a satisfying meal, Shirtsong patted his belly and contentedly called out, "Waiter, the bill, please." His voice echoed in the private room, instantly silencing the previously lively atmosphere as all eyes turned towards him. Shortly thereafter, the waiter entered the room with a smile, holding the bill. She first bowed politely to the guests and then announced, "Dear esteemed guests, today's meal, including the service charge, totals 38,888 yuan. However, our owner has instructed that Mr. Lin is our honored guest, and his meal is complimentary." "What?" Shirtsong nearly lost his balance upon hearing this, his wine glass teetering in his hand. His eyes widened in disbelief. "Did you say what? Lin Yang's meal is free of charge?" Chapter 25. The payment software bugged. The classmates were left utterly astonished, exchanging bewildered glances, their mouths agape and faces painted with shock and embarrassment. They had initially believed that this lavish feast was a result of Shirtsong's generosity, only to discover that it was, in fact, due to Lin Yang's influence. How could this be? It turned out that the lobster and fine wine were a consequence of Lin Yang's connections. Whispers of astonishment began to circulate among the students, their eyes wide with amazement. Shirtsong's complexion fluctuated between shades of green and white. He had never anticipated such an outcome. He had thought he was basking in glory before his peers, only to find himself the subject of ridicule. Stealing a glance at Lin Yang, he saw him wearing a serene smile, as if all of this was entirely unrelated to him. A wave of regret washed over Song. He had been flattered by his classmates' praise, and had he admitted earlier that the meal was not his doing, this awkward scenario could have been avoided. Yet, not all was lost. The grand establishment, Yu Tang, was renowned as the most upscale seafood buffet in Star City, a place beyond the financial reach of ordinary individuals. Lin Yang's association with such circles affirmed Song's previous suspicions. Moreover, one must possess a certain audacity to reach Lin Yang's level of social standing. Regaining his composure, Song chuckled. Haha, today we all benefit from Lin Yang's generosity. At that moment, one classmate suddenly grasped the situation, promptly rising to approach Lin Yang with a beaming smile, exclaiming, Lin Yang, so you know the owner here? That's truly impressive. We owe you for this splendid feast. Without you, we wouldn't have savored such exquisite lobster and wine. He eagerly poured a glass of wine for Lin Yang, as if striving to curry favor with a person of great importance. Seeing this, the other classmates quickly gathered around, each eager to flatter Lin Yang with words of admiration. Lin Yang, you truly are a hidden gem. Do look out for us in the future. Indeed, Lin Yang, should you discover any lucrative opportunities, do not forget us, your old friends. The classmates' demeanor underwent a dramatic transformation. Moments ago, they had been extolling Song, but now their attention was entirely focused on Lin Yang. Observing this spectacle, Lin Yang felt a twinge of helplessness. He had not anticipated that a single action from Chun Qingqing would cause such a ripple effect. He graciously responded to their flattery, maintaining a composed smile throughout. Please extend my gratitude to your boss, Lin Yang remarked to the server as he sensed the moment was right. Then, amidst the throng of admirers, he rose to take his leave. After a brief farewell to his classmates, he made his way toward the door of the private room, with his classmates trailing closely behind him like devoted followers, continuously expressing their gratitude. Song stood to the side, watching Lin Yang's retreating figure enveloped by a crowd of admirers, feeling a sense of despondency. It should have been him in the spotlight, but Lin Yang's presence had usurped that position. Nonetheless, he bore no resentment. Lin Yang's strength ultimately served his own interests. After all, today's gathering was organized with the intent of fostering goodwill with Lin Yang. What does it matter to lose face in front of classmates? If one can associate with the individuals behind Lin Yang, their status will undoubtedly rise. And who would fear a lack of flattery in the future? Upon exiting the restaurant, the doorman had already brought Lin Yang's car. He approached the vehicle, opened the door, and settled inside. Meanwhile, his classmates outside continued to shower him with compliments, eager to leave a favorable impression. Lin Yang waved at them, started the engine, and gradually departed from the restaurant. Even as the car drove a considerable distance away, he could still see those classmates waving in the direction of his vehicle. Lin Yang smiled. From their chatter, it was evident that gatherings like this were not a novel occurrence for them, although he had never attended before. They had been aware of his presence in Star City, but had never reached out. However, today, upon discovering their connection to the proprietor of the renowned Big Fish and Sea Cabbage and the prospect of a complimentary meal, their demeanor had shifted dramatically. Not only did they engage in flattery, but they also eagerly sought to add him on WeChat. He bore no disdain for these classmates. After all, their actions were driven by self-interest. They sought to curry favor only when they perceived potential benefits. Just a few days prior, he had no opportunity to mingle at a class reunion, yet within a mere span of days, he had transformed into the object of their admiration. This remarkable change was largely attributable to the intelligence system, which provided him with insights and opportunities that dramatically altered his life. The intelligence system had now evolved from a daily to a weekly format, with each piece of information carrying far greater value. And the potential for receiving high-value intelligence was significantly increased. A single high-value piece of information could be worth tens of millions. As Lin Yang sped through the night, the scenery outside blurred by like a rapid slideshow. After more than an hour, he returned to the Jinling community, parked the car, and ascended to his apartment. After freshening up, he lay on his bed and checked the stock market on his phone. He had invested a total of 1.5 million entirely in Yushu technology. In accordance with the intelligence provided by the system, which knew no geographical limits, the stock had surged by 20 for 2 consecutive days, resulting in over 40 profit within just 2 days. His securities account had surpassed $1 million. Satisfied with the stock's performance, Lin Yang set his phone aside and drifted off to sleep. 3 days swiftly passed. On this particular morning, Lin Yang promptly opened his securities app, where the intelligence indicated that Yushu technology had hit its maximum increase for 5 consecutive days, with today being the final day. Following the market's opening, he sold all his shares. In just 5 days, with a daily increase of 20, his account balance had escalated from $1.5 million to over $3.73 million, netting him a profit of more than $2.23 million. Frankly, the earnings over these 5 days were not substantial, even falling short of the gains from the daily intelligence. However, one must consider that this was due to his initial capital being only $1.5 million. Had his capital been $15 million, his profits would have multiplied tenfold. This exemplifies the disparity between the two scenarios. More importantly, just as the system upgraded to weekly intelligence, he received a piece of high-value information. Between 2:35 p.m. and 2:40 p.m. that afternoon, a bug would occur in the Blue payment software, offering a 20% discount on all transactions. A few days prior, Lin Yang had prepared 2 mobile phones, each logged into his respective accounts. Additionally, he possessed a bank card with an almost unlimited daily transfer limit, eagerly awaiting the opportune moment to exploit a glitch for financial gain. The passage of time felt excruciatingly slow, and to prevent missing the critical moment, Lin Yang even set several alarms. By 2:30 p.m. on Friday, he was seated at his desk, having cleared his phone's memory, with the Blue application open and ready to transfer funds as soon as the time was right. As the countdown approached to 9:08, with just 1 second remaining until 2:35 p.m., Lin Yang promptly initiated a transfer of $3.73 million to his secondary account, utilizing all the funds at his disposal. Indeed, upon clicking the transfer button, a promotional message appeared at the bottom of the application. A 20% subsidy was applied, amounting to a deduction of $746,000, resulting in an actual payment of $2,984,000. With a swift tap of his finger on the screen, the transfer was successfully completed. Simultaneously, a notification confirmed that his secondary account had received the $3.73 million. Without hesitation, Lin Yang swiftly switched to the mobile device linked to his secondary account to transfer $3.73 million back to his primary account. The previous promotional message reappeared, indicating that for the transfer of $3.73 million, he would only need to spend $2,984,000, while the receiving account would still receive $3.73 million. The back-and-forth transactions between his primary and secondary accounts consumed no more than 10 seconds, resulting in an increase of $746,000 in both accounts. This sum represented the benefits reaped from the Blue payment software's official promotions. Chapter 26, Preemptive Bug Fix. Initially, Lin Yang's account held $3.73 million. After a series of transactions, one account reflected $476 million, while another displayed $746,000, resulting in a swift profit of $492 million within a mere 10 seconds. Lin Yang, acutely aware that time equates to wealth, understood that such a bug, once rectified, would vanish forever. Thus, he seized the moment. He promptly transferred the entire sum of $476 million to his secondary account. In a similar vein, the transfer displayed promotional information beneath the transaction amount, prominently highlighted in red. A 20% discount, amounting to a deduction of $895,200, leading to a net payment of $3,580,800. In the blink of an eye, the transfer was successful, and his secondary account received $476 million. When combined with the previous profit of $746,000 from that account, his total now reached $222 million. Without hesitation, he swiftly transferred the funds back to his primary account. The transaction of $222 million resulted in an actual payment of $1,776 million, yielding a pure profit of $1,0444 million. Thus, in this second round of transactions, he amassed over 2 million. Astonishingly, this all transpired in less than 20 seconds. The intelligence indicated that the blue payment software's bug would persist for 5 minutes. Lin Yang continued to engage in transactions, unwilling to squander even a second. With each successive transfer, the promotional amount increased, escalating from the initial 746,000 to 1,044,000. Lin Yang executed transfers between his accounts without pause. However, after 2 minutes, he was abruptly met with a notification of transaction failure, an anomaly in the transaction process. Confounded, Lin Yang recalled that the intelligence had asserted the bug would last for 5 minutes. How could an issue arise after merely 2 minutes had elapsed? He attempted again, only to receive the same failure message repeatedly. It wasn't until 2:40 that the promotional information ceased to appear, prompting Lin Yang to abandon further attempts. The absence of promotional information signified that the bug had indeed been rectified. He opened a Star City Bank mobile app to check his account balance. As he beheld the 8-digit figure beginning with a 9, he was momentarily paralyzed. Prior to the bug, he had merely possessed 73 million, with each transaction netting only a 20 gain, amounting to mere hundreds of thousands. How, in just over 2 minutes, could his bank account swell to nearly 100 million? However, clarity soon dawned upon him regarding the underlying mechanics. Each transfer augmented his account's balance by 20, effectively multiplying it by 1. 2. After 60 transfers, the calculation yielded a staggering figure. 73 million multiplied by 1. 2 raised to the power of 60. The result was terrifying, exceeding billions. The notification of transaction failure likely stemmed from the excessive amounts in his later transfers, attracting official scrutiny. Had this bug been discovered without prior knowledge, profits would have been minimal, given the 5-minute window of opportunity. Yet, armed with prior intelligence about the bug's existence, Lin Yang had meticulously prepared to exploit it for financial gain, resulting in his transactions reaching an extraordinary magnitude, making it nearly impossible to evade official notice. A wave of unwarranted anxiety surged within Lin Yang. Originally, others unintentionally gained 20, and after the official discovered the bug, they announced that they would not seek reimbursement, leaving individuals to bear their own losses. Yet, it was evident to the discerning that some had deliberately exploited the bug for financial gain, amassing a staggering sum, nearly 100 million. Surely, the authorities would not pursue the recovery of such an immense amount. If they did, it would render all efforts futile. Just then, the notification sound from his phone echoed. It was a WeChat message from his roommate, Qin Ziyuan. Lin Yang opened the message to find a news link. ZPay P000 level incident. 1435 to 1440 all orders reduced by 20. Beneath the link, there was a note from Qin Ziyuan. Lin Yang, have you heard? ZPay has encountered a bug. All orders are subsidized by 20. Did you manage to take advantage of it? Had I known there would be a bug, I would have continuously transferred funds to myself during that time. Gazing at the WeChat message, Lin Yang chuckled. He imagined that, like Qin Ziyuan, many others were regretting their failure to identify the bug sooner. He opened his moments to discover a flurry of new posts appearing within mere minutes. ZPay bug reduces 20. Too bad, I only bought a phone screen protector. Saving just 2 yuan. I checked the payment made at 234.59. Why didn't I wait a second longer to input my password? Shocked. I heard someone exploited the ZPay bug to transfer over 20,000 yuan to themselves. What luck you all have. Why do I only receive news after event occur? As Lin Yang perused these posts, he noted that the vast majority lamented their missed opportunity to capitalize on the bug. Meanwhile, those fortunate enough to have benefited felt exceptionally lucky. Lin Yang smiled. While a few hundred or thousand yuan might be considered small gain, he found it difficult to articulate the nearly 100 million he had accrued. The 2 million in his account had transformed into almost 100 million in the blink of an eye. Yet, he was uncertain whether such a colossal sum would ultimately be reclaimed by the authorities. Although reports suggested that the officials would not pursue recovery, this was still an enormous amount, not merely a few hundred or thousand yuan. He pondered what others would think upon learning that he had profited nearly 100 million through the exploitation of the bug. Closing WeChat. Lin Yang opened his browser to sift through the latest news. Despite nearly 100 million residing in his account, he felt an unsettling uncertainty. Thus, he continuously searched for news related to the ZPay bug. News of the 20 discount on all orders had already spread widely. Yet the authorities had yet to issue any formal statement. By around 3 in the afternoon, he finally stumbled upon the official declaration regarding the marketing discount already issued. The statement read, "Since it is our error, the costs and responsibilities must be borne by us. We will not seek repayment from anyone regarding the marketing discounts already distributed. Please rest assured." Upon reading this message, Lin Yang finally breathed a sigh of relief. In other words, from this moment forth, the funds in the card genuinely belonged to him. Nearly 100 million, a sum that most individuals labor throughout their lives, or even across generations, could scarcely hope to amass. Yet he has accrued this wealth in a mere 2 minutes. More crucially, with this capital, he possesses the means to generate further profits. When he receives the new intelligence pushed by the system next week, he can exploit that information to earn even more. Simultaneously, a video interview regarding a bug in ZPay has gone viral online. In the video, a journalist interviews an official spokesperson from ZPay. What is the estimated loss from this incident? In the realm of 10 billion, with an individual user extracting nearly 100 million through repetitive transfers to exploit promotional funds. The rapid extraction of such a vast sum clearly indicates intent. Why haven't you pursued recovery? It was precisely the significant fluctuations in this user's capital that drew the official's attention, preventing even greater losses. In light of this, we decided against recovering the promotional funds. This video garnered over 1 million likes within mere minutes, with comments reaching 300,000 to 400,000. Lin Yang smiled knowingly. His suspicions were confirmed. The substantial movement of funds had indeed alerted the authorities, enabling them to detect the bug early. He clicked on the comments below the video to peruse them. "I usually use ZPay, but not today, sob sob. I filled up with 500 yuan of gas. I wondered why I got 100 off, but it didn't register. Otherwise, I would have taken full advantage. Didn't you notice the individual who extracted nearly 100 million? Who could possibly manage to siphon off such an amount? Do they have insider information and prepare in advance? A 20% extraction yielding 100 million. That is a considerable principle. Even if I were tipped off, I couldn't extract 100 million. Chapter 27. A billion secured the news of a glitch in ZPay that resulted in a 20 discount on all orders rapidly proliferated across the internet. Those fortunate enough to utilize the service during this error felt a sense of relief, while others who missed the opportunity lamented their misfortune. Among all the news reports, an interview video with the officials gained the most traction as it revealed that a user had managed to exploit the glitch for nearly 1 billion, and remarkably, would not face repercussions. The notion of amassing such a fortune in mere minutes seemed almost too good to be true. As the news circulated, divergent opinions began to emerge online. Many speculated that the entire story was fabricated, arguing that the officials would never disclose the identity of someone so audacious as to seize 1 billion. It seemed implausible that the authorities would overlook such a massive sum. Surely, they would recover any amount of hundreds or thousands, but 1 billion? Unless the identity of the individual was revealed, skepticism would prevail. Ironically, ZPay's intention behind releasing the interview was to convey a sense of accountability, to portray themselves as an organization willing to shoulder their own mistakes and to cultivate a positive image. In recent years, they had found themselves at a disadvantage against green software competitors, and with Tengu Shopping facing a multitude of rival companies, their once dominant position had diminished. Thus, they reluctantly opted to forego the recovery of nearly 1 billion in losses, specifically highlighting the individual who allegedly exploited the glitch to maximize the impact of the story. However, this strategy backfired. The online community found it hard to believe that anyone could have accrued close to 1 billion from the glitch. Some users began to conduct analyses, ultimately concluding that without prior preparation, it was virtually impossible to amass such a fortune in just over 2 minutes. ZPay thus found itself in a precarious predicament. Disclosing the user's identity was out of the question, as it would imply a blatant disregard for user privacy. Conversely, Failing to reveal, it would lead to accusations of disseminating false news, deliberately fabricating stories to enhance their image. In essence, any course of action seemed destined for failure, leaving them to helplessly watch the narrative unfold online. Lin Yang observed the unfolding events and the ensuing debate among netizens with a bemused smile. Had he been the one to seize $1 billion, he would likely have been embroiled in the discussions as well. Closing the news app, he opened his online banking to scrutinize his balance, which stood at 98,542,428. The thought of allowing such a sum to languish in his account felt like a waste. It was imperative to put it to good use. Investing in the stock market appeared to be a prudent choice. Despite the adage that 9 out of 10 investors incur losses, and the remaining one merely breaks even, Lin Yang's circumstances were different. He had access to a weekly intelligence system that would promptly alert him to stocks experiencing consecutive surges and significant increases in market value. With this information at his disposal, losses were simply not an option. For instance, this week, he had purchased shares of Raintree Technology based on his intelligence, which had experienced 5 consecutive days of price increases, yielding an impressive 148% return. The sole inconvenience lies in the fact that a significant influx of capital can lead to pronounced fluctuations in stock prices within a short span of time, thereby hindering the maximization of intelligence information utilization. Nonetheless, this predicament is not without its solutions. It can be addressed by engaging in incremental buying and selling. However, this approach may introduce considerable complications. The optimal resolution would be to seek the assistance of a stock advisor, allowing one to issue directives while the advisor manages the intricacies of the transactions. With this thought in mind, Lin Yang sent a message to Zhang Jun, inquiring if he knew of a reliable stock advisor. Given Zhang Jun's position in the banking sector, he was likely acquainted with professionals in this field. Although Lin Yang had initially hesitated to attend the class reunion, he ultimately acquiesced out of respect for Zhang Jun. Yet, it was not merely deference. Lin Yang recognized the importance of connections. While his classmates might not possess wealth comparable to his own, there would inevitably arise moments when their assistance could prove invaluable. For instance, when seeking a stock advisor, Lin Yang found himself at a loss, having had no prior exposure to the industry. He was unaware of which advisors were reputable or capable, rendering the search akin to a game of chance. A stroke of bad luck could lead him to an incompetent advisor, resulting in substantial losses. Having attended the reunion previously and having made a favorable impression, Lin Yang was confident that Zhang Jun would take his request seriously. Within a minute of sending his message, a response from Zhang Jun arrived. "I know a remarkable senior who has been working at Xingqing Securities since graduation. Within just 2 years, she has ascended to the position of general manager. None of her clients have incurred losses, and I recently spoke with her. Rumor has it she is on the verge of another promotion." Indeed, as anticipated, Zhang Jun had connections within the industry. To maintain a successful stock advisory practice requires not only competence, but also a network of influential contacts. Otherwise, clients would not seek one's counsel. To thrive and achieve rapid promotions signifies exceptional talent, alongside extensive relationships. Enlisting such an individual to manage investments would undoubtedly be most advantageous. "Could you assist me in reaching out to her? I wish for her to handle my investment transactions." That is feasible, but Zhang Jun hesitated, implying further nuances. Lin Yang promptly replied, "Feel free to speak candidly. There is no need for reservations between classmates. Well, her skills are exceptional and her insights sharp, which is why she is inundated with clients seeking her expertise. Consequently, she only accepts substantial accounts. She won't consider anything less than 10 million. Lin Yang chuckled, initially expecting a more daunting barrier, but it appeared there was a threshold of at least 10 million. He replied with an affirmative gesture, "No problem. Please arrange for us to meet and discuss this further." While what? Zhang Jun could hardly believe his eyes, understanding the implications of Lin Yang's message. This indicated that Lin Yang had over 10 million in cash at his disposal. Otherwise, he would not have requested a meeting after learning of the advisor's conditions. Since graduating from university just over 2 years ago, he has remarkably amassed a fortune exceeding 10 million. Furthermore, he possesses 10 properties, which collectively hold a value of at least several million. It appears that even the most successful individual in their class, Shirtsong, likely pales in comparison to Lin Yang's achievements. Zhang Jun finally comprehended why Shizong had initiated the class reunion and insisted on including Lin Yang. Although Lin Yang maintains a low profile, he is undoubtedly the most accomplished among all their peers. Zhang Jun nodded to himself, reflecting that he was fortunate Lin Yang had approached their bank for a loan, granting him the opportunity to connect with such an individual. Now that Lin Yang has sought his assistance, it signifies a burgeoning friendship. He must ensure the task is executed flawlessly. Should Lin Yang feel pleased with the outcome, he might consider depositing several million in their bank, which could very well lead to Zhang Jun's promotion and salary increase. With this thought in mind, he promptly located the number of a senior classmate in his contacts and dialed. Chapter 28. The campus bell and the scholar at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. As the workday drew to a close, the large conference room at Xingqing Securities was filled to capacity. A prominent screen on one wall displayed the performance curve for March. A man in his 50s, impeccably dressed in a suit with meticulously styled hair, addressed the audience. Despite the challenging economic climate, our performance has not only remained on par with previous years, but has also seen a remarkable 30% increase compared to last month. I extend my sincere gratitude to everyone present for their hard work. After a brief pause, his gaze fell upon Hu Qian. Manager Hu, he called. Upon hearing her name, Hu Qian instantly straightened in her seat. The middle-aged man nodded and continued, Congratulations, Manager Hu, for achieving the highest performance this month with a substantial improvement. Your bonus of 500,000 will be credited to your account before the end of the day. A wave of applause erupted in the conference room. Colleagues cast envious glances toward Hu Qian. Ever since she joined the company, she had consistently topped the performance charts, leaving others to vie for second place. How could fate be so unjust? Hu Qian was already exceptionally beautiful. Why must she also possess such remarkable talent? Hu Qian smiled faintly at the murmurs of her colleagues. She joined in the applause, standing to express her gratitude to those who congratulated her. Thank you, thank you. As the meeting dispersed, it was nearly time to clock out. While Hu Qian was tidying her belongings, her phone rang. Glancing at the screen, she saw it was Zhang Jun calling and answered the call. Junior, are you calling to invite me to dinner? Senior, you jest. A university classmate of mine asked me to recommend a stock advisor, and you immediately came to mind. Hu Qian frowned at his words. Having grown up next door to Zhang Jun, she was quite familiar with him. From what she knew, the most successful of his university classmates worked at the planning bureau. Besides him, she had not heard of anyone else faring particularly well. Moreover, they had only graduated just over 2 years ago, so their financial resources likely wouldn't be substantial. Having a few $100,000 would be quite impressive. Such clients hardly met her threshold. Most importantly, dealing with such clients would yield minimal profit, and if they incurred losses, it would tarnish her reputation. Zhang Jun, as you are aware, the minimum requirement for me to take on a client is 10 million. However, considering our friendship, if your classmate can present 5 million, I shall assist, but I have one stipulation. Everything must be done according to my directives. Zhang Jun, accustomed to interacting with a multitude of individuals at the bank, quickly grasped the implication in Hu Qian's words. He hurriedly clarified, Senior, you misunderstand. If he cannot meet your threshold, I wouldn't recommend him. Rest assured, I have confirmed that he possesses 10 million. Hu Qian was taken aback. To have amassed 10 million for stock trading just 2 or 3 years post-graduation, what manner of individual could this be? A surge of curiosity welled within her. Was he a wealthy heir or a business prodigy? Senior? Since that is the case, let's meet tomorrow at 10 a.m. at my office for a detailed discussion. Certainly, Senior's sister. I shall accompany him to meet you tomorrow. Upon Hu Qian's agreement to the meeting, Zhang Jun felt an immediate sense of relief. Meanwhile, Hu Qian was tidying her belongings in preparation for leaving work. Her curiosity piqued about the nature of Zhang Jun's classmate. It was not merely the sum of 10 million that intrigued her, but rather the remarkable achievement of such a young individual capable of amassing that amount. Though she had no shortage of clients who could provide 10 million, they were all seasoned middle-aged individuals. She had yet to encounter a client in their 20s who could invest such a sum in the stock market. The following day, at 9:30 a.m., outside the Xingqing Binjiang Financial Tower, Zhang Jun escorted Lin Yang to this location. Shortly after Lin Yang had sent a message to Zhang Jun the previous day, he received a prompt reply indicating that they were to meet directly at the company today. To Lin Yang's surprise, Zhang Jun appeared at his doorstep early in the morning, insisting on personally accompanying him. Faced with Zhang Jun's insistence, Lin Yang had no choice but to acquiesce. Throughout their journey, Zhang Jun exhibited utmost courtesy and a proactive demeanor, leading one to mistakenly assume that Lin Yang was the employer and Zhang Jun his assistant. Before them stood a towering edifice of 66 stories, situated in the financial heart of Xingqing, where banks, insurance, and securities firms from across the province congregated. This area was a veritable treasure trove, with daily rental prices soaring beyond 50 yuan per square meter. Thus, only substantial companies could afford to lease office space here, as smaller enterprises could scarcely endure the exorbitant costs. Xingqing Securities was located on the 49th floor of this skyscraper. Ding! The elevator announced their arrival at the 49th floor as the doors slid open. Zhang Jun held the elevator door open with one hand while bowing slightly to gesture for Lin Yang to exit. Here we are, Xingqing Securities. Very well, Lin Yang replied, stepping out of the elevator to behold a grand sign emblazoned with the name Xingqing Securities in bold letters. Good day, gentlemen. May I inquire if you have an appointment? A receptionist at the front desk inquired as they approached. Yes, we are here to see Manager Hu Qian. Ah, you must be Mr. Lin and Mr. Zhang. Manager who is already here, please allow me to escort you. Upon hearing that they were seeking Manager Hu, the receptionist promptly exited the front desk and led the way. Lin Yang and Zhang Jun followed her through several offices and along a corridor until they arrived before a room marked Manager's office. Mr. Lin, Mr. Zhang, this is Manager Hu's office. Please step inside. With that, the receptionist opened the door. Upon entering, Lin Yang saw a young woman in her 20s, clad in a professional suit, seated at her desk, typing away at her computer screen. Manager Hu, Mr. Lin, and Mr. Zhang have arrived. Upon hearing the receptionist's announcement, the woman paused her work, rose, and approached Lin Yang, extending her right hand. Hello, Mr. Lin. I am Hu Qian. After releasing his hand, Hu Qian unabashedly scrutinized Lin Yang from head to toe. Yesterday, I was curious about what kind of person Lin Yang was, and today, I finally met him. He is youthful and dashing, exuding an alluring confidence. Hello. While Hu Qian observed Lin Yang, he too was taking note of her. She was elegantly dressed, radiating the aura of a formidable woman. Well, we're all acquaintances, so why the formalities? Let's sit down and converse. Zhang Jun walked over to the lounge area, tidied the cushions on the sofa, and invited Lin Yang and Hu Qian to take a seat. Senior, you're doing quite well for yourself. Having such a spacious office all to yourself. It's merely good fortune. I am grateful for everyone's trust in me to manage idle funds. Oh, don't be so modest, Senior. Back in school, you were a prominent figure, consistently topping the simulated stock trading competitions. Upon hearing about the top rankings in the stock trading competition, Lin Yang suddenly recalled who Hu Qian was. Zhang Jun was correct. She was indeed a remarkable individual during her time at school. People often remarked that although she could rely on her looks, she chose instead to depend on her abilities. With striking beauty and an enviable figure, she was always crowned the campus belle in the annual forum's beauty contest. Yet, her capabilities surpassed her appearance. She served as the president of the student council, led several clubs, and was a regular contender in various competitions. When she participated, others could merely vie for second place. Despite all this, she maintained the top academic performance in her department. She was, without a doubt, the campus beauty and academic prodigy in everyone's eyes. It was no wonder that upon first sight, she felt oddly familiar, as if he had encountered her somewhere before. Chapter 29. Is there a problem with 100 million? Upon entering the office, Lin Yang was greeted with unwavering attention from Hu Qian. Once they were seated on the sofa, Hu Qian remarked, Junior, your classmate is remarkably successful. Zhang Jun nodded in agreement, saying, Indeed, Lin Yang has achieved quite a lot at such a young age, possessing numerous properties and a considerable amount of cash, far surpassing us. However, I am curious, how did you discern this, Senior? Hu Qian smiled gently. It's quite evident. As someone who frequently interacts with others, I can distinguish between a successful person and an ordinary individual at a glance. The difference in their gaze and demeanor is striking. Just recall your reaction when you encounter a senior leader at work. Zhang Jun reflected on his own demeanor in the presence of high-ranking officials. His eyes averted, his voice subdued, and his gestures timid, as if an invisible force were bearing down upon him. Not only did he feel this way around high-ranking officials, but even with successful individuals like Hu Qian, he found it difficult to relax, despite their familiarity. This was a natural response to the disparity in their standings. In contrast, Lin Yang approached the situation with poise, engaging in conversation as an equal. This demeanor stemmed not only from his character, but also from the confidence that his achievements afforded him. Lin Yang nodded in admiration. It was no wonder Hu Qian was successful. Her keen insight into people was an invaluable asset. Hu Qian continued, "Now, let us get to the crux of the matter. Mr. Lin, I am willing to manage your investments, but I must caution you that trading in the stock market carries significant risks. Your 10 million could potentially double to 20 million in a month, or plummet to 100,000 or even less. In some cases, one might end up with nothing at all. High risks often accompany high rewards," Lin Yang replied with a smile. "It is precisely due to the stock market's inherent risks that I sought your expertise." Hu Qian nodded, smiling back. "Since you are already aware of the risks involved, we can proceed with the discussion. Please wait a moment while I retrieve the contract for your review." She rose and returned with a delegation contract, handing it to Lin Yang. "Take a look at this. If there are no issues, we can proceed with the signing." Lin Yang examined the contract, which outlined the protection of both parties' rights and specified the operational methods along with the profit-sharing ratio. There were two approaches. The first involved transferring funds to a designated account, with Hu Qian managing all transactions, resulting in an 80-20 profit split. In the event of a loss, a fixed fee of 50,000 would be charged. Lin Yang pondered the lucrative nature of stock advisory services. Regardless of profit or loss, the advisor always benefits. The second option was a semi-managed approach, where the investor specified what to buy and at what price, with a 3% fee on profits, while losses would also incur a 50,000 fee. Evidently, the second option aligned more closely with Lin Yang's preferences, though he felt that the 3% fee was somewhat excessive. A 3% fee may seem reasonable to others, but for him, it is excessively high. Regardless of how much research others conduct or the probabilities of profit they calculate, there is always a risk of loss. However, Lin Yang is distinct. He possesses an intelligent system that provides information with absolute accuracy. By adhering to the guidance of this information for buying and selling, he is guaranteed to profit without any risk of loss. The reason he sought Hu Qian's assistance is due to the substantial amount of capital involved, as executing the trades himself would inevitably cause fluctuations in stock prices, resulting in a portion of his profits being diminished. Furthermore, should he undertake the trading himself, all his focus would be consumed, leaving him no time for other pursuits. Thus, enlisting someone else to manage the operations is the most prudent choice. Lin Yang understands that in order to ensure the horse runs, one must feed it grass. He is willing to concede a portion of the profits. Yet 3 is indeed excessive. Manager Hu, I have no objections to other aspects, but could we possibly revise the fee structure? Hu Qian furrowed her brow. Traditionally, other clients were charged a 30 to 70 split or 4 profits. It was only due to Zhang Jun's influence that she offered Lin Yang a contract with a lower fee, typically reserved for VIP clients investing over 50 million. In her view, it was improbable for someone as young as Lin Yang to invest such a significant amount in the stock market. What does Mr. Lin mean by this? I personally lean towards the second proposal. I will take responsibility for determining the stocks to buy and sell, but I would like the fee adjusted to 1.5. Of course, I will ensure you do not incur losses. All fees will be charged at 1.5, irrespective of profit or loss. Upon hearing that the fee was to be halved, Hu Qian contemplated outright rejecting Lin Yang as a client. Fortunately, Lin Yang spoke without hesitation, allowing her to quickly calculate the pros and cons of his proposal. Although the reduced fee would yield less profit, the percentage of losses would also be subject to the same fee. Thus, when balanced, her earnings from the fees would not diminish. In fact, she might even earn more. Therefore, this arrangement was not entirely unacceptable. Very well. We shall proceed with your proposal and draft the contract. Please hold on while I prepare the documents. Of course. Hu Qian stood to prepare the contract. At that moment, Zhang Jun spoke softly. Lin Yang, why are you altering the fee structure? There are no guaranteed profits in the stock market. Wouldn't this change put you at a disadvantage? Lin Yang smiled slightly. Sometimes, loss is a blessing. While he uttered these words, he was acutely aware that while others may not be assured of profits in the stock market, he undoubtedly would be. Based on a projected profit of 10 million, he could save 150,000 in fees in one transaction. With frequent trading, this figure would only increase. Before long, Hu Qian returned with the revised contract printed out. Lin Yang meticulously reviewed the terms, and upon finding everything in order, he prepared to sign. How should I fill in the capital amount? Lin Yang inquired, pointing at a section of the contract. Here, you simply state the amount you wish to invest for me to manage. Just write down the exact figure. But what if I wish to invest more in the future? Wouldn't we need to renegotiate the contract? Hu Qian nodded, acknowledging the truth in his words. Indeed, the greater the capital, the lower the commission rate, necessitating a new contract. Very well. Lin Yang smiled and entered a figure in the capital column, 1 followed by 8 zeros. Hu Qian's eyes immediately caught sight of the numerous zeros. She silently counted in her mind, 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 8. Goodness, is this 100 million? Her first reaction was disbelief. She recounted twice. And indeed, it was 100 million. Previously, she had only heard Zhang Jun briefly mention Lin Yang, indicating that he had no background and was not a second-generation wealthy individual. Under such circumstances, for someone who had only graduated a few years ago to produce 10 million was already remarkable. The prospect of presenting 100 million seemed utterly fantastical. Yet, having confirmed the number, could it be that there had been an inadvertent error in his entry? Mr. Lin, are you intending to invest 100 million in the stock market, not just 10 million? Yes. Is there a problem with that? Chapter 30. He is my boyfriend. Is it truly 100 million? Mr. Lin, how could you possibly possess such wealth? The moment Hu Qian uttered these words, she immediately recognized her transgression. It was improper to pry into a guest's personal affairs. Nevertheless, the notion that Lin Yang could amass 100 million for stock trading was utterly astonishing. In her eyes, even 1 million seemed an impressive sum for someone of his age, as few, apart from the affluent scions, could afford to invest such an amount. Yet, here was Lin Yang, claiming he intended to invest 100 million, not only for someone of his youth, but even for seasoned professionals in their middle age. It was rare to find such financial capability. Hu Qian's surprise led her to inadvertently speak out of turn. I apologize, Mr. Lin. I should not have inquired about the source of your funds. Please disregard my question. Initially exuding confidence akin to a strong woman, she now appeared slightly vulnerable, seeking forgiveness. That's quite all right, as long as you assist me in managing the investments to maximize profits. Lin Yang deftly redirected the conversation. However, the funds will only be available in a week. Is that acceptable? Upon hearing Lin Yang's nonchalance, Hu Qian regained her assertive demeanor, replying, That poses a problem. What sort of problem? I just mentioned that the more capital invested, the lower the fee ratio, and we will need to draft a new contract. Hu Qian stood up to revise the contract and presented it to Lin Yang. Investing 100 million classifies him as our company's most esteemed SVIP client, with fees calculated at the lowest standard. Moreover, the services provided are unparalleled, including 24/7 priority access. Lin Yang listened intently as Hu Qian elaborated. In essence, SVP clients enjoy preferential treatment in all matters with their firm. While he did not memorize every detail, he did recall the significantly reduced fees. Upon reviewing the contract, he noted that aside from the alterations related to fees, all other terms remained unchanged. The fee ratio was amended to a flat one, regardless of profit or loss, which was a reduction of 0.5 from before. This meant, with an investment of 10 million, he could save 50,000 with each transaction. The cumulative savings from frequent trades could amount to a substantial sum. Satisfied with the contract, he affixed his signature. At this juncture, Zhang Jun remained in a state of shock, still reeling from the revelations. He rifled through his memories of Lin Yang. recalling vividly the impression Lin Yang had made during their 4 years at university. Lin Yang had excelled academically, yet came from humble beginnings, working part-time while others indulged in leisure. Was it possible that Lin Yang was a concealed heir of wealth? If that were the case, he had hidden it remarkably well, Zhang Jun murmured to himself. However, based on Lin Yang's past demeanor, he hardly resembled a privileged offspring. It was uncommon for such individuals to toil in small factories post-graduation. Yet aside from the notion of being a hidden rich heir, there seemed to be no other explanation for how he could amass such a fortune to invest in the stock market. After all, how could someone just 2 or 3 years out of university possess such considerable wealth? If Lin Yang were indeed a scion of wealth, why would he choose to conceal such a fact? Is it possible that, akin to the narrative portrayed in the short drama, his parents fear he might become a debauchee, thus opting to hide his true identity until he reaches a certain age when they would unveil the truth? Zhang Jun, upon delving deeper into his acquaintance with Lin Yang, finds himself increasingly perplexed by him. In their university days, Zhang Jun perceived Lin Yang as a man of modest means. However, he was later astounded when Lin Yang secured a loan from the bank, revealing ownership of 5 properties. Merely days later, Lin Yang unveiled an investment of 100 million in stocks. Concurrently, Zhang Jun felt a sense of relief that during their initial meeting at the bank, he merely exhibited an air of superiority and refrained from any condescending behavior. Now, he has even assisted Lin Yang in finding a reliable stock advisor. With this favor granted, it is certain that further flattery would yield benefits in the future. Junior, what are you murmuring about? Lin Yang, having finalized a contract with Hu Qian, prepared to take his leave, while Zhang Jun remained momentarily bewildered. It was only when Hu Qian called out to him that he regained his composure. Nothing. Are you ready to head back? No, I intend to invite Mr. Lin to dine at Shihu Building, and you are welcome to join. I shall decline. I just received word that the bank has an urgent task that requires my attention. Shihu Building is an upscale restaurant in Star City, characterized by its ancient architectural style and grand scale, reminiscent of the Forbidden City. Such an opulent environment naturally commands high prices, with an average expenditure of 4,000 to 5,000 per person for food and drink. Zhang Jun mused that one should not accept favors without merit. Thus, he politely declined the invitation. Junior, your bank is closed today. Must you still be so formal with me? Hu Qian replied with a slight smile. It is only fitting to treat you to a meal after you introduced me to such a valuable client like Lin Yang. Shang Yun Xiaokut, realizing that refusing further would be ungrateful. Very well, thank you, senior. The trio of Lin Yang, Hu Qian, and Zhang Jun descended to the basement parking garage in the elevator. As the doors opened, a massive, rugged SUV came into view. Wow, is that not the recently launched Yangwang U8, specifically the off-road enthusiast version? It retails for over 1,600,000. Hu Qian exclaimed upon seeing the vehicle. While the price of the Yangwang U8 may seem exorbitant to the average individual, it is relatively modest compared to other luxury cars. It remains unclear what reason prompted Hu Qian's astonishment, prompting Lin Yang to inquire with a smile. Manager Hu, you seem quite knowledgeable about cars. Surely you encounter luxury vehicles frequently in your line of work. Hu Qian nodded. Indeed, I have seen many luxury cars. Yet it is precisely for this reason that the sight of the Yangwang U8 leaves me so astonished. Her statement piqued Lin Yang's curiosity further, leading him to ask, oh, how so? Those who can afford to spend over $1 million on a domestic car, priced above $1 million, are the true affluent individuals. They are indifferent to the social attributes conferred by brands. They purchase solely out of personal preference. To disregard the social implications associated with luxury vehicles requires immense confidence. Thus, those who drive such cars are genuinely wealthy. Zhang Jun, overhearing Hu Qian's explanation, nodded in agreement. Exactly. Our Lin Yang is indeed a true man of wealth. What? Are you suggesting this vehicle belongs to Mr. Lin? As Hu Qian reflected on her earlier remarks about the car in front of the owner, she felt a twinge of embarrassment, akin to showing off in front of an expert. Lin Yang approached the car door, placed his phone against the rearview mirror, and with a gentle tap, the door unlocked automatically. He opened the door and took his seat, then leaned out to call, Manager Hu, are you driving yourself? Or I'll ride in your car. I've yet to experience the grandeur of the Yangwang you ate. Upon hearing the invitation, Hu Qian hurried a few steps to the passenger side, opened the door, and settled inside. Zhang Jun followed closely behind her and got into the vehicle as well. Once everyone was aboard, Lin Yang set the navigation to Shihu Tower. At the entrance of Shihu Tower, a man in a tailored suit knelt on one knee, holding a bouquet of red roses, as he proposed to a long-haired beauty before him. Chen Qingqing, will you marry me? Wang Bin, I've already told you that I don't like you, and besides, I have a boyfriend. Wang Bin smirked confidently, appearing assured of his victory over Chen Qingqing. You say you have a boyfriend. Who is he? Bring him here. If you can summon him, I will believe you have one. Chen Qingqing's brow furrowed deeper at his words. Wang Bin was her university classmate, and since their last reunion, he had persistently pursued her. If she could not dissuade him, who knew how long he would continue to pester her? However, she did not have a boyfriend at present. Most of her male acquaintances were already known to Wang Bin, and it was too late to hire an actor. Just as she was at her wit's end, she suddenly spotted a familiar figure approaching. He is my boyfriend. Chapter 31. An intimate encounter surrounded by Hu Qian and Zhang Jun. Lin Yang stepped into the renowned West Lake Tower, a dining establishment famed throughout Star City, resembling a majestic palace that radiated opulence. The ancient architectural style was uniquely captivating, with flying eaves and intricate brackets, and every detail echoed the weight of history and the richness of culture, transporting one instantly to an era of grandeur. Upon entering the grand hall, resplendent palace lanterns hung high, casting a soft yet brilliant light that illuminated every corner. The floor, paved with polished marble, reflected the silhouettes of patrons glimmering with a cool sheen. Surrounding the hall were exquisite pieces of classical Chinese furniture, the delicate wood grain exuding a faint aroma that harmonized beautifully with the ambience. The walls were adorned with masterpieces of calligraphy and painting, depicting landscapes and delicate flora and fauna, enriching the space with a profound artistic atmosphere. Inside the restaurant, the crowd bustled with vitality. Uniformed waitstaff moved gracefully among the patrons, their faces adorned with smiles as they provided attentive service. Amidst this lively environment, Lin Yang keenly spotted a familiar figure, his gaze drawn irresistibly towards her. There stood Chen Qingqing, surrounded by a throng of admirers, with a man kneeling before her, presenting a bouquet of red roses. Today, Chen Qingqing's attire was markedly different from her usual professional ensemble. Instead of her typical business suit, she donned a casual outfit, a cropped floral t-shirt paired with distressed light blue jeans, exuding a playful vibrancy. Suddenly, she pointed in Lin Yang's direction and swiftly navigated through the crowd towards him. Without hesitation, she wrapped her arms around his, resting her head affectionately on his shoulder, before boldly proclaiming, "He is my boyfriend." This unexpected display left Lin Yang wide-eyed, his expression a mix of astonishment and bewilderment. Instinctively, his body tensed, completely unprepared to be thrust into such an absurd drama. What was happening? Chen Qingqing gestured subtly to Lin Yang, signaling, "It's nothing. Just play along and help me shoo away a pesky fly." At that moment, Lin Yang noticed the man with the roses hastening towards them, and with Chen Qingqing's reaction, he began to piece together the unfolding situation. Upon hearing her declaration, Wang Bin's smile froze, a flicker of confusion and resentment crossing his features. He scrutinized Lin Yang, a wave of jealousy rising within him. Lin Yang, tall and handsome, exuded a distinct charm that Wang Bin could not overlook. He had to concede that, in terms of appearance, Lin Yang was indeed remarkably more appealing. However, Wang Bin had known Chen Qingqing for a long time and held some understanding of her personality and romantic history. To his recollection, she had never mentioned a boyfriend, and he observed that the interaction between Lin Yang and Chen Qingqing lacked the natural intimacy typical of a couple. This filled him with doubt. He furrowed his brow, his tone laced with skepticism and discontent as he exclaimed, "You can simply pick any man and claim he is your boyfriend. How can you substantiate that?" Wang Bin's skepticism thickened the air with tension, drawing curious glances from those around them, who whispered and exchanged hushed remarks. Chen Qingqing's cheeks flushed slightly. and she bit her lip as a flicker of panic crossed her eyes, but she quickly regained her composure. She understood that if she could not convince Wang Bin, this charade would falter. As the focus of the crowd intensified upon them, Chun Qingqing suddenly made an even more astonishing move. She delicately rose onto her toes, her hands gently resting on Lin Yang's shoulders, and then she leaned in slowly towards his face. Before Lin Yang could respond, her lips softly pressed against his. In that instant, time seemed to freeze. The world around them fell silent, with only the sound of their heartbeats echoing in the air. Lin Yang's mind went momentarily blank, his heart racing as if it would burst forth from his chest. However, he was not one to succumb to panic in such situations. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to steady himself. His mind raced, swiftly formulating a strategy. He realized that displaying alarm or rejection would not only embarrass Chun Qingqing, but also thrust him into the spotlight, inviting unnecessary complications. Lin Yang's gaze gradually grew resolute. He resolved to play along and execute this performance convincingly. He gently wrapped his arms around Chun Qingqing's waist, a confident and composed smile gracing his face, as though they were indeed a couple in the throes of romance. This gesture caught the attention of those around them, who gazed at them with envy. Feeling Lin Yang's support, Chun Qingqing silently exhaled in relief. She lifted her head to behold Lin Yang's handsome visage, a glimmer of gratitude shining in her eyes. She realized she had encountered a savior. Wang Bin, witnessing the intimate display between Lin Yang and Chun Qingqing, felt the flames of jealousy surge within him. His fists clenched tightly, knuckles whitening, and his expression twisted in frustration. He refused to accept being rebuffed by Chun Qingqing, unwilling to believe that she truly had a boyfriend. Even if you appear close now, it does not prove you are a genuine couple, Wang Bin scoffed, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Perhaps this is merely a temporary act to deceive me. Lin Yang smiled faintly, his expression tinged with disdain. He regarded Wang Bin calmly and replied, "If you choose not to believe, then there is little I can do. However, the bond between Qingqing and me cannot be dismissed by a few of your doubts." Lin Yang's voice was steady and powerful, brimming with confidence. His gaze met Wang Bin's with unwavering determination, as if proclaiming his claim. Chun Qingqing echoed, "Wang Bin, I have already expressed my feelings. I do not like you and hope you will cease pursuing me." Her tone was resolute, devoid of any hesitation. It turns out that the beautiful woman already has a boyfriend, and he is quite handsome, a match made in heaven. They are indeed perfect for one another. Handsome fellow, since she is already taken, you should concede defeat. Indeed, to intervene at this moment would simply make you a male interloper. As the onlookers witnessed Chun Qingqing with her dashing boyfriend, they began to castigate Wang Bin. Instantly, Wang Bin's face flushed crimson, wishing fervently to find a crevice to hide in. This was the first time he had experienced such embarrassment. "You wait, just you wait," he muttered fiercely before turning to leave the West Lake Tower. At that moment, a notification resonated in Lin Yang's mind. Ding! In-depth contact with an intelligence figure has triggered a critical hit, resulting in high-value information being acquired. Now pushed, please check. Is this what they mean by in-depth contact? Lin Yang had initially believed that such contact was meant literally, not realizing that a mere kiss would suffice. He opened the panel to examine the high-value information he had just received. Chapter 32. Eightfold returns in a month. Reward information. On Monday, Foodie Battery will announce groundbreaking news regarding the mass production of solid-state batteries. The stock price is expected to soar, potentially reaching successive limits. Entering at the right moment could yield an eightfold return within a month. Upon reading this piece of intelligence, Lin Yang could not help but smile. The information regarding the stock market was precisely what he had been yearning for. It must have been a result of his diligent search for a stock advisor that morning, coupled with his unexpectedly profound interaction with Chun Qingqing, that triggered this fortunate revelation. An eightfold return within a month. Such an astonishing yield would be hard to believe if spoken aloud. At present, Lin Yang possessed nearly 100 million in funds. And news regarding the demolition of properties in Jinling community was set to be announced next week, promising him an additional 50 million in compensation. Calculating further, he would possess a total of 150 million as capital. If the intelligence proved accurate, an eightfold return in a month would amount to 12 billion. With such a substantial operation at hand, he was fortunate to have engaged Hu Qian, a professional stock advisor, to manage the transactions. Otherwise, not only would he expend an immense amount of personal energy, but he could also suffer losses due to unforeseen circumstances. After all, advisors like Hu Qian operated with the support of a dedicated professional team, while he alone would likely become overwhelmed, losing sight of crucial details. Lin Yang understood well that specialized tasks should be entrusted to those with expertise. Just as Lin Yang reveled in the delightful surprise and contemplation brought by the intelligence, Zhang Jun suddenly called out, "Sister-in-law," pulling him back to reality. Upon hearing this term of address, Chen Qingqing seemed to be jolted, instantly releasing her hold on Lin Yang's arm. Her face flushed with a hint of embarrassment as she apologized. "I'm truly sorry for pulling you into this without your consent. Please don't worry. I will handle the subsequent matters." Lin Yang smiled and shook his head, replying, "It's quite all right. We are old classmates. It is only natural to help one another." Upon hearing the words, "old classmates," an inexplicable sense of disappointment washed over Chen Qingqing. She could not fathom what was troubling her. Nevertheless, after expressing her apologies once more, she turned and departed. Watching Chen Qingqing's retreating figure, Zhang Jun leaned in curiously and asked, "Brother Yang, what is your relationship with that beauty? She is really not your girlfriend?" Lin Yang chuckled helplessly and clarified, "I assure you, she is not. I merely assisted her in a predicament." Zhang Jun, with a tone of regret, pouted, "She is so beautiful. It's a pity she is not your sister-in-law." "All right, let us go," Hu Qian urged from the side. Tus, Lin Yang, Hu Qian, and Zhang Jun continued following the waiter toward the private room. Once inside, Hu Qian confidently inquired if Lin Yang had any dietary restrictions before promptly ordering several signature dishes. After placing their orders, she handed the menu to Lin Yang with a warm smile, saying, "Take a look and see if there is anything else you fancy. Feel free to order. Today it's my treat." Lin Yang, not one to refuse, took the menu and perused it carefully. He had long heard of the exorbitant prices at West Lake Tower, yet when he finally opened the menu, he was taken aback by the figures displayed. Bean sprouts, typically priced at merely 2 yuan per kilogram outside, were listed here at an astounding 2,888 per serving, adorned with the poetic name Fire Tree Silverflower. This was merely for the most common of ingredients. The more precious items on the menu commanded prices several times higher. The few dishes casually selected by Hu Qian were surely not less than 10,000 yuan collectively. Lin Yang could not help but marvel at the reputation of West Lake Tower. Indeed, the expenses were astonishingly steep. Once the dishes were nearly finalized, Lin Yang ordered a pot of the cheapest green tea for 888. Soon, the tea and dishes began to arrive at their table. Each dish was presented with such exquisite artistry that it resembled a masterpiece, pleasing to the eye and making one reluctant to disturb the beauty with chopsticks. To Lin Yang's surprise, one of the dishes was indeed the costly Fire Tree Silverflower. As the waiter served it, he paused momentarily before this dish, beaming with a professional smile, and began to elaborate on its origins. "Dear guests, the Fire Tree Silverflower is our signature dish. It is crafted by hollowing out organic bean sprouts and then stuffing them with black pork, meticulously prepared by our top chefs. This dish not only demands high-quality ingredients, but also requires a complex cooking process, which calls for exceptional skill and rich experience to perfectly harmonize the tenderness of the bean sprouts with the richness of the black pork, resulting in this unique delicacy." As Lin Yang gazed at the seemingly ordinary yet extraordinary bean sprouts before him, he couldn't help but reflect on the opulence of West Lake Tower. This luxury was not solely reflected in the prices, but also in the meticulous craftsmanship and unique creativity evident in each dish. While listening to the waiter's introduction, Lin Yang thoughtfully savored the exquisite flavors. The moment the ingredients touched his palate, he felt the worth of it all. He was certain he had never tasted bean sprouts so delectable, with the filling and sprouts blending flawlessly. The crisp texture combined with the savory essence of the meat provided an astonishingly delightful experience. Indeed, there was a reason for the high prices. The restaurant's ability to thrive at such costs was no coincidence. After all, wealthy patrons are not foolish. If the flavors did not match the expense, they would not return. Seeing Lin Yang's expression of sheer enjoyment, Hu Qian nodded in satisfaction. As long as Mr. Lin is pleased, that's what matters. Lin Yang smiled in return. I must thank Manager Hu for treating me to such a delightful meal. Suddenly, he recalled the matter of the stocks. Initially, he had intended to wait for the demolition compensation to arrive before transferring the funds to Hu Qian's account. However, having received new intelligence, he feared that further delay might lead to missed opportunities. Thus, he took out his phone and transferred 90 million to that account, keeping a few million on hand for emergencies. Manager Hu, I have just transferred 90 million into the account. The remaining 10 million will be sent next week. Hu Qian was puzzled as to why Lin Yang suddenly made the transfer at this moment. They had originally agreed to transfer the full 100 million together next week. Yet now, unexpectedly, 90 million had already arrived. Was there some pressing matter? As she pondered this, her phone buzzed with a notification. Client Lin Yang's account. 7512 received a transfer of 90 million from Xingqing Bank. Current balance, 90 million. Hu Qian was taken aback upon seeing this amount. Good heavens, it is indeed 90 million. My word, 90 million. How effortlessly it has been transferred. Her expression transformed, filled with astonishment. A person in their 20s, without the backing of a wealthy family, is genuinely prepared to invest 100 million in the stock market. Mr. Lin, is there an urgent matter that necessitated such a swift transfer? Lin Yang nodded. Indeed, I already have a target in mind. Chapter 33. If you cannot carry, allow me to bear the weight. Manager Hu, once the stock market opens on Monday, please assist me in liquidating all the funds in my account to invest entirely in the stock of Foodie Battery. Upon hearing this, Hu Qian nearly let her cup slip from her grasp. Her eyes widened in shock, her expression a mixture of disbelief and concern, her voice involuntarily rising several decibels. Mr. Lin, you must exercise caution. Although we have signed a semi-managed agreement, and I am only responsible for the operations, as a friend, I truly feel compelled to urge you to reconsider. With a furrowed brow and a worried demeanor, Hu Qian proceeded to analyze the situation. I have kept an eye on Foodie Battery. Their production equipment is antiquated, their technological upgrades lag behind industry advancements, and they have been operating at a loss for several consecutive years. The company's reputation and future prospects are far from optimistic. Following the release of last year's financial report, their stock has experienced a week of consecutive declines. Should it fall further, it may become worthless. Investing in their stock at this juncture is akin to throwing money into a bottomless pit. The odds are overwhelmingly against a return. Lin Yang listened quietly to Hu Qian's analysis, secretly amused. He was well aware of the veracity of her claims, from publicly available market information. Foodie Battery indeed appeared to be an unremarkable company with a bleak outlook. However, unlike Hu Qian, he possessed crucial intelligence unknown to others. On Monday, Foodie Battery would announce the epoch-making mass production of their solid-state batteries. This revelation would undoubtedly generate a substantial stir in the market, causing their stock price to soar, hitting consecutive limits. In his eyes, this was a rare opportunity for profit, while Hu Qian, constrained by her limited information, could not perceive the potential within. With this thought in mind, Lin Yang smiled at Hu Qian and said, Manager Hu, I appreciate your concerns and thank you for your diligent analysis. However, everyone has different judgments and perspectives regarding the market. I have my own considerations and rationale. Please proceed with my request. I assure you, it will not be long before you witness the results. His demeanor exuded confidence, as if victory was already beckoning him. Seeing Lin Yang remain resolute, Hu Qian could only sigh in resignation, choosing not to press the matter further. In her heart, she silently prayed that Lin Yang's decision was merely a stroke of luck and that he would not suffer significant losses from this investment. After all, in her years of experience, she had never encountered a company with such dismal fundamentals that could experience a substantial short-term stock surge. After dining, Hu Qian raised her hand to summon the waiter for the bill. Including service charges, the total came to 14,888 yuan, averaging nearly 5,000 yuan per person. Upon hearing this figure, Lin Yang felt a jolt within, reflecting on how not long ago he had diligently toiled at his job, earning a meager 5,000 yuan in a month. The disparity was truly staggering. After settling the bill, Hu Qian inquired, "The time is still early. I plan to browse the mall for a birthday gift for my mother. Would you care to join me?" Just as Lin Yang was about to decline, he suddenly recalled his imminent return to his hometown. This opportunity could serve him well to select gifts for his parents. It had been years since he last visited home, and this time he wished to return in style, restoring the dignity his parents had lost over the years. With this thought in mind, Lin Yang nodded in agreement. "Sure, I'll join you for a stroll." Zhang Jun shook his head, replying, "I have other matters to attend to. You two go ahead, I'll take a cab later." Thus, after leaving the restaurant, the trio parted ways. Lin Yang and Hu Qian drove to the mall, while Zhang Jun hailed a taxi. Upon entering the mall, warm yellow lights cascaded down, illuminating the entire space with a cozy and bright ambience. The mall buzzed with activity, bustling with shoppers and vibrantly arranged shops. The neon signs flickered and danced, painting a picture of commercial prosperity. The air was infused with a subtle scent of perfume, mingling with the sweet aroma from the bakery, creating an enticing shopping atmosphere. Standing in the heart of the mall, Lin Yang's gaze roamed among the myriad of products, momentarily overwhelming him. The images of his parents lingered in his mind, yet he found himself at a loss regarding what gifts could adequately convey his sentiments. After a brief hesitation, he turned to Hu Qian beside him, seeking her guidance. "I plan to return home next week and would like to bring gifts for my parents. What do you think I should buy?" Hu Qian paused, tilting her head in contemplation. A gentle smile graced her face as she thoughtfully suggested, "Consider preparing gold or jade jewelry for your mother. They're not only valuable, but will also bring her joy. For your father, gifts like a belt, a massage chair, or clothing would be practical and heartfelt." As Lin Yang listened to Hu Qian's suggestions, memories of his mother's envious glances at others' jewelry surfaced in his mind, coupled with the discomfort he had witnessed in his father during bouts of back pain. At that moment, he felt he had made the right choice by consulting Hu Qian. He found her advice excellent and resolved to first visit a gold shop, followed by selecting a suitable massage chair. Together, they made their way to the largest gold shop in the mall. This establishment was bustling with activity, featuring a stage at the entrance where several couples were warming up. As Lin Yang and Hu Qian approached, a staff member greeted them enthusiastically. "Sir, madam, today marks our 10th anniversary. We are hosting a couples hugging event. If you win, you will receive an 88% discount on all purchases. Would you like to participate?" "A hugging event?" Hu Qian asked with curiosity. "How does one participate? And what are the rules of the competition?" The staff member explained, "The premise is simple. The boyfriend must lift his girlfriend, and her feet cannot touch the ground. The couple that can hold this position the longest wins the discount." Lin Yang chuckled softly. This was merely his first meeting with Hu Qian, and they were by no means a couple. The embrace between two unfamiliar individuals felt somewhat awkward. Just as Lin Yang contemplated declining, Hu Qian unexpectedly grasped his hand, her eyes gleaming with anticipation as she inquired, "Would you like to join?" Lin Yang found himself momentarily flustered by her sudden gesture. "I will not," he stammered. Yet, Hu Qian seemed oblivious to his words, holding his hand firmly as she whispered in his ear, "I'm planning to buy my mother a large gold bracelet, and with an 88% discount, I could save quite a bit. A simple hug is such an easy request. Are you saying I'm too heavy to embrace? If that's the case, I wouldn't mind hugging you instead." Chapter 34. Inner Turmoil. Who do you look down upon? Lin Yang was not one to shy away. Upon realizing that Hu Qian wished to participate in the event to secure a discount, he readily acquiesced. Subsequently, Hu Qian grasped Lin Yang's hand and ascended the stage. Alongside them stood a dozen other couples. After a brief wait, the staff brought forth additional couples. And once the total reached 20, the host, microphone in hand and a radiant smile upon his face, began to elucidate the rules of the hugging contest. "All right, we now have 20 couples. The rules are simple. Once the competition begins, the boyfriends may lift their girlfriends in any manner, but the girlfriend's feet must remain off the ground at all times. Should they touch the ground, the competition will conclude. The The couple that maintains their embrace the longest will emerge victorious and receive the grand prize, an 88% discount on all store purchases. Now, all participating couples, please prepare yourselves. Boyfriends, lift your girlfriends. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yang slowly extended his hands, cautiously cradling Hu Qian's knee with one hand while gently wrapping the other around her back. His movements were stiff and unnatural, his arms trembling slightly, as if he feared causing her pain while simultaneously battling his own anxiety. Hu Qian's cheeks flushed ever so slightly. She turned her head away, unable to meet Lin Yang's gaze, instinctively clutching his shoulders, her fingers curling in nervousness. An air of awkwardness enveloped them, making the atmosphere around feel almost viscous. The host, noticing that all participants were prepared, called out loudly, "Contestants, are you ready? 3, 2, 1, the competition begins." At the sound of the command, the venue fell into a hushed silence, save for the heavy breaths of the contestants. Less than a minute into the contest, one couple faltered. The young man's face turned crimson as his arms trembled uncontrollably, unable to maintain his balance. The young woman's feet grazed the ground. Her expression immediately soured as she complained, "How could you be so useless? Not even lasting a minute. It's because you're too heavy. Just look at how slender that girl is. Then go find yourself a slender girlfriend." As time progressed, more couples succumbed to defeat, leaving fewer on stage. Lin Yang's endurance could be attributed to his experience as a technician in a factory, where he often lifted parts, developing considerable strength and stamina. Coupled with Hu Qian's slender frame, her lighter weight made it manageable for him to carry her, even if it was not entirely effortless. Thus, they persevered until only 3 couples remained. Hu Qian, observing the sweat glistening on Lin Yang's brow, inquired, "Can you hold on a bit longer? If not, we can always concede." Lin Yang shook his head resolutely. After enduring this long, giving up now would be a waste of our efforts. Hu Qian nodded slightly, her heart racing at the sight of Lin Yang's focused and determined expression. After a while longer, yet another couple could no longer withstand the challenge. The young man's stamina seemed to have reached its limit. His legs began to tremble, and his arms, which had been supporting the girl, slowly sank down until her feet finally touched the ground. Now, on the stage, only Lin Yang, Hu Qian, and another couple remained. That couple appeared equally in sync. Although the young man's face was etched with exhaustion, his eyes radiated determination. The girl clutched his neck tightly, her legs entwined around his waist, providing him with a semblance of relief. Hu Qian glanced at them, realizing that if she did not take action soon, she might forfeit this advantageous opportunity. At that moment, beads of sweat rolled down Lin Yang's forehead, his hands trembling slightly, clearly nearing his limit. She bit her lip, silently making a resolute decision. Hu Qian tilted her head back slightly, her hands gradually encircling Lin Yang's neck, her fingers delicately resting on his shoulders. This gesture brought them so close that their faces nearly touched, their noses almost brushing against each other. Lin Yang's breath gently caressed Hu Qian's cheek, warm and inviting. The sudden proximity left her somewhat flustered, her body tensing instinctively as she tightened her embrace around him, fearful of losing her balance. In that moment, the world around them seemed to fade into silence. The once bustling shopping mall now echoed solely with their rapid breaths and racing heartbeats. The soft, amber light enveloped them, casting a dreamy golden hue over their figures. The cheers and calls from the audience grew faint, as if the entire universe had narrowed down to just the 2 of them. Hu Qian's face flushed a deep crimson, warmth radiating from her ears down to her neck. Her heart raced like thunder, threatening to leap from her chest. She averted her gaze, unable to meet Lin Yang's eyes directly. Yet his face so near left her no escape from his penetrating gaze. Lin Yang's cheeks also bloomed with a rosy hue, reminiscent of a ripe apple. His eyes flickered with a mix of shyness and anxiety, intertwined with an unmistakable tenderness. In that tight embrace, their body heat mingled, enveloping the air with an indescribable ambience of intimacy. Within this tension-laden atmosphere, time seemed to stretch infinitely. At last, the other couple could no longer endure. The young man's legs trembled violently, veins protruding on his forehead, his face a canvas of fatigue and reluctance. As the girl's feet touched the ground, a collective sigh of disappointment resonated from the audience. Once only Lin Yang and Hu Qian remained on stage, the host approached them with palpable excitement, declaring, "The competition is over. Congratulations to both of you for your victory. Wow, we won. Lin Yang, you were incredible," Hu Qian exclaimed, wrapping her arms around his head, nearly leaning in for a kiss in her exuberance. The audience erupted into enthusiastic applause and cheers, celebrating their perseverance and chemistry. Finally, Lin Yang gently lowered Hu Qian, though her hands still clung to his neck, as if still lost in the intensity of the moment. "Is it time to let go?" she wondered, only to retract her hands abruptly, exclaiming, "I was so thrilled I forgot." Lin Yang smiled faintly, choosing not to elaborate further. After Zhang Hao and the others had finished, the host stepped forward, presenting the victory coupon to Lin Yang and Hu Qian, and said with a smile, "Congratulations. It is evident that the camaraderie and trust between you two are truly commendable. This 12 discount is well-deserved." Lin Yang accepted the coupon with gratitude, while Hu Qian stood beside him, her face radiating with joy. The female audience members below began to murmur amongst themselves. "Wow, that guy's so handsome. Who would have thought he not only looks good, but is also so physically capable? His girlfriend is incredibly fortunate. Indeed, I just saw him holding his girlfriend for such a long time. It exudes a sense of security." These words of praise floated into Hu Qian's ears, stirring an unusual sensation within her. She stole a glance at Lin Yang beside her, noticing the beads of sweat glistening on his attractive face, as the light cast upon him accentuated his muscular physique. Hu Qian's heart raced a little faster, prompting her to take a few deep breaths to mask her inner turmoil. Chapter 35. The Province and the Flowers. Lin Yang observed Hu Qian's bashful demeanor, a subtle smile gracing his lips, his eyes briefly reflecting a tenderness that was not easily discernible. It was unexpected to see this formidable woman, known for her decisiveness in the workplace, reveal such a shy side. Having secured the discount, he suggested, "Let us now select a gift." His voice, gentle yet steady, shattered the brief silence. The two entered the jewelry store, where the brilliant lights illuminated the space in a golden glow. A neatly attired saleswoman, her face adorned with a professional smile, approached them briskly and politely greeted, "Welcome to our store. Our gold jewelry is the finest in the entire Star City, with a variety of styles for you to browse at your leisure." Lin Yang nodded slightly, his gaze beginning to survey the counters within the shop. Each display brimmed with an array of exquisite gold ornaments, necklaces, bracelets, earrings, and rings, meticulously crafted and uniquely designed, each piece radiating an alluring sheen. Other counters showcased jade ornaments, their smooth surfaces catching the light and emanating a soft glow, intricately carved into delicate representations of flora and fauna, or polished into rounded piece pendants, presenting a delightful assortment that dazzled the eyes. "Sir, are you purchasing a gift for your girlfriend?" the saleswoman inquired, her smile perfectly poised, curiosity evident in her expression as she noted Lin Yang's company. He quickly shook his head, clarifying, "You misunderstand. I wish to buy some gold and jade pieces for my mother. Could you make any recommendations?" "Certainly, right this way," she replied, enthusiastically guiding Lin Yang to a corner display showcasing an array of beautifully designed gold bangles. As she gestured towards the showcased items, she elaborated, "These designs are rather dignified, making them suitable for elder family members." Lin Yang's eyes meticulously scanned the gold bangles, scrutinizing the price tags. The prices varied primarily by size, with the smaller pieces starting at over 10,000, while the larger ones reached 40 to 50,000. "Sir, which one catches your eye? I can bring it out for you to examine." The saleswoman's voice brimmed with anticipation, her eyes shimmering with the hope of sealing a deal. "Wrap them all up," Lin Yang replied decisively, without a hint of hesitation. He mused that these gold ornaments, though they included craftsmanship costs compared to bullion, would ultimately serve as a prudent investment when worn. Faced with such an overwhelming variety, he resolved to purchase them all. The saleswoman's eyes widened in disbelief, her previously bright gaze now filled with incredulity as if Lin Yang's words had detonated a bombshell in her mind. Her breath caught in her throat, her entire being frozen in place. She nearly dropped the tray used for displaying the bangles, instinctively gripping it tighter, her knuckles blanching from the exertion. "Excuse, sir, are you saying you wish to wrap up all these gold bangles?" The waitress stammered once more, her voice trembling with disbelief. She could hardly fathom that this seemingly ordinary young man was so extravagantly wealthy, casually purchasing a dozen gold bracelets, certainly not a trifling sum. In her previous experiences, such lavish customers were indeed rare. The other attendants in the shop cast envious glances, their eyes brimming with admiration and longing. Among them, a young female server's eyes sparkled with a star-like glow as she imagined, "How wonderful it would be if you were my boyfriend, so handsome and affluent. With a mere flick of his wrist, he could spend hundreds of thousands. Being with him would surely mean a life of luxury, and I could be cherished like a princess." Her cheeks flushed lightly, as if she were already lost in this delightful daydream, nearly misplacing the jewelry she was organizing. Another, slightly older waitress sighed softly, reflecting, "This young man possesses such strength at such a tender age. It is truly commendable. Look at him, then at my ordinary boyfriend. How could the disparity be so vast?" She shook her head, unable to resist casting another admiring glance at Lin Yang. Her eyes filled with appreciation, tinged with regret. A few other attendants huddled together, whispering among themselves. He must be a big boss from some company. Otherwise, how could he be so generous, purchasing so many gold bracelets at once? Perhaps he is a wealthy heir, his family affluent enough not to care about such sums. Their words were laced with speculation regarding Lin Yang's identity and astonishment at his wealth, mingled with a hint of jealousy. These envious gazes and hushed conversations wafted through the jewelry store like an invisible breeze, subtly altering the atmosphere within. Meanwhile, Lin Yang seemed oblivious to the attention, engrossed in a discussion with Hu Qian about which additional gifts to select. Suddenly, Hu Qian inquired, "May I get a discount on these pieces?" The waitress eagerly nodded, her face adorned with a radiant smile as she warmly replied, "Of course. Rest assured, as long as you make your purchases today, you will enjoy an 88% discount with no limit. You two are the champions of today's hugging contest, and this is a special privilege we offer." As she spoke, she carefully placed the selected gold bracelets into exquisite packaging, her movements gentle and practiced. Hu Qian nodded in satisfaction, smiling as she said, "Then wait a moment. I shall choose one more." With that, she elegantly strolled along the counter, her gaze flitting across the dazzling array of jewelry as she meticulously made her selection. Lin Yang watched her with a grin, unable to resist commenting, "Manager Hu, with such a high income, why do you still care about this discount?" Hu Qian turned her head, casting a glance at Lin Yang, and replied, "It's essential to spend wisely and save when possible. Our money doesn't come from thin air." Upon hearing this, Lin Yang felt a surge of admiration for Hu Qian, nodding vigorously in agreement, exclaiming, "Absolutely. Just because one is wealthy doesn't mean they should be wasteful." As the server presented Lin Yang with a dazzling golden bracelet, a shrewd lady promptly set aside her tasks, emerging from behind the counter with 2 bottles of mineral water, which she graciously offered to Lin Yang and Hu Qian. "Sir, madam, please have a sip of water. Jade and gemstones also make splendid gifts for elders. Would you care to take a look?" Certainly. It seemed that the counters for gold and jade were distinctly separated, with the lady attending to them during their selection of jade. "Sir, may I inquire about your mother's age? How do you find this exquisite piece of mutton fat jade?" The server enthusiastically recommended. "This mutton fat jade is indeed the treasure of our establishment." Lin Yang glanced at the price tag, astonished to discover that a diminutive jade Buddha was valued at a staggering 880,000. Remarkably, the total cost of the several golden bracelets he had just purchased was only slightly less. It appeared that the server, having observed his previous nonchalance in acquiring numerous gold bracelets, was eager to present him with the store's prized possession. Chapter 36. The ex-girlfriend Lin Yang possessed little knowledge of jade, yet the piece before him radiated the luster as the attendant had described, evoking a sense of tranquility from afar. As for its worth, he was uncertain. Turning to Hu Qian, he inquired, What do you think of this jade? This is a superior piece of mutton fat white jade, flawless throughout. Indeed, a fine treasure, Hu Qian replied, her expertise in gemstones allowing her to discern its exceptional quality at a glance. Lin Yang comprehended her implication. This jade was valued at 880,000, and with the 12 discount offered today, it would amount to less than 800,000. Given his mother's ongoing health issues, purchasing a piece of jade for her well-being felt appropriate. With this thought in mind, Lin Yang resolutely addressed the attendant. Please wrap it up. The attendant, upon realizing Lin Yang's decision, beamed with delight, her hands trembling with excitement as she swiftly began to package the item. She resembled a child on the verge of joyfully leaping, silently grateful for encountering such a generous customer. After Lin Yang made his selection, Hu Qian chose an emerald bracelet for her mother's birthday, adding it to the items for checkout. The total, including several gold bangles, the mutton fat white jade, and the emerald bracelet, amounted to 1,720,000 after the discount. As Lin Yang completed the transaction and departed, the store manager and 6 staff members gathered at the entrance to bid farewell. Take care, and we welcome your next visit, the manager said. Bowing in unison with his team, their faces adorned with warm smiles and their voices resonating with respect. They remained standing until Lin Yang and Hu Qian were but distant figures before retreating back into the store. Everyone, gather round, the manager commanded upon returning. His expression shifted to one of seriousness as he prepared to address the staff. The employees quickly assembled, their earlier excitement from attending to a distinguished guest now replaced with attentive anticipation. You all witnessed our recent customer, the manager began, surveying each staff member with a grave demeanor. His attire was rather ordinary, not befitting that of a wealthy individual. Yet, he spent over $1 million without a flicker of hesitation. If you, like some employees in other establishments, were to dismiss customers based on their appearance and treat them with indifference, they would simply leave. Continuing, the manager imparted another lesson. Today, I wish to teach you to assess a customer's capacity not by their clothing, but by their demeanor and gaze. When that customer entered, he surveyed all the counters without a hint of emotion. What does this signify? It indicates that these items hold little significance for him. This was further validated when he remained composed upon encountering the price of 880,000 for the mutton fat white jade. Such individuals are invaluable. The staff listened intently, some nodding thoughtfully, while others displayed expressions of sudden realization. Today, I would like to particularly commend Sister Huang, the manager remarked, his gaze resting on the astute woman. You demonstrated discernment, recognizing the customer's affluence and needs, promptly recommending our store's finest treasure. This month, your bonus will be doubled. Sister Huang, elated by the sale of her prized possession, was positively beaming upon hearing the news of her doubled bonus, her smile stretching from ear to ear. She promptly remarked, "It is all thanks to the manager's excellent guidance." The manager nodded in satisfaction, allowing the staff to return to their respective duties. As the employees dispersed, each contemplated the day's events, grateful for the manager's teachings that emphasized the importance of treating every customer with respect and warmth, regardless of their appearance. Having ascended to the second floor, Hu Qian led Lin Yang into a clothing store, eager to select a gift for her father. Lin Yang glanced up to see the prominent logo of Amani, a luxury boutique. In the past, he had regarded such high-end establishments with trepidation, often passing by with a sense of discomfort. However, now he walked through the doors with confidence, devoid of any anxiety or unease. This newfound assurance stemmed from his financial success. Once unattainable luxuries had transformed into achievable aspirations. The store's decor was both minimalist and sophisticated, with soft lighting casting a gentle glow on the exquisite merchandise, as if shrouding them in an air of mystery. Large fashion posters adorned the walls, showcasing the latest seasonal trends, while the confident smiles and graceful poses of the models captivated all who beheld them. The air was infused with a delicate fragrance, a unique scent synonymous with luxury boutiques, whispering tales of the brand's rich heritage and cultural significance. Following Hu Qian's lead, Lin Yang strolled leisurely through the store, his gaze sweeping over the displayed items, meticulously tailored suits, uniquely designed shoes, and an array of innovative ties and belts. Each product, distinguished by its superior materials and craftsmanship, showcased meticulous attention to detail. Meanwhile, the weekend mall bustled with life, teeming with shoppers. Li Xiaojia and her friend were leisurely exploring the shops, relishing their rare moments of leisure. They meandered between stores, occasionally pausing to admire the window displays, exchanging opinions on the lovely garments and exquisite accessories. Suddenly, Li Xiaojia's friend seized her arm, her eyes wide with astonishment as she excitedly pointed ahead, exclaiming, "Look, isn't that your impoverished ex-boyfriend Lin Yang?" Instinctively, Li Xiaojia followed her friend's gaze and spotted Lin Yang entering the Amani store with Hu Qian. A jolt of surprise coursed through her, though she maintained a facade of composure, quickly retorting, "That is my ex-boyfriend. We broke up over 6 months ago." Her friend, rolling her eyes dismissively, replied, Yes, your ex-boyfriend. Fortunately, you ended things early. I heard he was recently dismissed from his job and is probably struggling to make ends meet. How audacious of him to enter a luxury store. It's truly a case of putting on a brave face." Li Xiaojia furrowed her brow slightly, remaining silent, her gaze still fixed upon Lin Yang, while a ripple of emotions stirred within her. How could he have met such a stunning beauty after our breakup? Her friend seemed oblivious to Li Xiaojia's unease, continuing to chatter incessantly. "My boyfriend works with him and doesn't earn much either. Once I find someone wealthier, I'll definitely leave him." As her friend spoke, she pulled Li Xiaojia toward the Amani store. "Let's go take a look. I want to see his mortified expression when the staff kick him out for being unable to afford anything." Upon arriving at the entrance of the Amani store, they peered through the window and saw Lin Yang and Hu Qian selecting items inside. Lin Yang's demeanor exuded a calm confidence, his movements graceful, as though he seamlessly blended into the opulent surroundings. Meanwhile, Hu Qian occasionally offered suggestions, their laughter and camaraderie evident, creating an intimate atmosphere. Li Xiaojia's friend, witnessing the scene, gasped, "How dare he? So poor yet bold enough to enter a luxury store. What a pretender. Let us go in and expose him." Li Xiaojia bit her lip, feeling a tumult of emotions within her, a sense of having missed a significant opportunity. She sensed that the Lin Yang of today was markedly different from the past. He appeared confident and generous in the store, hardly resembling someone unable to afford anything. Could it be that she had misjudged him all along, and he was, in fact, a wealthy individual? Her friend's boyfriend, who worked alongside Lin Yang, had been captivated by Lin Yang's handsome appearance when he encountered him while accompanying her to find him. Initially, it was she who pursued Lin Yang, and after much effort, he reluctantly agreed to be with her. However, shortly after they began dating, she discovered that Lin Yang was quite impoverished and could not provide her with what she desired, prompting her to end the relationship swiftly. She never anticipated encountering him again today, especially with a beautiful woman in a luxury store. Chapter 37. Man is adorned by attire, horse by saddle. Xiaojia. Why are you still dawdling? Let us go, her close friend urged, pulling her toward the store. Xiaojia felt an overwhelming sense of reluctance, instinctively retreating, her body trembling slightly, a hint of embarrassment gracing her features. She attempted to free herself from her friend's grasp and murmured, "Perhaps we shouldn't go in. It doesn't feel right." Her friend, however, dismissed her concerns, insisting, "What's there to fear? Let us just take a look. They can't possibly kick us out." Reluctantly, Xiaojia acquiesced and stepped inside. As they crossed the threshold, Xiaojia felt the air around her grow thin. Her gaze flitted nervously, unable to confront the exquisite merchandise and the opulent decor. Her hands subconsciously clutched the hem of her garment, wrinkling it with anxiety. She felt like a misplaced Cinderella, utterly out of place amidst the grandeur. The store staff merely cast a fleeting glance at Xiaojia and her friend as they entered, before returning to their tasks. Showing no inclination to greet them, a new employee was about to approach when an older staff member abruptly halted her. "Don't bother," the older employee whispered. "They surely can't afford anything. They're clearly not our target clientele. Don't waste your time." The new employee, puzzled, replied softly, "But the bags they carry are worth thousands and appear genuine. How could they possibly be unable to purchase from our store?" The older employee scoffed lightly, explaining, "True affluence is marked by confidence, even if one wears a mere rag. They are indifferent to others' opinions, much like that gentleman and lady who just walked in. Although these two are adorned in designer labels, their fleeting glances reveal their lack of assurance. It's not worth our time to attend to them." The new employee nodded thoughtfully. "Thank you, Lu Jie, I understand." As Lin Yang and Hu Qian stepped through the door, a server in a sleek black uniform approached swiftly, her meticulously crafted makeup accentuating her radiant smile, a smile that seemed capable of dispelling the gloom of winter. "Welcome. What can I assist you with today? I'm looking for a few belts for my father. Do you have any suitable styles?" "Indeed, we do." Upon learning Lin Yang was selecting a gift for his father, the server's eyes sparkled with excitement. She swiftly turned and delicately presented 3 elegantly crafted belts from the shelves, placing them on the counter with the care one would reserve for precious treasures. "These 3 belts are among our best sellers, crafted from the finest materials and exquisite workmanship, making them perfect gifts for elders." As she spoke, she gently caressed the belts, her gaze filled with admiration. Hu Qian leaned in slightly, scrutinizing the 3 belts with great attention, occasionally using her fingers to lightly touch the leather, savoring its refined texture, and lifting the belts to examine the details in the light. Her expression conveyed a blend of professionalism and concentration, as if she were engaged in a rigorous appraisal. These 3 items are quite impressive, featuring a minimalist design that exudes elegance, complemented by high-quality materials. However, I find myself pondering the nature of my uncle's usual attire. I wonder which of these selections he might prefer. Lin Yang smiled gently. "Wrap them all up. Since I am uncertain about which to choose, I shall acquire them all. 3 belts will not cost a fortune. My father has toiled tirelessly throughout his life. It is only fitting that I procure something fine for him." The server's originally warm smile blossomed into an even more radiant expression, her eyes shimmering with excitement, as if she could already envision a generous commission beckoning to her. "Wonderful. You are exceedingly generous. I shall wrap them up with utmost care." As she spoke, she deftly gathered wrapping paper and gift boxes, skillfully beginning the packaging process. Her hands fluttered like butterflies, and in no time, the 3 belts were elegantly encased within a sophisticated tote bag. Throughout the packaging, the server frequently glanced up, her face beaming with smiles as she offered compliments to Lin Yang and Hu Qian. "You two undoubtedly possess exquisite taste. Your father will surely adore these belts. Your filial piety is truly commendable. It is rare to encounter someone as generous as you." As she lavished praise, she mused internally, despite their simple attire, they exude an air of confidence, revealing themselves to be individuals of considerable means. "Today is indeed my fortunate day, encountering such a magnanimous customer." She silently calculated that this commission would suffice to purchase a long-desired garment, and a smile crept across her lips, prompting her service to become even more attentive and enthusiastic. At that moment, Hu Qian's gaze was captivated by a suit displayed on a rack. It was a deep gray ensemble, understated yet undeniably elegant, the fabric shimmering subtly under the lights, radiating an air of sophistication. "Lin Yang, look at this suit. I believe it would look splendid on you," she exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she tugged at Lin Yang's arm. Observing this, the server hurried over, her face still adorned with a vibrant smile. "You truly possess an eye for quality. This suit is a limited edition from our store. It is crafted from the finest imported Italian wool, renowned for its softness, breathability, and remarkable drape, lending an air of refinement when worn." As she spoke, she gently caressed the fabric, showcasing its superb texture. "Moreover, observe the craftsmanship. Each stitch is meticulously uniform, hand-sewn by our master tailors. This design is exceedingly classic, suitable for both business occasions and significant social events, ensuring that it remains timeless regardless of the setting." The server elaborated with pride, gleaming in her eyes as she extolled the virtues of the suit. Lin Yang gazed at the suit, contemplating his newfound wealth and the inevitable formal occasions he would need to attend in the future. Realizing that acquiring a few formal attires was indeed necessary, he nodded and said, "All right, I shall give it a try." The attendant immediately broke into a radiant smile. swiftly removing the suit and carefully cradling it in her hands, guiding Lin Yang towards the fitting room. "This way, please. The fitting room is just over here. Feel free to try it on and call for me if you need anything." Her voice brimmed with enthusiasm and concern. Lin Yang stepped into the fitting room, gently closing the door behind him. He shed his casual attire and took up the suit, donning it slowly. As he fastened the final button and adjusted the collar and cuffs, he lifted his gaze to the mirror and found himself momentarily mesmerized. The reflection seemed to present an entirely different visage. The already handsome Lin Yang was now accentuated by the suit, radiating an aura of refined elegance and maturity. The tailored fit embraced his physique flawlessly, emphasizing his upright stature, while the deep gray hue added an air of mystery and depth. Indeed, one's appearance is greatly influenced by their attire, Lin Yang mused. He admired his reflection a couple more times before pushing open the door and stepping out of the fitting room. Hu Qian, who had been conversing with the attendant, instinctively turned her head at the sound. In that instant, her eyes widened in astonishment, and her smile froze, as if time itself had come to a standstill, leaving her gazing at Lin Yang in a daze. Her heart raced, an unfamiliar sensation washing over her, and a blush crept onto her cheeks. Her gaze brimmed with awe and attraction, her lips parting slightly as if to speak, yet words eluded her. She was fixated on Lin Yang, as if an invisible force held her captive, unable to look away. In that moment, time seemed to suspend. Everything around her blurred into obscurity, leaving only the striking figure of Lin Yang in her vision. To her, he radiated a distinct brilliance, a glow that stirred her heart. Yet she remained blissfully unaware of its effect. Just then, Lin Yang casually turned his head, his gaze inadvertently meeting that of Li Xiaojia at the entrance. Chapter 38. Perhaps you should reconcile with him in a tailored suit shop. Lin Yang was joyfully selecting garments alongside Hu Qian, their laughter resonating warmly within the inviting space. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon two individuals entering the store, one of whom was unexpectedly his ex-girlfriend, Li Xiaojia. In an instant, Lin Yang's brows furrowed, and a fleeting trace of discomfort crossed his face. He had never anticipated encountering this once irksome figure on what seemed to be an ordinary afternoon. The arrival of Li Xiaojia felt akin to an untimely chill, disrupting the previously warm atmosphere. Lin Yang instinctively felt worry, recalling the days when she had relentlessly pursued him, that tiresome sensation resurfacing in his heart. He thought to himself, surely, she hasn't realized that I am now affluent and wants to entangle me once again? This concern was not unfounded. For Li Xiaojia's prior obsession with material wealth had made Lin Yang acutely aware of her character. Hu Qian, perceptive to Lin Yang's unease, followed his gaze and spotted the two unfamiliar women entering the shop. Curiously, she inquired, "Lin Yang, do you know them?" Lin Yang quickly denied, not at all. At that moment, he yearned to sever ties with Li Xiaojia, unwilling to let past unpleasant experiences taint his present life. To alleviate the sudden awkwardness, Hu Qian half-jokingly remarked, "This suit complements you splendidly. I was completely captivated. Did you not notice?" Grateful for Hu Qian's timely intervention, Lin Yang redirected his focus to selecting clothes and decided to purchase the suit that had garnered her admiration. He addressed the salesperson, saying, "I'll take this suit, and please recommend some shirts, ties, and shoes that would pair well with it." The salesperson beamed with delight and enthusiastically escorted them to the lounge area, shortly bringing coffee and pastries. "Please take a moment to relax. I will fetch the coordinating pieces right away." In the lounge, Lin Yang and Hu Qian leisurely savored their coffee and pastries while awaiting the arrival of the matching attire. Meanwhile, Li Xiaojia and her friends stood to the side, ignored as the staff busied themselves attending to Lin Yang and Hu Qian, rendering Li Xiaojia and her companion nearly invisible. Observing this, Li Xiaojia's friend felt a surge of indignation and could not help but lament, "Why does he receive such treatment while we enter without even a single attendant?" Li Xiaojia whispered to her friend, "Do not be this way. We are not here to shop." As Lin Yang and Hu Qian continued to enjoy their coffee and pastries, they engaged in casual conversation. They discussed promising stocks and market trends, discovering a multitude of shared interests with the dialogue flowing effortlessly and laughter echoing in the lounge. This harmonious and relaxed exchange drew them closer together, making their surroundings seem even more delightful, save for the slight annoyance presented by Li Xiaojia and her friend lingering nearby. After a while, once the coffee was finished, the waiter appeared at the side of Lin Yang and Hu Qian, holding a carefully selected collection of shirts, ties, and leather shoes. It was as if these items had been pre-selected and were merely waiting for them to finish their meal and drink before making their entrance. "Sir, what do you think of these selections I've put together?" The waiter enthusiastically inquired, a warm smile illuminating his face. Lin Yang took the shirt, tie, and shoes, trying each one on in turn. The fabric of his shirt was soft and comfortable, hugging his body as if it had been tailor-made for him. The shoes boasted a simple yet elegant design, enhancing his stature and charm. However, when he picked up the tie, he found himself in a predicament. Despite his efforts, he struggled to tie it into a neat knot. A frown creased Lin Yang's brow, and a hint of embarrassment flickered across his face, his movements becoming somewhat clumsy. Hu Qian, observing Lin Yang's predicament, couldn't help but let out a melodious laugh. Her laughter rang through the lounge like the chime of silver bells, dispelling the previously tense atmosphere. "All right, let me help you with that," she offered, rising to her feet and walking over to Lin Yang. Lin Yang was momentarily taken aback, but soon nodded, handing the tie to Hu Qian. He had never worn anything so formal before, and indeed, he had no idea how to tie a tie. Hu Qian's fingers danced deftly through the fabric of the tie, while Lin Yang tilted his head slightly, facilitating her task. The seriousness with which Hu Qian approached the task was captivating, drawing Lin Yang's gaze to her face. At that moment, Hu Qian's cheeks bore a gentle blush. Her long eyelashes fluttered like delicate fans with her every movement. Her lips were slightly pursed, forming an appealing curve that made one yearn to kiss them. Lin Yang's heart raced, the sound of his heartbeat echoing in his ears. In this intimate atmosphere, their breaths intertwined, creating a rhythm filled with unspoken tension. Hu Qian inadvertently lifted her gaze, locking eyes with Lin Yang once more. This time, their shared glance was infused with a nebulous emotion that was hard to articulate. Hu Qian's hand trembled slightly, nearly disrupting the formation of the tie knot. "I'm sorry," she murmured, restarting her task with renewed focus. At last, she crafted the tie into a perfect knot. She lifted her head, admiring her handiwork, and smiled at Lin Yang. "All done." Lin Yang gazed at Hu Qian, his eyes brimming with gratitude and admiration. "Thank you. You did a wonderful job." "You're welcome," she replied. Li Xiaojia and her friend watched this scene unfold. Their hearts ignited with jealousy. Yet, they felt as though they were entirely overlooked, unable to shatter the enchanting atmosphere enveloping Lin Yang and Hu Qian. Lin Yang approached the mirror, observing his reflection transform into someone remarkably different from the person he had been moments before. The handsome features of his face were accentuated by the elegant attire he now wore. "Hu Qian, thank you so much for today." "You're welcome. I'm glad to help. I should also thank you for accompanying me to buy a birthday gift for my mother." Lin Yang expressed his satisfaction with the items selected by the attendant, nodding as he said, "Please wrap these up." "Certainly, sir," the attendant replied. Lin Yang returned to the fitting room, changed back into his original attire, and handed the garments and shoes he had just tried on to the attendant. The total for 3 belts, a suit, a pair of shoes, and 2 shirts amounted to 218,000 yuan, and the attendant added, "Moreover, I will gift you 2 pairs of socks valued at 688 yuan. How would you like to pay, WeChat or Alipay?" Lin Yang unhesitatingly opened his WeChat payment code and presented it. The attendant scanned the code with the machine, and with a beep, the payment was successfully processed. Upon witnessing Lin Yang's seamless transaction, Li Xiaojia and her friend exchanged glances, their expressions darkening instantly. "What is happening? How could this pauper afford such expensive clothing?" Li Xiaojia's gaze remained fixed on Lin Yang, her mind swirling with confusion akin to a tumultuous tide crashing against her thoughts. She could not fathom how the once frugal Lin Yang, who meticulously counted every penny, could now display such extravagance and generosity. Just 6 months prior, Lin Yang's circumstances had been dire. In order to utilize a discount coupon, He would painstakingly add and remove items from his shopping cart, striving to save a few yuan. When shopping for clothes at the market, he would meticulously compare prices and quality before settling on the most cost-effective option. His attire had always been simple and unadorned, characterized by outdated styles and colors, clearly worn for an extended period. Yet now, he was buying clothes worth hundreds of thousands without a flicker of hesitation, exuding confidence and poise as though he were an entirely different person. Standing beside Li Xiaojia, her friend was visibly astonished, her mouth slightly agape in disbelief. Initially, she had been certain that Lin Yang was merely posturing to impress them, anticipating a humorous moment when he would falter at the bill. However, reality had delivered a harsh blow to her expectations. She never imagined that the once disdained impoverished youth could so effortlessly pull out over 200,000 yuan for clothing. Her friend nudged Li Xiaojia, suggesting he must have encountered some opportunity or ventured into a business that led to his sudden wealth. Xiaojia, why not rekindle your relationship with him? As his girlfriend, you could have any handbag you desire. Chapter 39. Now he is my boyfriend. Li Xiaojia's heart began to waver. Her best friend's words ignited the desires that lay dormant within her. She gazed at Lin Yang, her eyes reflecting both astonishment and a hint of affection. The once despised memories of poverty now appeared trivial in the face of Lin Yang's affluence. She envisioned a life as Lin Yang's girlfriend, luxurious handbags, exquisite clothing, once unattainable treasures now seemed within her grasp. However, upon seeing Hu Qian beside Lin Yang, a wave of apprehension surged within her. Hu Qian's beauty and grace made Li Xiaojia feel inadequate. In her mind, she compared herself to Hu Qian, whether in appearance, figure, attire, or overall aura. She felt she paled in comparison. Perhaps it would be best to let it go. After all, he already had a girlfriend. A note of helplessness and disappointment tinged Li Xiaojia's voice. Yet her friend, with an expression of frustration at her indecision, urged, Xiaojia, even married couples can divorce. What does it matter if he has a girlfriend? Just think about how Lin Yang paid earlier, splurging hundreds of thousands on clothes without a second thought. He is not only wealthy, but also handsome. Where will you find someone like him again? Her friend's words pierced Li Xiaojia's heart like a sharp blade, severing her final hesitations. Yes, indeed, Li Xiaojia suddenly resolved to act. She strode towards Lin Yang, her face adorned with an overly sweet smile, her eyes crescent-shaped and her mouth nearly reaching her ears, a grin that seemed almost glued on, appearing excessively contrived. Lin Yang, it's truly you. Long time no see. Her voice was soft, almost coy, with a slight upward lilt, each word squeezed out as if from between clenched teeth, leaving an uncomfortable sensation in the air. I didn't expect to run into you here. How have you been lately? As she spoke, she gently brushed her hair aside, taking a small step forward, her body leaning slightly in an attempt to close the distance with Lin Yang. Do you remember that little eatery we used to frequent? Those days, although simple, were genuinely wonderful. Li Xiaojia blinked, her eyes displaying a touch of vulnerability, hoping to evoke Lin Yang's memories of their past. I often think back to our time together. Those memories are truly precious to me. While speaking, she discreetly observed Lin Yang's expressions, yearning to detect even a trace of affection in his demeanor. Lin Yang, I have never really forgotten you. Li Xiaojia bit her lip, her voice trembling slightly, a blush creeping across her cheeks as she feigned shyness. Do you think we could start over? Lin Yang's brow furrowed deeply, his face etched with disdain, his eyes cold enough to freeze. He recoiled as if confronted by a phantom, retreating a significant distance to avoid any contact with Li Xiaojia. Please don't do this. What we had is over, and there is no possibility of a new beginning. Lin Yang's voice was deep and resolute, devoid of any hesitation, each syllable seemingly extracted from between clenched teeth, exuding an air of undeniable determination. It was during a visit to the factory with her friend to wait for her friend's boyfriend that Li Xiaojia fortuitously collided with Lin Yang at the factory gate as he was finishing work. Captivated by Lin Yang's handsome appearance, Li Xiaojia began to pursue him fervently. However, during their interactions, her incessant talk revolved around money. with her words implicitly expressing a desire for various material possessions. Even before they officially became a couple, her behavior was already troubling. One could only imagine the complications had they actually begun dating. Aware that Li Xiaojia was not suited for him, Lin Yang resolutely declined her advances. Unbeknownst to him, Li Xiaojia persistently clung to him, bombarding him with incessant WeChat messages and phone calls. After blocking her, she even resorted to waiting for him at the factory entrance. Much to his annoyance, left with no choice, he devised a plan to extricate himself from this predicament. Lin Yang figured that by feigning acceptance of her pursuit, she would inevitably break up with him once she realized he could not afford to buy her gifts. Thus, he pretended to reciprocate her affections. 2 weeks later, having gained nothing from Lin Yang, Li Xiaojia initiated a breakup. Et la tête, Lin Yang readily agreed. To celebrate, he indulged in a lavish dinner that evening. From that day forward, he had not encountered Li Xiaojia again. Who would have thought that today he would unexpectedly run into her once more? To make matters worse, she audaciously proposed rekindling their relationship. Lin Yang felt a wave of darkness wash over him. The nuisance he had finally rid himself of had resurfaced. As the saying goes, the king of hell is easy to invite, but the little ghosts are hard to dismiss. Lin Yang's mind raced as he contemplated how to evade this troublesome situation. Fortunately, he had already resigned from the factory, and his current residence was soon to be demolished. Soon, she would have no means of tracking him down. "Excuse me, miss. Do we know each other?" Hu Qian had been observing Lin Yang's reaction, and, upon noticing his distaste, she quickly grasped the situation. Without hesitation, she strode confidently to Lin Yang's side, seamlessly intertwining her arm with his, her face adorned with a radiant and self-assured smile, reminiscent of flowers blossoming in spring. She slightly lifted her chin, her eyes shimmering with pride as she claimed her territory. "This gentleman is my boyfriend now. I kindly ask you to refrain from disturbing us." A flicker of disdain crossed her gaze, as if she were looking at a mere clown. Li Xiaojia's actions appeared utterly laughable and presumptuous in her eyes. In an instant, Li Xiaojia's complexion soured, alternating between shades of crimson and pallor, as though she had received a series of stinging slaps. Her lips quivered, desperate to articulate a response. Yet Hu Qian's imposing presence rendered her speechless, as if her throat were constricted by an unseen force. She stood awkwardly, her hands nervously tugging at the hem of her garment, her fingers blanching from the pressure, her eyes brimming with resentment and embarrassment. Observing her predicament, Li Xiaojia's friend stepped forward, eager to restore her dignity. "Who do you think you're to speak to Xiaojia like that?" Perhaps Lin Yang still harbors feelings for her. Her best friend, hands on her hips and head held high, wore a hint of arrogance, attempting to mask her inner insecurity. Hu Qian cast a disdainful glance at her companion, the corners of her mouth curving upward in a subtle, mocking smile. "What I am is of little consequence. What matters is that Lin Yang loves me." Hu Qian's voice, though soft, was distinctly clear, each word striking like sharp blades aimed at her friend's heart. "As for you, tend to your own affairs and spare yourself the embarrassment." The friend was left speechless, her face burning with humiliation. She opened her mouth, but could find no words to counter. Her fists clenched tightly, her body trembling slightly with anger, yet she dared not speak again, standing there only to gaze at Hu Qian with eyes filled with resentment. Chapter 40. New intelligence under the bright yet glaring lights of the luxury store. Li Xiaojia felt as though she were enveloped in an enormous spotlight, with every gaze piercing through her like the harsh beams on a stage. Her eyes flickered uneasily, darting from Lin Yang's impassive face to Hu Qian's scornful expression. Each exchange of glances felt like a prick, compelling her to hastily avert her gaze. Her lips trembled slightly, yearning to utter something to alleviate the awkwardness, yet her throat felt constricted, parched to the point of silence. She attempted to muster a smile, but as soon as the corners of her mouth lifted, the shame within her froze it in place, morphing it into a countenance more dismal than tears. "Let us go." She gritted her teeth, forcing those words through clenched jaws, her voice hoarse with a blend of anger and humiliation, tinged with an almost imperceptible quaver. As she turned, her steps faltered, nearly causing her to stumble, resembling a drunken individual her body betraying her control. She dared not meet the eyes of those around her. Their stares felt like countless sharp needles piercing her back. All she desired was to escape this mortifying scene, akin to a wounded beast seeking a dark corner to lick its wounds. Outside the mall, dusk descended. Heavy clouds loomed overhead like a massive leaden sheet, pressing down upon the city and evoking an inexplicable sense of oppression. Li Xiaojia and her friend stood by the roadside, idly awaiting a vehicle. Li Xiaojia glanced at her phone from time to time, her brow furrowed, muttering, "Why hasn't the car arrived yet? How irritating." Her friend, meanwhile, stamped her feet incessantly, her eyes darting about, brimming with annoyance and impatience. Suddenly, a colossal SUV barreled toward them like a wild beast unrestrained, its speed catching them off guard. The tires splashed through a puddle on the road, emitting a resounding spray as water erupted like an invisible giant's hand, forming a towering wall that surged toward the pedestrians by the roadside. Li Xiaojia and her friend had no time to react before being struck by the sudden deluge. They froze momentarily, eyes wide with shock, faces etched with fear and disbelief, as if time itself had halted. Then, with a piercing scream, Li Xiaojia instinctively jumped, her hands flailing in the air, desperately trying to ward off the icy, muddy spray. Her friend, equally indignant, hopped up and down, shouting, "What kind of terrible driver is this? Can't they drive properly?" In that moment, they were a sight to behold, utterly disheveled. Li Xiaojia's hair was drenched in muddy water, strands clinging to her face, while a few wisps stuck to the corners of her mouth, rendering her appearance especially disarrayed. Her once refined makeup had long since deteriorated, mascara smudged, creating 2 dark circles around her eyes, resembling a panda that had been through a brawl. Her attire was marred by an array of mud splatters, resembling the aftermath of a relentless barrage of dirt projectiles launched by a slingshot. Notably, the front and hem of her dress bore the brunt, where muddy water converged to form a substantial dark stain. The fabric clung to her form, accentuating her somewhat awkward curves. Her friend fared little better, drenched in the same muck. Li Xiaojia's heart brimmed with indignation. She clenched her fists tightly, her nails digging into her palms as she silently cursed the driver. How could one act so thoughtlessly? Is wealth a justification for such disregard for others? Today, she felt utterly unfortunate, having first faced humiliation at the hands of Lin Yang and Hu Qian in a luxury boutique, only to be splattered with mud by this detestable driver. All her grievances and resentment surged within her, causing her eyes to redden involuntarily. Her friend, equally incensed, gasped for breath, her chest heaving as she seethed against the driver. This person is utterly malicious. It's infuriating. Why is today so unlucky? Clearly, they hadn't consulted the almanac before stepping out. Simultaneously, a deep sense of helplessness washed over her. The vehicle had already sped away, leaving them unable to pursue, only able to stew in their frustration, a powerlessness that only heightened her agitation. Meanwhile, within the confines of the SUV, Lin Yang casually gripped the steering wheel, a gentle smile playing on his lips as he occasionally exchanged light banter with Hu Qian, who sat in the passenger seat. His gaze was focused yet warm, and during stops at red lights, he would nonchalantly adjust the air conditioning, ensuring Hu Qian's comfort. She reclined against her seat, her face radiating joy, her bright eyes animatedly gesturing as she spoke, exuding vivacity. A small joke from Lin Yang sent her into fits of laughter, her melodic chuckles resonating in the confined space of the vehicle. As they proceeded, Lin Yang suddenly furrowed his brow, reducing speed as he inquired with curiosity, "Hu Qian, do you hear any strange sounds? I could have sworn I heard someone cursing at me." He scanned the streets beyond the window, attempting to pinpoint the source of the noise. Hu Qian perked up her ears, listened intently, then shook her head with a smile. "No, I only heard a dog barking by the roadside earlier. Perhaps you misheard." Lin Yang nodded slightly, still harboring a hint of doubt, but choosing not to pursue the matter further. He pressed the accelerator once more, and the vehicle glided smoothly forward, oblivious to the minor incident that had transpired mere moments earlier when their vehicle passed through a puddle. Li Xiaojia and her friend remained in their state of disarray. At present, Lin Yang and Hu Qian were engrossed in their conversation, relishing the light-hearted moments as they journeyed toward their destination, entirely unaware of the commotion outside. After dropping Hu Qian off at her company, Lin Yang drove back to the building, turning off the engine without exiting the car immediately. He leaned against the seat, his gaze penetrating the car window, surveying the dimly lit night sky, while his thoughts surged like a tidal wave. The impending demolition of Jinling community loomed closer, signifying his imminent departure from this place he had called home for over 2 years. Soon, he would receive a substantial compensation of tens of millions for the demolition, a fortune he owed to the intelligence provided by the system, which had forewarned him about the community's fate, allowing him to strategically acquire 10 properties in advance. He contemplated in silence, resolving to set aside time the following day to inspect the houses. Star City was vast, undoubtedly harboring a locale where he could find solace and stability. With his assets now exceeding 100 million, he was entirely capable of purchasing real estate in any favored neighborhood within Star City, crafting a warm and comfortable abode for himself. The next day, Sunday, Lin Yang rose early. He intended to visit several neighborhoods of interest to search for suitable properties, ready to place a deposit if he found the right one. At that moment, a notification from the system echoed in his mind. Ding, weekly intelligence has been pushed. Please check. The last time the system transitioned from daily to weekly updates was the previous Sunday, and now, a week later, the information arrived punctually. Lin Yang opened the panel to receive this week's intelligence, eager to peruse the details. Chapter 41. New System Features. Weekly Intelligence 1. The demolition plan for Jinling community will be announced on Friday. Old Wang, incited by the streamer Yu, intends to demand compensation for the demolition. The efficacy of legal recourse against scoundrels is limited. One must wield magic to vanquish them. Old Wang. Lin Yang held a profound impression of this individual. Initially, upon receiving news of the impending demolition of Jinling community, he promptly ventured to a real estate agency to purchase property, one of which belonged to Old Wang. At that time, Lin Yang sought to negotiate a lower price. However, before he could utter a word, Old Wang preemptively slashed his own price. This fortuitously allowed Lin Yang to acquire several properties below market value. Subsequently, he heard whispers that Old Wang was eager to strike up a conversation with a favored female streamer. Rumor had it that if he could assist her in winning that evening's PK, she would agree to be his girlfriend. Over a week had elapsed. It remained uncertain whether his wish had been fulfilled. During their last encounter, Lin Yang merely found him somewhat clueless, with no other particularly irksome traits. After all, the money was his, and how he chose to spend it was his prerogative. Yet, to his astonishment, this man turned out to be a rascal. The house had already been sold, the money received, and a legally binding contract signed. The property slated for demolition was no longer of any concern to him. At this juncture, Lin Yang understood the envy and regret that could accompany the decision to sell a house just before demolition. However, to dare create a disturbance was simply unacceptable. As for that female streamer, not only had she caused trouble for others, but she also audaciously set her sights on him. Lin Yang began to concoct a plan in his mind. He vowed that both of them would come to regret provoking him. Weekly Intelligence 2. The last imported Maybach S580 at the Zhongnan Auto World Maybach 4S dealership is advertised with 20-inch wheels, yet the actual delivery features 19-inch wheels. Collecting the vehicle's customs declaration, shipping records, and in-store inspection reports in advance will form a complete chain of evidence, enabling a refund and triple compensation. Lin Yang was aware that Maybach was a luxury automobile brand, though he was less familiar with the specific models. Nevertheless, even at a discount, it would still cost at least over $1 million. A refund with triple compensation implies that if one were to spend $1 million on this vehicle, not only would the initial amount be refunded, but the 4S dealership would also owe an additional $3 million. Such an opportunity to receive money effortlessly was not to be missed. He would visit the dealership shortly. It must be noted that this weekly intelligence was far superior to the daily updates, with each piece of information bearing significant value, devoid of trivial promotions from various shops. Weekly Intelligence 3. Nanhai Island continues to experience low temperatures, resulting in a persistent reduction in the production of millet peppers, leading to unprecedented wholesale prices. Stockpiling in advance could yield substantial profits. Previously, news regarding the price increase of millet peppers had reached him, and after a week, it had already peaked. Coupled with the unpredictable nature of the weather, entering the market at this time posed considerable risks. A single misstep could result in financial ruin. Lin Yang shook his head and continued to peruse the remaining intelligence. Weekly Intelligence 4. On Wednesday at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Chen Zhenghua collapsed from a sudden heart attack while jogging in Binjiang Financial Park. Providing timely assistance could garner goodwill from him. Chen Zhenghua, a name unfamiliar to him. Ideally, the intelligence disseminated by the system should be intimately connected to various aspects of one's life. Thus, it stands to reason that Chen Zhenghua must have a direct or indirect association with oneself. However, Lin Yang was certain he had never encountered this name before. He retrieved his phone and searched for Chen Zhenghua online. Name, Chen Zhenghua. Gender, male. Age, 68. Chairman of Run International Group. Developer of the most prestigious luxury residence. Binjiang Bay, in Star City. Owner of numerous shopping centers. Assets exceeding 10 billion. It turned out he was a prominent businessman, which further indicated a lack of connection. Yet, he still appeared in the system's intelligence feed. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yang deduced that the only plausible link between them could be that both he and Chen Zhenghua were clients of stock advisor Hu Qian. A tycoon with a $100 billion empire could potentially take a liking to him. By wisely leveraging this opportunity of salvation, he would undoubtedly gain countless conveniences and benefits in the future. Lin Yang committed this information to memory and continued reading the last 2 pieces of intelligence. Daily Intelligence 5. Star City is expecting heavy rain this weekend, with multiple areas experiencing water accumulation exceeding 2 meters. Please take precautions to avoid risks. Heavy rain with water levels surpassing 2 meters would submerge an ordinary car entirely, putting the occupants in grave danger. While this information may seem trivial, the ability to avert such risks in advance is invaluable. Daily Intelligence 6. Hu Qian, age 26, hometown, Star City, graduate of South Central University with a degree in finance. Height, 168 meters, weight, 49 kilograms, blood type, A measurements. Residential address, Yenda Plaza, phone number, 135. Once again, a piece of intelligence regarding a person emerged. This week, the intelligence system had dispatched a total of 6 pieces of information concerning the upcoming week. Each piece of intelligence read yields 100 experience points. Accumulating 3,000 experience points would enable the system to upgrade to a monthly intelligence system. In the first week, 4 pieces of intelligence were received. This week, 6 pieces were received, totaling 10 pieces and earning 1,000 experience points. This means that with an additional 2,000 experience points, the system would be poised for an upgrade. The system disseminates between 3 to 10 pieces of intelligence weekly, so in the best-case scenario, it could upgrade in 2 weeks. Even in less fortuitous circumstances, the system would upgrade within 7 weeks. At that point, the value of each piece of intelligence would significantly increase. Prior to the upgrade, each piece of intelligence was worth up to 1 million, but post-upgrade, their worth would soar to several million, with a chance of receiving high-value intelligence. Each worth tens of millions. Lin Yang noted that the final piece of personal intelligence, like the previous one concerning Chun Qingqing, bore a different font color from the other pieces of information. This was not the first time he had received personal intelligence. Lin Yang directly tapped the information with his finger. As expected, there was an inner page just like before. Could it be that, akin to previous instances, engaging with the individuals mentioned in the intelligence would trigger a critical hit, yielding high-value intelligence? Upon accessing the inner page, a new message appeared on the panel. Congratulations! You have received character intelligence. Dining with the relevant character will trigger a critical strike, guaranteed to unlock a new random system feature. To Lin Yang's astonishment, he had not anticipated that the system, in addition to upgrades and enhanced intelligence, could also unlock new functionalities. The intelligence system was already formidable, and the prospect of new features was truly exhilarating. However, he was left pondering what the newly unlocked function might entail and what effects it would have. Moreover, Lin Yang noticed that although both pertained to character intelligence, the information within the inner page differed. Previously, he had not seen Qin Xingqing for many years, and his memories had become hazy. The information indicated that mere contact could trigger a critical strike. In contrast with Hu Qian, whom he had known for only 2 days. They had already shared meals and shopped together, yet the criteria for triggering a critical strike were distinct. A date and dinner were required. It appeared that the conditions for triggering critical strikes based on character intelligence would evolve with the depth of his relationship with the other party. Fortunately, due to his past financial struggles, his relationships with the women around him had remained superficial. Otherwise, the conditions for triggering critical strikes could have been quite daunting. Lin Yang shook his head, realizing how his thoughts had strayed. He used to focus solely on saving money and never entertained such notions. How naive it was to think in such a manner when one is well fed. He dismissed these thoughts and prioritized unlocking the new system feature. Lin Yang picked up his phone, preparing to message Hu Qian and invite her on a date. Chapter 42. It's you in her elegantly minimalist penthouse. Hu Qian basked in an ambience that exuded understated luxury. The pale gray marble floor gleamed softly, complementing the pristine white walls, devoid of excessive embellishments. Adorned only by a few abstract art pieces that subtly infused the space with an artistic flair. Above, sleek linear lights emitted a warm, gentle glow, rendering the entire area expansive and luminous. Before the window, a treadmill stood silently, dressed in form-fitting athletic attire that accentuated her alluring silhouette. Hu Qian activated the machine, her footsteps quick and frantic. However, after a brief moment, she irritably switched it off, her chest heaving, beads of perspiration cascading down her cheeks. She made her way to the kitchen, retrieving a bottle of chilled water from the refrigerator, drinking deeply in an effort to extinguish the inexplicable agitation within her. She soon realized that her turmoil persisted, her brows knitting tightly into a furrow, muttering to herself, "How could this be?" Ever since their last dinner together and a subsequent shopping excursion with Lin Yang, her heart felt as though it had been stirred by an invisible hand. Lin Yang's image lingered incessantly in her mind, refusing to dissipate. She endeavored to concentrate on other tasks, yet her thoughts repeatedly drifted back to him. Picking up her phone, her fingers glided delicately across the screen as she prepared to message Lin Yang. After composing a few words, she hesitated, pondering. "We've only known each other for a day. This feels rather indiscreet." After a moment's indecision, she selected a different contact and dialed Zhang Jun's number. "Junior, the weather is splendid today. Would you like to go camping and have a barbecue this afternoon?" Hu Qian endeavored to keep her voice light and casual, though her grip on the phone tightened, knuckles whitening with tension. "That sounds great. However, outings are more enjoyable with a larger group. Shall we invite a couple more people?" Zhang Jun's voice resonated with the vivacity characteristic of youth. A surge of joy welled up within Hu Qian. This was precisely the response she had awaited. Her lips involuntarily curved into a smile, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she eagerly replied, "I have enough camping gear for 4. Why not invite your classmate Lin Yang? And I will bring someone else." "Sounds good. I'll gather the supplies. Just let me know when we're ready to head out." Zhang Jun readily agreed. After hanging up, Hu Qian leaned back against the sofa, a sweet smile gracing her face. The vision of Lin Yang filled her mind, and thoughts of the forthcoming outing together sweetened her heart like honey. She rose and approached the window, gazing out at the azure sky and drifting white clouds, as if envisioning them frolicking in the countryside. It was only then that her restless spirit began to find some semblance of tranquility. Meanwhile, Lin Yang was pondering how to invite Hu Qian out when his phone rang. The caller ID displaying Zhang Jun previously, they had little contact. But ever since the last time they arranged a loan at the bank where Zhang Jun worked, their communication had increased significantly. Lin Yang found Zhang Jun to be quite agreeable. The assistance he provided in connecting Lin Yang with a stock advisor proved invaluable, thereby deepening their relationship considerably. When Lin Yang learned that they would be camping together with Hu Qian and others, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Was this not a serendipitous opportunity aligning perfectly with his intentions? He was eager to fulfill his obligation of dining with Hu Qian, which would trigger a critical event and unlock new system features. However, he had matters to attend to in the morning, so he instructed Zhang Jun and the others to proceed ahead, promising to send the address once they arrived, before hanging up the phone. Before embarking on the camping trip, Lin Yang had another important task to accomplish. He intended to purchase a Maybach S580 from the 4S dealership, a car that came with a refund policy of 1 to 3. Such an opportunity for financial gain was too enticing to pass up. After finishing breakfast at the community entrance, he drove directly to the Maybach 4S dealership in Zhongnan Automobile World. At the dealership, the sales staff were diligently engaged in their respective tasks when suddenly, a massive off-road vehicle, resembling a tank, slowly came to a halt at the entrance. The seasoned salespeople immediately recognized it as a Yangwang U8. Fully aware of its considerable price tag, they understood that the individuals who drove such vehicles were typically affluent, belonging to a true high-net-worth demographic. These customers demonstrated a keen acceptance of novelty, possessed significant purchasing power, and placed great importance on technological innovation and brands. The decision to purchase a Yangwang U8 often stemmed from a desire for unique experiences rather than an essential need. In simpler terms, those who could afford to spend over $1 million on such a vehicle as a toy would undoubtedly be capable of acquiring a Maybach from their showroom as well. Consequently, the sales staff's eyes gleamed with anticipation as they rushed to the entrance, forming two lines and bowing in unison, enthusiastically exclaiming, "Welcome to Maybach." Lin Yang was momentarily taken aback. Having just parked his car, he had yet to exit, and such fervent enthusiasm made him wonder if a prominent figure was arriving. As he gracefully descended from the Yangwang U8 and surveyed his surroundings, he realized it was still early, and aside from himself, there were no other customers in sight. Could it be that this grand reception was intended for him? His suspicions were soon confirmed by the sales staff's actions. They were indeed welcoming him with such formality. A tall, attractive female sales consultant swiftly approached him, her face adorned with a radiant smile that showcased her perfect teeth. Her expression was warm yet measured, exuding professionalism and competence. "Good day, sir. We are delighted to welcome you to our Maybach 4S dealership. I am Lu Dan, your sales consultant. How may I assist you today?" As she spoke, she slightly inclined her body and gestured invitingly, her movements elegant and natural. Another male sales consultant, eager to contribute, quickly joined her, introducing, "Sir, we currently offer a variety of Maybach models, each with its own distinctive features and exceptional performance, guaranteeing an unparalleled experience whether for business or everyday driving." As he spoke, his gaze was firmly fixed on Lin Yang, scrutinizing every subtle shift in his facial expressions, attempting to glean valuable insights from his reactions. Several sales representatives encircled Lin Yang, cautiously maintaining an appropriate distance that neither suffocated him with their presence nor hindered their ability to assist him at a moment's notice. They occasionally interjected with brief comments, earnestly and eagerly introducing the store's promotional offers and after-sale services. Lin Yang understood that they were striving to impress him, as they perceived him as someone who could easily purchase a Yangwang U8 as a mere toy, and acquiring a Maybach would be a trivial endeavor. The commission from selling a Maybach was considerable, so their enthusiastic service was hardly surprising. Lin Yang couldn't help but wonder how these individuals would feel if they knew he was actually seeking a refund with triple compensation. At that moment, he noticed the enthusiastic demeanor of all the sales representatives, eager for him to select them as his sales consultants. However, one female salesperson in her 30s stood out as an exception. Upon recognizing his face, the smile that had once adorned her features evaporated, replaced by a look of disdain in her eyes. Lin Yang smiled and pointed at this female salesperson, declaring, "You come show me the cars." Everyone present was taken aback, despite their fervent attempts to curry favor, and with Li Yu displaying a sullen expression. Why would this gentleman choose her? Chapter 43. Chosen because you're the most displeasing. Li Yu stood still, her gaze brimming with disdain, her thoughts involuntarily drifting back to a year prior. At that time, her cousin Li Xiaojia had joyfully shown her a photograph of Lin Yang, whose striking features and handsome demeanor seemed almost unreal. The glimmer of affection in Li Xiaojia's eyes was unmistakable as she chattered excitedly about her pursuit of Lin Yang. After half a year of effort, she finally won his affection, Yet their relationship did not endure. Lin Yang was too impoverished, unable to afford even a modest gift, leading her to make a decisive choice to end things. After all, how could a poor man transform into a wealthy one in merely 6 months? The least expensive car at a luxury dealership would cost over $1 million, and anyone capable of purchasing such a vehicle would need assets in the tens of millions. Thus, Liu concluded that Lin Yang could not possibly afford a car from this showroom and saw no reason to squander her time on someone so unworthy. Initially, when she spotted Lin Yang stepping down from a luxurious U8, her first reaction was one of shock. She could not reconcile the image of this affluent individual with the memory of the stingy, impoverished boy she once knew. However, it did not take long for her to conclude that Lin Yang must have rented the car or perhaps had attached himself to a wealthy woman, merely seeking to put on a fade and show off before others. This preconceived notion only deepened her aversion towards him. When Lin Yang insisted on her assistance to view the vehicles, her disdain intensified, and she inwardly cursed him as a weirdo, reluctantly accepting the task. "Sir, perhaps you should allow someone else to assist you," Liu suggested, her brow slightly furrowed, a flicker of impatience flashing in her eyes, her tone laced with palpable resistance. She truly did not wish to waste time on this self-proclaimed pauper, contemplating that it would be far more beneficial to cater to genuine buyers, possibly leading to a lucrative commission. "No, it shall be you," Lin Yang asserted firmly, a subtle smile gracing his lips. He was aware that the more reluctantly Yu appeared, the more amusing her reaction would be when faced with the inevitable consequences of a return and compensation. His choice to select Li Yu was merely to pick the individual he deemed most disagreeable. After all, when it came time for returns, the salesperson responsible for the sale would likely bear the brunt of the repercussions. Seeing Lin Yang unwavering in his decision, Liu felt a surge of irritation. However, in the professional setting, she could not openly defy him. Gritting her teeth, she silently grumbled to herself, forcing a smile that was more painful than tears, and begrudgingly accepted the assignment. She thought to herself that regardless, he could not possibly purchase anything. She would merely accompany him through this charade and observe how long he could maintain his pretense. Thus, with a languid stride, she led Lin Yang towards the display area. Upon arriving, she gestured towards a vehicle. "Sir, perhaps you might consider this S180. It is our most affordable model, priced at around $1 million. Lin Yang chucked softly, realizing that her reluctance stemmed from her perception of his financial status, prompting her to introduce only the least expensive option. If he were genuinely in the market for a vehicle, he would have turned around and walked away by now. However, today he had a specific intent, a refund and triple compensation. The car's appearance was unappealing, while the one beside it looked rather nice. Lin Yang pointed towards the S580 stationed in the center of the showroom. Liu pouted, reluctantly leading Lin Yang over. Standing beside the car, she began to deliver a formulaic introduction, her voice flat and devoid of enthusiasm, as though she were merely fulfilling a mandatory obligation. "This is the S580, an imported sedan, a preferred choice among many successful individuals." Lin Yang strolled slowly around the vehicle, occasionally reaching out to gently touch its surface, scrutinizing every detail with an air of keen interest. His gaze settled on the wheels, quietly calculating that they were undoubtedly 19 inches. Observing Lin Yang's actions, Liu couldn't help but mutter to herself, a hint of derision creeping into her expression. An impoverished fool, contemplating the S580, which costs nearly $3.5 million upon delivery. Can you truly afford it? Although she refrained from voicing this thought aloud, the sardonic tone and disdainful glances betrayed her inner sentiments. She then deliberately raised her voice, seemingly emphasizing a point. "The S580 is an imported sedan, quite expensive, exceeding $3 million. Her tone implied that this vehicle was beyond Lin Yang's financial reach. Urging him not to waste time here, Lin Yang discerned the underlying mockery in her words, aware that she was ridiculing his financial capability. Yet, he remained unfazed, offering a slight smile, while mentally calculating how he would present the refund and triple compensation, wondering if she would still be laughing then. He responded nonchalantly, "No matter how expensive a car is, if one truly admires it, then it is worth it." according to the intelligence he had gathered. Successfully achieving a refund and triple compensation required three vital pieces of evidence: the customs declaration, shipping records, and in-store inspection records. With these, he could assert that the merchandise did not match the description, thereby securing substantial compensation. Lin Yang understood that each subsequent step was crucial. He must proceed with utmost caution, revealing not a hint of vulnerability. Raising his head, he fixed his gaze on Li Yu and casually inquired, "I have heard that many 4S dealerships clandestinely replace parts in imported vehicles. You wouldn't have done so, would you?" This question, seemingly innocuous, concealed a deeper significance. Li Yu's expression shifted slightly upon hearing it, a surge of anger swelling within her, perceiving Lin Yang's inquiry as a deliberate provocation. She retorted sharply, "We are not some roadside establishment. All the Maybach 4S dealerships in the province belong to our owner. We possess complete customs declarations, shipping records, and in-store inspection records, ensuring 100 genuine imports. You needn't fret over such matters." "Very well. Then this shall be the vehicle," Lin Yang declared without a moment's hesitation. This statement detonated like a bombshell, sending shockwaves through Li Yu's mind. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Shock and confusion etched across her face. Her mouth slightly agape as she stood frozen for a moment before stammering, "Are you certain you truly want this car?" Her voice involuntarily escalated by several decibels, her eyes brimming with disbelief. To her, Lin Yang was nothing more than a pauper. How could he possibly afford a luxury car worth over 3 million? She even questioned whether she had misheard. Observing Li Yu's astonished expression, Lin Yang couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. He nodded affirmatively and said, "Indeed, I shall purchase this one." Chapter 44. You misjudged at this moment. Li Yu was still enveloped in a haze of astonishment, her mind a tumultuous whirl. She could not fathom how Lin Yang could so decisively purchase this vehicle. However, since Lin Yang expressed his intent to buy, she felt it inappropriate to voice her reservations. Suppressing her inner doubts as she retrieved the contract, her steps were somewhat erratic, nearly causing her to trip over a nearby display stand, a testament to her inner turmoil. As she collected the contract, Li Yu's thoughts raced incessantly. She pondered whether Lin Yang was merely toying with her, or if he truly lacked the means to pay, seeking merely to display his bravado before others, certain to concoct excuses to evade payment during the signing. With such thoughts, her heart found a semblance of balance. She resolved to accompany Lin Yang through this process and observe what trickery he might unveil next. Hastily, Li returned to Lin Yang's side. Placing the contract on the table, her tone laced with skepticism, "Please review the contract. The S580 collectible model is priced at $2.84 million, and with optional accessories and value-added tax, the total comes to $3.489 million. If there are no issues, you may proceed to sign." Lin Yang accepted the contract, reading it meticulously and unhurriedly, paying particular attention to each clause. He scrutinized the specifics regarding the vehicle's configuration, as these details determined whether he could successfully claim a refund and compensation. Should any discrepancies arise, it would unjustly benefit Li Yu, granting her a substantial commission. Watching Lin Yang's demeanor, Li Yu felt a surge of impatience. She anticipated the moment when he would falter, unable to complete the payment, relishing the prospect of his embarrassment. In her mind, she urged him to sign quickly, eager to witness his imminent predicament. Moments later, Lin Yang concluded his review of the contract. He picked up a pen and decisively inscribed his name upon the document. After signing, he lifted his gaze to Li Yu, a faint smile gracing his lips. All done. Li Yu's heart raced unexpectedly. She had not anticipated that Lin Yang would genuinely sign. Yet, a flicker of hope lingered within her, speculating that perhaps he was merely scribbling his name without the means to pay. Thus, she retrieved the POS machine, feigning composure as she inquired, "Sir, may I ask your preferred method of payment?" Lin Yang produced a bank card from his pocket, casually handing it to Li Yu as he replied, "Credit card." As she accepted the card, her hand trembled slightly. She inserted the card into the POS machine, entered the amount, and pressed the confirmation button. Moments later, the machine emitted a successful transaction alert. In that instant, Li Yu felt as though the ground beneath her darkened. nearly causing her to falter. She had never anticipated that Lin Yang possessed the financial means to purchase the vehicle. Her previous judgments had proven utterly mistaken. Only upon the completion of the payment did Liu fully grasp that Lin Yang was indeed capable of affording the car. It appeared he had concealed his true identity from Xiao Jia. He was in fact a wealthy heir. How foolish Xiao Jia must feel for misjudging him. With this newfound knowledge of Lin Yang's affluence, Liu's demeanor shifted dramatically, undergoing a complete transformation. Her face was adorned with a radiant smile, one that surpassed even the warmth she had shown to esteemed clients in the past. Her eyes narrowed into slits, her lips curled upwards, revealing a set of pearly white teeth, transforming her into a seemingly different person altogether. Mr. Lin, your discerning eye is truly commendable. This S580 is indeed a perfect match for you. Liu's voice took on a notably sweet tone, laced with a hint of flattery. Rest assured, I will meticulously handle all subsequent procedures for you. Should any issues arise, do not hesitate to reach out. As she spoke, she incessantly handed Lin Yang various documents while occasionally adjusting her hair, striving to leave a favorable impression upon him. Lin Yang observed Liu's transformation with a sense of irony. He contemplated silently that the world is indeed pragmatic. Wealth elevates one's status, while lack thereof invites disdain. However, he remained indifferent to Liu's demeanor, for his objective was to secure a return and triple compensation. In the end, not only could he return the vehicle, but he could also claim thrice its sale price. Priced at $84 million, that amounted to a staggering $52 million. He wondered how long Liu's cheerful facade would endure once this matter was concluded. Mr. Lin, our dealership has but one final S580 Collector's Edition in stock. Will you be taking delivery today? Today, indeed. Very well. With a cheerful response, Liu gathered the necessary paperwork, beaming as she guided Lin Yang to inspect the vehicle. Her steps were light, and she continuously elaborated on the car's various features and considerations, her enthusiasm akin to that of an old friend reconnecting. The vehicle on display was indeed the last one in the showroom. Li Rue led Lin Yang directly to the S580 Collector's Edition. Beside them, Liu maintained a beaming smile, though her eyes betrayed a hint of anxiety. Lin Yang chuckled softly as he embarked on a meticulous inspection process, which was not merely a routine check, but a pivotal step towards executing his plan for a return and compensation. Throughout the inspection, his primary focus remained on uncovering evidence that would substantiate his claims regarding the vehicle's discrepancies. He received documents from Liu to verify customs declarations, shipping records, and inspection certifications from the dealership were all present. After thoroughly examining every aspect, Lin Yang felt a surge of confidence. He lifted his gaze to Liu, offering a slight smile. Everything is in order. Let us proceed with the signature. Upon hearing these words, a weight lifted from Liu's chest, and she promptly handed him a pen, exclaiming, Mr. Lin, your attention to detail is remarkable. You are the most meticulous client I have ever encountered. Lin Yang took the pen and inscribed his name upon the inspection form. With the contract signed and all procedures duly completed, all that remained was to acquire the vehicle registration certificate, at which point this luxurious automobile would unequivocally belong to him. Lin Yang's gaze shimmered with anticipation and determination, as he envisioned the triumphant scene that awaited him upon successfully executing his plan for a return and compensation. At that moment, Liu, with a hint of apologetic smile, softly spoke, Mr. Lin, I sincerely apologize. The vehicle registration certificate is currently at the bank. However, rest assured, I shall retrieve it within 3 days and personally deliver it to your door. Lin Yang nodded gently, his gaze calm and steady. Very well. I shall leave the car here for the time being. I will take it once I have the vehicle registration certificate. After giving his instructions, Lin Yang turned and departed with measured steps. As soon as Lin Yang left, Liu transformed, eagerly pulling out her phone and rapidly tapping on the screen. She sent her cousin, Li Xiao Jia, a WeChat message. You remember that poor boyfriend, Lin Yang, whom you used to disdain? He just nonchalantly purchased a multi-million-dollar Maybach. You truly misjudged him. After sending the message, she leaned back in her chair, her lips curving into a smile. Selling a luxury car so effortlessly would undoubtedly ensure a generous bonus this month. The reason Lin Yang left the car at the dealership was to prepare for potential compensation claims. If he drove the car away now and later claimed that the wheel size was incorrect, the dealership could easily argue that he had changed it after leaving, thus attempting to extort them. By leaving it at the dealership, they would be unable to use such excuses. It was only fitting that this deceitful establishment, which misled customers, should face some consequences. Additionally, it served as a lesson for salespeople like Li Rue, who looked down upon others. Though a few days must pass, Lin Yang already anticipated the delightful expressions on their faces when he demanded triple compensation. Xiao Di, navigate to Wolfenjuan Farm. Once in a car, Lin Yang directed the navigation to the camping site. Hu Qian had already arrived. By going on a date and sharing a meal with her, he could trigger a critical hit and unlock new system features. At this moment, he was keenly eager to discover what this new feature entailed. With a firm press of the accelerator, the off-road vehicle surged forward with exhilarating speed. Chapter 45. A solution to the dispute over surnames in childbirth. In Star City, there exists a captivating camping paradise known as Wolfen Garden Farm. The gentle flow of the Jingjiang River meanders before the farm, with expansive riverbanks adorned in lush green grass, resembling a natural emerald carpet. On the opposite bank, the majestic mountains rise dramatically, standing as vigilant guardians of the earth, silently observing the river's serene journey from the mountains. The harmonious interplay of mountains and water creates a picturesque tableau. Every weekend, this locale transforms into a vibrant sea of joy, attracting countless visitors eager to embark on their camping adventures. This time, Hu Qian, Zhang Jun, and Hu Qian's childhood friend Lin Shi have made plans to visit. The trio travels together in one vehicle, their laughter and cheerful banter accompanying them as they arrive at the farm's entrance. Upon their arrival, they find dozens of cars already parked along the riverbank, where a lively scene unfolds. Numerous canopies and tents are arranged in delightful disarray, resembling a temporary village. Hundreds of men and women of all ages leisurely sit beneath the canopies, savoring fresh fruits, while others recline in tents, basking in the warm sunlight. A group of children frolic on the riverbank, relishing the exquisite moments bestowed upon them by nature. I'll start moving the canopy, the folding table, chairs, and the barbecue grill to the riverbank. You two can unload the food from the trunk, Zhang Jun remarks, picking up a backpack taller than himself and making his way down a narrow path to the riverbank. As he descends, he weaves through the bustling canopies and tents, his eyes scanning for a suitable spot to set up the canopy. At that moment, an off-road vehicle speeds past him, its engine's roar capturing his attention instantly. The heavy vehicle navigates the uneven, pothole-ridden riverbank with remarkable ease. So cool, Zhang Jun exclaims, unable to suppress his admiration. Men seem to possess an irresistible fondness for off-road vehicles, and his envy deepens when he realizes it is a Land Rover, his dream car. He has perused its specifications online countless times, committing every detail to memory. Alas, the price tag of nearly $1 million is a formidable barrier. However, the allure is fleeting. Suddenly, the Land Rover becomes ensnared in the mud of the riverbank, its wheels spinning helplessly and splattering dark sludge, unable to escape its predicament. The driver, evidently flustered, frantically shifts gears, desperately attempting to free the vehicle, but all efforts only serve to entrench it further. After Zhang Jun departs, Hu Qian and Lin Shi remain by the riverbank. Standing beside the car, the sunlight bathes them, accentuating their graceful silhouettes. Hu Qian exudes an aura of sophistication, her confident gaze and effortless demeanor radiating the allure of a mature woman. In contrast, Lin Shi is as gentle as a little white rabbit, her smile lighting up her face and evoking a sense of sweetness. In the midst of a bustling crowd, every individual becomes a focal point of attention. At present, two stunning beauties standing side by side create a striking tableau, instantly captivating the gaze of all passers-by. They open the trunk of their vehicle, methodically removing items one by one. Just then, with a creaking sound, a white Porsche glides to a halt beside them. The driver's window slowly descends, revealing a handsome young man in his 20s, who leans out with an air of confidence. Dressed in fashionable casual attire, he wears a charming smile, with admiration glimmering in his eyes. Two beautiful ladies, it must be quite a task moving all those things. Would you like me to assist you? We could camp together. He offers, his voice infused with enthusiasm and anticipation, his gaze flitting between Hu Qian and Lin Shi. Hu Qian glances up at him, a polite smile gracing her features. Yet her tone is resolute. No, thank you. My boyfriend will be here shortly. Ah, a flower already has an owner. What a pity, the young man replies, a fleeting look of disappointment crossing his face before he quickly regains his composure. He withdraws his head, presses the accelerator, and the Porsche emits a low rumble as it gradually drives away. As they watch the Porsche fade into the distance, Lin Shi takes Hu Qian's hand, her face alight with curiosity. Qian, when did you get a boyfriend? I had no idea. She tilts her head, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. Hu Qian gently pats Lin Shi's hand, offering a resigned smile. I don't have a boyfriend. I merely wanted to send him on his way. Lin Shi pouts, a hint of confusion etched on her face. He is not bad looking and drives a Porsche. Why wouldn't you be interested in him? She struggles to comprehend Hu Qian's aversion to such an admirable young man. At that moment, Hu Qian's mind drifts to Lin Yang, whose handsome features, confidence, and unique aura had left an indelible impression on her heart. Reflecting on the young man from earlier, her tone turns somewhat dismissive. That kind of person isn't worthy of being my boyfriend. A flicker of disdain surfaces in her gaze, for she perceives the previous youth as utterly incomparable to Lin Yang. Lin Shi remains bewildered, having found that young man quite appealing, both in looks and in circumstances, and cannot fathom why Hu Qian would reject him so firmly. Just as she is about to inquire further, her attention is drawn to an oncoming off-road vehicle. Suddenly, Lin Shi exclaims, "Look, the Yangwang U8, the off-road enthusiast edition." No sooner has she spoken than the vehicle comes to a gentle stop before them. The door swings open, revealing a strikingly handsome face. Lin Shi is momentarily entranced, her gaze fixed on him. It has been years since she encountered someone so extraordinarily handsome. His features are chiseled and exquisite, his eyes deep and expressive, and a slight smile graces his lips, radiating charm. Shi, this is my other friend, Lin Yang, whom I told you about. As Hu Qian observed Lin Shi in a state of distraction, she couldn't help but chuckle softly. Approaching Lin Shi, she introduced herself. At that moment, a faint blush crept onto Lin Shi's cheeks, and with a hint of shyness, she smiled and remarked, "We all share the surname Lin, so there will be no disputes over which name to give the children in the future." Upon hearing her words, both Hu Qian and Lin Yang were momentarily taken aback. "What did you just say? Shi, you are quite audacious, aren't you?" Chapter 46. Rescue. Upon hearing the startled exclamations of Lin Yang and Hu Qian, Lin Shi finally regained her composure, chuckling nervously to alleviate the awkwardness. Hu Qian introduced, "Lin Yang, this is my childhood friend Lin Shi, a dance instructor." Lin Yang greeted her warmly. "Hello." Flustered, Lin Shi repeatedly stammered, hello, mortified by her earlier words about wanting to have children with a man she had just met. She wished she could vanish into thin air. Noticing that Lin Yang had no intention of leaving, she lowered her head, retrieved a bag of fruit from the trunk, and hurried towards the riverbank. Hu Qian, smiling, reassured Lin Yang, "Don't mind her, that's just how she is." Lin Yang shook his head, laughing, "It's fine, quite endearing actually. By the way, the roadside is lined with parked cars. Is there anywhere nearby to park?" After a moment of thought, Hu Qian replied, "If you drive a bit further, there's a fork in the road that leads down to the riverbank. You can park there." "All right," Lin Yang acknowledged, returning to his car and revving the engine as he drove away. Lin Shi, keeping a watchful eye on Lin Yang, only dared to return after he had left. She grabbed Hu Qian's hand, gossiping, "Qian, confess honestly, do you have a crush on Lin Yang?" "Not at all. I only met him a day before you." Hu Qian protested, but Lin Shi was unconvinced. "That's not true. Your gaze towards him is entirely different. You can't hide that from me." Hu Qian's cheeks flushed crimson as she hurriedly shifted the topic. "And you just mentioned wanting to have children with him. That's different." It was merely an appreciation of handsome men. As Hu Qian and Lin Shi continued their playful banter, They unloaded their belongings from the trunk in preparation to head to the riverbank. However, upon reaching the riverbank, they found no sign of Zhang Jun, nor did they see their canopy. Scanning the area, they eventually spotted Zhang Jun in the distance, directing a rescue operation for an off-road vehicle that had become stuck in the mud. As they approached, they learned that due to the surrounding muck, most vehicles were hesitant to intervene, and the tow rope was insufficiently long, leaving the driver to attempt to extricate the vehicle himself. Zhang Yun, nearby, had taken it upon himself to supervise the efforts. With a roar, the engine thundered, and the tires spun wildly, spraying dark mud in all directions. Yet the vehicle remained stubbornly immobile. The onlookers began to murmur amongst themselves. Isn't the Land Rover supposed to be impressive? How can it be stuck in such shallow mud? A middle-aged man, seemingly knowledgeable about cars, puffed up his chest, a hint of arrogance gracing his features as he declared loudly, "This is the Land Rover Range Rover autobiography, worth nearly 3 million yuan, with a 4T engine boasting over 600 horsepower, comparable to half a tank. It's not something those domestic junk cars can compete with." Nearby, a young man frowned at the remark, clearly displeased. If you're going to extol the virtues of foreign cars, do so without disparaging domestic ones. After all, you're still of domestic origin. He retorted bluntly, "Oh, half a tank's worth of horsepower, yet it can't even get one tire out." The middle-aged man's face flushed crimson, akin to a ripened tomato, as he stammered, What kind of language is that? Such deep mud. Even a tank would struggle to emerge, and moreover, this driver is undoubtedly a novice, lacking in skill." He gestured animatedly with his hands while speaking, just as his words hung in the air. A bald head emerged from the Land Rover, adorned with a hefty gold chain, and appeared considerably older than the middle-aged man. He pointed a finger at him and bellowed, "Who are you calling a novice? When I was driving, you were still playing in the mud with your pants down?" The car owner's retort left the middle-aged man feeling utterly humiliated, silencing him instantly. "Look, isn't that the Yangwang U8? Someone exclaimed, pointing into the distance. All eyes turned toward the commotion as a vehicle larger than the Land Rover approached the riverbank. The U8, imposing in stature with its robust lines, radiated a unique aura of dominance under the sun, reminiscent of an indomitable warrior. Its metallic paint gleamed with a cold sheen, and its broad tires firmly gripped the ground, proclaiming its formidable prowess. Seeing the Land Rover ensnared in the mud without a means of rescue, a bystander suggested to the driver, "The Yangwang U8 boasts over 1,000 horsepower. It's practically a tank. It should have no trouble extricating itself from a muck. Why not seek its assistance?" The driver's eyes sparkled with a flicker of hope. After a moment's hesitation, he exited the vehicle, retrieved a cigarette from the trunk, and strode purposefully toward the Yangwang U8. Meanwhile, whispers rippled through the crowd. "Do you think the U8 can really pull the Land Rover out?" inquired a bespectacled young man, his face etched with doubt. "It's hard to say. The mud is incredibly deep, and the Land Rover is stuck tight. Despite the U8's power, it may not suffice," replied a man in sportswear, shaking his head uncertainly. Others, however, expressed unwavering confidence in the U8. "I believe it can do it. The U8 is no ordinary vehicle. Its performance is exceptional. I even heard it can float in emergencies, so pulling a Land Rover should be a piece of cake." Amidst varying opinions, all eyes remained fixed on the Yangwang U8 and the beleaguered Land Rover, eagerly anticipating the unfolding events. Nearby, the earlier middle-aged man scoffed disdainfully. "Domestic cars are notorious for exaggeration. Just because it claims to have 1,000 horsepower doesn't mean it actually does. If it dares to approach, it will merely add another vehicle to the mud pit." Lin Yang drove along the winding road, gradually making his way toward the riverbank. Upon finding a clear patch on the shore, he parked the vehicle steadily. Almost immediately, a man adorned with a large gold chain and chunky rings approached with a beaming smile, his ostentatious attire unmistakable. "Hey there, could you do me a favor? My car is stuck in the mud and won't budge." The middle-aged man spoke while graciously offering a cigarette, his face alight with anticipation as he gazed at Lin Yang. Instinctively, Lin Yang accepted the cigarette, only to discover it was a premium brand, valued at no less than 2,000 yuan. A sense of surprise washed over him. However, he believed in the adage that one should not refuse a kind gesture. Moreover, his own vehicle possessed capabilities for rescue, providing an excellent opportunity for a test. Thus, he readily replied, "All right, sir, I shall give it a try, though I cannot guarantee success." "That's perfectly fine. Just give it a shot," came the response. Lin Yang then settled into his car and ignited the engine. The man led the way, guiding him closer to the scene of the incident. As they approached, the condition of the ground deteriorated drastically. The once firm earth was overtaken by treacherous, unstable mud, causing a sense of precariousness for anyone who stood upon it, as if they might sink at any moment, not to mention a vehicle weighing several tons. With utmost caution, Lin Yang navigated his vehicle, inching closer to the Land Rover ensnared in the mire. He observed that the front left wheel of the Land Rover was embedded deeply in the mud. The surrounding area churned into a murky chaos by the spinning wheels, the vehicle leaning precariously, presenting a most unfortunate sight. Just as Lin Yang's car made contact with the mud, a sudden rumble echoed as his wheels began to sink, and he inwardly lamented, realizing he had underestimated the mud's formidable grip. As Lin Yang's vehicle became ensnared, a stir erupted among the onlookers. The previously disdainful middle-aged man, now wearing a mocking expression, crossed his arms and smirked, exclaiming, "See, I told you that domestic junk wouldn't hold up. It's stuck now, isn't it?" Chapter 47. Returning home, Lin Yang remained unfazed by the surrounding skepticism, swiftly regaining his composure. He meticulously examined the vehicle's dashboard and the various buttons on the central console. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration illuminated his eyes as he spotted a button labeled Escape Mode, igniting a glimmer of hope within him. Without hesitation, he pressed the button, activating the escape mode of the vehicle. In that instant, the vehicle's electronic system responded promptly, intelligently adjusting the power output and torque distribution. Lin Yang pressed the accelerator once more, and the engine roared to life with a deep, powerful rumble, reminiscent of a beast awakening from slumber. Instantly, the tires seemed to be infused with newfound strength, spinning rapidly as they surged forth from the mire, splattering mud in all directions. Onlookers were rendered speechless by the spectacle. The mocking voice of the middle-aged man abruptly silenced, replaced by a chorus of astonishment. This is truly remarkable." Lin Yang cautiously maneuvered his vehicle closer to the Land Rover. When he was 4 or 5 meters away, the length of the tow rope was just sufficient. The older gentleman hastily secured the tow rope to Lin Yang's hitch and enlisted Zhang Jun to direct the rescue efforts while he returned to his vehicle. Hands gripping the steering wheel tightly, his eyes brimming with anxiety and anticipation, Lin Yang engaged reverse gear and gently pressed the accelerator. The vehicle moved steadily backward, the tow rope taut and straight. Under the gaze of the crowd, the Land Rover swayed slightly before being gradually extricated from the mire. As the Land Rover successfully emerged, the spectators erupted into enthusiastic cheers and applause. "The Yangwang U8 is truly impressive," one exclaimed. "Indeed, it's my first time witnessing a vehicle that can conquer mud without fear." The crowd marveled at the formidable performance of the Yangwang U8. Amidst the crowd, a young man leaped with excitement, exclaiming, "The power is astounding. Over 1,000 horsepower, it's just like a tank." His eyes sparkled with exhilaration, his face radiating admiration for the Yangwang U8. Nearby, an older gentleman nodded in agreement, reflecting, "It's remarkable to see a domestic vehicle perform so admirably. We must no longer underestimate them." At that moment, someone recalled the earlier disdainful middle-aged man, glancing around only to discover that he had already slinked away, likely embarrassed by his previous remarks. Meanwhile, Zhang Jun, who had been orchestrating the rescue, stood transfixed. Gazing at Lin Yang's Yangwang U8, his eyes filled with envy and longing. Following this incident, his dream vehicle had transformed from a Land Rover to the Yangwang U8, and he silently resolved to strive earnestly to acquire one. After the rescue concluded, the older gentleman approached Lin Yang with heartfelt gratitude, grasping his hand tightly. "Young man, I owe you a great debt today. Otherwise, I would have been at a loss. My brother, who has some standing in Xingqing. So if you ever find yourself in trouble, do not hesitate to seek my help," he declared warmly, eagerly requesting to add Lin Yang on WeChat. Aware that every friend opens new avenues, Lin Yang readily obliged. Once Brother Hu departed, the surrounding crowd began to murmur excitedly among themselves. My goodness, that individual was none other than Brother Hu. He can undoubtedly be considered the sovereign of the underground realm in our Heshi region. Had I known it was Brother Hu, I would have braved the peril of having the entire vehicle mired in mud to come to his aid. Who could argue otherwise? With Brother Hu watching over us, we shall stride confidently in the future. Listening to the discussions around him, Lin Yang chuckled, realizing that he had inadvertently rescued a significant figure. With this favor in hand, he might well evade considerable troubles in Star City in the future. After the rescue concluded, Lin Yang returned the vehicle to its original spot. Before he could even exit the car, a throng of people swiftly encircled him, surrounding his Yangwang U8. Among the crowd, several young women sparkled with envy in their eyes. One girl, her hair tied in a ponytail, exclaimed excitedly, "Handsome, your car is magnificent. The design, the lines, it's simply too cool." As she spoke, she gently caressed the car's surface, her gaze brimming with admiration. Indeed, he had only seen the Yangwang U8 online before. Encountering it in reality was even more imposing. A bespectacled young man chimed in, clutching his phone tightly as he snapped pictures from various angles, frequently adjusting the settings. Eager to capture every detail of the Yangwang U8 perfectly. Nearby, a middle-aged man expressed his astonishment, saying, "For a domestic vehicle to achieve this level is truly remarkable. This is not merely a car. It symbolizes the rise of our nation's automotive industry." His words were infused with pride, and his gaze lingered on the Yangwang U8, as if he were admiring a precious work of art. The crowd buzzed with conversation, their eyes filled with admiration and envy for the Yangwang U8. Many individuals took out their phones, capturing images of the vehicle, the flash of cameras illuminating the scene. The air was punctuated by exclamations of awe. Lin Yang secured the car and navigated through the crowd, soon spotting Hu Qian and other friends. Quickening his pace to join them. "Hey, I'm here," he called out, waving enthusiastically. Upon hearing his voice, Hu Qian and the others turned, greeting Lin Yang with warmth. "You finally made it. We were waiting for you." After exchanging pleasantries, they began to collaborate on setting up a canopy. Once the canopy was erected, they proceeded to arrange the tables and chairs. With everything in place, they were merely awaiting the ignition of the grill for their barbecue feast. Lin Yang picked up a lighter and ignited the charcoal, which soon crackled to life, releasing a plume of dense smoke. The crowd gathered around, their faces alight with excitement and anticipation as a joyous barbecue banquet was about to commence. Just as they were preparing to indulge in the delights of grilling, a clear ringtone pierced the festive atmosphere. Lin Yang retrieved his phone from his pocket, noticing his mother's name displayed on the screen, a warm smile gracing his face. He gestured to his friends and stepped aside to answer the call. "Hello, Mom, what is up?" On the other end of the line, the familiar voice of his mother resonated. Yang, didn't you mention that you'd return home in a few days? It's been over 10 days now. When will you come back?" Lin Yang slightly tilted his head, gazing into the distant sky, deep in contemplation. In just a few days, the demolition announcement for Jinling Community would be released. Once the signatures were affixed, he could return home to await the disbursement of the compensation. If he were to return now, he would still need to come back to Xinjiang to sign the documents, which would be quite a hassle. He estimated that he could return to his hometown by next week. "Mom, just a few more days, I'll be back at the earliest next week. I have some matters to attend to, but I've arranged most of it, so do not worry." His mother then inquired, "Will you be coming back alone or with someone? What about your girlfriend? Why not bring her home for me to see?" Upon hearing his mother mention a girlfriend, Lin Yang couldn't help but chuckle, explaining, "What girlfriend, Mom? Please don't think too much. The one before was not real. She pursued me for half a year and became quite bothersome, which is why I reluctantly pretended to agree." After Lin Yang clarified, his mother said no more, merely urging him to find a girlfriend soon. As he was no longer young, Lin Yang readily agreed, reminding his mother to take care of her health and to spend money as needed, not to save for him. Before hanging up, in the past he had struggled and feared returning home, worrying about being judged and bringing shame to his parents due to his lack of success. Now that he had achieved financial stability, he was determined to restore their pride upon returning home. Lin Yang hung up and returned to sit beside Zhang Jun. Hu Qian was sitting directly across from him. The sunlight cascaded over Hu Qian, accentuating her graceful figure, while a gentle breeze danced through her hair, playfully brushing a few strands across her cheek, adding to her captivating charm. Lin Yang, I heard your hometown is in Xiangxi, right? Hu Qian asked, her voice filled with curiosity. Lin Yang nodded slightly, a soft smile gracing his lips. Yes, why do you ask all of a sudden? Hu Qian clapped her hands in excitement, her face beaming with uncontainable joy. I've always wanted to travel to Xiangxi. I've heard that the scenery there is breathtaking, imbued with unique local customs. With the Qingming festival approaching, why don't we all go together? It would be a wonderful way to relax. And you could serve as our guide. Lin Yang, hearing Hu Qian's suggestion, took it lightly, assuming it was merely a casual topic. He replied in agreement, sure. Although I am from Xiangxi, I haven't traveled much beyond my hometown. This would be a perfect opportunity for all of us to experience the charm of Xiangxi together. Hu Qian, thrilled by Lin Yang's response, radiated an even brighter smile, akin to a blooming sunflower. That's wonderful. It's settled then. I'll start planning as soon as I get home. Just thinking about it excites me. Chapter 48. New features of the random system after the barbecue. Lin Yang, Hu Qian, Lin Shi, and Zhang Jun eagerly engaged in games, their laughter echoing in the air. Unbeknownst to them, time slipped away, and soon it was past 4 in the afternoon. Suddenly, the once azure sky appeared to be veiled by a massive gray curtain, and darkness swiftly enveloped the surroundings. Following this, a fierce wind arose, causing the tents on the riverbank to sway precariously. As rain threatened to pour, everyone camping began to hurriedly pack their belongings to leave before the downpour. Lin Yang's expression shifted slightly. According to their original plan, they were supposed to have dinner here before returning. This arrangement would also allow Lin Yang to fulfill his desire to dine with Hu Qian, thereby triggering a system-critical hit to unlock new features. However, the impending storm disrupted their plans. Watching the clouds gather, Lin Yang felt a twinge of frustration, pondering why it had to rain at such an inopportune moment. While helping to pack, he contemplated how he could still manage to share dinner with Hu Qian. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He recalled a newly opened trendy hot pot restaurant in Hudong, seemingly named Jusian. It was said that their Yunnan mushroom hot pot was exquisite, albeit slightly pricey and notoriously difficult to get a table. Yet, at this moment, Lin Yang felt these concerns were trivial. As long as he could dine with Hu Qian and trigger the critical hit to unlock the new system function, that was all that mattered. Thus, he proactively suggested, dinner time is approaching. Let me treat everyone to hot pot at the newly opened Jusian, which seems quite promising. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jun's eyes sparkled with excitement as he quickly replied, Jusian? That's the Yunnan mushroom hot pot place, right? I've been wanting to try that, even if it's expensive and hard to queue for. Lin Shi nodded in agreement, adding, I've heard great things about it. It's said to be worth the price. Since you're treating, I won't hold back. Hu Qian smiled softly. If everyone agrees, I have no objections. Lin Yang was pleasantly surprised by how smoothly things were going and nodded with satisfaction. Subsequently, Hu Qian and Lin Shi took one car, while Lin Yang and Zhang Jun drove in another, heading towards the hot pot restaurant. The vehicles sped along the road, and soon they arrived at the shopping mall housing the restaurant. By then, the underground parking lot was already full. After a diligent search, Lin Yang finally found a parking spot, and together with Hu Qian and Lin Shi, they took the elevator upstairs. Upon reaching the entrance of the hot pot restaurant, they were met with a sea of people, a long queue snaking outside. Lin Yang felt a sudden tightening in his chest and said to the group, I didn't expect the line to be this long. I'll head in to check the situation. With that, he strode confidently into the restaurant. He approached a server and inquired, for 4 people, how many tables do we have to wait for? The server glanced at the device in her hand and replied, there are still 64 tables ahead of you, with a wait time exceeding 4 hours. I recommend coming back another day. Lin Yang furrowed his brow at the unexpected popularity of the hot pot restaurant. However, it matters little. His sole intention was to share a dinner with Hu Qian, to trigger a moment of serendipity. The specific cuisine was of little consequence. Having arrived at the hot pot restaurant, he could always opt for something else if hot pot did not suffice. As he turned to leave, a familiar voice called out from behind. Lin Yang. He halted in his tracks and glanced back, only to find Chun Qingqing standing there. Surprised, he exclaimed, "Chun Qingqing, are you here for hot pot as well?" Chun Qingqing shook her head, a hint of pride illuminating her face. "I actually own this establishment. What do you think? Not bad, right?" Lin Yang was taken aback. It appeared that Chun Qingqing had launched a high-end seafood buffet and now a premium hot pot restaurant. Her family background was evidently more prosperous than he had initially assumed, considering that such upscale dining venues typically require several million to establish. Though he had yet to dine, he sensed the quality must be exceptional given the thriving business. Chun Qingqing beamed at Lin Yang's praise, responding with a cheerful thank you. Noticing that Lin Yang had not taken a number, she inquired, "Why didn't you get a number?" Lin Yang nodded, explaining, "Well, the wait is about 4 to 5 hours, so I was preparing to find another place." "Are you alone, or did you bring friends?" "Invite them in. We still have private rooms available," Chun Qingqing warmly offered. "Thank you. I appreciate your generosity today." Lin Yang replied, "Not at all. We're classmates. Why be so formal?" Chun Qingqing responded. Lin Yang had heard that upscale restaurants often reserve private rooms for important guests, only releasing them when necessary. He never imagined he would enjoy such privileges himself. Exiting the hot pot restaurant, Lin Yang gestured to Hu Qian and the others to join him. "Isn't there a queue? How come you can eat so quickly?" Zhang Jun, noticing the others waiting in line, curiously asked. "This restaurant is owned by a classmate of mine. She mentioned there are still private rooms available," Lin Yang explained. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jun gave Lin Yang a thumbs up, exclaiming, "That's impressive. Today, we're all benefiting from your connections. You see, high-end restaurants typically reserve private rooms to accommodate important guests. It's my first time enjoying such treatment after all these years." While speaking, Zhang Jun pulled out his phone to take a picture and casually posted it on social media. "Thanks to a friend, we can enjoy hot pot at Jiusei Yun during peak hours without the wait. Plus, we have a private room." As soon as he shared the post, he received a flurry of likes and comments. "Wow, Zhang Jun, you have such an amazing classmate. Can I cling to your coattails?" Jiusei Yun is a high-end hot pot place with an average cost exceeding 2,000. Having access to a reserved room is no small feat. Zhang Jun reveled in the flood of comments, feeling a swell of pride for having a friend like Lin Yang, which granted him considerable social capital. Meanwhile, Shirtsong was scrolling through his social media when he stumbled upon this post and immediately liked it. He became even more convinced that Lin Yang's background was indeed remarkable. What perplexed him was that the last time he had deliberately organized a gathering for classmates, it was to establish a connection with Lin Yang, yet it ultimately turned out that Zhang Jun had grown closer to Lin Yang instead. When Hu Qian, Lin Shi, and Zhang Jun all arrived, Chun Qingqing led them to a private room. "This is the finest private room in our hot pot restaurant. Please take a look at the menu and feel free to call Shaoli if you need anything," she said. As Chun Qingqing observed Hu Qian and Lin Shi beside Lin Yang, a peculiar feeling surged within her. Ever since she had kissed Lin Yang to fend off her pursuers, the memory of that moment frequently resurfaced in her mind, and her feelings for him had transformed into something deeper. After exchanging a few casual remarks, she excused herself from the room. Upon stepping out, she did not immediately leave, but leaned against the corridor wall, taking a deep breath in an attempt to calm the tumultuous emotions that surged within her. A hint of disappointment and helplessness flickered in her gaze as images of Lin Yang laughing and chatting with Hu Qian and Lin she replayed in her mind, each scene piercing her heart like a sharp blade. She pondered, "What is happening to me? Have I truly developed feelings for Lin Yang?" Inside the private room, after Lin Yang and the others had placed their orders, the dishes were soon served. They engaged in lively conversation while dining. At that moment, a notification chime echoed in Lin Yang's mind. Ding, conditions for a date with an information figure and sharing a meal have been met, triggering a critical hit. The system will unlock a random new feature. Chapter 49. Is it true that fools have money? Ding. Random system function extraction successful. The system has added a reset feature. Reset. Before reading the received information, one may choose to reset. The value and number of pushed information will change randomly. After 3 cumulative uses, one is guaranteed to receive a piece of high-value information. This feature is limited to once a week, subject to the changes in system level. Once weekly, monthly, and yearly. The system's explanation was exceedingly detailed, and Lin Yang immediately understood the meaning of the reset function. It implies that upon receiving information, one can opt for a refresh. For instance, if luck is not on one's side and 3 pieces of weekly information are received, refreshing could potentially increase that number to 10, or it might decrease to below 3, as the system does not guarantee a minimum. Furthermore, it is not only the quantity of information that refreshes, but its value may also fluctuate. What could transform from a heap of worthless information into several pieces of high-value information, or vice versa, remains a matter of chance. However, there is one notable advantage. After 3 cumulative uses of the reset, one is assured to receive at least 1 piece of high-value information. Lin Yang felt that this feature was quite advantageous. Even with the worst luck, the loss would be minimal, as there is always 1 high-value piece guaranteed. After all, the system might not push a single high-value piece over 3 consecutive weeks. Lin Yang, what's wrong? Hu Qian noticed Lin Yang had been idle with his chopsticks and inquired gently with concern. Lin Yang, pulled from his reverie, smiled and replied, "Nothing, let us eat." He meticulously scrutinized the ingredients in the restaurant and could not help but acknowledge that they were indeed distinct from those found in cheaper hot pot establishments. Each item appeared fresh, as if kissed by the morning dew. The taste was astonishing, confirming that premium ingredients are indeed exceptional, coupled with the sophisticated and elegant ambience. Despite the hefty expense, it was undoubtedly worth the price. It was no wonder that a hot pot costing over 2,000 per person attracted so many patrons. Truly, the wealthy are not foolish. They ensure that their expenditures yield value. Lin Yang recalled frequently hearing others remark on individuals with more money than sense, who would buy something worth merely $1 for 100 at upscale supermarkets. He had once shared that sentiment, considering such individuals to be lacking in judgment. Yet, only through his genuine experience did he come to realize that the $1 produce at the market simply could not compare to the $100 offerings at high-end stores. Just like the hot pot he was enjoying now, costing over 2,000 per person, which could afford him 10 meals at an ordinary hot pot restaurant. But if given a choice, he would undoubtedly choose the one costing over 2,000. The quality of the ingredients, the flavors, and the overall ambience were simply incomparable. Most importantly, he could easily afford it now. Why should he deprive himself of such enjoyment? Lin Yang, Hu Qian, Lin Shi, and Zhang Jun reveled in the exquisite feast, their laughter echoing throughout the private room. The total expense for this hot pot meal amounted to nearly 10,000. After indulging in a sumptuous feast, a few of them engaged in idle chatter for a while before rising to prepare for their departure. Lin Yang intended to seek out Chun Qingqing to express his heartfelt gratitude in person. However, the waiter informed him that she had already left. A twinge of regret stirred within Lin Yang, leaving him to ponder the next opportunity to sincerely thank her for the exquisite treatment he had received as a distinguished guest. As they exited the hot pot restaurant, the entrance remained bustling with a throng of eager patrons, many anxiously queuing for their turn. Among them, a plump girl with keen eyesight immediately recognized Lin Yang. She pursed her lips and remarked to her companion, "Did you see that guy? He arrived later than us. Yet he has already done and out." Her friend, puzzled, speculated, perhaps he made a reservation? The plump girl confidently retorted, "No, this establishment does not accept reservations, and I distinctly saw him inquire about the wait time." Her friend, now even more curious, pressed further. "So how did he get in? Did he cut in line or purchase a spot from someone?" The plump girl proudly lifted her chin, explaining, "Neither. He was invited in by the owner." You see, high-end restaurants like this reserve private rooms specifically for esteemed guests. I experienced such treatment once when dining out with my uncle. Upon hearing this, her friend gasped in astonishment. "Your uncle is the chairman of the Daijia Group. Could that young man possibly be a chairman of some corporation as well? Or perhaps a wealthy heir with connections?" Her friend gazed dreamily at the departing Lin Yang, exclaiming, "Wow. Regardless of his identity, he would make a perfect boyfriend. Handsome, well-built, and with status, background, and wealth. It's so unfair how the heavens have not only opened a window for him, but also a door." Lin Yang and his three companions took the elevator back to the parking garage. Subsequently, Lin Yang and Hu Qian drove off in their respective vehicles, while Lin Shi and Zhang Jun shared a ride in Hu Qian's car, as they all resided in the same neighborhood. Upon returning home, Lin Yang washed up briefly before lying on his bed to plan the tasks for the upcoming week. First on his agenda was the anticipated eightfold return from investing in the stock of Foodie Battery within the next month, a matter already entrusted to his stock advisor, Hu Qian, relieving him of any worries. Second, on Wednesday afternoon, he intended to visit Binjiang Park, where billionaire Chen Jinghua would suffer a heart attack. Offering assistance could earn Lin Yang his favor, which would be advantageous for him. Thirdly, he needed to prepare for the matter concerning the refund and compensation for the Maybach purchased from the dealership, which could commence once he received the title. Fourth, the demolition plan for Jilin Community would be announced on Friday, and Old Wang would likely come seeking trouble. Thus, he needed to adequately prepare for that eventuality. Lastly, he noted that heavy rain was forecast for the weekend, leading to widespread flooding, which also required proactive measures. Having clarified his plans, Lin Yang drifted off to sleep. On Monday morning at 9 o'clock, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the window, casting a warm glow upon the desk in the office of the manager at Xingqing Securities Company. Hu Qian se gracefully at her desk, her poise elegant as she gently twirled the coffee cup in her hand. The steaming coffee released a delicate aroma that enveloped the entire office. Her gaze was calm and focused, patiently awaiting the stock market's opening at 9:15. Suddenly, a series of urgent knocks shattered the tranquility of the office. Hu Qian furrowed her brow slightly and softly uttered, "Come in." Her assistant, Xiao Lu, rushed in with a look of anxiety, his breaths quickened. "Manager Hu, something's gone awry." Xiao Lu's voice trembled slightly. "News has just surfaced that 40 batteries concealed the truth about a laboratory fire. It's likely to impact the stock imminently." "How could this happen?" Hu Qian's coffee cup trembled in her hand, a few drops splattering onto the desk, yet she remained oblivious, a sense of foreboding swelling within her. "Fortunately, you received the news in advance. The market hasn't opened yet, so there is still a chance to retract." Xiao Lu's words carried a hint of relief. Hu Qian was acutely aware of 40 Battery's predicament. It was an antiquated battery factory struggling to survive amidst market fluctuations, lacking any competitive edge. Yet, Lin Yang had adamantly instructed her to invest fully in this stock. The amount Lin Yang had transferred to the account was a staggering 90 million, a significant sum that, if lost, would result in catastrophic financial ruin. With these thoughts swirling in her mind, Hu Qian was filled with apprehension and doubt. Without hesitation, she picked up the phone and swiftly dialed Lin Yang's number. His voice soon resonated on the other end. "Lin Yang, 40 Batteries is in turmoil. It will soon reflect in the stock. Do you still wish to proceed with the purchase? As per our original plan, we will invest fully." Hu Qian gripped the phone tightly, her palms slick with perspiration, her eyes brimming with confusion and concern. She found it incomprehensible that Lin Yang would maintain his decision. To her mind, 40 Batteries' impending collapse and plummeting stock price seemed inevitable. Investing fully at this juncture was akin to propelling substantial funds into a pit of fire. "Lin Yang, please reconsider. This is not a trifling sum. The repercussions of a loss will be dire." Hu Qian hoped he might change his mind. "I have made my decision. We shall proceed as planned. Trust the process." But Hu Qian longed to persuade him further. Yet Lin Yang had already ended the call. She set down her phone, overwhelmed with anxiety. She knew that Lin Yang had always been resolute in his convictions, and once a decision was made, it was challenging to alter. However, this investment choice felt perilously reckless, and she genuinely feared for Lin Yang's financial well-being. Taking a deep breath, Hu Qian endeavored to calm her racing thoughts. She began meticulously analyzing 40 Battery's situation, scrutinizing everything from financial statements to market share, industry competition to technological innovations, considering every conceivable factor. Yet, no matter the angle she approached, 40 Batteries presented no enticing investment prospects, and the outlook post-crisis appeared bleak. Before long, the clock struck 9:15. After the stock market opened, Hu Qian directed all her attention to Foodie Battery. The stock hit the lower limit right from the outset, plummeting by 20 compared to the previous trading day. Chapter 50. A 40 surge in asset value within 1 second. The opening plunge of Foodie Battery had long been anticipated by Hu Qian, and she found no surprise in it. What perplexed her was Lin Yang's insistence on purchasing this particular stock. As she gazed at the sea of red, she felt an overwhelming reluctance to proceed. The image of Lin Yang's resolute face and his unwavering voice echoed in her mind. According to the plan, invest all in. Filled with doubt and concern, Hu Qian endeavored to persuade Lin Yang to reconsider, yet he remained steadfast. The sum of 90 million was a staggering amount. A misstep in this investment could lead to disastrous consequences. In this pivotal moment, Hu Qian was engulfed in turmoil. Rationality urged her that investing in Foodie Battery at this juncture was akin to a moth drawn to a flame, placing substantial funds at tremendous risk. However, Lin Yang's decision compelled her to act. Lin Yang, what are you truly thinking? Hu Qian murmured softly, her eyes betraying a hint of confusion. Taking a deep breath to steady herself, her fingers trembled slightly over the keyboard. Ultimately, she gritted her teeth, as if arriving at a momentous decision. If Lin Yang was so resolute, then she would follow his directive, even if it meant venturing into an abyss. Raising her head, a glimmer of determination reignited in her gaze as she addressed her assistant, Xiao Lu, prepared to invest all in Foodie Battery, and do so swiftly. Xiao Lu was momentarily taken aback, but upon witnessing Hu Qian's unwavering resolve, he quickly nodded and commenced the necessary actions. In the office, the rhythmic clatter of keyboards filled the air, intensifying the atmosphere of tension. At this moment, they resembled sailors navigating through a tempest, uncertain of what lay ahead, yet compelled to forge onward. Meanwhile, in the bustling Shanghai stock market, atop the financial tower, a meticulously orchestrated secret plan was unfolding within the headquarters of Xinji Investment Company. Investment Director Zhang Zhigua sat poised in his spacious and well-lit office, his gaze fixed intently on the fluctuating stock data on the computer screen, his eyes radiating a confidence that bespoke determination. Xinji Investment held a formidable reputation in the realm of national financial investments, bolstered by substantial capital and a premier investment team. Time and again, they had triumphed in market competitions, establishing themselves as a benchmark in the eyes of countless investors. At this moment, Zhang Zhigua possessed information potent enough to send shockwaves through the financial markets. A top-secret announcement that Foodie Battery had successfully developed solid-state batteries and was poised for mass production. This revolutionary battery technology, akin to a brilliant star, sparked boundless imagination and anticipation in the realm of renewable energy. In contrast to traditional liquid batteries, solid-state batteries boasted numerous noteworthy advantages. Their emergence would undoubtedly transform the existing battery landscape, instigating an unprecedented revolution within the sectors of electric vehicles and energy storage. Zhang Zhigua understood that once this news was officially disclosed, Foodie Battery would surely experience explosive growth, swiftly ascending to the pinnacle of the global power battery industry, with revenue increases reaching thousands or even tens of thousands of times. The immense investment value contained within this opportunity left him salivating. In order to seize this once-in-a-lifetime chance, he meticulously orchestrated a scheme. Zhang Zhigua's team deliberately leaked information suggesting that Foodie Battery had concealed the truth about a laboratory fire, attempting to incite panic and drive down the stock price to its limit. His calculations were astute. As the stock plummeted and investors rushed to sell in fear, he could take advantage of the situation by acquiring shares at a bargain, thereby amassing a substantial portion of the market stock. Once the truth emerged and the stock price soared, he envisioned reaping enormous profits. Everything unfolded seamlessly according to his plan. Foodie Battery opened with a price drop, and the market was engulfed in panic, leading to a massive sell-off. As Zhang Zhigua observed the incessant influx of sell orders on the screen, a sense of self-satisfaction washed over him, as if he could already see immense wealth beckoning him. However, he could never have anticipated that, at this critical juncture, the sudden intervention of mysterious funds would completely disrupt his plans. Leaning back in his comfortable executive chair, a confident smile adorned his face as he fixated on the screen. eagerly awaiting further panic-induced sell-offs to snatch up those inexpensive shares. His fingers rhythmically tapped the desk, producing a crisp sound akin to a victorious symphony. Soon, all these stocks would belong to him, he murmured, his eyes glinting with greed and excitement. He envisioned himself triumphing in this capital contest, with wealth flowing ceaselessly into his pockets. Yet, as he reveled in this delightful fantasy, the stock data on the screen suddenly exhibited anomalous fluctuations. A wave of mysterious funds surged into the market like a ferocious beast, rapidly devouring Foodie Battery's shares. The stocks that had been sold off in droves were swiftly consumed by this influx of capital, the trading volume soaring and the stock price beginning to exhibit subtle shifts. Zhang Jigua's smile froze on his face, his eyes wide with disbelief, fixated on the screen as if he could not fathom what he was witnessing. "How is this possible?" he exclaimed, his voice laced with shock and confusion. He had spent over half a year meticulously crafting this plan, with every detail carefully arranged. How could such a turn of events occur at this crucial moment? His mind raced to unravel the origins and intentions of this enigmatic funding. Yet, everything transpired too abruptly for him to react. As he watched the stocks being relentlessly purchased, a surge of intense anger and frustration welled up within him. He felt akin to a hunter whose prey was snatched away just before capture. The anger and despair nearly stripped him of his sanity. "Investigate. Find out whose funds these are," Zhang Jigua bellowed, rising abruptly and directing his fury at his assistant. Startled by his sudden outburst, the assistant quickly nodded and turned to urgently begin the inquiry. The atmosphere in the office shifted to one of palpable tension and oppression, as everyone sensed Zhang Jigua's fury and anxiety. At this moment, the pace of mysterious capital purchases accelerated, as if racing against time. The shares of Foodie Battery were swiftly acquired, with a significant portion already bought, causing the stock price to gradually rise from its limit down. Zhang Jigua, gazing at the ever-increasing stock price on the screen, felt his fury intensifying. He understood that if he did not act soon, his plans would be utterly thwarted. He could not allow them to succeed. Clenching his teeth, a fierce glint sparkled in his eyes. He swiftly made a decision and loudly commanded his assistant, "Immediately purchase all circulating shares of Foodie Battery at the fastest possible speed, regardless of the cost." The assistant hesitated for a moment, cautioning, "Mr. Zhang, this approach will be exceedingly costly. There are not many circulating shares left. Our prudent strategy would be to continue selling to incite panic, waiting for an opportunity to buy at a lower price." "Stop the chatter. Follow my orders," Zhang Jigua interrupted decisively. He could no longer afford to consider anything else. A singular thought consumed him. He must not allow this mysterious capital to snatch away his hard-won victory. Moreover, if news of Foodie Battery's successful development of solid-state batteries were to leak, his prospects would be completely extinguished. As Zhang Jigua's command was issued, the trading team of the investment firm sprang into action. An influx of capital surged into the market like a tidal wave, frantically acquiring shares of Foodie Battery. The once plummeting stock, caught in the fierce competition between these two powerful forces, instantly transformed from limit down to limit up within mere seconds. Regardless of the number of shares sold in the market, they were swiftly consumed, with the stock price soaring like a rocket. In the Xinjiang Financial Building, within the office of the Xinjiang Securities Manager, Hu Qian stared at the fluctuations of Foodie Battery stock on her computer screen, utterly astonished. In just 1 second, the stock had shifted from a 20 limit down to a 20 limit up, resulting in a staggering 40 variance. Lin Yang's 90 million had been invested at the limit down, meaning that his investment had now ballooned to 126 million. "Lin Yang, who exactly are you?" Hu Qian whispered, her eyes revealing a trace of curiosity and inquiry. Considering how resolutely Lin Yang had urged her to invest in Foodie Battery, she could scarcely believe that he was unaware of any prior information. Chapter 51. An opportunity to become a billionaire in the developmental history of Foodie Battery. An unexpected inferno marked a pivotal turning point. 6 months prior, a fire erupted in the Foodie Battery laboratory, and this calamity inadvertently catalyzed the successful research and development of solid-state batteries. This breakthrough undoubtedly heralded a monumental transformation for Foodie Battery. Once mass production commenced, Fuji Battery was poised to rapidly ascend to the pinnacle of the global power battery industry, with revenues potentially soaring by thousands or even tens of thousands of times, ultimately giving rise to a company valued at over $1 trillion. Liu Guojun, the deputy director of Fuji Battery's headquarters, held a modest 2% stake in the factory. Yet his ambitions soared far beyond that. In his eyes, the successful development of solid-state batteries was merely the prelude to a lavish feast of wealth, and he yearned to claim the most substantial portion of that bounty. He was acutely aware that, once mass production began, Fuji Battery's market value would skyrocket, at least establishing a company worth over $1 trillion. The tantalizing allure of such immense wealth caused Liu Guojun's greed to flourish like rampant weeds within his heart. He realized that his existing equity was woefully inadequate to satiate his thirst for riches. After much contemplation, a bold and avaricious plan began to take shape in his mind. He set his sights on the stock market, resolved to seize the opportunity presented by Fuji Battery's announcement of imminent solid-state battery production to acquire as many circulating shares as possible. Thus, when the news broke and stock prices soared, he would reap unimaginable profits. To realize this scheme, he approached his classmate Zhang Jiguo, a director at an investment firm. The two quickly found common ground, akin to sharks sensing blood in the water, and swiftly commenced their plotting. Their plan was meticulous. First, they disseminated news of a laboratory fire, attempting to instigate a climate of panic that would lead to a halt in Fuji Battery stock price. This announcement detonated like a bombshell in the stock market, unleashing tumult and inciting fear and anxiety among investors. Subsequently, they offloaded a portion of their shares, further suppressing the stock price. Observing the plummeting prices, market investors fell into panic, hastily selling their stocks in a frenzy. Meanwhile, Liu Guojun and Zhang Jiguo reveled in their cunning strategy, biding their time to swoop in like vultures and acquire these panic-sold shares at bargain prices. In their minds, as long as the news of Fuji Battery's successful solid-state battery development remained concealed, their plan would unfold seamlessly. After all, Fuji Battery had merely been a small battery factory teetering on the brink of collapse, devoid of attention from industry giants. Immersed in their avaricious scheme, they envisioned vast fortunes flowing steadily into their coffers, fantasizing about ascending to the pinnacle of the wealth hierarchy. Just as Liu Guojun and Zhang Jiguo believed their plan was on the verge of success, the stock market experienced an unforeseen upheaval. A mysterious influx of capital surged into this game of capital hunting, akin to a rampaging beast, disrupting their carefully laid plans without warning. At first, Liu Guojun remained oblivious to the threat posed by this enigmatic force. Observing the subtle fluctuations in stock prices, he mistakenly believed that Zhang Jiguo was covertly manipulating the market as planned. However, when Zhang Jiguo's call came through, the urgency and despair in his voice struck Liu like a thunderbolt, shattering his composure. The plan had failed. Zhang's trembling voice seemed to drain him of all strength. Liu was instantly plunged into a state of shock, his mind a blank canvas. Clutching the phone tightly, the veins on the back of his hand bulged from exertion. His lips quivered as he stammered. How is this possible? What on earth has happened? It turned out that this mysterious capital had, in a matter of moments, swept through the market like a tempest, feverishly acquiring 95 of the 29 circulating shares of Fuji Battery, equating to a staggering 27.55. This frenzied move threw the already fragile stock market ecosystem into disarray. Stocks that had been heavily sold off were devoured at an astonishing pace by this obscure entity, with trading volumes soaring and stock prices beginning to waver. The meticulously orchestrated low-price acquisition plan devised by Liu and Zhang disintegrated before their eyes. They had intended to purchase all 29 of the shares at a bargain, yet they ended up acquiring less than one. Apart from the 27.55 bought by the mysterious capital, their meager one was left scattered among retail investors. Although the 27.55 stake was currently valued at around $1 billion, it was foreseen that Fuji Battery would soon ascend to a $1 trillion enterprise. Thus, this portion of shares could potentially be worth close to $300 billion. A billionaire, initially poised for success, had seen his plans thwarted at the last moment by an outside force. Liu Guojun slumped in his chair, his gaze hollow as he stared at the ceiling, while waves of rage and regret surged within him like a torrential tide. He could not fathom who was orchestrating this chaos with such precision, disrupting their plans so effectively. Images of wealth that had almost been within his grasp, only to vanish in an instant, flooded his mind. Each figure felt like a sharp blade, mercilessly slicing at his heart. In the office, the air felt thick and oppressive, stifling to the point of suffocation. Outside, the sun shone brightly, yet its light could not penetrate the darkness that enveloped Luke Wojun's soul. Clenching his fists until his knuckles turned white, he muttered curses under his breath. What on earth is happening? How could such a surge of capital emerge so suddenly? This mysterious force loomed like a ghost, appearing and disappearing without a trace, completely shattering his avaricious dreams, leaving only shards of shattered illusions and endless anguish. As news broke of Foodie Battery's successful development of solid-state batteries and impending mass production, it detonated in the financial market like a bombshell, stirring tumultuous waves of excitement. This announcement ignited a fervor for wealth, triggering a frenzied chase for capital. Within the prominent stock exchanges, the price of Foodie Battery soared like a rocket, reaching its ceiling limit in an instant. The vivid crimson figures appeared as blazing flames, piercing the eyes of countless investors. In the trading hall, expressions of astonishment, regret, and indignation were etched upon the faces of the crowd. Those who once dismissed Foodie Battery now pounded their chests in despair, lamenting their failure to recognize this promising stock sooner. Their gazes were filled with despondency and hopelessness, repeatedly murmuring, "If only I had purchased even a small amount earlier. Soon it would have multiplied 1,000-fold, or even 10,000-fold. I have missed the chance to become a billionaire and attain financial freedom." Across the city's various corners, innumerable investors remained glued to their computers or phones, staring at the frozen price limit as waves of remorse surged within them. They reminisced about their prior neglect of Foodie Battery. Some angrily struck their desks, vocally cursing their own folly. Others sat vacantly in their chairs, their eyes hollow, as if their souls had been extinguished. Still others paced restlessly within their rooms, murmuring to themselves in search of solace. In a modest investor group chat, messages flowed like snowflakes, with participants expressing their regrets, each line imbued with helplessness and sighs. How could I have been so foolish? I had the opportunity to invest earlier, yet I let it slip away. Now, I can only watch as others profit while I remain anxious. I too believe this stock held no future, and now I am filled with remorse. Such is fate, it seems, destined to keep me at a distance from this wealth. At this moment, Lin Yang sat on his balcony, sipping tea and basking in the sunlight. He perused various news outlets regarding Foodie Battery, noting that the comments below were uniformly filled with regret for not purchasing the stock sooner. Akin to missing the chance to buy Bitcoin at 5 cents years ago, once again missing the opportunity to become a billionaire and achieve financial freedom. Lin Yang smiled wryly, realizing that without his weekly intelligence system, he too might have been among those lamenting in the comments below. Chapter 52, Establishing One's Own Company. Xingqing Financial Building. Within the edifice, the ambience in the office of Xingqing Securities was tinged with an air of gravity. What could possibly be amiss? Hu Qian murmured softly, her eyes brimming with perplexity and anxiety. As a seasoned manager at Xingqing Securities, she had traversed the vicissitudes of the financial market for many years, witnessing the fluctuations of stock prices countless times. Yet never had she felt so utterly in the dark regarding the reasons behind a stock's sudden surge. In haste, she seized the telephone, dialing the numbers of her industry counterparts, seeking any insights into the abrupt increase in Foodie Battery stock price. However, the responses she received were uniformly baffled. Everyone seemed equally mystified by this unforeseen escalation. Could it be that some significant, favorable news had been concealed? Hu Qian speculated inwardly, her brow knitting into a tight furrow. Suddenly, the silence of the office was shattered by the sound of hurried footsteps. Assistant Xiao Lu burst into the room like a whirlwind, her face alight with excitement and enthusiasm, so much so that she neglected even the most basic etiquette of knocking. "Manager Hu, we have discovered the reason behind Foodie Battery surge." Hu Qian felt a jolt of surprise, her gaze fixed intently on Xiao Lu. What is the reason? She inquired impatiently. The cause of Fu D battery surge is that they have just announced the successful development of solid-state batteries, and they are about to commence mass production. Xiao Lu exclaimed in one breath, her face radiating with exuberance, as if she were sharing monumental news. Her eyes sparkled with excitement, her body trembling slightly. Seemingly unable to contain her joy, Hu Qian inhaled sharply at this revelation. As an experienced stock advisor, she was acutely aware of the immense implications of such news. In her perception, Fu D Battery had previously been a struggling small manufacturer on the fringes of the market. However, the announcement of successful solid-state battery development and impending mass production was akin to a powerful bombshell, catapulting the company into the spotlight. She understood that the successful development of solid-state batteries would fundamentally alter the landscape of the battery industry, potentially impacting the global energy market. Fu D Battery, as the frontrunner in this technology, was poised to emerge as the principal beneficiary of this transformation. Moreover, Lin Yang, who held a substantial amount of the company's stock, would see his wealth rise correspondingly. Striving to suppress her own astonishment, Hu Qian endeavored to maintain a calm demeanor. Though the excitement and anticipation flickering in her eyes were impossible to disguise. She quickly turned to Xiao Lu and inquired, Xiao Lu, how much stock in Fu D Battery have we acquired in total? Xiao Lu swiftly opened her folder, her eyes scanning the figures on the documents with the precision of a scanner, and then reported, Manager, we have assisted Lin Yang in purchasing Fu D Battery stocks worth 90 million, totaling 25 million shares. The cost per share was 3.6 yuan, and the current stock price is 5.04 yuan, yielding a profit of 1.44 per share. These stocks are now valued at 126 million, resulting in a daily profit of 36 million. Upon hearing this figure, Hu Qian felt a tempest of emotions surging within her, a tumultuous blend of complex feelings. She understood all too well the significance of these numbers. As long as Lin Yang held onto these stocks, it was a foregone conclusion that he would soon ascend to the status of a billionaire. Suddenly, Hu Qian seemed to recall something of utmost importance. She swiftly grasped her phone, her fingers gliding rapidly across the screen, and dialed Lin Yang's number. Once the call connected, her voice brimmed with uncontainable joy and excitement. Lin Yang, congratulations. You've invested in a remarkable stock. I genuinely admire your keen insight. Who would have predicted such astonishing performance from Fu D Battery? Lin Yang, on the other end of the line, smiled faintly, the corners of his mouth curling upwards. It's merely luck, a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. Hu Qian, however, did not believe it was simply a matter of fortune. She pressed on. Lin Yang, please, no modesty. I am exceedingly curious. What led you to choose this stock in the first place? At that time, Fu D Battery was merely an obscure little factory. Scarcely anyone held it in high regard. Lin Yang chuckled. Well, I had some insider information. Of course, he could not divulge such details publicly. Half jokingly, he added, I just found it appealing. Its name resonated with me, and I inexplicably felt it would achieve great success. Hu Qian was momentarily speechless, never having anticipated such a casual response from Lin Yang. Nonetheless, she recognized that in the financial market, intuition and luck can indeed play pivotal roles. After sharing a laugh, Hu Qian's tone shifted to one of seriousness. Lin Yang, to be frank, the news about Fu D Battery's successful development of solid-state batteries and impending mass production has spread. Its market value will undoubtedly soar like a rocket, and it may not take long for it to become the world's leading power battery company. The value of the stocks you hold will rise correspondingly, and the funds in your account will grow at an unimaginable pace, reaching a truly alarming level. At that point, the sheer magnitude of the capital may render it challenging for me to provide you with comprehensive and efficient asset management services. I may find myself overwhelmed. In my opinion, the best course of action would be for you to establish your own company to manage these assets. Lin Yang listened attentively to Hu Qian's analysis, inwardly nodding in agreement. He too recognized that when wealth accumulates to a certain extent, relying solely on personal capabilities indeed becomes insufficient to maximize the value of such riches. Establishing a company to manage these assets was undoubtedly a wise and necessary decision. However, starting a company is no trivial matter. It involves numerous complexities, particularly concerning management talent. An exceptional manager plays a decisive role in a company's growth, possessing not only outstanding professional skills, but also being reliable and trustworthy. In Lin Yang's mind, the image of Hu Qian suddenly emerged. She had navigated the financial realm for many years, amassing a wealth of experience and demonstrating exceptional capabilities. Throughout their collaboration, she exhibited remarkable professionalism and a strong sense of responsibility, making her a rare talent. Lin Yang, half-jokingly yet half-seriously, remarked, "Manager, why not consider joining my company? Once it is established, the position of president will be yours. Do you hold me in such high regard?" Hu Qian replied, momentarily taken aback. She neither immediately accepted nor outright declined, responding with a hint of jest in her tone. Deep down, she understood that her role as a manager at the largest securities firm in Star City was a coveted position, one that many aspired to attain. Countless efforts had been expended to reach her current standing. The prospect of relinquishing such a high-paying and stable job to work for an as-yet unestablished company was not a decision to be made lightly. Lin Yang was certainly aware of Hu Qian's concerns. With a smile, he reassured her, "Your abilities are evident to all, and I have complete confidence in you. Don't rush to decline. Take your time to consider it. After all, establishing a company is not an instantaneous affair. There are numerous preliminary preparations to undertake, and there is no urgency in making a decision. I will give it serious thought. Regardless, I appreciate your trust," she replied. Chapter 53. Saving Lives. Lin Yang. Today, the stock of Foodie Battery has once again reached its limit, with the current price at 6.05 yuan and an earnings per share of 2.45 yuan. The 25 million shares you hold are now valued at 151.2 million, yielding a profit of 61.2 million. Hu Qian's voice resonated through the phone, brimming with uncontainable excitement. In merely a day, Lin Yang's assets had experienced yet another remarkable surge. The corners of Lin Yang's mouth lifted slightly. Though he had anticipated this outcome, the revelation of such figures still stirred within him an indescribable sense of accomplishment. "All right, I understand. Please continue to monitor," he replied. However, the frenzied ascent of wealth was merely in its nascent stages. The following day, Hu Qian's call arrived punctually once more. "Lin Yang, Foodie Battery has once again reached its limit. The stock price is now 7.26 yuan, with earnings per share of 3.66 yuan. Your 25 million shares now hold a market value of 181.5 million, resulting in a profit of 91.5 million. Astonishingly, within just 3 days, the returns had eclipsed the initial investment. The velocity of this financial growth was akin to boarding a rocket, leaving one utterly astounded. Nevertheless, Lin Yang's demeanor remained unperturbed, for he had foreseen this trajectory. Yet, despite the exponential increase in wealth, he was aware that as long as he refrained from selling the stocks, these gains remained mere figures on paper. With the foreseeable future predicting Foodie Battery's market value to surpass $1 trillion, even a fool would not consider selling at this juncture. Presently, Foodie Battery's market capitalization stood at a little over 6 billion, with all his shares valued at less than 2 billion. Once the market value transcended 1 trillion, those shares would be worth in excess of 300 billion, a staggering difference of 150 times. Therefore, until the market value of Foodie Battery experienced substantial growth, Lin Yang would not part with any of his shares. Moreover, he felt no urgency. Equipped with his intelligence system, he had ample means to accumulate wealth through alternative channels. The funds in the stock market could simply be viewed as savings. After indulging in a leisurely lunch, Lin Yang took a brief respite. Just as he rose, his phone rang abruptly. Grasping his device, he noticed the flashing number of the Maybach 4S dealership. "Hello?" Lin Yang answered. The voice on the other end was warm and courteous. "Good day, is this Mr. Lin Yang? This is Liu from the Maybach 4S dealership. We have successfully retrieved the vehicle registration certificate for your Maybach S580 from the bank. Would it be convenient for us to deliver it to you in the next couple of days? Additionally, we can bring the car along as well. How does that sound?" A few days prior, Lin Yang had purchased a Maybach in anticipation of seeking a refund and triple compensation due to the dealership as unauthorized alteration of the car's wheel size, which constituted consumer fraud. He had meticulously gathered evidence during the purchase, awaiting the vehicle registration certificate to assert ownership before making his move. However, he understood that even with sufficient evidence, obtaining a refund and compensation would prove challenging. If it were simple, incidents like the one involving the female Mercedes-Benz owner sitting atop the hood to advocate for her rights would not occur. Such matters were not only troublesome, but also time-consuming and exasperating. However, Lin Yang had already devised a plan in his mind. He intended to hand over the evidence to a lawyer and let the legal professional handle it. The challenge lay in his lack of connections. He was uncertain where to find a competent and reliable attorney. He had never considered those lawyers who sought clients online. Truly formidable lawyers are typically approached by clients of their own accord. Finding a lawyer would require some time. So Lin Yang responded, "I have been quite busy these days. I will arrange for someone to retrieve the car from the shop in a few days." "All right, I will ensure that everything is taken care of for you," came the reply. As Lin Yang hung up the phone, a crucial piece of information flashed through his mind. At 3 o'clock that afternoon, billionaire Chen Jinghua would suffer a heart attack while exercising at Binjiang Park. As a billionaire, the value of his connections was immeasurable. If Lin Yang could cultivate a relationship with him, it would significantly smooth his future endeavors. Glancing at the time, he noted it was already past 2 o'clock, and 3 was fast approaching. His heart raced with urgency. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed downstairs, leaped into his car, and pressed the accelerator to the floor, speeding towards Binjiang Park. Simultaneously, he pulled out his phone and dialed the emergency number 120. Having previously consulted a doctor, Lin Yang understood that the most effective response to a heart attack is swift transportation to a hospital. The nearest hospital was 4 to 5 kilometers away, and without a prior call, there would be insufficient time for rescue. Thus, calling for an ambulance in advance was the most prudent course of action. Yet, calling an ambulance for a stranger would expose his foreknowledge of the event, which would be challenging to explain. Therefore, he devised a ruse, pretending that he himself was experiencing heart discomfort and required assistance. When the ambulance arrived, it would conveniently transport billionaire Chen Jinghua to the hospital. Fortunately, Binjiang Park was not far from Lin Yang's residence. In a race against time, he finally reached the park just before 3 o'clock. The moment his car came to a halt, he leaped out, eager to proceed. "Sir, would you like to look at some properties?" A young man, seemingly of similar age, emerged from nowhere, enthusiastically offering a brochure. Lin Yang initially intended to decline, but then reconsidered, as he was indeed contemplating purchasing a property. He accepted the brochure and slipped it into his pocket while hastily making his way into the park, his eyes scanning the crowd for Chen Jinghua's figure. With Chen Jinghua's photograph available online and the park's relatively small size, searching was not overly difficult. Soon, he spotted an elderly man jogging in the park. Lin Yang focused intently and felt a surge of joy. It was indeed him. However, just as Lin Yang prepared to approach quickly, an unexpected commotion erupted. Someone has fainted." A sharp cry instantly drew everyone's attention. The elderly man clutched his chest in agony, his face contorted with pain, and he fell backward heavily to the ground. The surrounding crowd seemed to be ensnared by an invisible spell, momentarily frozen in place, only to scatter like startled birds in an instant. "Surely, this cannot be a case of deception. I cannot afford such trouble," a middle-aged man murmured to himself, retreating hastily with a gaze rife with wariness and dread. Indeed, such incidents have become all too common. It is prudent to keep one's distance. A nearby elderly woman echoed his sentiments, hurriedly leading her small grandson away from the scene. "I have pressing matters to attend to. I cannot allow this to delay me," thought a young man who cast a glance at the fallen elder, hesitated momentarily, and ultimately turned away, quickening his pace. Within mere seconds, a sizable space had cleared around the elderly man. He lay alone on the ground, struggling in agony, yet no one dared to extend a hand in assistance. Chen Jinghua's eyes were filled with despair. His lips trembled as he sought to call for help, but only feeble sounds escaped him. While he helplessly watched the crowd recoil from him, his heart heavy with desolation. Just at that critical juncture, Lin Yang appeared before him, accompanied by paramedics bearing a stretcher. Chapter 54. Had I known he was the wealthiest man, Lin Yang and the paramedics swiftly lifted Chen Zhenghua onto a stretcher, hastily making their way toward the ambulance. Upon reaching the vehicle, the medical staff expertly placed Chen Zhenghua inside, and Lin Yang followed suit, preparing to accompany the ambulance to the hospital. At that moment, a bystander, an elderly woman, could no longer contain her curiosity and spoke up. "Young man, what are you doing? You're not wearing a white coat. You're not a doctor, so don't meddle unnecessarily." While assisting the paramedics in attaching various devices to Chen Zhenghua, Lin Yang replied, I'm not a doctor. I simply saw someone faint and came to help." Upon hearing this, the elderly woman quickly waved her hands dismissively. "Oh dear, how naive you are." In today's society, being a good Samaritan is fraught with peril. Haven't you heard about those who, out of kindness, helped an elderly person only to be sued by the family for a hefty sum? You mustn't let your good intentions lead you to harm. You can end up in trouble yourself. An elderly man nearby chimed in. "Indeed, young man. Just the other day, I heard of a young man who saw an elderly person fall and, in his benevolence, rushed to assist. Yet, the elder opened his eyes and accused the young man of having knocked him down. The poor lad couldn't defend himself, ending up paying tens of thousands to settle the matter. You must avoid such a fate. Even the wealthiest can be brought low by such misfortune." Lin Yang furrowed his brow and responded, "I appreciate your concern, but saving a life is of utmost importance." A young woman nearby interjected, "Please heed their advice. Haven't you heard that if you weren't the cause of an accident, why call for an ambulance? Ne fortalece, Lin Yang remained resoluta." Ignoring the admonitions and continuing to assist the paramedics in their efforts to revive Chen Zhenghua, doing all that was within his capabilities. As the crowd observed Lin Yang's obstinacy, they shook their heads and whispered among themselves, "This young man is truly foolish. He disregards the wisdom of the elderly and invites trouble upon himself. When the time comes for him to face an accusation, he will have no place to lament his misfortune." Annoyed by the cacophony of onlookers, Lin Yang chose to disregard them. He was intent on saving the wealthiest man in Xingqing. He was not aiding an ordinary individual, but rather Chen Zhenghua, the chairman of the Run Group, the developer of the luxurious Binjiang Bay. To have such a significant figure owe him a debt of gratitude was an opportunity of immeasurable value. Before long, Lin Yang, alongside the paramedics, successfully placed Chen Zhenghua into the ambulance, which then sped off toward the hospital. After the ambulance departed, a man in his 30s suddenly smacked his forehead, as if recalling something. Where have I seen that elderly man before? He pondered, his brow furrowed in confusion. He instinctively rummaged through his pockets for his phone, quickly retrieving it and scrolling through the screen with haste, accessing a search engine. In a matter of moments, his eyes widened in disbelief, his expression conveying astonishment as his mouth dropped open. Good heavens, he is the wealthiest man in Xingqing, the chairman of Run Group. His voice inadvertently rose several decibels in astonishment, his tone akin to that of a discoverer unveiling a new continent. This exclamation instantly drew the attention of those nearby, each casting bewildered glances. "What did you say?" inquired a young man with spectacles, his expression one of sheer surprise as he hastened to the man's side, urgency lacing his words. "The old man who just collapsed is the wealthiest in Star City?" A middle-aged woman approached, her face etched with disbelief. The man raised his phone, pointing to a photograph online, exclaiming loudly, "Surely, the images on the official website cannot be fabricated." Upon hearing this, the crowd swiftly gathered, craning their necks, their eyes fixed intently on the man's phone screen. It truly is him. Goodness, I cannot believe I missed the chance to be so close to the tycoon. Had I known he was the billionaire, I would have rushed to assist without hesitation. The crowd exchanged sentiments, their expressions filled with regret. A fashionably dressed young man, consumed by remorse, incessantly struck his forehead, lamenting, "I must have been blind. I was even afraid of being scammed earlier. Had I stepped in to help, perhaps the tycoon would have taken a liking to me, and I could have soared to success." An elderly lady nearby sighed heavily, shaking her head. "What a fool I am. I just advised that young man against helping, And now look, I've squandered a golden opportunity. If I could have aided the billionaire, my child might have benefited in his job search. Others expressed their dismay, stamping their feet and exclaiming, if only I had been a bit braver and offered assistance. Had the tycoon remembered me, I could have walked through Star City with ease. Now, the opportunity has slipped away. While they lamented, they couldn't help but envy Lin Yang. That young man was exceedingly fortunate to have rescued the tycoon. His future surely glimmered with promise. Indeed, just moments ago, they had mocked him. Yet it now appeared that the true folly lay with themselves. As they exchanged glances, mutual regret was starkly evident in their eyes. Lin Yang raced alongside the ambulance to the hospital. Upon arrival, he immediately assisted the medical staff in wheeling Chun Zhenghua into the emergency room. Outside the ER, Lin Yang paced anxiously, his gaze fixed on the closed door, silently praying for Chun Zhenghua's safety. What if something went awry? His efforts would then be in vain. After what felt like an eternity, a doctor finally emerged from the emergency room, removing his mask and exhaling a sigh of relief. The patient is no longer in life-threatening danger. He will require hospitalization for observation. Lin Yang's heart finally settled, and he wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead, turning to handle Chun Zhenghua's admission procedures. Without hesitation, he paid the hospitalization deposit for Chun Zhenghua, meticulously filling out the forms with accurate information and a legitimate phone number. He was acutely aware that only by leaving clear information would Chun Zhenghua be able to locate him when the time came. After completing the necessary formalities, Lin Yang reflected on the ambulance he had previously summoned under the pretense of experiencing heart discomfort. To evade any unnecessary complications, he decided to undergo a comprehensive physical examination at the hospital. Once the doctor concluded the examination, he smiled and remarked, "Young man, your health is excellent. There are no issues with your heart. Your feelings of discomfort may be a psychological effect. It would be beneficial for you to relax more often." Lin Yang nodded with a smile, expressed his gratitude to the doctor, and departed from the hospital. The rescue mission had been successfully accomplished, and now all that remained was to patiently await contact from the wealthy magnate. After leaving the hospital, Lin Yang first returned to Binjiang Park to retrieve his vehicle. While collecting his car, he overheard a group of elderly men and women animatedly discussing him in the park. "Did you hear? The tycoon fell ill while jogging here this afternoon. No one dared to approach, fearing they might be accused," a gray-haired elder exclaimed loudly. "Indeed, I was present at the scene. He was saved by a young man," a slightly plump elderly woman eagerly interjected. "That young man is quite fortunate, having saved the tycoon. He won't have to worry in his next life," remarked another tall, thin elder with a face full of envy. "Indeed, if only I had the courage to help at that moment, perhaps I could have shared in the glory," lamented an elder clad in a floral shirt, slapping his thigh in regret. "I heard that the luxurious riverside residences of Binjiang Bay were developed by the tycoon. Who knows? He might be so pleased that he gifts that young man an apartment, which could be worth tens of millions. I could never afford such a place, even if I worked my entire life." Lin Yang listened to their discussion, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Chapter 55. The spirited old Wang. Lin Yang drove into the community and parked his car downstairs. As soon as he stepped out, he heard someone calling his name at the top of their lungs. Turning around, he discovered it was old Wang, the very man who had sold his house at a bargain price to fund a gift for a female streamer. Old Wang appeared radiant and full of vitality, suggesting that life had been treating him well lately, likely due to fulfilling his desires and establishing a deeper connection with his beloved streamer. "Lin Yang, my brother, I brought back some wild vegetables from the countryside. Would you like to take some home to taste?" Old Wang enthusiastically offered, swiftly pulling a handful of ferns from his bag and thrusting them into Lin Yang's hands before he could respond. "No, thank you, old Wang. I don't cook, so it would be a waste for me," Lin Yang promptly declined. In truth, his refusal stemmed from a more profound reason. Intelligence indicated that once old Wang learned of the impending demolition of the properties, he would spare no effort in reclaiming his former house, and if denied, he would resort to unscrupulous tactics. Despite his current amiable demeanor, it was merely a fade, as his true intentions lay hidden beneath the surface, untouched by the prospect of loss. With Friday approaching, The day the demolition announcement was set to be made, Lin Yang understood that old Wang might resort to any number of shameless acts. He needed to prepare himself for the inevitable. With this thought in mind, Lin Yang discreetly took out his phone and activated the recording function, just in case. Since you don't cook, I'll hold off on the wild vegetables. Another day, I'll treat you to a meal as a token of my gratitude. Old Wang conceded, seeing Lin Yang's firm refusal. Lin Yang smiled politely and, out of courtesy, inquired, "What has brought you such joy, old Wang?" "Ha, you've noticed, have you? I owe it all to you. If you hadn't bought my dilapidated house, I wouldn't be enjoying such good fortune today. My house had been on the market for half a year with no inquiries. Thanks to you, I was able to exchange it for cash. I used the money from the sale to help Yo-Yo win her PK against other streamers that night, and she agreed to be my girlfriend. We've met 3 times in the past half-month." Old Wang's face lit up with an even brighter smile as he recounted his happiness, his eyes narrowing with delight as he shared his joy. "Haha, Lin Yang, you have no idea. Yo-Yo is such a sweet girl. Every time we meet, it feels like my heart is filled with honey." Lost in his own bliss, old Wang continued to elaborate, oblivious to the flicker of disdain that crossed Lin Yang's eyes. "During our last date, she leaned on my shoulder and told me how much she liked mature and composed men like me. I nearly swooned from happiness." Old Wang gestured animatedly, his face beaming with joy as he was transported back to the moment of his date with Yo-Yo. Lin Yang's lips curled into a polite smile, yet his mind pondered. This old Wang is truly gullible. He fails to realize that a young girl would hardly be genuinely interested in an old man like him. It's merely his money that has captured her attention. However, he graciously complimented old Wang, saying, "Old Wang, you are truly remarkable. Your girlfriend is a young and beautiful internet celebrity. You are indeed ageless." Old Wang, upon hearing Lin Yang's praise, beamed with even greater delight, the wrinkles on his face gathering together in joyous folds. "Oh, come now. With your youthful charm and that fine car of yours, you could certainly find an even better girlfriend." Having said that, old Wang declared, "I owe you a meal next time. Yo-Yo is about to start her live stream, and I must return to support her." With those words, he hastily took his leave. After bidding farewell to old Wang, Lin Yang observed his departing figure, a slight frown creasing his brow. He then saved the recording on his phone and turned to ascend the stairs. Upon returning home, Lin Yang settled comfortably on the balcony, as a gentle breeze brushed against him, bringing a refreshing chill. He lifted his teacup, savoring a sip, and the fragrance of the tea blossomed on his palate. Yet, at that moment, his mind was preoccupied with an urgent matter: to find a reliable lawyer to address the issue of the 4S shop's compensation. With this thought, Lin Yang set down his teacup and picked up his phone, sending a message to Hu Qian. "Hu Qian, do you happen to know any formidable lawyers?" Shortly, Hu Qian replied, "I know quite a few lawyers, but they are all rather ordinary in their legal affairs." Lin Yang furrowed his brow at this response. It seemed he could not rely on Hu Qian. Undeterred, he promptly sent the same inquiry to Zhang Jun. "Zhang Jun, do you know any distinguished lawyers?" Zhang Jun replied swiftly, "I don't know any personally, but Shi Tsong has a relative who seems to be quite an accomplished lawyer. Let me check with him." Nodding at the message, Lin Yang quickly responded, "Thank you for your help." Meanwhile, Shi Tsong was racking his brain, pondering how to build a rapport with Lin Yang. The failure of the last class reunion weighed heavily on his mind. Suddenly, his phone rang. It was Zhang Jun calling. "Si Gong, I recall that you have a relative who is a distinguished lawyer, right?" Zhang Jun's voice resonated from the other end. "Yes, a distant cousin. She has been in the field for a decade without a single defeat and is now the legal supervisor at Run Group. Is there a case you need her assistance with? As a longtime friend, I could inquire on your behalf." Although Shi Tsong's words suggested willingness, he internally mused that Lin Yang could hardly present a significant case worthy of his cousin's attention. Even for a relative, it was a matter of selling parental favor, and not just anyone could elicit such a concession, certainly not even long-standing friends. "It is not for me. It is for Lin Yang. He asked if I knew any capable lawyers, and you came to mind," Zhang Jun explained. Upon realizing that Lin Yang was seeking a lawyer, Shi Tsong's previously casual demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. A glimmer of surprise flickered in his eyes, and he straightened up, his voice involuntarily rising a notch. "So, it is for Lin Yang. Why didn't you say so earlier? This trifling matter rests upon my shoulders. I shall promptly reach out to my cousin and insist that she must, by all means, take on this case." Just moments ago, he was politely declining, yet now his attitude has undergone a complete transformation. "I was previously troubled about how to establish a connection with Lin Yang, and now fortune has presented itself at the opportune moment. I must not let this invaluable opportunity slip away." As Shirtsong spoke, he began sifting through his phone's contact list in search of his cousin's number, fearing that even a second's delay might cause him to miss the chance to serve Lin Yang. He did not forget to urge Zhang Jun, "Quickly inform Lin Yang to rest assured. With my involvement, this matter will undoubtedly be handled with utmost care. My cousin is renowned in the industry for her exceptional prowess. With her on board, no case can pose a challenge." Chapter 56, A Gift of a House Before Long. Lin Yang received a message from Zhang Jun, informing him that the issue with the lawyer had been resolved, and Shirtsong had agreed to seek assistance from his relative. Just as he finished reading Zhang Jun's message, he received a WeChat friend request from Shir Kong. Lin Yang promptly accepted the request, and almost immediately, a message from Shir Song followed. "Lin Yang, I have already spoken with my cousin. Please let me know when you are available so we can arrange a meeting to discuss the details." "All right, it's quite late today, so let's meet tomorrow morning." "Okay, I will inform my cousin right away. By the way, here's her phone number." With the lawyer's matter settled, a great weight lifted from Lin Yang's heart. He leaned back in his chair and exhaled deeply. However, his thoughts swiftly drifted to the impending demolition announcement for the Jinling community in 2 days. He understood that he could no longer reside in this community, where he had lived for over 2 years, and that finding a new home was of utmost urgency. Lin Yang recalled the promotional flyer he had received that afternoon. He intended to study it carefully, but after searching through his pockets, he could not find it. In frustration, he resorted to his computer to search for quality communities in Xingqing Online. After a comprehensive comparison, Lin Yang discovered that the most exceptional community in Xingqing was Binhai Bay. Not only did it boast high-quality residences, but its amenities, including property management, schooling, shopping centers, and hospitals, were also of the highest standard in the city. It was no wonder it had become the epitome of luxury living in Xingqing. Securing a property in Binhai Bay would indeed be a splendid choice. Although the prices were somewhat steep, starting at a minimum of 20 million, he was not unable to afford it. In the ward of Xingqing Third Hospital, the scent of disinfectant permeated the air. Chen Jinghua slowly opened his eyes, squinting against the harsh light. The rhythmic beeping of the medical equipment confirmed his survival. "Father, you have finally awakened," his daughter, Chen Qingqing, exclaimed, her voice laced with both relief and joy. A group of relatives surrounded the hospital bed, their faces etched with concern as they exchanged comforting words, adding warmth to the sterile environment. With reddened eyes, Chen Qingqing reproached him gently. "Father, knowing your health is poor, why did you venture out to exercise alone? If it weren't for the kindness of a stranger who brought you to the hospital, who knows what might have happened?" A faint smile graced Chen Jinghua's lips as he weakly replied, "Look, I'm fine, so don't worry. But truly, I owe my gratitude to that young man. Without him, you might never have seen this old fellow again." Reflecting on the despair he felt during his medical crisis, Chen Jinghua shuddered. The indifference of those around him had pierced his heart like sharp blades. Fearing potential repercussions, they had kept their distance, their eyes devoid of concern, only filled with coldness and vigilance, as if he were a fearsome monster. He had believed he would die alone, and that despair plunged him into an abyss of darkness. Yet, the appearance of that young man was like a beam of light piercing through the gloom. His courage and decisiveness revealed the warmth of humanity to Chen Jinghua. Chen Jinghua silently vowed to express his profound gratitude to this life-saving benefactor. At that moment, he noticed a brochure on the ground, which turned out to be the promotional material for the Binjiang Bay project he had developed. He vaguely recalled that this item had originally been in the pocket of the young man who saved him. He nodded thoughtfully, realizing that the young man must have come to Binjiang Park to view the properties at Binjiang Bay. "Xiao Zhang, find out who that young man is. I must properly thank him and gift him a unit at Binjiang Bay." Despite his weakened voice, Chen Jinghua spoke with unwavering determination. "Yes, Chairman. Assistant Xiao Zhang promptly replied, internally astonished. The properties at Binjiang Bay were the pinnacle of luxury in Xingqing, with each unit worth at least 20 million. The notion that merely calling for an ambulance to save the chairman could yield such a monumental reward left Xiao Zhang both shocked and envious. He regretted not following the chairman closely. Otherwise, it would have been he who saved him. Dad, while it is right to express gratitude for saving a life, offering a house seems excessive. Don't you know the saying, a grain of kindness is repaid with a peck of resentment? Chun Qingqing said, furrowing her brow with concern. Chun Zhenghua shook his head and replied earnestly, you cannot fathom the depth of my despair at that moment. While others merely watched, that young man bravely stepped forward to save me. I trust his character completely. Not only should I gift him a house, but should also be the finest one, specifically the one across from you. In Chun Jinghua's heart, the debt of gratitude for saving his life was as heavy as a mountain. A mere house could hardly convey his appreciation. Upon hearing her father's intention to give away the best unit to his lifesaver, Chun Qingqing's anger flared, and her expression turned serious. Taking a step forward, she clenched her fists and exclaimed, Dad, that unit holds a different significance. You can't just give it away. It is one of the finest in Binjiang Bay, not only the largest, but also with the best view, and it has special meaning. You intended to keep it as my dowry. How can you so easily gift it to a stranger? A hint of helplessness flickered in Chun Jinghua's eyes, yet his resolve remained unshaken. He straightened slightly, meeting Chun Qingqing's gaze with seriousness. Qingqing, how can you not understand? If it weren't for him, I would no longer be here. A house pales in comparison to my life. We must repay his life-saving kindness. Moreover, I believe that young man has good character. If he is still unmarried, living across from you could foster a delightful relationship. Chun Qingqing frowned at the mention of mingling with others. Since discovering her unique feelings for Lin Yang, she found it impossible to regard any other man favorably. She shook her head. Dad, your daughter is still young. Please do not thrust every man upon her. Meanwhile, Xiao Zhang left the hospital room and approached the duty nurse, successfully locating Lin Yang, the one who had brought Chun Zhenghua to the hospital. Upon returning to the ward, he found both Chun Zhenghua and Chun Qingqing had ceased their argument, their gazes fixed upon him. Chun Zhenghua eagerly inquired, Xiao Zhang, have you found out? Who is the young man that saved me? Xiao Zhang promptly nodded and respectfully replied, Chairman, we have discovered the identity of your rescuer. His name is Lin Yang. He called for an ambulance due to discomfort in his heart and fortuitously encountered your medical emergency, which led to both of you being taken to the hospital. Upon hearing that her father's savior was named Lin Yang, Chun Qingqing was momentarily taken aback, her expression morphing into one of profound complexity. Her eyes widened, brimming with astonishment and uncertainty. Her lips slightly parted as if she wished to speak, yet found herself momentarily at a loss for words. After a considerable pause, she regained her composure and urgently asked, Uncle Zhang, what did you say his name was? Are you absolutely certain? Xiao Zhang, somewhat perplexed by Chun Qingqing's reaction, nonetheless affirmed, Indeed, it is Lin Yang, a native of Shaanxi. I recall you spent some time there during your childhood. Do you know him? Chun Qingqing did not respond to Xiao Zhang's inquiry, her mind racing with a myriad of thoughts. She could hardly fathom that the person who had saved her father was, in fact, Lin Yang, the man who had recently occupied her every thought and dream. Chapter 57. Waiver of property and utility fees. How is it? Qingqing, do you know this person? Chun Jinghua inquired, intrigued by his daughter's sudden concern for someone. No, I don't know him. Chun Qingqing instinctively denied. Chun Jinghua, having built such a formidable enterprise, was certainly perceptive enough to discern his daughter's emotions. However, he chose not to press the matter further, since she was reluctant to speak. He would refrain from probing. Xiao Zhang, please contact the legal supervisor, Xie Jia, immediately. Have her draft a gift contract for the finest property in Binjiang Bay to be bestowed upon Lin Yang. Once the contract is ready, go find Lin Yang for his signature. As for the other matters, we shall address them once I am discharged, he instructed. Understood, Chairman. Assistant Xiao Zhang replied promptly, setting the wheels in motion. He exited the hospital room and first called Xie Jia, urging her to expedite the drafting of the gift contract. He then reached out to Lin Yang. Inside the hospital room, Chun Jinghua's gaze remained fixed on Chun Qingqing. Feeling uneasy under her father's scrutiny, she retorted, "Dad, why do you keep staring at me? Just a moment ago, you opposed my gifting a house to my lifesaver. Why the change of heart now? I am merely respecting your decision. Since you have made up your mind, my objections would be futile, and I prefer not to cause you any discomfort," he replied. Suddenly, an idea struck Chun Qingqing. "By the way, Dad, our community's property fees are rather steep, aren't they? It's 25 yuan per square meter. The house you're gifting is 800 square meters, meaning the monthly property fee alone would be 20,000 yuan. By giving that house to Lin Yang, aren't you inadvertently adding to his burdens?" Upon hearing this, Chun Jinghua chuckled knowingly. Indeed, his daughter was well acquainted with Lin Yang, and their relationship was evidently significant. Otherwise, why would she have initially opposed the gift, only to now insist on waiving the property fees? "Qingqing, did you not claim to be unfamiliar with him? Why the sudden concern? Not only do you agree to the house, but you also wish to exempt him from the property fees. When did you become so considerate?" "Dad." Chun Qingqing's face flushed as she realized her father had seen through her. Chun Jinghua shook his head with a smile. "All right, you're no longer a child. I do not oppose who you choose to like. Our family has already attained substantial wealth. There is no need for you to sacrifice your happiness for gain. However, one thing you must remember, do not reveal your identity until you are certain of his character. I understand, Dad. Since you hold affection for him, pursue it with courage. Additionally, inform Uncle Zhang to waive all property and utility fees for the house gifted to Lin Yang." "Thank you, Dad." Chun Qingqing was taken aback by her father's acceptance of her feelings for a man without a prominent background. Once she regained her composure, she readily agreed. After enjoying dinner, Lin Yang took a leisurely stroll before returning home, where he settled on the balcony to browse through his phone. Suddenly, his phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number, and he instinctively hung up. In this era of information overload, his first thought was that it might be a nuisance or scam call. In the subsequent moment, the phone rang once more, displaying the same number. He hung up again, contemplating the persistence of these individuals. Likely another ploy for product sales or a scam. Moments later, the phone rang again, the same number reappearing. This time, he noticed it was a local number, a flicker of curiosity igniting within him. Who could it possibly be? A stranger from the locality? After a brief hesitation, he swiped the screen and pressed the answer button. "Hello, is this Mr. Lin Yang?" A polite and gentle male voice resonated from the other end. "Yes, it is. Who am I speaking to?" Lin Yang inquired with a hint of confusion, his mind racing to recall anyone with such a voice. "Do you remember rescuing an elderly gentleman at Binjiang Park this afternoon?" The voice carried a tone of gratitude. "Ah, yes, what about it?" Lin Yang replied with a smile. How could he forget the person he had rushed to save? To his surprise, the caller reached out more swiftly than he anticipated. "Thanks to you, our chairman is safe. As a token of gratitude, we are prepared to gift you a spacious flat at Binjiang Bay. The contract is being prepared. May I ask if it is convenient for you to sign it now? I can arrange for our company's legal representative to meet with you. Additionally, our chairman will express his thanks in person once he has recuperated." He was astounded. A flat worth at least 20 million bestowed upon him directly in the prestigious run of Binjiang Bay. He could hardly fathom that the simple act of calling an ambulance and covering a deposit of 20,000 at the hospital could yield such a lavish reward. Moreover, not only was he receiving this opulent residence, but the promise of a personal expression of gratitude from the chairman hinted at even greater benefits to come. It seems this gesture was indeed worthwhile, he mused. Chun Jinghua, the chairman, evidently understood the value of gratitude. It was no wonder he had built such a vast empire, becoming the wealthiest individual in Star City. "Uncle Zhang, my father mentioned that the flat gifted to Lin Yang will have all property fees and utility charges waived." Suddenly, a female voice interjected from the other end. Lin Yang felt a sense of familiarity in the voice. It resembled Chun Qingqing's. Could she possibly be related to Chun Jinghua? The thought flashed through his mind, intensifying his curiosity about the situation. "Mr. Lin Yang, are you still on the line?" "Yes," he replied, snapping back to attention. "I am available at any time. Perhaps we could meet at Slow Coffee on the first floor of Garden City?" "All right, I will inform our legal team. Let me check the map. She should arrive in about half an hour." Sounds good. Lin Yang was taken aback by the efficiency of the arrangements. They were even coming over at night to finalize the contract. Once the contract was signed, the luxurious flat would be his. After gathering his belongings, he stepped outside. Garden City was a large shopping mall near his residence. He crossed the street and arrived at Slow Coffee on the first floor, casually ordering a cup of coffee and settling down to await the arrival of the representative. Before long, a woman clad in an elegant black suit entered the CAF with a graceful and confident stride. In her hand, she carried a minimalist briefcase, crafted from exquisite materials that perfectly complemented her overall appearance. She surveyed the interior of the establishment, her gaze swiftly locking onto Lin Yang, after which she approached him directly. Each step she took was light yet assured, as if propelled by an unseen breeze, exuding an undeniable aura of strength that drew the attention of many patrons within the CAF. Mr. Lin Yang, greetings. I am Xiejia, the legal supervisor of Run Group. I am here today to represent the chairman in signing the gift contract with you. Xiejia reached Lin Yang's side, offering a slight bow, her face adorned with a polite and professional smile. Her voice was clear and melodious, akin to a mountain spring, making it particularly pleasant to the ear. Hello. Please, have a seat. Would you like something to drink? Iced Americano, please. Very well. Lin Yang nodded and quickly signaled for a waiter, ordering an iced Americano for Xiejia. Once the waiter brought the drink to the table, Xiejia took a gentle sip before leisurely retrieving a document from her briefcase. She placed the document softly on the table, then nudged it toward Lin Yang. This is the gift contract. The chairman intends to gift you a spacious 800 square meter flat on the 36th floor of Building 2 in Binjiang Bay, with a market value of $40 million, along with a lifetime exemption from property management and utility fees. As she spoke, she pointed to the key clauses within the contract. Please review the terms of the agreement. And if all is satisfactory, kindly sign at the bottom. I will handle the transfer procedures, and the property certificate will be delivered to you in due course. Chapter 58. Viewing the property, Lin Yang meticulously perused the terms of the contract, confirming that it was a legitimate gift agreement, devoid of any discrepancies. He picked up a pen and inscribed his name upon the document. After signing the contract, Lin Yang reclined in his chair, his thoughts drifting back to his days working in the factory. On one occasion, the factory manager had dispatched him to a villa to repair a faucet, during which he inadvertently overheard the manager lamenting that running the central air conditioning for a single night incurred an electricity bill of 200 yuan. By month's end, the total electricity expenditure soared to 6,000 yuan, surpassing the monthly wage of many ordinary individuals. Moreover, there was the matter of the property management fees. He had heard that the management at Binjiang Bay was of the highest caliber. In contrast, the management staff at Jinling Community often lacked teeth or sported gray hair, while those at Binjiang Bay hailed from prestigious aviation schools, boasting exceptional physiques and appearances, having undergone rigorous training to qualify as property management personnel. Consequently, the management fees were steep, amounting to 25 yuan per square meter. For a minimum unit of 400 square meters, the monthly property fee alone reached 10,000 yuan, an amount that would require 2 months' salary for the average worker. In the past, acquiring such a property would have left him with no option but to sell it, as the exorbitant property and utility expenses would render it unaffordable. However, circumstances had changed dramatically. The stock market's returns had transformed his life, allowing him to consider purchasing another property of similar stature with his daily earnings. To his surprise, the other party had generously waived all these fees for life, perhaps under the impression that he was merely an ordinary individual incapable of bearing the costs associated with a luxurious residence. Once the contract was finalized, Xiejia took her leave, and Lin Yang rose to return home. The following day, Lin Yang proceeded as arranged to a CAF near Run Group, where he was to meet Shi Tsung's distant cousin, a renowned lawyer. Upon entering the CAF, he ordered coffee and settled into a quiet corner, awaiting the lawyer's arrival. Shortly thereafter, a woman impeccably dressed in a suit appeared before him. "Hello, are you the guest my cousin introduced?" she inquired politely. Lin Yang looked up, astonished to recognize her as Xiejia, the very person he had encountered the previous evening. "Xia lawyer, what a coincidence," he exclaimed. "Sometimes Fate weaves its intricate threads in the most unexpected ways. Jia smiled in response. Initially, she had assumed he was merely a typical client referred by Song, and thus did not regard the meeting with much seriousness. Her presence was merely a courtesy to her cousin. Little did she anticipate that this individual was the savior of the chairman, who had gifted him the finest luxury apartment at Binjiang Bay and waived all associated fees. This underscored the significance with which Lin Yang was regarded. From that moment on, Jia began to take Lin Yang seriously. "May I inquire what legal matter you require assistance with, Mr. Lin?" she asked with courteous interest. "I purchased a Maybach S580 from the Maybach 4S dealership for a price of $2.84 million, culminating in a total cost of $3.489 million. However, the vehicle's wheels do not correspond with those listed on the configuration sheet, leading me to demand a refund along with triple compensation." Upon hearing this, Jia furrowed her brows slightly, her expression turning grave. Typically, luxury car dealerships have their own legal teams that specialize in such cases, making them quite formidable, especially concerning demands for triple compensation. Such cases are not uncommon, yet successful outcomes are exceedingly rare. The primary reason being that clients often fail to provide a cohesive chain of evidence. "I would like to know what evidence you currently possess to substantiate your claim that the vehicle does not match the specifications." "I have the customs declaration, shipping records, and the inspection report from the dealership, and the car has remained at the 4S store without being picked up," Lin Yang replied methodically. Having anticipated this inquiry and gathered evidence based on the intelligence he had received, Jia was taken aback, her astonishment evident as she gazed at Lin Yang. "Mr. Lin, may I ask if you studied law in university? Even evidence prepared by professionals may not be as comprehensive as what you have assembled. With this, I am confident I can secure your refund and triple compensation within a week." Lin Yang chuckled softly. "I studied mechanical engineering, which is entirely unrelated to law. However, I have encountered such matters online frequently and have garnered some understanding." "What a pity. Had you pursued law, you would undoubtedly be a renowned attorney by now," Jia remarked, surprised by the remarkable legal acumen of someone without formal legal education. "I would like to inquire about your fees," Lin Yang said, aware that attorney fees are a crucial aspect that requires clarification. 10% of the case amount. No, 5%, Jia contemplated before providing a reasonable quote. Recognizing the strength of the evidence in this case and the high likelihood of a favorable outcome, she willingly made a concession on her fees. "Agreed," Lin Yang responded readily. He had previously learned that the more challenging a case, the higher the fees charged, given that he had prepared ample evidence. It was reasonable for the fees to be lower. After finalizing the details and handing over the evidence to Jia, Lin Yang departed from the CF. His steps were light, and his mood was particularly buoyant. With the assistance of the professional attorney, he was confident he would successfully defend his rights and hold the 4S dealership accountable for their fraudulent actions. Moreover, entrusting the matter to a lawyer alleviated him of further worry, allowing him to await the compensation. Upon leaving the CAF, Lin Yang drove to the Binjiang Bay community. With the imminent demolition of the Jinling community, he had initially intended to purchase a property. However, having been gifted a spacious apartment by the richest man, he decided to first assess the situation at Binjiang Bay. The apartments there are fully furnished and ready for immediate occupancy, which certainly saves a considerable amount of hassle. He decided to arrive early to assess the situation. If all appeared well, he would procure some necessities and subsequently move in. In the Central South automotive world, at the Maybach dealership, Li Rue inquired, "Has your client yet collected their vehicle?" "I had already made a call, and they assured me they would come to pick it up within the next couple of days." "Indeed, having settled the payment, their timing for collection does not affect your commission." Reflecting on the day of the sale, Liu felt fortunate. When Lin Yang visited the dealership, the other salespeople showered him with enthusiasm. However, she, being the cousin of Li Xiaojia, Lin Yang's former girlfriend, was aware of his true circumstances, merely a man of modest means. Hence, she initially regarded him with disdain. Unexpectedly, he chose her as a sales consultant, ultimately leading to the successful sale of a nearly 3 million yuan S580. It was undoubtedly due to his lingering affection for Li Xiaojia, selecting her out of consideration for her. She promptly messaged Xiaojia, informing her about Lin Yang's purchase of a luxury vehicle. She wondered how they were faring now, just as she took out her phone to inquire about Li Xiaojia's well-being. A poised woman clad in a sleek black suit entered, carrying a briefcase. Chapter 59, A Refund and Triple Compensation. Good day, madam. How may I assist you? Liu instantly recognized that the woman entering the store was adorned in high-end designer attire, each piece undoubtedly worth a substantial sum. The entire ensemble likely surpassed her salary for several months. She mused to herself that this was a significant client not to be taken lightly. With a beaming smile and boundless enthusiasm, she approached the woman, almost as if the words "please like me" were written across her face. I am here to collect the vehicle on behalf of Lin Yang. Here is the authorization letter, said Xiejia, extending the document to Liu. Liu promptly accepted the letter, meticulously reviewing it. Once she confirmed its accuracy, her smile grew even more radiant as she warmly stated, "Ah, you are a friend of Mr. Lin. Please, follow me. The car is ready, and I shall escort you to it." With that, she guided Xiejia to the new vehicle. To underscore the importance of the client, every car delivery was accompanied by a grand ceremony. Liu coordinated the staff to adorn the area with a profusion of flowers and prepared exquisite champagne and delicacies. Liu personally opened the car door for Xiejia, inviting her to experience the vehicle while enthusiastically detailing its numerous features and advantages, her fervor akin to that of a proud parent introducing their cherished child. During the delivery ceremony, Liu not only passionately described the car's functionalities, but also demonstrated various intelligent operations, from the multi-directional seat adjustments to the smart driving assistance system. She meticulously explained every detail. Observe the seat's massage function. It boasts 5 modes. Activating this during long drives can effectively alleviate fatigue, providing unparalleled comfort. And this smart navigation system offers real-time traffic updates, assisting you in planning the most efficient route, Liu explained while deftly manipulating the central control screen, her face consistently radiant with enthusiasm. In the vehicle inspection phase, Liu exhibited exceptional diligence. Armed with a flashlight, she circled the car, scrutinizing its exterior for even the tiniest scratch, and lifted the hood to check the levels of various fluids. Rest assured, this vehicle has undergone a comprehensive inspection prior to delivery, ensuring every detail is flawless, Liu assured Xiejia, patting her chest in confidence. Once all procedures and instructions were completed, Liu invited Xiejia to stand in front of the car for a commemorative photograph. The staff presented a beautifully crafted car key, and Liu had thoughtfully prepared a petite gift for Xiejia, a custom-made Maybach emblem keychain. Congratulations on acquiring Mr. Lin Yang's new vehicle. May it provide him with an exceptional travel experience. Liu beamed, her eyes brimming with excitement over the successful transaction. However, just as Liu was reveling in the moment, Xiejia suddenly furrowed her brow. Wait a moment, the wheel size appears incorrect, Xiejia remarked, pointing at the tires. According to the certificate, this Maybach S580 should feature 20-inch wheels, yet the delivered vehicle has 19-inch wheels. Upon hearing these words, Liu's smile abruptly froze on her face, her eyes betraying a flicker of panic as she inwardly lamented the situation. Their dealership had always engaged in such practices, removing original parts from imported vehicles and replacing them with cheaper aftermarket components. The removed parts were then sold to customers at exorbitant prices. How could the employee responsible for replacing parts on this vehicle have been so careless as to misjudge the size of the wheel rims? And furthermore, how could this have been discovered by the customer? How could this be possible? I shall verify this immediately, Liu hastily responded, her voice tinged with a barely perceptible tremor. She had just been reveling in the joy of selling a luxury car, daydreaming about a generous commission, when this unexpected turn of events occurred. Liu hurriedly sought out the dealership manager. Upon his arrival, and after examining the vehicle and its documentation, his expression also grew somewhat grim. The original rims for this vehicle were indeed 19 inches, he attempted to explain. Xiejia let out a cold laugh, producing the customs declaration, and firmly stated, "As far as I'm aware, this vehicle is an original import, and the customs declaration clearly states 20 inches. How could the original be 19 inches? The dealership manager, realizing he could no longer maintain the facade, was compelled to change his story. I recall now, during transportation, the rims were damaged, so we replaced them with 19 inches and forgot to revert them upon delivery. Hearing this justification from the manager only solidified Xie conviction that the dealership was deliberately engaging in fraudulent practices. As a professional lawyer, she was well-versed in the provisions of consumer rights protection laws concerning fraudulent behavior, which mandated a triple compensation for such acts. Faced with the dealership's various excuses, she firmly believed that Lin Yang's experience constituted a clear case of fraud. In her view, the dealership initially concealed information regarding the vehicle's wheel rims, and subsequently altered their explanations regarding the discrepancy in rim sizes multiple times. Such conduct severely infringed upon the consumer's right to information and fair trade. Since the dealership had crossed legal boundaries, they must bear the corresponding consequences. She stated without reservation, "Your repeated changes in narrative, do you truly believe your words hold any credibility?" The dealership manager frowned upon hearing this. Despite her youth, she proved to be quite formidable. However, after years of selling cars, he had encountered all types of customers and would not be intimidated. "Madam, the error regarding the rim size was indeed our oversight, and we are willing to rectify it. How about this? We will immediately replace the rims back, and as compensation for your unpleasant purchasing experience, we will additionally offer a maintenance package valued at 50,000. How does that sound?" Xie, however, scoffed at this offer, responding with unwavering resolve. "If that is the case, then we shall meet in court." Xie understood that it would be difficult to obtain compensation from the dealership at this stage. Further discussion would be futile. So she simply drove away in her new car. "Manager, are we truly allowing her to leave with the vehicle so easily?" Liwa Castunat. Perplexed by Xie's effortless departure with the car, the manager, seemingly indifferent, remarked, "Our establishment boasts the most formidable legal department. Throughout the years, we have encountered no issues of this nature. Even if a lawsuit were to arise, we possess ample strategies to address it, so there is no need for concern." Upon departing from the 4S dealership, Xie promptly called Lin Yang to relay the details of the incident. "Mr. Lin, the dealership has taken a steadfast stance, refusing our compensation request. However, rest assured, I've already prepared the litigation materials, and we will proceed with legal action. I sense that the issues with this 4S dealership are quite significant. The matter of replacing the hubcaps is unlikely to be straightforward. I intend to dispatch someone to investigate their operations and see if we can gather more evidence." "Very well, Lawyer Xie. I entrust this matter entirely to your capable hands. Please feel free to reach out should you require anything," Lin Yang replied. Just as he arrived at the entrance of the Binjiang Bay community, Lin Yang received Xie's call. He had initially opted not to complicate matters by handling the situation himself, thus granting her full authority to manage it. The process was of little consequence as long as the outcome aligned with his desires. Upon concluding the call, a sharply dressed gentleman emerged, briskly approaching him. His hair was impeccably styled, and his shoes gleamed with polish. Every detail exuded professionalism and refinement. "Good day, sir. I am Zhang Ho Min, the steward of Binjiang Bay. How may I assist you?" His voice carried an appropriate level of respect, and the professional smile on his face struck a balance between warmth and decorum. Chapter 60. The luxurious apartment ready for move-in. Lin Yang nodded slightly. "I'm the owner of apartment 3601 in Building 2, to inspect the property." Zhang Ho Min was taken aback. Apartment 3601 was one of the finest in the entire community, not only the largest in area, but also boasting an exquisite view of the river. He was astonished that someone so young could possess such a magnificent residence, suspecting that he might be yet another low-profile scion of a wealthy family. Swiftly, Zhang Homin produced his mobile device, accessed the internal application, and entered the property details. Instantly, the information regarding the owner, Lin Yang, appeared. Upon seeing the name, Zhang Homin's heart skipped a beat. He was all too familiar with this name. A neighbor from his village bore the same name, and they had been classmates in the first grade of elementary school. However, due to a slight age difference, he had attended an extra year of school, thereby being a year behind Lin Yang. In his memories, Lin Yang was an exemplary student who had gained admission to a prestigious university, but later he had heard that life had not treated him well, as he still resided in an old family home and had not purchased a vehicle. Zhang Homin looked up at Lin Yang, noticing his exceptional demeanor, exuding poise and confidence with every gesture, a clear indication of a person who possessed both affluence and refinement. Such a distinctive aura, emanating from within, was beyond the reach of an ordinary individual to feign. In his mind, he silently dismissed the idea that the person in front of him could be the same Lin Yang. Surely, it was merely a coincidence of names. Esteemed owner, I will assist you in entering your license plate information into the system, allowing you access to the underground garage of the community. Should you be unfamiliar with the roads here, I am more than willing to guide you, Zhang Homin offered, increasingly courteous and eager to assist. Lin Yang inclined his head slightly and replied, "Thank you. Please, get in and help me navigate. Drive slowly, I will lead the way." Zhang Homin did not enter the vehicle. Instead, he quickly input Lin Yang's license plate information into the application and jogged ahead to lead the way. Lin Yang proceeded to drive slowly behind him, ultimately entering the underground garage and smoothly parking in his designated spot. After securing the vehicle, Lin Yang surveyed his surroundings, feeling an odd sense of familiarity with the garage. It seemed reminiscent of the last visit to Chun Qingqing's home, where her car was parked nearby as well. Could it be that his newly acquired apartment was in the same building as hers? At that moment, Zhang Homin sprinted to the elevator, swiftly pressed the button, then held the door open with one hand while gesturing for Lin Yang to enter with the other, respectfully stating, "Mr. Lin, please." Lin Yang stepped into the elevator, and only then did Zhang Homin release his grip and follow closely behind. Once inside, Zhang Homin promptly selected the floor button and stood quietly beside Lin Yang. Initially, Lin Yang felt a sense of recognition upon seeing Zhang Homin, and now, in the confined space of the elevator, he had the opportunity to observe him more closely. Zhang Homin, wearing black-framed glasses, had a clever glint in his eyes behind the lenses, instantly reminding Lin Yang of his classmate from childhood. Tentatively, he whispered, "Zhang Xian?" Upon hearing the name Zhang Xiyuan, Zhang Homin's entire body jolted, nearly causing the walkie-talkie in his hand to slip from his grasp. Slowly, he lifted his head, his eyes widening to the size of copper bells, mouth slightly agape, his face etched with disbelief. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind in an instant. How could this be? This distinguished homeowner was none other than his neighbor from the same village? His gaze brimmed with confusion and astonishment, fixed intently on Lin Yang, as if seeking a hint of familiarity upon his countenance. Moments later, Zhang Homin finally regained his composure, exclaiming excitedly, "No way, you are Lin Yang. The Lin Yang from our village." Lin Yang, observing Zhang Homin's animated reaction, could not help but chuckle, patting him on the shoulder. "Haha, after all these years, you become quite serious." Zhang Homin responded with a smile, "Don't tease me. It's all for the sake of living. As a steward, one misstep could lead to complaints from the homeowners. Losing a few coins is trivial, but losing one's job is significant." He continued, "I never expected you to reside in such a luxurious abode. This is one of the finest houses in Binjiang Bay. You truly are a hidden gem." Lin Yang humbly waved his hand, replying, "Just fortunate, that's all. By the way, how do you find working as a steward?" Zhang Homin puffed out his chest, a hint of pride illuminating his face. "Being a steward here is splendid. Though the demands are high, the rewards are quite generous, more than what a flight attendant would earn. Moreover, Binjiang Bay is renowned for being an upscale community. It's rather prestigious to work here." Suddenly, a thought struck him, "Of course. Even this cannot compare to your one in a million. No matter how long I work as a steward, I could never afford a grand house like yours." Ding! 36th floor has arrived. At that moment, the elevator doors slowly opened, interrupting their conversation. Zhang Homin immediately recalled his responsibilities, resuming his role as a steward. He hurriedly invited Lin Yang out of the elevator, leading him to the entrance of the residence. "All entry doors in the community are equipped with facial recognition," he said, gesturing towards the peephole, his eyes filled with professionalism and patience. Lin Yang nodded slightly, stepping forward to align his gaze with the peephole. In an instant, a soft beep sounded, and the entrance door slowly opened automatically. Observing this, Zhang Homin quickly took a few steps forward, gently pushing the door open with both hands while stepping aside in a courteous gesture, his face adorned with a warm smile. "Mr. Lin, please come in." As Lin Yang stepped inside, he was immediately captivated by the sight before him. The interior design exuded a simplicity that did not sacrifice luxury. It bore a striking resemblance to the layout of Chun Qingqing's home, yet possessed a unique charm of its own. The floor was laid with mirror-like polished marble tiles, each piece fitting together seamlessly as the light cascaded down, reflecting a gentle sheen. Above, a uniquely styled crystal chandelier sparkled brilliantly, reminiscent of twinkling stars in the night sky, infusing the entire space with an air of romance and elegance. The living room is spacious and luminous, with a captivating 270-degree viewing balcony. Standing on the balcony, one faces the Xiang River, where the gentle breeze caresses the skin, bringing a refreshing coolness. In the distance, the river's surface sparkles with shimmering reflections, glistening with golden hues under the sun's embrace. Lin Yang meticulously observes every detail within the abode, discovering that not only is the decor exquisite, but the furnishings are also complete. The sofa, crafted from soft, genuine leather, offers a delicate touch, enveloping one in a gentle embrace upon sitting. The coffee table, fashioned from natural solid wood, showcases clear grains, epitomizing the beauty of nature. However, the residence lacks certain everyday essentials, suggesting that with the purchase of a few necessities, he could immediately settle into this cozy new home. After inspecting the property, Lin Yang felt immense satisfaction with his new dwelling. He turned to Zhang Homin and said with a smile, "Thank you for your assistance. I shall head to the supermarket to procure some household items in preparation for moving into my new place." Zhang Homin promptly nodded, responding warmly, "Mr. Lin, you are too courteous. It is my duty to assist. Allow me to accompany you to the garage to retrieve your vehicle." Along the way, Zhang Homin maintained a respectful distance behind Lin Yang, attentively sharing insights about the surrounding supermarkets, where to find a comprehensive selection of daily necessities, which ones offer the freshest produce, and the latest promotional activities. He was well informed, articulating with clarity. Lin Yang listened quietly, occasionally nodding in agreement. Upon reaching the garage, Lin Yang opened the car door and settled inside. Zhang Homin swiftly approached and gently closed the door for him, then politely stated, "Mr. Lin, take care. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to contact me." Lin Yang lowered the car window, smiling in gratitude before starting the vehicle and gradually exiting the community. Just as Zhang Homin returned to his office, barely having the chance to sip some water, the phone rang unexpectedly. He glanced at the screen and saw it was his mother calling. He swiped to answer. "Son, with Qingming Festival approaching, will you be coming back?" Zhang Homin nodded slightly. "We have adjusted our holiday schedule. I will return a day later for Qingming." Upon hearing this, his mother softly replied, "All right, remember to drive your newly purchased car back. Your third aunt son bought a BMW. I believe it's an i3. The rear end is nearly lifted skyward. Bring your grand Benz back to show him." Chapter 61. The announcement of demolition the following day, Lin Yang was abruptly roused from his slumber by a cacophony outside. Groggily, he glanced at the clock. It was barely past 8, yet the commotion outside his residence was as lively as a bustling market, rubbing the remnants of sleep from his eyes. He donned his slippers and lazily ambled to the balcony to peer below. There, a throng of people surrounded the community bulletin board, forming layers upon layers that rendered passage impossible. Voices mingled in animated discussion, each face radiating an uncontainable excitement. Lin Yang, intrigued, pricked up his ears to catch snippets of conversation. "Our neighborhood is being demolished," shouted an elderly lady, her voice brimming with enthusiasm. "After so many years of waiting, this day has finally arrived." Another gentleman, his face alight with surprise, exclaimed, "How could it not be true? The freshly posted announcement is in black and white." A young man waved his phone, displaying a freshly taken photograph of the demolition notice. At this, Lin Yang felt a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth, a soft grin illuminating his features. After a fortnight of anticipation, the long-awaited demolition was finally on the horizon. Prior to the announcement, He had leveraged insider information to preemptively acquire all 10 available units in the Jinling community, based on the current compensation standards for the demolition. He anticipated receiving a sum between 40 to 50 million yuan. After deducting costs, he stood to gain an impressive profit exceeding 90%, an undeniable fortune. The funds he had invested in Foodie battery stocks were steadily appreciating at a rate of 20% daily, serving as a crucial pillar for his financial growth. Resources he could not afford to deplete easily. However, the compensation from the demolition could be maneuvered with greater flexibility. Once he affixed his signature to the compensation contract, he could finally return to his hometown in resplendent style. Previously, burdened by a lack of accomplishments, he had refrained from visiting home, fearful that the whispers and rumors would pierce him like daggers. Now, having achieved a modicum of success, he could return with confidence. Standing quietly on the balcony, he observed the jubilant crowd below, celebrating the impending demolition, and he found himself swept up in their joy. Why did the Jinling community suddenly decide to demolish? Inquired a bespectacled young man, his face etched with confusion. I heard it's part of urban renewal, replied a well-informed elder with a smug grin, as though he had already secured the bountiful compensation. This time, the compensation will be executed according to new standards, and it promises to be substantial. Oh, splendid. My house is in shambles, leaking water during the rain. At last, the demolition has arrived, and soon I can move into a new home. An elderly woman clasped her hands in excitement, her eyes gleaming with dreams of a brighter future. The residents, upon hearing the news of the demolition, erupted into a celebration reminiscent of the new year, their joy manifesting in jubilant gestures. News spread like wildfire through the community, with laughter and excitement igniting the air. Some faces beamed with radiant smiles, revealing pearly white teeth, while others clutched their neighbors' hands tightly, sharing their exhilaration and delight. Children darted through the crowd, their joyful shouts mingling with the adults' exuberance. Though they might not fully grasp the implications of the demolition, they too were swept up in the collective euphoria. The entire community was enveloped in a sea of joy, with each individual envisioning a bright future ahead. Old Wang hummed a cheerful tune as he briskly walked into the neighborhood, his face still bearing the traces of the delightful date he had enjoyed the previous night. He had just spent a wonderful evening with the charming streamer, Yu, and his mind was filled with her sweet smile and tender words, leaving him in a state of blissful reminiscence. Suddenly, he noticed a crowd gathered around the bulletin board, animatedly discussing something, the lively atmosphere resembling a pot of boiling water. Intrigued, Old Wang hastened over, exerting considerable effort to squeeze into the throng. What could be causing such elation among the people? He called out, a curious smile adorning his face. Immediately, someone in the crowd recognized him. Old Wang, I remember you sold your house a fortnight ago, right? With pride swelling in his chest, Old Wang replied, Indeed, I sold it for several $100,000. You have no idea how difficult it was to sell a house in our community. No one was interested. That young lad seemed gullible. Once he saw me slashing the price and I sweet-talked him a bit, he promptly paid in full. The very next day, we rushed to finalize the transfer. Is your family looking to sell your house as well? I could help you get in touch with him. He's quite easy to persuade. Recalling that day, a sly smile crept across Old Wang's face, as if he had accomplished something remarkably clever. Alas, Old Wang, you sold a loss, someone remarked, their expression tinged with regret. A notice has just been issued. Our community is included in the urban renewal plan and is slated for complete demolition. This revelation struck Old Wang like a bolt from the blue, rendering his smile frozen on his face. The vibrant sparkle in his eyes faded in an instant, his complexion turning ashen, as if all the blood had been drained from his body. What? What did you say? Old Wang's voice trembled, laced with disbelief. Indeed, Old Wang, I've heard the compensation standards are quite generous. A single unit could yield several million. Another chimed in, brimming with excitement. Just think, if you had waited a little longer to sell, you could have capitalized on the demolition. The crowd echoed in agreement, their words piercing Old Wang's heart like a multitude of sharp knives. He felt darkness closing in, his body swaying as he nearly collapsed. His mind was a void, save for one incessant thought reverberating. I sold at a loss. I missed out on millions. His hands instinctively clenched, nails digging painfully into his palms. Yet he felt no sensation of pain. His lips quivered, yearning to articulate something, yet he found himself utterly speechless. The surrounding laughter and merriment now sounded unbearably harsh, as if mercilessly mocking his folly. He was engulfed in regret, cursing himself for hastily selling the house, for not waiting just another fortnight. Yet, it was all irretrievably lost. Meanwhile, those who had sold their homes to Lin Yang received immediate calls and messages from friends and family. When they learned of the impending demolition of their homes, it was as if a bolt from the blue had struck them, leaving them utterly stunned. Old Zhang was leisurely seated on the sofa, engrossed in a television program when his phone rang unexpectedly. He glanced at the screen and noticed it was an old classmate calling. He casually answered, "Hello, Lao Chun. What is the matter?" On the other end, Lao Chen's voice was laden with astonishment and regret. "Old Zhang, have you heard? The Jinling community is slated for demolition, and the compensation is substantial. You've sold your house at a loss." In an instant, the smile vanished from old Zhang's face, and the remote control slipped from his grasp with a thud onto the floor. Stammering, he replied, What did you say? Demolition? How can that be? I just sold it half a month ago." Lao Chun sighed and replied, "It's absolutely true. The community has just posted an announcement, and everyone is discussing it. What terrible luck you have." Old Zhang sat frozen on the sofa, his mind a blank slate, save for the incessant echo of the words demolition and compensation. He recalled how he had previously felt a sense of relief at successfully selling his house, but now he felt like a complete fool. He struck his thigh in frustration, lamenting, "How could I be so foolish? If I had waited just another half month, that house would have brought me millions, and now it's all gone to others." The more he pondered, the angrier and regretful he became, wishing fervently for time to reverse. Meanwhile, another seller, Sister Li, was staring at her phone screen, sighing despondently. Messages from relatives regarding the demolition incessantly flickered in her WeChat. Her hands trembled slightly as she read the messages, her heart a tumult of emotions. She murmured to herself, "Had I known about the demolition, I would have sold everything I had rather than part with my house." In another room, Brother Wang, upon hearing the demolition news, locked himself away. Sitting on the edge of his bed with his hands clasped over his head, he sighed repeatedly. His wife knocked on the door from outside, anxiously asking, "Honey, what is wrong? Open the door." Brother Wang offered no response, consumed by self-reproach. He regretted not having inquired more about the situation earlier. Now he could only watch helplessly as others reaped the generous compensation from the demolition. Chapter 62. Selling Tragedy. Harnessing the power of online public opinion, old Wang returned home in a daze, collapsing onto the sofa, his gaze vacant, his mind echoing with the news of the demolition and the bitter reality of his lost millions. Overwhelmed with regret, he incessantly berated himself, cradling his head in his hands, his body trembling slightly. Just then, his phone rang, shattering the silence that enveloped the room. Irritated, he picked up the device, ready to hang up, only to discover it was Yu calling. His eyes brightened momentarily, like a flicker of dawn in the darkness, and his previously somber mood was ignited with excitement. This was the first time Yu had taken the initiative to reach out. Straightening up, he tidied his hair and cleared his throat before answering. "Brother Wang, I heard your neighborhood is about to be demolished. You must be in line for a substantial compensation. Congratulations." Yu's sweet voice resonated through the receiver. The mention of the demolition made old Wang's heart sink anew. His expression darkened, and with a sigh, he lamented to Yu, "Yes, my neighborhood is indeed slated for demolition. But it has nothing to do with me. I sold my house just half a month ago." "What? You sold your house before the demolition?" Yu exclaimed, her voice rising in astonishment. "Yes, the transfer has already been completed. The property deed is in hand. It's too late for regrets now," old Wang replied, his tone laden with despair and remorse. "That can't be right, Brother Wang. You must trust me. I will help you find a solution. Even if you cannot reclaim the house, we shall find a way to mitigate your losses." Old Wang had long harbored such thoughts, but had struggled to devise a viable plan. Encouraged by Yu's words, he eagerly agreed, feeling as though he had grasped a lifeline. "All right then, come over now, and we shall discuss our course of action together. Before long, Yu arrived at old Wang's residence. She was a woman in her 40s, not particularly young, yet still exuding grace. Dressed fashionably, her cascading waves of hair fell casually over her shoulders, and her exquisite makeup accentuated her bright eyes and prominent nose. Clad in a form-fitting dress that highlighted her alluring figure and wearing high heels, she walked with an elegant poise. Old Wang was momentarily entranced upon seeing her. "Brother Wang, time is of the essence. We must swiftly devise a feasible strategy." Anxiously pacing the room, his brow furrowed into a deep crease, he exclaimed, "I am at my wit's end. How could this happen? Millions slipping through my fingers just like that." "Do not fret, Brother Wang. Let us sit down and discuss this." The two settled onto the sofa, leaning in close, whispering their ideas while occasionally jotting notes on paper. Suddenly, a spark lit in Yu's eyes. "Brother Wang, listen to me," she said, gesturing animatedly. "Today's netizens are most sympathetic toward the underprivileged. If we portray your situation as truly tragic, coupled with this disheveled environment, it is bound to resonate with them. You can claim you were deceived, that someone swindled your house away." Old Wang listened attentively, nodding repeatedly, his face revealing a flicker of anticipation, yet tinged with concern as he inquired, "Will this truly work? What if we are exposed?" Yu gently patted old Wang's shoulder, offering reassurance. "Fear not, Brother Wang. As long as you play your part convincingly, no one will suspect a thing. The online community is utterly oblivious to the truth. If we guide them well, they will undoubtedly side with us." After reaching a consensus, the duo began their meticulous preparations. Old Wang rummaged through a cupboard and retrieved a set of clothes from years past, donning the tattered and worn outfit, adorned with several patches, which hung loosely on him. He then smeared some glue on his face to simulate snot, deliberately making himself appear filthy and repulsive. Coupled with days of unwashed hair, which clung in greasy clumps to his scalp, he exuded an overall disheveled appearance. Meanwhile, Yu busied herself in the room, tossing items about to create a sense of chaos. She even procured some dilapidated furniture and household items, placing them conspicuously to evoke an atmosphere of poverty and despair. Once everything was set, Yu turned to old Wang and said, "Brother Wang, take a moment to cultivate your emotions. During the live stream, you must convey that sense of hopelessness and helplessness." Old Wang inhaled deeply, closing his eyes as he recalled the anguish of missing out on the relocation compensation, his expression gradually morphing into one of torment and distortion. "Brother Wang, are you ready? I'm about to start the live stream." Yu called from the doorway, holding her phone. "Darling, I'm ready," old Wang languidly replied from the bed, his voice laden with despair and suffering. "All right." Yu received the signal and swiftly exited the room to commence the live broadcast. Standing at the threshold, with her phone in hand and an expression of concern and indignation on her face, she passionately articulated, "Dear viewers, today we will not be dancing. We have encountered a particularly infuriating situation. This gentleman has toiled tirelessly for most of his life, finally managing to save enough to purchase this dilapidated little home. Yet, just half a month ago, he was deceived and lost his house. Now he is homeless, forced to reside in this filthy and chaotic garage of a rundown community." As she spoke, she pushed open the garage door, slowly maneuvering the camera lens inside. The lens first surveyed the disarrayed room, cluttered with various items. With tattered clothing carelessly strewn aside, and a rickety bed occupying one corner, its wrinkled bedding emanating an unpleasant odor. The camera then focused on old Wang, who appeared disheveled. His greasy hair matted against his scalp, a few strands hanging over his forehead, his face smeared with the glue masquerading as snot, looking utterly filthy. He lay pitifully on the bed, dressed in that old, tattered, patched garment, his eyes brimming with despair and helplessness. "Alas, I find myself in a pitiful situation. My home has been deceitfully taken from me, and now I am forced to reside in a garage adjacent to a public restroom." As old Wang wept, he wiped his tears with his grimy hands, his body trembling slightly. Upon witnessing this scene in the live broadcast, viewers were immediately incensed, flooding the screen with their comments. "Such atrocious behavior. How could such a scoundrel exist? He must be severely punished." The house must be returned. It is the fruit of my brother's labor. Let us unmask this fraud, expose his information, and see if he dares to deceive again. This is utterly unacceptable. Individuals like him deserve to face the full force of the law and cannot be allowed to roam freely. My brother is truly unfortunate. A lifetime of hard work has vanished just like that. I hope justice can be restored swiftly. The host must assist my brother, and we shall all support you. Such deceivers should be banished from the internet, leaving them with no refuge. The barrage of comments scrolled quickly, vividly reflecting the viewer's righteous indignation. The entire live room was enveloped in a cloud of anger, with everyone demanding to identify the fraud and ensure he receives the punishment he deserves. Meanwhile, the notice for the demolition of the community has been posted. I now possess my own home. Just yesterday, I purchased some daily necessities and placed them inside. This morning, after admiring the view from the balcony for a while, Lin Yang returned indoors to organize his belongings, preparing to move into the new residence. At that moment, the phone rang. It was the real estate agent, Li, calling. He had been the one to assist with the purchase of 10 old apartments in the complex. Swiping the screen, Lin Yang answered the call. Hello, Brother Lin. You must watch the live broadcast. That old Wang, who sold you the house, is now accusing you online of swindling him out of his property, and the viewers are clamoring for your condemnation. Lin Yang chuckled, marveling at old Wang's efficiency in handling matters. However, he felt no concern. Fortunately, he had received advance warning and had already prepared countermeasures. The recording of his conversation with old Wang from a few days prior was now ready to be utilized. Chapter 63. Fermentation. The moment of retaliation has arrived. Lin Yang sincerely expressed his gratitude to Li for his reminder, enlightening him about the live-streaming incident involving old Wang and Yu. After ending the call, he swiftly launched Douyin and entered Yu's name into the search bar, subsequently accessing her live-streaming room. The scene that unfolded before Lin Yang's eyes caused him to furrow his brow. The number of viewers in the live stream was meager, barely reaching a few dozen. On screen, old Wang lay on the bed, portraying a pitiful figure. I am so unfortunate. I was deceived out of my house and now must reside in a garage. Homeless's voice was imbued with despair and anguish, evoking sympathy even from the uninformed. Meanwhile, Yu stood beside him, holding her phone, her face reflecting concern and indignation as she passionately addressed the audience. Dear friends, Brother Wang is truly pitiable. We must seek justice for him. Her words were laced with incitement, each syllable igniting the fury of the netizens. Observing this spectacle, Lin Yang felt no stirrings of emotion within. He could only internally lament the nature of humanity, which, when personal interests are at stake, readily sheds its facade, revealing its most genuine essence. He recognized that old Wang and Yu aimed to manipulate emotions and garner sympathy to coerce him into sharing a portion of the compensation from the relocation. However, Lin Yang remained unperturbed by their antics. If these two dared to set their sights on him, they could hardly expect him to be courteous. He had no intention of releasing the recordings at this juncture. He understood that now was not the opportune moment, although releasing the recordings could vindicate him. The lack of sufficient impact from the incident would prevent old Wang and Yu from facing repercussions afterward. Thus, he resolved to exercise patience, awaiting the situation to further escalate and gain traction before delivering decisive evidence that would strike a fatal blow to his adversaries. Lin Yang's gaze fixated on the scrolling comments within the live stream. Though the netizens were incensed, the incident remained confined to a small audience. Yu had been live streaming for quite some time, yet the viewership had yet to exceed 100. At this rate, it was uncertain when the matter would gain widespread attention. A glimmer of determination flickered in his eyes. If that were the case, he would take the initiative to fan the flames of this farce. Without hesitation, he contributed 10,000 yuan in traffic to Yu's live stream through official channels. In an instant, the viewer count in Yu's live stream skyrocketed like a rocket, surging from a mere few dozen to several hundred, and soon surpassing thousands. The momentum showed no signs of abating until the number stabilized at a steady 15,000 before gradually leveling off. Yu, who had been anxiously fretting over the sparse attendance, was suddenly taken aback by the overwhelming influx of viewers. Her eyes widened in disbelief, and her face radiated astonishment. She then erupted in excited exclamations. "Dear friends, we're gaining viewers. Thank you all for your support. We must ensure justice for Brother Wang." Her voice, tinged with exhilaration, became slightly shrill, and her hands trembled slightly as she held her phone. In an effort to retain the hard-won attention of her audience, she performed with fervor, each expression and movement imbued with dramatic flair, as if proclaiming her righteousness to the world. Within the tranquil confines of the live broadcast, Old Wang and Yu harmonized, masterfully enacting the narrative of victimhood and deception. Old Wang's already hoarse voice, now deliberately laden with sorrow, resonated with poignant despair. Each word seemed to emerge from a shattered chest. "I saw this outsider struggling in Star City and trusted him enough to sell him my house. Yet he deceived me, claiming the property was worthless, and I was led astray. Only now do I realize how foolish I was. That was my only home." As he reached a crescendo of emotion, he abruptly sat up, gesticulating wildly, tears and snot streaming down his face, the grime on his skin forming rivulets that accentuated his pitiable appearance. Yu, ever the supportive accomplice, fanned the flames of the narrative, her voice sharp and fervent, akin to a dagger piercing the hearts of the viewers. "Dear friends, listen closely. Can you believe this is what humans do? This honest man, having lived a righteous life, has fallen prey to such a scam, and now he has nowhere to call home. We cannot allow such villains to roam free. We must seek justice for this brother." As she spoke, she angrily pointed towards the camera, as if Lin Yang stood before her, awaiting her judgment. With the fervor of Yu's broadcast surging, an increasing number of viewers flocked to the scene, drawing the attention of numerous Douyin streamers. They astutely recognized the potential for virality and began sharing related footage. In no time, the story of a young con artist defrauding an elderly, solitary individual spread like wildfire across the internet, with sensational headlines proliferating. Shocking. Youth employs such tactics to deceive vulnerable elderly for property. Heartbreaking. Elderly man's lifetime savings swindled by youth, now homeless. Revealed. How a youth set the trap to steal the elder's shelter. These headlines detonated like bombs, igniting the fury of netizens, who inundated the comments section with expressions of outrage and condemnation. Such a person deserves to be imprisoned for 10 years or more. It's utterly despicable. We must punish the fraudster and restore justice for the elderly. Otherwise, what moral order remains in society? Let us expose this swindler, rendering him unable to hide, and see if he dares to commit further wrongdoings. They lamented the elderly man's plight, hoping for the swift recovery of his home to provide him with a place of refuge. A strong demand arose to reveal all the fraudster's information, ensuring that everyone could discern his true nature and prevent others from falling victim to his schemes. The commenters, consumed by righteous indignation, wished to see Lin Yang utterly destroyed, their fury spilling forth in the comments, oblivious to the web of deceit woven by Old Wang and Yu. Meanwhile, Lin Yang observed everything in silence, his demeanor calm and resolute as his plans unfolded step by step, awaiting the opportune moment to strike. As the storm of public opinion intensified, Lin Yang's phone began to ring incessantly. "Lin Yang, what is all this news about you online? How could you be labeled a fraud?" Chen Qingqing's voice was laced with urgency. Upon seeing the news, her heart had tightened, and her first instinct was to call Lin Yang for confirmation. Lin Yang's lips curled into a slight smile, radiating confidence as he gently replied, "Qingqing, do not worry. This is merely a farce orchestrated by Old Wang and that streamer to extort me. I have long since gathered evidence, and when the time is ripe, I shall reveal the truth to the world." After ending the call with Chen Qingqing, who Qian's call followed closely, "Lin Yang, are you all right? Those reports are outrageous. I am nearly beside myself with rage. You must find a way to clarify this. Thank you for your concern. I am fine. I already have a plan in place. And soon those who have slandered me will receive their just desserts." Subsequently, calls from Zhang Jun and Shi Tsong poured in, each expressing their concern and worry for Lin Yang. He responded to each, maintaining his composure and confidence, his every word serving as a soothing balm, gradually easing the anxiety of his friends. Thus the hours passed, Lin Yang went about his day, eating and drinking without being affected by the turmoil. He remained ever vigilant, monitoring the unfolding situation. It was not until several prominent influencers shared the incident, amplifying its impact to an irretrievable magnitude, that he understood the moment for counterattack had arrived. Chapter 64. Brother Tiger. As the indignation of netizens reached its zenith, Lin Yang finally chose to step forward. Eschewing the use of written words for justification and foregoing a press conference, he opted instead to upload a recording onto his social media platform. This act, akin to dousing the raging flames of public opinion with a bucket of cold water, instantly captivated everyone's attention. The recording commenced with Lin Yang's voice. "Old Wang, what has brought you such joy?" Immediately following, Old Wang's triumphant laughter resonated. "Haha, did you notice? This is all thanks to you. Had you not purchased my dilapidated house, I would be enjoying such good fortune today. My house had lingered on the market for half a year without a single inquiry, and it was only because of you that I managed to exchange it for cash. With the proceeds from the sale, I enabled Yu to triumph in her PK against other streamers that night, and she subsequently agreed to be my girlfriend, meeting with me 3 times within a fortnight." Old Wang's tone brimmed with pride, each word piercing like a sharp blade into the hearts of the unsuspecting netizens. He continued, animatedly recounting the details of his dates with Yu. "Haha, brother Lin Yang, you have no idea. That young lady Yu speaks so sweetly. Every time we meet, my heart feels as if it has been filled with honey. During our last date, she rested her head on my shoulder and confessed that she adored mature and steady men like me. In that moment, I nearly swooned with joy. His voice overflowed with ecstasy, as if he were still lost in those delightful memories. Upon hearing these revelations, the netizens felt as though they had been dealt a resounding slap, their cheeks burning with humiliation. They had believed they were advocating for justice, aiding a pitiable elder, only to discover that it had all been an intricately devised ruse. Not only had they been duped, but they had also unwittingly become accomplices in this elaborate deception. A tumult of emotions, anger, shame, regret, swirled within them, leaving their hearts in turmoil. The truth ignited the netizens' fury, their ire erupting like a volcano, unstoppable in its force. They felt like a troupe of foolish jesters, parading their gullibility in this meticulously orchestrated charade. The sensation of being deceived was akin to swallowing a fly, repulsive and distressing, rendering them unable to digest their indignation. Their wrath surged forth like a torrent, directed towards Yu and Old Wang. The once vibrant streaming room was suddenly engulfed by a deluge of scornful remarks. "How disgusting, to deceive us over matters of the heart. This female streamer has such poor taste, associating with this filthy old man. These 2 frauds deserve a terrible fate. Return my sympathy and refund my money." Each aggressive comment streamed forth like cannonballs, striking hard against the screen where Yu and Old Wang resided. The words that had once conveyed sympathy and support transformed into sharp accusations, each syllable laden with the anger and humiliation of those who felt betrayed. Yu was still immersed in the elation of soaring popularity in her live stream, believing she was on the brink of a dazzling moment in her life, poised to become a champion of justice online. She gazed at the influx of viewers, her face aglow with confidence, and exclaimed excitedly into the camera, "Dear family, look. So many people have come to seek justice for Brother Wang. Our strength is boundless. We must ensure that the fraudster receives the punishment he deserves." Yet her voice, echoing in the live stream, was utterly drowned out by a tide of vitriol that surged forth. Brother Wang stared at the screen, bewildered, his previously triumphant smile frozen in a grimace of horror. He could hardly fathom the dramatic turn of events. His mind was a blank slate, filled with trepidation. He opened his mouth, desperate to articulate something, only to find his throat constricted, rendering him voiceless. The online community was not inclined to show mercy. Their fury stripped them of rationality. Some began to report the live stream in a frenzy, citing an array of reasons such as false advertising, deceiving viewers, and malicious hype. Each report was akin to a sharp sword, piercing through Yu and Brother Wang. Others spread malicious rumors in the comments, alleging that Yu and Brother Wang had previously engaged in multiple fraudulent activities and this exposure was merely the culmination of their deceit. Furthermore, some incited discord, urging other users to join in their assault, plunging the entire live stream into chaos. Under the relentless barrage of reports, the live stream was permanently shut down within mere minutes, leaving only darkness on the screen. Yu and Brother Wong stared at the suddenly blackened display, as if doused in cold water from head to toe, rendered utterly speechless. They understood that their meticulously orchestrated dream of wealth had been utterly shattered. Not only had they failed to secure a single penny in compensation, but their reputations were now irrevocably tarnished. Brother Wong slumped to the ground, cradling his head in his hands, muttering incessantly, "It's over, all over." Yu fared little better. Not only had she failed to acquire any money, but she had also lost her account. Only then did it occur to Yu to investigate why the online community had suddenly turned against her. Before long, she discovered an audio recording released by Lin Yang. "Brother Wong, how could you be so foolish as to speak without realizing someone was recording you?" Yu reprimanded vehemently before storming out. Brother Wong hastily followed. "Yu, how was I to know he had so many ulterior motives? This is my fault. We must think of other ways to secure the compensation." Upon hearing the words compensation, Yu's demeanor softened somewhat. "After a day of streaming, I'm hungry. Let's eat something first and then devise a plan." "All right." As soon as Yu and Brother Wong stepped outside, they were recognized. A sharp-eyed ant pointed at them and shouted, "Bah, these two fraudsters, deceiving everyone's sympathy online. Such shamelessness." Her piercing voice instantly drew the attention of those nearby. Hurried passers-by halted in their tracks, encircling the pair. A young man, his face contorted with rage, stepped forward and bellowed at them. "How can you still show your faces? The people online have been utterly deceived by you. With your kind, who would dare to trust anything on the internet again?" Beside him, an elderly gentleman shook his head in dismay, his expression laden with disappointment and disdain. "People nowadays," he lamented, "will do anything for fame and fortune, completely disregarding even the most basic moral principles." His words carried a profound sense of helplessness, as if his faith in society was gradually crumbling. Yo and Old Wong found themselves ensnared in the midst of the crowd, feeling as though they were being roasted over an open flame. Their faces flushed crimson, desperate to defend themselves, yet their throats felt constricted, rendering them voiceless. The surrounding jeers and taunts pierced their hearts like sharp daggers. They could only lower their heads, hands pressed tightly against their faces, attempting to shield themselves from the relentless tide of humiliation. Unable to endure the public scorn any longer, they hastily retreated to their home. To avoid recognition, they donned hats and masks, wrapping themselves tightly as if they were two guilty thieves sneaking out once more. Yet, even with such precautions, they could not escape the vigilant eyes of the onlookers. As they reached the entrance of their community, a group of children pointed at them and shouted, "Look, those are the scammers. Mommy says they are bad people." The children's voices rang out brightly, painfully sharp in the open space. Soon, a throng gathered around them, once again directing their scornful gestures. Suddenly, someone in the crowd shoved Old Wong violently, causing him to stumble precariously. Before they could even react, another individual delivered a harsh kick to Yo-Yo's back, prompting her to cry out in pain as she lurched forward. The two were helplessly jostled and berated amidst the tumult, completely defenseless. By the time the crowd dispersed, they were left battered and bruised, their clothes tattered and torn. Yo-Yo's hair hung wildly across her face, her eyes brimming with fear and despair. Old Wong sat slumped on the ground, his face marred with contusions, gasping for breath, resembling two wounded stray dogs in their disheveled state. With mutual support, Old Wong and Yo-Yo dragged their battered bodies homeward, each step a painful reminder of their recent ordeal. Every movement pulled at their wounds, each pang of pain echoing the torment they had just endured. A dried streak of blood clung to the corner of Old Wong's mouth, stark against his bruised visage. Yo-Yo was no better off. Her hair was a tangled mess, cascading over her face, obscuring her eyes filled with terror and hopelessness. As they were pointed at and whispered about, they limped back home, their battered forms the subject of derision. Old Wong stared at the ceiling, his gaze vacant and confused, the images of the beating replaying in his mind, his heart heavy with dread. Yo-Yo sat upon the sofa, her gaze betraying a hint of ferocity. Gritting her teeth, she enunciated with deliberate intensity, "Since they have made my life so difficult, I shall not allow him to escape unscathed." Old Wang, who had been languidly slumped nearby, abruptly lifted his head upon hearing Yo-Yo's words, his expression a mixture of astonishment and trepidation as he exclaimed, "Are you referring to that notorious tiger brother who operates in both the underworld and legitimate circles?" Chapter 65. The fraudster. The waning rays of the setting sun bathed the aging residential complex in a warm glow as Lin Yang busily transported cardboard boxes downstairs. At that moment, Qin Ziyuan returned from work, clutching a takeout meal he had just purchased. Upon noticing Lin Yang's activity, he paused in surprise, then, with a puzzled expression, inquired, "Lin Yang, what are you doing?" As he approached and realized Lin Yang was packing his belongings, he continued, "Are you aware that the complex is about to undergo demolition? Have you found a new place?" Lin Yang straightened up, wiping the sweat from his brow with his arm, and smiled as he replied, "Yes, I'm moving my things over now." A fleeting look of disappointment crossed Qin Ziyuan's face as he hastily moved closer to Lin Yang. "Where's your new home? Can we still be roommates?" "You're the best roommate I've ever had." Lin Yang offered an apologetic smile, tinged with a hint of nostalgia, and replied, "Unfortunately, that may not be possible. The new place isn't a rental, it's my own." Qin Ziyuan, upon hearing this, nearly dropped his takeout, his eyes widening in disbelief, his mouth agape as if frozen in place. After a long moment, he stammered, You graduated just 2 years ago, and you've already bought a place in Xingchen?" His gaze was filled with astonishment and envy, as memories of his own struggles with monthly rent surfaced. In comparison to Lin Yang, he felt as though he was lagging far behind, silently thinking to himself, "What does my situation amount to in comparison? A mere jester?" Regaining his composure, Qin Ziyuan sighed and said with a hint of resignation, "I have also been keeping an eye on the housing market in Xingchen, but the prices are exorbitant. Even the most remote areas are beyond my means." He gazed into the distance, filled with longing, and continued, "I truly envy the residents of Binjiang Bay across from our office. Those who live there must have been born with a silver spoon. One must admit, being born well is an art in itself." After he finished speaking, Qin Ziyuan turned to Lin Yang, curiosity piqued, and asked, "Where did you purchase your house?" "Binjiang Bay," Lin Yang replied. Qin Ziyuan could scarcely believe his ears. His eyes widened like saucers, his expression froze, and his body stiffened involuntarily. After a moment, he suddenly snapped back to reality, stepping forward and grasping Lin Yang's shoulders, exclaiming excitedly, "Lin Yang, you are incredible. Binjiang Bay is the finest complex in Xingchen. The price for a unit there starts at a minimum of 20 million. You must have won a staggering lottery prize." He then quickly shook his head, dismissing his own speculation. No, the person who won the 600 million lottery wasn't from Xingchen, after all. Once Qin Ziyuan regained his composure, his curiosity about Lin Yang intensified. At that moment, he noticed Lin Yang walking to the back of AU-8 and, with a swift motion of his foot, opened the trunk. Qin Ziyuan's attention was instantly captivated. His eyes widened even further, his mouth agape, as if it could accommodate an egg, his face a canvas of astonishment and envy. After what felt like an eternity, he stammered, Is this your car? I have long been intrigued by the presence of such opulent luxury vehicles in our neighborhood, especially parked beneath our very building. To discover that it belongs to you is quite astonishing." As he spoke, he instinctively stepped closer, cautiously running his fingers along the sleek surface of the car, his eyes brimming with admiration. "This is absolutely stunning, Lin Yang. You've truly outdone yourself. It feels as though you've transformed completely since we last met." He circled the vehicle multiple times, incessantly praising it, his gaze filled with longing. Lin Yang chuckled softly, opened the trunk, and placed his bag inside. He then approached the driver's seat, opened the door, and settled in. "Come on, let us go out for a meal," Lin Yang beckoned to Qin Ziyuan. "Sure." Qin Ziyuan remained in a state of disbelief even as he took his seat in the passenger side. He was still enveloped in the shock of the moment, fastening his seatbelt while stealing glances at the luxurious interior, exclaiming, "This is what a luxury car feels like." I could only admire such vehicles at auto shows or on television before, and now I'm actually sitting in yours. Lin Yang, you've truly made it. As Lin Yang started the engine and gently drove out of the community, he smiled and remarked, "Let us chat more over dinner." Throughout the journey, Qin Ziyuan's emotions were turbulent. His gaze flitted between Lin Yang and the scenery outside, filled with curiosity and confusion regarding Lin Yang's transformation. Lin Yang brought Qin Ziyuan to Shihu Building, an ancient yet elegant structure that exuded a refined atmosphere under the glow of lights. The red lanterns at the entrance swayed gently in the breeze, as if welcoming each diner. Upon entering the hall, the harmonious strains of classical music filled the air, accompanied by exquisite carved screens and rustic wooden tables and chairs that radiated a rich cultural ambience. The staff warmly greeted them, guiding them to a tranquil private room. Lin Yang took the menu and casually flipped through its pages, while Qin Ziyuan, seated beside him, appeared somewhat reserved. He leaned forward slightly, his eyes darting over the prices, and with each dish, he instinctively frowned. When Lin Yang inquired about his preferences, he hesitated for a moment before softly replying, "Anything is fine. You order." Lin Yang smiled and pointed out several dishes to the server, saying, "Let us start with this fire tree silverflower. I had it last time. It may be expensive, but the flavor is exceptional." A plate of bean sprouts priced at $28.88. Having shared a room with Qin Ziyuan for 2 years, he appreciated his character. They got along well and enjoyed each other's company. As they were about to go their separate ways, he decided to treat him to a nice meal as a farewell gesture. Afterward, Lin Yang turned to Qin Ziyuan and asked, "Is there anything else you'd like?" "Don't hesitate." Qin Ziyuan awkwardly smiled and waved his hand, saying, "That's enough, really. This is plenty." In truth, he felt that the dishes were rather pricey, but found it difficult to voice his concerns. Throughout the meal, Qin Ziyuan's movements were exceedingly careful. He delicately picked up each morsel, wary of making any noise. Occasionally, he glanced around the environment, his eyes filled with both wonder and discomfort, starkly contrasting with Lin Yang's ease and confidence. As Lin Yang gazed upon the scene before him, a wave of nostalgia washed over him. He saw a reflection of his former self. In times of financial struggle, he too had treaded with such caution. After indulging in a hearty meal, the two were preparing to rise and depart, when, unexpectedly, the door to the private room was flung open with a resounding bang. A group of individuals stormed in with an intimidating presence. At the forefront stood a man with a scarred visage, towering and robust. The scar on his face appeared particularly menacing under the illumination, and his eyes radiated ferocity and dominance, reminiscent of a predatory beast poised to pounce. Trailing behind him were several individuals with flamboyant hairstyles, dressed in outlandish attire, their hair dyed in a riot of colors, cigarettes dangling from their mouths, exuding an air of arrogance and entitlement. Their footsteps were heavy and hurried, accompanied by boisterous shouts, shattering the tranquility that had previously enveloped the room. Among this unruly group was Lao Wang, alongside his live-streaming partner, Yu, both bearing bruises that told tales of an altercation, the details of which were unclear. Upon entering the room, Lao Wang pointed an accusatory finger at Lin Yang, proclaiming loudly, "It's him. He deceived me out of my house, which is soon to be demolished, promising me at least several million in compensation." Recognizing Lao Wang, Lin Yang began to comprehend the gravity of the situation. He understood that this group harbored ill intentions. Should they not be dealt with decisively, trouble would surely follow. Recalling an incident during a camping trip, when he had extricated a vehicle mired in mud, he remembered the owner, Brother, who had expressed his gratitude by adding Lin Yang on WeChat, assuring him of assistance whenever needed. It was rumored that Brother, who had connections in both the underworld and legitimate circles, wielding considerable influence. Without hesitation, Lin Yang retrieved his phone and sent a message to Brother Hu, including the precise location. In an instant, he received a reply. Should they dare to act rashly, mention my name. I am near West Lake Tower and will arrive within 10 minutes. Upon hearing Lao Wang's accusation, a glimmer of greed flickered in the scarred man's eyes. He shot Lin Yang a fierce glare before gesturing for his companions, who promptly flanked Lin Yang, positioning themselves on either side to prevent any escape. The The scarred man then spoke slowly. Kid, I've heard you're a con artist who swindled my brother-in-law out of a house. If this matter isn't resolved today, you shall not leave unscathed. Chapter 66. Kneeling and begging for mercy with a mere glance from Scarface, the yellow-haired thug lunged at Lin Yang. Faced with this sudden assault, Lin Yang swiftly sidestepped, utilizing the agility and robust physique honed during his time at the factory. He forcefully swung his shoulder, casting the yellow-haired thug aside as if he were a mere sack. The thug arced through the air before crashing heavily to the ground, emitting a pained grunt as he struggled to rise. Witnessing this, another yellow-haired thug recoiled in fear, retracting his outstretched hand, hesitant to approach. Scarface, incensed by the ineptitude of his subordinate, felt a surge of rage. Cursing the thug as worthless, he decided to take matters into his own hands. Like a frenzied bull, he charged at Lin Yang, accompanied by a gust of wind. Lin Yang took a deep breath and met Scarface head-on, the two instantly entangled in a fierce struggle. Scarface's strikes were rapid and brutal, each punch laden with formidable force, slicing through the air. Despite Lin Yang's commendable physical capabilities, he had never trained in combat, relying solely on instinct to defend or retaliate. While he could manage against physically weaker opponents like the yellow-haired thug, he found himself somewhat overwhelmed when facing a seasoned and powerful adversary like Scarface. A straight punch from Scarface aimed directly at Lin Yang's face prompted an urgent evasion. The fist grazed his cheek, whipping up a fierce wind that left a stinging sensation. Before Lin Yang could regain his composure, Scarface delivered a swift kick to his abdomen. Caught off guard, Lin Yang braced himself for the impending blow. At that moment, Qin Ziyuan suddenly appeared, stepping in front of Lin Yang. He took the full force of Scarface's kick, propelled backward several steps before crashing against the table, barely managing to steady himself. Seeing the injured Qin Ziyuan, Lin Yang felt a mix of gratitude and anxiety. He recognized Scarface as a formidable opponent, one he was likely ill-equipped to confront. Meanwhile, Lao Wang and Yu stood to the side, delight evident on their faces as they observed Lin Yang's faltering stance. Despite the bruises marring Lao Wang's complexion, his good spirits remained unscathed. His already narrow eyes squinted into slits, revealing a crooked grin that showcased his yellowed teeth as he taunted, "Humph, kid, you're still too green to take me on. Now you're scared, huh? Hurry and return my house, and perhaps my cousin will spare you." As he spoke, he took a couple of exaggerated steps forward, jutted his chin at Lin Yang, and wore a smug expression that was utterly irksome. Yu, arms crossed and a mocking smile gracing her lips, approached Lin Yang with a deliberate sway of her hips. Her voice dripped with disdain as she remarked, "Look at you, utterly powerless against my cousin's might. My cousin runs with Tiger Brother. Who in Star City hasn't heard of his infamous name? Cross him, and you can forget about living comfortably from here on out. If you're wise, return the house to Wang quickly, or you'll be in for a world of trouble." Upon concluding her words, she deliberately tossed her hair, exuding an air of audacity that seemed to declare her triumph to the world. The two engaged in a verbal sparring match, each striving to outdo the other in mocking Lin Yang. Their laughter reverberated through the private room, a cacophony that grated on the ears. Old Wang intermittently pounded his thigh, as if applauding Scar's ferocity. Meanwhile, Yu incessantly pointed at Lin Yang, her expression grotesque and malevolent, as if proclaiming her victory to the universe. In their eyes, this farce was nearing its conclusion, with the scales of victory entirely tipped in their favor, rendering Lin Yang nothing more than a fish on their chopping block, ripe for slaughter. Just as Lin Yang and Scar found themselves locked in a stalemate, with the tension escalating, a resounding crash echoed through the air as the door to the private room was forcefully kicked open. The sound was akin to a thunderclap, instantly silencing everyone present. A tall and imposing figure appeared in the doorway, standing with a commanding presence, his eyes gleaming with a chilling sharpness that sent shivers down spines. Scar instinctively turned his head, and upon recognizing the newcomer's visage, his formerly fierce demeanor was instantly replaced by sheer terror. The muscles in his face twitched uncontrollably, his once flushed complexion now as pale as a sheet. His legs seemed to lose all strength, collapsing beneath him with a thud as his knees struck the floor. the sound piercing the stillness of the room. His lips quivered as he attempted to utter something, but the overwhelming fear constricted his throat, producing only fragmented, unintelligible sounds. Scar's subordinates, those previously arrogant yellow-haired men, were rendered speechless by Scar's reaction, their expressions etched with horror, eyes wide as if confronted with the most dreadful sight imaginable. Their cigarettes had long since fallen to the ground, unnoticed. Their bodies trembled uncontrollably, some even crumpled to the floor, utterly devoid of the strength to rise. "Tiger, Brother Tiger," Scar managed to stammer, his voice quaking with trepidation. "Didn't I mention that working in my company means adhering to the rules? Such violent acts are strictly prohibited." Yes, Brother Tiger, you are absolutely right. We shall never dare again." He continued to bow repeatedly, his forehead striking the ground with a resounding thud, soon turning red and swelling, with traces of blood beginning to seep. The yellow-haired men, awakening from their stupor, hastened to kneel alongside him, incessantly banging their heads in a plea for mercy. Lin Yang stood in stunned silence at this spectacle. Having only heard whispers of Brother Tiger's formidable reputation, he was astonished to witness such reverence from this group. A mere glance from him was enough to compel these men to beg for forgiveness. Amidst the panicked gazes of the crowd, Brother Tiger advanced into the private room with measured strides, each step seemingly laden with immense pressure, rendering the atmosphere suffocating for everyone present. His gaze swept coldly over the kneeling crowd, ultimately resting upon Lin Yang. A trace of warmth broke through his originally stern countenance as he spoke. "Brother, I apologize for my tardiness. I trust this rabble has not harmed you." Chapter 67. Are you worth their provocation? Upon hearing Brother, who addressed Lin Yang as brother, Scar's face turned ashen. He crawled towards Lin Yang, bowing repeatedly, and implored, "I was blind to not recognize your greatness. I was in the wrong. Please, do not hold my faults against me." His forehead struck the ground incessantly, quickly becoming swollen, while strands of hair clung to his sweat-drenched brow, rendering him a pitiable sight. Seeing their leader in such a state, Scar's subordinates mimicked him, hastily kneeling before Lin Yang. Fear and desperation etched across their faces. They pleaded, "Please spare us. We shall never dare again." Old Wang and Yu stood dumbfounded at the scene before them, their eyes wide and mouths agape, their faces betraying disbelief, as if witnessing something utterly unfathomable. They could never have anticipated that the very allies they summoned would kneel before Lin Yang, begging for mercy. The stark contrast left them momentarily unable to process the reality, their minds blank. Old Wang was the first to regain his composure, anger and resentment flickering in his eyes as he turned to Yu, demanding, "What is happening? Did you not claim your cousin was formidable, associating with Brother Hu? How is it that he now seems lesser than a mere child, bowing in apology? What era is this to still kneel for forgiveness?" His face flushed crimson, veins bulging on his forehead. Yu, too, snapped back to reality, her expression rife with regret and reproach. She shot Old Wang a furious glare and retorted, "Are you blind? The one who just entered was Brother Hu. Why did you not mention Lin Yang was his brother? You nearly got me killed." Suddenly struck by a dreadful realization, she trembled and, disregarding everything, pulled Old Wang down beside her. They both knelt before Lin Yang, repeatedly beseeching, "We were wrong. Please spare us. We shall never dare again." In that moment, a multitude knelt on the ground, appearing pitifully vulnerable, leading an observer to mistakenly believe Lin Yang had been the one to bully them. Faced with this spectacle, Lin Yang was equally astonished. He had not anticipated Brother Hu wielded such influence, capable of instilling such fear in this group without lifting a finger. This individual, who had been saved by him from peril, had rushed over merely to offer support. Lin Yang felt a mix of astonishment and flattery. Gazing at the kneeling figures, he realized that unless he inflicted a significant lesson upon them, they would undoubtedly return like pests, irritating him in the future. Thus, he had no intention of easily letting them off the hook. "Brother Hu, thank you for your concern. I am not gravely harmed, but this ruckus has completely diminished my appetite. The critical matter is that my friend has been injured by them." Lin Yang turned his gaze toward Qin Ziyuan. Feeling a surge of gratitude, He had not anticipated that Qin Ziyuan would intervene to shield him from harm. Had it not been for him, it would have been Lin Yang who was injured. Therefore, these individuals must face the consequences of their actions. As Lin Yang's words fell, Brother Hu's hand shot out like lightning, delivering several sharp slaps to the scar-faced man, the crisp sound echoing throughout the private room. Surprisingly, instead of displaying anger, the scar-faced man appeared relieved, his body trembling slightly. Once Brother Hu finished, the scar-faced man turned, casting a fierce glare at the group of yellow-haired thugs. Understanding the unspoken message, they rushed forward, seizing Lao Wang and Yu Yu, and began to strike them mercilessly. You deceived Brother Scar. Otherwise, how could we have been fooled into causing a ruckus here? Since the trouble originated from you, you are responsible for compensating this brother for his mental distress and his companion's medical expenses, one of the yellow-haired thugs shouted as he swung his hand. Ouch, ouch! Lao Wang and Yu Yu's faces flushed crimson, blood seeping from the corners of their mouths as they cried out in agony. Unable to endure the punishment any longer, they repeatedly begged for mercy. We'll pay. We'll pay. Please stop hitting us. Observing this, the scar-faced man finally commanded his men to cease. With a look of remorse, he addressed Lin Yang. Brother, although I was deceived, I bear some responsibility myself. I will personally contribute 50,000 to compensate for your losses, hoping you will not hold this against me. As he spoke, he fumbled in his pocket, trembling hands offering a bank card to Lin Yang. Brother Hu looked at Lin Yang, his gaze filled with inquiry and concern. Are you satisfied with such punishment? Lin Yang understood that the matter was nearing its conclusion. He had merely assisted Brother Hu in this situation, and his presence here had already granted significant face. Thus, with a smile, Lin Yang replied, They have been punished. As long as they do not provoke me again, I have no objections. Thank you, Brother Hu. Well, since Brother Lin Yang does not hold a grudge, we'll let you off this time, Brother Hu said, donning a smile as he addressed Lin Yang. Brother, you haven't had a chance to eat yet, have you? Let us move to another private room and continue. Nothing is more important than a meal. After Lin Yang and the others departed, the scar-faced man's expression darkened ominously. He glared menacingly at Lao Wang and Yu Yu, unable to contain the fury boiling within him. You fools, he spat through gritted teeth, his voice laced with rage. Do you not realize your own insignificance? Do you think you can provoke Brother Hu's men? You nearly got me killed today. With a wave of his hand, the yellow-haired thugs surged forward again, restraining Lao Wang and Yu Yu. The scar-faced man lunged at them, unleashing a barrage of fists and kicks. Lao Wang and Yu Yu were left battered and bruised, continuously pleading for mercy. Please stop. If you hit us any more, we will die. Their faces were a patchwork of bruises, their bodies marked with footprints, utterly disheveled. Yet, the scar-faced man showed no signs of relenting. He grew more fervent in his assault, channeling all his pent-up frustration and anger into each blow. Meanwhile, Lin Yang, Qin Ziyuan, and Brother Hu made their way to another private room. The new chamber was spacious and bright, adorned with lavish decorations, and a crystal chandelier cast a soft glow, illuminating a dining table laden with exquisite tableware. 3 individuals sat together, and the waiter swiftly presented a series of delectable dishes, their aromas wafting through the air. In the midst of the meal, Lin Yang excused himself to the restroom and settled the bill. It was only natural for Brother Hu to treat him to a meal in return for his kindness. Afterward, upon learning of Lin Yang's gesture, Brother Hu insisted on reciprocating, to which Lin Yang smiled and agreed. After a sumptuous feast, they departed in their respective vehicles. Qin Ziyuan remained somewhat bewildered, as the day's events felt like a dream. He sat in Lin Yang's car, lost in contemplation of the evening's experiences. Lin Yang, you are truly remarkable, he exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with admiration. I never imagined you were acquainted with such influential figures. As he spoke, he shook his head in disbelief, his expression filled with incredulity. If it weren't for you, I can't fathom how today would have concluded. Lin Yang chuckled while driving, replying, It was merely good fortune. I happen to know Brother Hu. The following day, Lin Yang received the compensation sent by the scarred man. His own 50,000, combined with the 50,000 from Lao Wang and Yu Yu, amounted to a total of 100,000. The monetary aspect was secondary. The primary objective was to ensure they faced consequences, deterring them from provoking him in the future. Lin Yang chose not to share the money with Qin Ziyuan, knowing that a direct handover would likely be refused. Instead, he planned to express his gratitude in other ways. Recognizing that Qin Ziyuan had taken a blow for him and sustained minor injuries in the process. Time flew by, and before they realized it, a week had passed, bringing them to Sunday once more. On this day, upon awakening, Lin Yang received a notification from the system. Ding, this week's intelligence has been dispatched. Please check your messages. Chapter 68. The Walking 500-000 Lin Yang opened the panel, only to find that he had received a mere 3 intelligence notifications this week. Fortunately, he refrained from opening them immediately. Once read, they could not be reset. The system had recently introduced a reset feature, allowing one opportunity to reset as long as the notifications remained unread after receipt. Upon resetting, both the value and the quantity of the intelligence would vary randomly, and utilizing the reset function 3 times would guarantee the acquisition of a high-value piece of intelligence. Noteworthy pieces of information, such as the demolition of houses in the Jinling community and the soaring stock price of foodie batteries, were considered invaluable. With only 3 notifications this week, a reset might likely yield a greater number. Lin Yang pressed the reset button on the panel. Ding! This week's intelligence has been successfully reset. After the reset, the number of notifications doubled from 3 to 6. The reset button on the panel then turned gray, indicating that it could no longer be clicked. Each time intelligence was received, only a single reset opportunity remained. Lin Yang began to read the notifications. Weekly Intelligence 1. The Walking 500-000. Recently, a group of foreigners has entered Star City under the guise of tourism, conducting illegal explorations in the northeastern mining area, attempting to steal fundamental geographical information and sensitive geological data. Report to the relevant authorities. A successful tip-off will yield a reward of 500-000. Previously, Lin Yang had often encountered news about the Walking 500-000 online. Those who reported such individuals included farmers, DD drivers, and delivery workers. Yet he had never had the fortune himself. During his strolls through the streets, he would observe the people around him, searching for any suspicious figures. Should he identify one, a successful report would yield a reward of 500-000. Regrettably, luck had not been on his side at that time. Among the most notorious cases of the Walking 500-000 was a foreign female host from CAV television, who was apprehended after inadvertently revealing her identity during a broadcast, having evaded capture for 2 decades. To his surprise, he now had a similar opportunity. He must act swiftly to locate this group and report them to the relevant authorities. Weekly Intelligence 2. The demolition progress of Jinling community is swift, with all signatures completed within 48 hours. The demolition will commence on the 3rd day. Beneath the old camphor tree in the central garden, a jar of silver dollars has been unearthed, containing 100 coins, one of which is a rare Xiansan long-beard dragon worth 8 million. The burial depth is 20 centimeters, making it easy to excavate. Wow! Had it not been for this intelligence, who would have imagined that such treasures could be found during the demolition of a dilapidated community? Moreover, with a burial depth of only 20 centimeters, it would be incredibly easy to excavate. He could not afford to miss this opportunity. Beyond the 8 million silver dollar, even the value of the ordinary silver dollars would reach hundreds or thousands. For 100 coins, that could amount to over 100,000. Lin Yang yearned to rush immediately to excavate the silver dollars buried beneath the tree. Alas, it was broad daylight. The central garden was filled with elderly men and women sitting under the tree, sipping tea and chatting away, often for the entire day. Attempting to dig now would undoubtedly attract attention. What will be unearthed at that time shall no longer belong to oneself. It is imperative to wait until nightfall, when no one is around, to clandestinely excavate it. Having perused merely 2 pieces of intelligence, each valued at several million, it seems the utilization of the system's reset function has proven to be quite advantageous. Weekly Intelligence 3. Speed makes an appearance in domestic live broadcasts, with the final destination being Star City, following the route from Lushan to Binjiang Park, then to Saimenku, and concluding at the Mango TV studio. Those who stake out in advance could garner substantial viewership. Speed, known as Lin Yang, is an abstract streamer from abroad. Initially, he stumbled upon him through the video of the song Sunshine, Rainbow, Little White Horse. Recently, he has also encountered videos of him in the domestic sphere, where each live broadcast attracts a considerable following. Such occurrences are undoubtedly beneficial for those internet streamers, holding immense value. However, for Lin Yang, they offer little utility. He proceeds to read the next piece of intelligence. Weekly Intelligence 4. On Thursday evening, Qin Ziyuan suffered a cerebral hemorrhage and is in critical condition. Preventive treatment may avert danger. Previously, Qin Ziyuan had shielded him from harm, and Lin Yang had intended to express his gratitude in some manner. Upon receiving news of his illness, it is only natural to alert him. Yet, a direct approach would undoubtedly be met with disbelief. Thus, a more ingenious method must be devised to ensure he seeks medical attention promptly. An idea suddenly strikes him. If he is to experience a cerebral hemorrhage on Thursday, his body must already be exhibiting signs. Why not, under the guise of gratitude, arrange for a comprehensive medical examination at a top-tier hospital? This would facilitate early detection of any issues and allow for timely intervention, thereby averting potential peril. Weekly Intelligence 5. Foodie Battery is developing solid-state batteries. With news of imminent mass production creating a stir, stock prices continue to soar as numerous investors are eager to buy. Regrettably, daily limit-ups leave no opportunities for entry, while those already holding shares witness a daily growth of 20. Based on prior intelligence, Lin Yang had invested all his funds in Foodie Battery's stock following the announcement. After a week of consecutive limit-ups, his initial $90 million has burgeoned to over $260 million, more than tripling his investment. At this rate, in another week's time, he could expect nearly six-fold returns. The previous high-value intelligence indicated that Foodie Battery's profits over the next month could reach eightfold. However, with 10 trading days remaining this month, should the upward trend continue, the returns are bound to exceed eightfold. It is certain that something will transpire in the coming days to halt Foodie Battery's ascension. Yet, the specifics remain shrouded in uncertainty until the moment arrives. Weekly Intelligence 6. Liu Xiangdong, the second largest shareholder of Foodie Battery, driven by envy over the ongoing limit-ups, seeks to acquire more shares. He plans to leverage his existing holdings to incite panic selling among investors, thus seizing the opportunity to purchase more stocks by preparing funds in advance. Upon receiving this intelligence, Lin Yang is intrigued by the nature of Liu Xiangdong. One cannot help but ponder the extent of his folly in conceiving such a scheme to manipulate investors into selling their stocks. This strategy proved effective prior to the announcement of successful solid-state battery research by Foodie Battery. However, now that everyone is aware of Foodie Battery's vast potential, leveraging one's stocks to instill panic is merely crafting garments for others. Even if he were to receive early intelligence and prepare funds to acquire all the sold stocks, other investors, upon noticing the sell-off, would undoubtedly strive to acquire shares at any cost. Yet, if he were truly so foolish, he would not occupy the position of the second-largest shareholder. Thus, he must possess other means. Nevertheless, Lin Yang is unconcerned with such matters. Today marks the day for signing the demolition agreement, which will yield him several million in compensation, and the silver coins within the community garden hold considerable value as well. Coupled with a reward of 500,000 for capturing a fugitive, the total would amount to several tens of millions. Such a sum is more than sufficient to purchase all circulating shares. When the time comes, should he dare to sell, he would simply buy everything back. Chapter 69. A comprehensive capture of the intelligence system has transitioned from daily updates to weekly reports for 3 weeks, accumulating a total of 16 pieces of intelligence. Lin Yang glanced at the system's experience points, noting that the weekly intelligence had reached 3,000, with just 1,400 more experience points. The system could be upgraded to a monthly intelligence system. Each weekly report grants 100 experience points, indicating that the system could upgrade upon receiving 16 additional weekly reports. If fortune favors him, the upgrade could be achieved in 2 weeks, even in the worst-case scenario. Receiving only 3 reports weekly would still lead to an upgrade within 6 weeks. slightly over a month. Having perused the received intelligence, Lin Yang devised a plan. The paramount task for the upcoming week was to acquire shares in Foodie Battery. It is widely recognized that Foodie Battery is poised to evolve into a trillion-dollar company in the near future. Securing these shares would result in a swift and significant increase in assets. It was utterly baffling that someone would dare to sell shares in Foodie Battery at this juncture. Regardless of the underlying reasons, Lin Yang understood that if he missed this opportunity, acquiring substantial shares later would prove exceedingly difficult. Thus, he must seize this moment. Acquiring shares necessitates capital, yet the majority of his funds were already invested in Foodie Battery S stocks. To procure more shares, he would require additional financial resources. Therefore, in the forthcoming week, his primary objective was to generate as much money as possible. According to the intelligence, there were two potential means of acquiring funds: reporting the individual with 500,000 in cash and searching for silver coins beneath the large tree in the community center garden. As for the compensation from demolitions, that would only be accessible after signing documents on the next business day. Being Sunday, he could only attend to other matters for now. Aside from securing funds, the second most crucial task was to have his roommate, Qin Ziyuan, undergo a medical examination. With this thought, Lin Yang promptly purchased a VIP package for a comprehensive health check at the best local hospital. He then approached Qin Ziyuan, claiming it was a prize from a lottery and that it was only valid for 2 days, urging him not to waste the opportunity and to utilize it immediately. Qin Ziyuan had been feeling unwell lately, yet had postponed visiting the hospital due to the costs involved. Grateful for the health check package Lin Yang provided, he accepted it with heartfelt thanks. After addressing Qin Ziyuan's situation, Lin Yang hurriedly drove towards the northeastern mines of Xingqing. According to the system's intelligence, the individual with the 500,000 in cash was a foreigner operating in the vicinity of the northeastern mines of Xingqing, specifically near Jaime Peak. This area was once a hub of mining activity, now littered with abandoned or factories, the remnants of dilapidated structures eroded by time. The mining pits, some filled with water, shimmered with a mysterious glimmer under the sun, attracting outdoor enthusiasts who transformed the site into a sanctuary for adventure. Lin Yang was not a stranger to this locale. He often encountered news of unfortunate accidents occurring to adventurers in the area. As the 2-hour journey progressed, his anticipation and tension mounted with each passing mile, his hands gripping the steering wheel firmly. As he entered the mining area, he instinctively reduced his speed, his eyes scanning the surroundings with the precision of a radar, not overlooking a single shadow by the roadside. Suddenly, a group of blonde-haired, blue-eyed foreigners came into his view. They were gathered around a person lying on the ground, their expressions anxious, gesticulating wildly. Although foreigners were not uncommon in this inland city, the specialized exploration equipment they carried instantly heightened Lin Yang's alertness. His heart raced as he closely observed the group, his gaze meticulously sweeping over each individual. These foreigners, with their striking features, appeared particularly conspicuous against the backdrop of the mine. The exploration gear they bore, diverse in shape and glinting with a cold metallic sheen under the sunlight, clearly indicated both high value and professional significance. Though Lin Yang did not hail from a background in exploration, he understood that the purpose of such equipment was far from ordinary. It was not something typical tourists would carry. He quickly began to mentally compare every detail of the intelligence he had gathered: time, location, ethnicity, each element aligning perfectly. The mining area was not a conventional gathering place for foreigners. And their presence coinciding with the time frame indicated by the system's alert was a strong indication that they could very well be the group associated with the elusive 500,000. His fingers trembled slightly as he discreetly retrieved his phone, preparing to make the report. Just then, one of the foreigners suddenly dashed forward, running to his car and shouting, "Help, help, help me!" Following this, he clumsily attempted to communicate in Mandarin, "Help, help. Our partner fell down from the mountain while hiking, hit his head. It's very dangerous. We can't find a car to take him to the hospital. Can you assist us?" Lin Yang was about to refuse, but the words caught in his throat. Images of the rewards he had seen while researching the report of the wandering 500,000 flashed through his mind. A simple report could yield a reward of 500,000, and if the contribution was significant enough, it could rise to as much as 5 million. He rapidly weighed the pros and cons in his mind. If he called to report now, the authorities would take time to arrive, and it was highly likely that these foreigners would escape in the meantime. If they managed to flee, not only would his report likely go unanswered, but he would also forfeit the substantial reward, rendering his previous efforts futile. However, if he feigned agreement to take them to the hospital, directly escorting this group of foreigners to the authorities, the implications would be entirely different. This would be a case of capturing both the criminals and the evidence, ensuring his contribution would be considerable, and the rewards even greater. With this thought, Lin Yang formulated a plan. His expression softened, and he displayed a facade of concern. "All right, you can lift him into the car. I will take him to the hospital." He endeavored to keep his tone natural, revealing not a hint of his true intentions. Upon hearing his response, the foreigner immediately displayed a look of astonishment, repeatedly expressing his gratitude as he swiftly assisted in lifting the injured companion into the vehicle. 2 others also boarded, taking seats beside the wounded individual to attend to him. Lin Yang observed that 3 foreign individuals remained outside the car, and a sense of urgency gripped him. He could not afford to let these walking fortunes slip away. Although the vehicle was somewhat overloaded, he reasoned that when explaining to the police that it was necessary to apprehend these individuals threatening national security, he would likely receive understanding and avoid penalties. Thus, Lin Yang gestured to the 3 foreigners outside, calling out, "You should all come aboard. An extra pair of hands can provide additional support." After a brief hesitation, the 3 foreigners complied and entered the vehicle. Once everyone was settled, Lin Yang discreetly adjusted the rearview mirror to ensure he could monitor the movements of all passengers within. He took a deep breath, maintaining an outward calm while feeling as tense as a tightly strung violin. He inputted the nearest police station's address into the navigation system and gently pressed the accelerator, guiding the vehicle towards their destination. Throughout the journey, the foreigners, with their somewhat halting Mandarin, continually praised Lin Yang. "Brother, you are the most compassionate person I have ever met. We thank you on behalf of Peter. There's a saying that good deeds will be rewarded. You will surely reap your rewards." Lin Yang's lips curled into a subtle smile, barely perceptible. One could only wonder how these foreigners would feel upon discovering that they were being taken to exchange for a reward. Chapter 70. All captured within the confines of the Meile Peak police station, Director Xiao Jiangang sat at his somewhat worn desk, his brows furrowed into a tight knot, fingers rhythmically tapping against the surface, producing a monotonous and dull sound. He had just concluded a phone call with a fellow classmate from the police academy, who suggested organizing a reunion. What seemed to be a casual gathering of old friends was, however, laced with news that pierced him like sharp thorns, striking deep into his heart. Once he and his classmates had poured their youthful vigor into their studies at the academy, yet one by one, they ascended to prominent positions, either transferred to significant roles in bustling urban centers or making a name for themselves in high-profile cases, earning accolades. In stark contrast, he found himself ensnared in the small Meile Peak police station, mired in the minutiae of trivial matters day after day. Reflecting on his graduation from the police academy, Xiao Jiangang had been brimming with ambition and dreams, determined to achieve remarkable feats in public security, solve sensational cases, and become a revered hero. Yet reality was a merciless deluge, gradually extinguishing his fervor. Life at the Meile Peak station was tranquil, akin to a stagnant pool in the mountains, devoid of turbulence. Each day, he faced not much more than petty quarrels between neighbors over trivial issues or the sporadic petty thefts, offering him no opportunity for distinction. At first, he remained hopeful, convinced that with dedication, the day would come when he could truly showcase his capabilities. Thus, he diligently attended to every minor detail, striving to resolve even the most insignificant incidents. However, time, like an unrelenting rasp, wore away at his youthful fervor and expectations, leaving them diminished with the passage of time. Now, he reluctantly accepted the reality of his situation, adopting a mindset of mere endurance, continuing to steadfastly fulfill his duties in this seemingly finite role. Suddenly, The sharp screech of tires broke the silence of the police station, disrupting Xiao Jiangang's train of thought. Instinctively, he lifted his gaze, filled with curiosity. In this usually tranquil station, where even a mouse's passage would draw attention, who could have arrived? Driven by this intrigue, he rose and approached the window, peering through the somewhat obscure glass to gaze outside. He noticed a large SUV coming to a steady halt in the courtyard of the station, standing out conspicuously in the otherwise modest surroundings. Shortly thereafter, the vehicle's door swung open, and a handsome young man stepped out. A thought flashed through Xiao Jiangang's mind. Could this be a new colleague? Yet before he could ponder further, the young man strode purposefully towards the service hall. Lin Yang drove the vehicle into the station's courtyard and brought it to a sudden stop. At this moment, the foreigners in the car sensed something amiss and questioned, "Weren't we supposed to be taken to the hospital? Why have we arrived at a police station?" One of them added, "My car has run out of fuel. We came here for assistance." Lin Yang's vehicle was a hybrid, rarely requiring refueling, hence the long empty tank. Upon glancing at the fuel gauge displayed on the screen, the foreigners accepted his explanation. Lin Yang chuckled inwardly, realizing that this group of unwitting individuals had long since revealed their true nature. They perceived themselves as mere passers-by, thus lacking any suspicion. A simple excuse would suffice without raising doubts. Upon exiting the vehicle, Lin Yang discreetly surveyed his surroundings, swiftly scanning the police station structure and the adjacent environment. After locating the service hall, he made his way there with purpose. Once inside, he quickly spotted the officer seated behind the counter. Approaching with haste, he lowered his voice and said, "Officer, I need to report a matter. I suspect that the foreigners in my car are spies." Upon hearing this, the officer's previously calm demeanor sharpened instantly. He straightened his posture, fixating his gaze on Lin Yang, and inquired, "Are you certain? Do you have any evidence?" Lin Yang promptly recounted his encounter with these foreigners near the mine, emphasizing the specialized exploration equipment they carried, which was not something ordinary tourists would possess. The officer listened intently, while diligently jotting down notes, his expression reflecting seriousness and focus. Occasionally, he paused to ask probing questions about the specifics of the equipment, their shapes, colors, and the peculiar accents of the foreigners. As Lin Yang continued his account, the officer's expression grew increasingly grave. He recognized the gravity of the situation. If Lin Yang's claims were accurate, this could be an exceptionally serious case that required immediate escalation to his superiors without delay. Soon, the news reached the ears of Director Xiao Jiangang. Initially troubled by his professional predicament, the moment he heard this news, his eyes brightened, and he felt invigorated, as if a surge of adrenaline had coursed through him. One thought dominated his mind. This could be the opportunity he had long awaited. If he could successfully apprehend these spies, it would be a significant achievement, potentially leading to a promotion and a complete transformation of his mundane work life. Even if it turned out that Lin Yang's report was erroneous, he would suffer no loss, merely a momentary scare. With this thought in mind, Xiao Jiangang could no longer remain seated. He swiftly rose, slammed his hand on the table, and called out, "All personnel, assemble." His voice reverberated throughout the police station. In no time, officers from various corners of the precinct gathered in the courtyard, each bearing a serious expression, their eyes reflecting a mix of vigilance and excitement. Xiao Jiangang stood at the forefront of the formation, his gaze resolutely surveying each officer as he swiftly outlined the operational plan. "Listen carefully," he commanded. "According to reports from the public, the foreigners in that vehicle outside are likely worth 500,000. We must act swiftly to ensure their complete apprehension. Not a single one must escape." The officers nodded in unison, their eyes reflecting unwavering conviction. They promptly positioned themselves as instructed by the chief and surged into the courtyard, encircling Lin Yang's vehicle. Xiao Jiangang approached the car with measured steps. He raised his voice, addressing those inside. "Individuals in the vehicle, please exit immediately for inspection." Upon hearing his call, the foreigners inside were thrown into disarray, exchanging anxious glances as fear etched their faces. One of them, peering through the window, shouted back, "What are you doing?" "One of our companions is injured. We must take him to the hospital immediately and cannot exit." Unmoved, Xiao Jiangang continued to scrutinize the interior with piercing intensity. Missing no detail. Through the window, he discerned an array of specialized investigative equipment, uniquely shaped, its metallic casing glinting coldly in the sunlight, evidently valuable and highly specialized. This further corroborated Lin Yang's report, solidifying Zhao's conviction that these foreigners were indeed worth 500,000. Cease any futile resistance. You are surrounded, Xiao Jiangang declared once more, his tone resolute. He gestured slightly, signaling the officers to prepare for imminent action. The officers tightened their grips on their weapons, their expressions a blend of vigilance and determination, ready to spring into action at their chief's command. Realizing their ruse had failed, the foreigners recognized they were cornered. Their faces turned ashen, and their eyes filled with despair and fury. They glared at Lin Yang with resentful expressions. One foreigner cursed in broken Mandarin, "That cunning fox has deceived us." Standing to the side, Lin Yang observed the unfolding scene with a subtle smile, aware that his plan had succeeded. The officers soon acted decisively, swiftly opening the car doors and escorting the foreigners out one by one. The injured foreigner was also carried out, despite his incessant groans. The officers provided him no opportunity to resist, quickly subduing him. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the foreigners were escorted by the officers into the interrogation room of the police station. At that moment, Xiao Jiangang let out a long sigh, the tension in his body finally easing. He turned, a smile gracing his face as he sincerely addressed Lin Yang. "Young man, we owe you a debt of gratitude. You have rendered a significant service to national security, and I thank you on behalf of the police station." His eyes brimmed with appreciation and admiration as he firmly grasped Lin Yang's hand, shaking it vigorously. Lin Yang, with a humble smile, replied, "Chief, this is simply what I ought to do. Maintaining national security is the responsibility of every citizen." Xiao Jiangang nodded, then remarked subsequently, "We will transfer these individuals to the relevant authorities for interrogation. Should it be confirmed that they are the notorious walking 500,000, the authorities will undoubtedly reward you. Rest assured." He patted Lin Yang on the shoulder, offering him affirmation and encouragement. Lin Yang accepted the receipt handed to him by Xiao Jiangang, examining it carefully before tucking it away with utmost caution. A total of 6 walking 500,000 had been apprehended, which, at the minimum reward standard, would yield 3 million. If the severity of the situation escalated, the reward could indeed be even greater. Lin Yang glanced at the time. It was already late. The return journey would take 2 to 3 hours, and by the time he arrived, darkness would have fallen. He had another task to attend to today, to excavate the silver dollars buried beneath the grand tree in the community garden, which were worth at least 8 to 9 million. Lin Yang hurriedly expressed his gratitude to Xiao Jiangang before departing in his vehicle. Meanwhile, deep within Meile Peak, dozens of well-equipped individuals were scouring the mountains. The leader declared, "We must not allow that group to escape. If they were to leak the classified geographical information they have uncovered, the repercussions for us would be incalculable." Just then, his phone vibrated. Upon checking, he saw a message that read, "All individuals have been apprehended and are currently detained in the interrogation room of the Meile Peak police station." A sigh of relief escaped him at that moment. He had not anticipated that such a small police station could manage to capture the entire group before us. Chapter 71. Midnight Treasure Hunt. Lin Yang's new residence at Binhai Bay was already arranged and ready for him to move in at any moment. However, the latest intelligence indicated that a jar of silver coins lay buried beneath the grand tree in the central garden of Jinling Community. Thus, he resolved to extend his stay at Jinling Community for another day, determined to acquire this valuable treasure. After successfully escorting the suspicious foreigners to the police station, Lin Yang drove back to Jinling Community. As he slowly brought the car to a stop and stepped out, his phone rang urgently. The caller ID displayed Qin Ziyuan's name. Lin Yang pressed the answer button, and on the other end, Qin Ziyuan's voice trembled with excitement and gratitude, nearly choking with emotion. "Lin Yang, I truly do not know how to thank you. Thanks to the health checkup package you provided, I would have remained oblivious to the serious health issues I was facing. My hypertension has escalated to over 200, and the doctor informed me that it poses a grave risk to my life. They admitted me to the hospital immediately. I shudder at the thought. Had it not been for you, I might have lost my life at any moment. Qin Ziyuan's words were laced with profound gratitude, his voice quaking in response to his emotions. Listening to him, Lin Yang felt a surge of comfort. The last time he was in danger, Qin Ziyuan had unhesitatingly stepped in to shield him. This kindness had remained etched in his memory, and now it seemed he had finally repaid that debt of gratitude. He offered a few soothing words to Qin Ziyuan and urged him to focus on his recovery before ending the call. With dusk yet to fall, it was not quite the right time for a treasure hunt in the Central Garden. Feeling a twinge of hunger, Lin Yang opted to dine at a nearby restaurant outside the community. He casually ordered a few small dishes, quickly satisfying his hunger before meandering back home to rest. On his way back to the community, he stopped by a grocery store to purchase a small shovel. Once home, he settled in, eagerly anticipating the night's treasure-seeking endeavor. Based on past experiences, the area of the Central Garden typically cleared out after 10 o'clock, allowing the elderly who were out for an evening stroll to gradually dissipate. That moment would mark the ideal opportunity for him to embark on his treasure hunt. After a considerable period had elapsed, Lin Yang glanced at the clock. It was only 10 o'clock. Yet, he refrained from immediate action. To play it safe, he decided to wait a little longer before venturing out to the Central Garden. Finally, at midnight, feeling that the time was right, Lin Yang picked up the newly acquired shovel and stealthily stepped outside. The moonlight cascaded like liquid silver over the paths of the community, and the surroundings were enveloped in a heavy silence. As he tiptoed into the Central Garden, the scene unfolded before him just as he had anticipated. There was not a soul in sight, merely a gentle breeze whispering through the trees, causing the leaves to rustle softly. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yang cautiously leapt into the flower bed, making his way to the great tree, where he began to dig fervently. The soil was turned over little by the shovel, beads of sweat gradually forming on his forehead. One hole after another, time slipped away, yet the silver coins remained elusive. Nevertheless, Lin Yang firmly believed the intelligence could not possibly be erroneous. Gritting his teeth, he persevered. Clang! A crisp metallic clink abruptly shattered the stillness of the night. Lin Yang's heart constricted sharply, and his movements became increasingly swift. He hastily cleared away the surrounding earth, revealing a ceramic jar reminiscent of those commonly used in the 80s and 90s for storing eggs. His recent dig had fortuitously dislodged the lid of the jar. Leaning closer, he peered through the opening and discovered the jar brimmed with gleaming silver coins. The coins, tarnished with age, were significantly larger than a 1 yuan coin, filling the vessel to the brim. "Young man, what are you doing?" Just as Lin Yang was reveling in his discovery, an unexpected voice broke through. Startled, he turned to see a frail old man who had appeared outside the flower bed, craning his neck to peer inside. Lin Yang's brow furrowed in dismay. It was late, and this old man was still wandering about, particularly in the heart of the garden. Should he discover the priceless silver coins, the news would surely spread, and these treasures would no longer belong to him. At best, he might receive a commendation in a paltry sum of 500 yuan. The disparity between 8 million and 500,000 was beyond comprehension. Lin Yang's mind raced, and he replied nonchalantly, "I'm just digging some soil to take home for planting flowers." It was dark, and he hoped the old man could not discern his true activity. However, upon glancing back towards the garden's edge, he found the old man had vanished without a trace. A chill crept down Lin Yang's spine as a cold breeze swept past him. He dared not linger any longer, swiftly excavating the jar filled with silver coins, placing it into a pre-prepared bag, and hastily filling in the hole before rushing home. Once inside, Lin Yang quickly secured the door, exhaling a sigh of relief. He retreated to his room, retrieving the jar and pouring its contents onto the bed, meticulously counting the coins. After a thorough tally, he discovered a total of 100 silver coins. 99 were Yuan Shikai S. Daotai coins, while one was an exceedingly rare Xian San Long Su coin. Unable to contain his exhilaration, he swiftly took out his phone to check the market prices. Currently, Yuan Shikai coins were valued at approximately 100 yuan each, totaling around 100,000 yuan for the 99. The Xian Su coin, however, commanded an astonishing price of about 8 million yuan. In less than half an hour, Lin Yang had amassed a fortune exceeding 8 million yuan. This was a reality he had never dared to dream of before. With the silver coins securely in hand, his next consideration was how to sell them discreetly. Fortunately, silver coins were not particularly rare in the market, alleviating his concerns about drawing unwanted attention during the transaction. Chapter 72. The demolition compensation of 48 million at the break of dawn the following day. Lin Yang rose early and made his way towards the demolition command center at the entrance of the community. Today marked the first day for signing contracts regarding the demolition of Jinling community. The specific compensation amounts had already been publicly displayed in the community bulletin board the day before. However, Lin Yang refrained from glancing at it, as he understood that the list was merely for the eyes of outsiders. The precise compensation would only be revealed upon signing the contract. If one was content, they would sign. If not, they could delay until a satisfactory amount was reached. Nevertheless, intelligence received yesterday indicated that all residents of the community would sign within 2 days, suggesting a general satisfaction with the compensation offered. It had been previously mentioned that the demolition of Jinling community was part of a typical urban renewal project, thus adhering to the highest standards. Perhaps it was this very reason that the compensation amounts were agreeable to the residents. Upon Lin Yang's arrival at the demolition command center, a considerable number of individuals had already gathered outside. Clusters of people were engaged in animated discussions regarding the compensation details. As soon as Lin Yang appeared, all eyes turned towards him, filled with envy. Look at him. Before the demolition, he purchased all 10 available houses in our community in one go. Someone exclaimed amidst the crowd. 10 houses. Each compensation amount is several million. That equates to tens of millions for him. He has truly struck it rich. Indeed, those who sold their houses to him must be regretting it now. Didn't old Wang even host a live stream to try and recuperate some losses? Yet, he ended up being outdone by Lin Yang. After all, they sold willingly. Speaking of which, I haven't seen old Wang in days. Where has he gone? I heard he was severely injured and hospitalized. Lin Yang, overhearing these conversations, could only shake his head in resignation. The current situation rendered him unable to maintain a low profile. The uproar surrounding old Wang's live stream had made him a well-known figure within the community, with everyone aware of his acquisition of all the houses prior to the demolition. Ignoring the chatter around him, Lin Yang proceeded directly into the command center. He approached the person in charge and politely stated, "Hello, I am here to sign a contract, but before doing so, I would like to thoroughly understand the demolition compensation policies." Upon hearing his intent, a staff member promptly welcomed Lin Yang with enthusiasm. The employee fetched a folder containing the demolition policy documents and began to explain them in detail. In this demolition, the age of the house and the opulence of its decor would not affect the compensation amount. The sole determining factor was the area of the residence. The larger the area, the greater the compensation. The staff member patiently elucidated. Lin Yang listened intently, his heart swelling with joy. He was acutely aware that the majority of the houses he had purchased were among the oldest and most dilapidated in the community. This demolition compensation policy seemed tailor-made for him, positioning him favorably in this situation. After the explanation concluded, the staff turned to Lin Yang and inquired, "Do you understand?" Lin Yang nodded and gestured for the staff to present the demolition contract. "Very well. May I kindly request your identification?" Without hesitation, Lin Yang handed over his ID card. The staff accepted the ID, swiftly conducting a search for the relevant data on the computer. Moments later, the printer whirred to life, producing a contract, which the staff then presented to Lin Yang with both hands, stating, "Mr. Lin Yang, please review the contract carefully. If there are no issues, you may proceed to sign. Should you have any questions or concerns, feel free to express them at any time." Lin Yang accepted the contract and began to read it diligently. The document clearly stated, Mr. Lin Yang is the owner of 10 properties in Jinling community, specifically units 402 in Building 3 and 601 in Building 17, with areas of 80 square meters and 92 square meters respectively. The total area of the 10 properties amounts to 1,034 square meters. And according to the demolition compensation standard outlined in Order Number 3, the compensation sum is 48,321,429, 24 yuan. Lin Yang meticulously scrutinized every word in detail within the contract. Once he confirmed its accuracy, he silently calculated that this compensation amount was indeed close to his prior estimations. Previously, he had thoroughly compared the compensation standards of nearby demolished communities and was aware that this compensation was quite generous. It was no wonder that within just 2 days, the residents of the community had eagerly signed their agreements for the demolition. Without a hint of hesitation, Lin Yang picked up a pen and elegantly inscribed his signature on the contract. The staff, observing this, was momentarily taken aback. Many individuals had visited the demolition command center that day, yet all had harbored doubts and refrained from signing, remaining in a state of indecision. However, this young man before him had signed so decisively, which greatly exceeded his expectations. It should be noted that Jinling Community was a crucial project in the urban redevelopment initiative, with formidable tasks and tight deadlines. Hence, the demolition compensation standard had been set at the highest possible level, leaving little room for negotiation. Regardless of how long the residents delayed, the compensation amount would ultimately remain as stated in the contract. Nevertheless, to encourage cooperation in the demolition process, the first 10 households to sign would receive an additional reward of 100,000 yuan. Yet, the other residents were hesitant and cautious, and until now, only Lin Yang had bravely taken that step forward. Returning to his senses, the staff promptly congratulations, Mr. Lin Yang, for becoming the first resident of this community to sign the contract and for receiving the 100,000 yuan incentive bonus. No sooner had he spoken than another staff member approached, bearing a thick stack of cash for Lin Yang to sign and collect. Lin Yang gladly affixed his signature, successfully obtaining the bonus. The onlooking residents, witnessing this scene, could no longer contain their excitement. The fact that he could purchase 10 properties before the demolition undoubtedly indicated that he had connections and confidence in the situation. He has already signed, thus, the contract must be flawless. Let us hasten to sign it as well, exclaimed a resident. Quickly, bring me the contract. I wish to affix my signature. The crowd echoed in agreement, creating a lively scene. Individuals jostled one another, eager to secure the contract and sign it, while those who were a tad slower wore expressions of dismay. Alas, what misfortune! A moment's delay has cost me a bonus of 100,000, lamented one, striking his thigh in regret. Having completed his signature, Lin Yang collected his winnings and, amidst the envious gazes of the onlookers, departed the demolition command center with poise. His current focus was to await the arrival of the compensation for the relocation. However, another matter lingered in his mind, the jar of silver dollars. Through his online searches, he had discovered that the Star City Antique Market was located in Qingshui Pond. Consequently, he briskly returned to his community, located his vehicle, started the engine, and set off towards Qingshui Pond. Chapter 73. Accused unjustly. As Lin Yang stepped into the bustling antique market of Qingshui Pond, he was immediately enveloped by a vibrant atmosphere. The entire market spanned a street flanked by rows of shops, each storefront adorned with an array of stalls. The merchandise displayed on these stalls was a dazzling spectacle. Porcelain radiated a gentle sheen, jade exuded an enchanting glow, scrolls of calligraphy and paintings unfolded the tapestry of history, and bronze artifacts bore the weight of ages, alongside vintage cameras from the 80s and 90s. The market thronged with people, buyers and sellers alike, creating a veritable sea of humanity. The vendors' cries rose and fell, intertwining into a unique symphony of market life. Come take a look. Authentic Tang Sankai, selling at a bargain, shouted a middle-aged man with a thick accent, holding aloft a vividly colored Tang Sankai figurine, swaying in the sunlight to capture the attention of passers-by. Not far away, an elderly gentleman wearing reading glasses sat leisurely on a small stool, gently fanning himself while murmuring, "Inherited blue and white porcelain, for those in the know. The price is negotiable." His tone was unhurried yet exuded confidence. Some vendors, eager to attract customers, employed every tactic at their disposal. A young man wielded a megaphone, broadcasting a pre-recorded advertisement, Don't miss out. Ming and Qing dynasty coins on clearance. Limited quantities. First come, first served. His sharp and resonant voice cut through the market's din, capturing the attention of many. Lin Yang navigated the crowd with difficulty, clutching a black garbage bag filled with silver dollars. Inside were 99 yuan data coins, a common silver currency with a transparent market value of about 100 yuan each, allowing for easy transactions without fear of being cheated. As for the most precious of them all, the Xiansen Longshu Dragon silver dollar, he had set it aside, keeping it securely close. It was indeed a treasure that could not afford the slightest misstep. Rather than rushing to sell, Lin Yang chose to meander through the market. Just as one should compare prices when buying, the same principle applied to selling. It was essential to select a trustworthy vendor to facilitate the sale of the Xiansen Longshu Dragon silver dollar, valued at 8 million. Thus, Lin Yang planned to first test the waters with the yuan data coins, subsequently identifying a shop run by an honest proprietor for the sale of his most valuable piece. Upon entering the market, a vendor greeted him enthusiastically. "Young man, this bronze ding is from the Zhou dynasty. Would you like to take it home?" Lin Yang looked up to see the vendor, holding an ancient-looking bronze ding, his face beaming with warmth. Lin Yang smiled in return, reflecting that such significant artifacts of the nation could hardly be found so readily at a stall. A closer inspection revealed that this so-called Zhou dynasty bronze ding was unmistakably the Xiyang Fangzun feature in history books, and the claim of it being from the Zhou dynasty was clearly exaggerated. Prior to his visit, he had conducted thorough research online, understanding that most items sold by these vendors were merely replicas, with true antiques being exceedingly rare and often limited to low-value trinkets, such as common copper coins. The vendors eagerly attract customers, persuading them to purchase handicrafts at inflated prices, adhering to the principle of 3 years without business, 3 years of profit upon opening. The value of the rare long silver yuan is immense, yet these vendors lack the means to acquire them. Consequently, they do not pique Lin Yang's interest. Instead, he directs his attention towards the shops lining the market's periphery. Lin Yang randomly selected a shop and stepped inside. Upon his entrance, the antique shop owner warmly greeted him, saying, "Young man, feel free to browse and let me know if you wish to purchase anything." With that, he enthusiastically offered Lin Yang tea. Politely declining the proffered tea, Lin Yang inquired, "Do you buy yuan dado?" "Indeed, we do, but the quantity of yuan dado in circulation is substantial, rendering its value quite low," the owner replied, accepting the few coins Lin Yang casually extracted from a jar and scrutinizing them closely. His brow furrowed slightly as he shook his head, stating, "These coins are too scratched and their condition is compromised, significantly affecting their purchase price. Even if I were to acquire them, selling would be quite difficult. If you are intent on selling, I can offer you a maximum of 100 yuan per coin." Lin Yang silently scoffed, dismissing this shop from consideration. It was evident the owner sought to exploit him. The value of yuan dado was abundantly clear, yet he audaciously proposed a price reduced to a mere tenth. Such a person was not worthy of negotiation. Retrieving his coins, Lin Yang turned and exited. "Hey, young man, if you sincerely wish to sell, I could stretch it to 110 yuan, the owner called after him, but Lin Yang did not look back and continued out of the shop. He ventured into several more antique stores, only to encounter similar situations. The yuan dado, valued at 1,100 yuan, was offered at a maximum of 500 yuan. Although Lin Yang had no prior experience with antiques, he now grasped the depths of the market's intricacies. He had been testing the waters with the silver coins, hoping to find a trustworthy establishment, yet after a long day, he had come up empty-handed. As Lin Yang despaired, he noticed a crowd ahead, densely packed and buzzing with murmurs of curiosity. Intrigued, he rose on tiptoe to peer inside. There, he beheld an elderly man sprawled on the ground, his complexion ashen, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. His eyes were tightly shut, brow contorted in pain, and he murmured weakly, "Medicine, the medicine in my pocket." The frail voice seemed on the verge of being drowned out by the clamor surrounding him. The onlookers exchanged glances, their expressions rife with hesitation and concern. A fashionably dressed young man, hands shoved into his pockets and leaning forward, hesitated before retreating, muttering, "What if I get blamed?" I could lose my entire month's salary. Better not. An anxious woman with a basket of groceries fretted aloud. This old man looks so pitiful, but I have a whole family waiting for me to cook. If I get entangled in this, I wouldn't even know how to explain myself. As she spoke, she helplessly shook her head and left, glancing back with each step. Some bystanders stood at a distance, pointing at the elderly man and whispering among themselves. In today's society, one must be cautious when assisting the elderly. How many news stories are there about deceitful claims? One must not inadvertently do more harm than good. The old man lay on the ground, surrounded by a sea of indifference, appearing utterly vulnerable. His frail hands dangled at his sides, occasionally trembling as if signaling for help. His eyes were filled with despair and anguish, surveying the indifferent crowd, seemingly voicing his grievances and confusion. His cracked lips moved incessantly, yet his voice grew fainter, as if his very essence were gradually fading away. Just as the crowd hesitated, a young woman in her 20s emerged briskly from the throng. Without a moment's hesitation, she crouched beside the old man, gently patting his shoulder and softly saying, "Grandpa, please don't worry. I will fetch your medicine right away." Observing this, the onlookers urged her, "Young lady, don't meddle in matters that don't concern you. Be careful not to become a victim of deceit yourself, for once entangled. You may find it difficult to prove your innocence." Indeed, such incidents are all too common. One must be wary of unintended consequences. The crowd exchanged words, attempting to dissuade the young woman, but she seemed impervious to their warnings, carefully rummaging through the old man's pockets until she finally retrieved a small vial labeled Rapid Effect Heart Pills. "Is this the medicine, Grandpa?" she inquired, to which the old man nodded. Swiftly, she opened the cap, poured out a few pills, gently lifted his head, and placed the pills in his mouth, before borrowing a cup of water from a nearby stall to help him swallow. After taking the medicine, the old man's complexion gradually regained some color, and his breathing became steadier. The young woman supported him, guiding him to sit on the steps of a nearby shop to rest. After a while, the old man's spirits visibly improved. Seeing that he was now stable, the young woman turned to leave. In that fleeting moment, Lin Yang recognized her and exclaimed in surprise, "Chun Ching-Ching?" Chun Ching-Ching, hearing Lin Yang's voice, turned to him with a glimmer of surprise in her eyes. "Lin Yang, what brings you here?" After exchanging pleasantries, Chun Ching-Ching explained that she had come to the antique market to buy a gift for her grandfather and to explore for interesting trinkets. Curiously, she inquired about Lin Yang's purpose, to which he replied with a smile, "I have a few trivial items I intend to sell." At that moment, the rejuvenated elderly man suddenly stood up and swiftly grasped Chun Ching-Ching's arm. This action instantly ignited a stir among the onlookers, who began to murmur amongst themselves, casting peculiar glances in their direction. "See, I told you the young lady should have heeded the warnings. Now she has gotten herself entangled with this old man." Chapter 74. This jar is the treasure upon witnessing the scene. Lin Yang was about to step forward to pull the old man aside when the old man hastily released Chun Ching-Ching and said, "You misunderstand me. I am not the sort to extort. How could I repay kindness with malice? That young lady saved my life just now, and I merely wish to obtain her contact information to express my gratitude in person later." Chun Ching-Ching shook her head and replied, "There's no need. I haven't done anything special." "How can you say that? If it weren't for you, I would not be here today," the old man insisted. Reluctantly, Chun Ching-Ching provided her contact details, and only then did the old man leave with satisfaction. The onlookers, having lost interest, dispersed as well. "Lin Yang Chuklet, weren't you afraid of him trying to swindle you when you rushed to save that old man?" Chun Ching-Ching smiled lightly. "Not all. I know that old man. He is the owner of Xiangchuan Tower, which is the largest antique shop in the entire Star City, filled with countless treasures. He wouldn't dare to swindle me for a mere sum." Lin Yang nodded, realizing the situation. Suddenly, he recalled that he was intending to sell those silver dollars, but had yet to find a suitable shop. Perhaps Xiangchuan Tower would be the right place. He inquired, "How is Xiangchuan Tower? Are they trustworthy in business?" Chun Ching-Ching affirmed, although the prices at Xiangchuan Tower are slightly higher than those at other shops. They are honest and will never sell fakes. While their purchasing prices for antiques might not be the highest, they do not employ tricks, which is why everyone is willing to do business with them. Lin Yang nodded again, thinking it would be best to take the silver dollars to Xianchuan Tower. Chen Qingqing disowned his intention and remarked, "You wish to sell what you have at Xianchuan Tower, right?" "Yes," he replied. "Let us go. I will take you there." Chen Qingqing guided Lin Yang through the crowd, and soon they arrived at a building designed in an ancient style, with a sign that read Xianchuan Tower hanging above the entrance. As they stepped inside, a staff member approached them promptly, saying, "Welcome. What can I assist you with today? Feel free to browse. I have some silver dollars I wish to sell," Lin Yang responded. Upon hearing this, the staff member nodded, "Please follow me." The staff member led Lin Yang and Chen Qingqing to the second floor, where he invited them to sit down, poured them tea, and inquired what Lin Yang wished to sell. Lin Yang placed a black garbage bag on the coffee table, retrieved the jar, and opened the lid to reveal the silver dollars within. "These are the silver dollars." The staff member examined one of the coins, stating, "Very good. Although there are many yuan Dadao coins in existence, the condition of this one is quite rare. We can offer you a maximum of 1,000 yuan per piece." Lin Yang was pleased with this offer. He had browsed the antique market extensively and consulted 7 or 8 antique shops. Their assessments indicated that the condition of the coins was subpar, with offers ranging from 100 to 500 yuan. Xianchuan Tower's direct offer of 1,000 was indeed sincere. Given that the market value of a yuan Dadao silver dollar is around 100 yuan, their offer of 1,000 was reasonable. "Very well. Let us proceed with this price. There are a total of 99 yuan Dadao coins. Please count them." "Certainly." A staff member carefully retrieved each yuan Daitu coin from the ceramic jar for inspection and counting. After half an hour, he spoke. "There are a total of 99 yuan Daitu coins, all in excellent condition. We will purchase them at 1,000 yuan each, totaling 99,000 yuan. Do you see any issues on your end?" "No issues," came the reply. Following the confirmation of the transaction, the staff member promptly transferred the funds to Lin Yang. Suddenly, a voice cried out in astonishment, "What are you doing?" Lin Yang turned to see the elderly man whom Chen Qingqing had saved earlier. "This is an utter waste. How could you use such a fine item to store yuan Daitu coins? And to think you placed it in a garbage bag." The old man gazed lovingly at the ceramic jar containing the silver coins. "This is a yuan blue and white jar. I have never seen one of this size before." His eyes widened like saucers, fixated on the jar. Trembling, he gently caressed its surface as if it were the most precious treasure in existence. His lips quivered as he repeatedly exclaimed, "What a waste! What a waste!" His voice was filled with sorrow, as if a knife had pierced his heart. Cradling the jar, the old man excitedly began to educate Lin Yang and Chen Qingqing. "Do you know that yuan blue and white is the pinnacle of porcelain treasures?" Although Lin Yang was not well versed in antiques, he had heard of the illustrious reputation of yuan blue and white, not for trivial reasons, but because each piece commands astronomical prices, often reaching tens of millions. Those that are slightly more intact and of better quality can soar into the hundreds of millions. Given the old man's reverence for the jar, it seemed that this seemingly ordinary ceramic vessel was, in fact, a rare gem, likely worth a significant sum. Chapter 75. For 100 million, the elderly man cradled the ceramic jar in his hands, his voice trembling slightly, filled with excitement and fervor. "Do you realize? This is yuan blue and white porcelain, the vast expanse of the Yuan dynasty, coupled with the unimpeded Silk Road and flourishing maritime trade, allowed artisans to access high-quality cobalt materials from West Asia, specifically the renowned Sumo leaching. This cobalt produces a deep, vibrant hue upon firing, rich in layers and adorned with distinctive rust spots, laying the very foundation of a unique artistic style of yuan blue and white porcelain." As he gently caressed the jar, he continued, "Moreover, the underglaze painting technique during the Yuan era was remarkably advanced, enabling the successful application of paintings on porcelain, thereby significantly enhancing the yield of colored ceramics. With the Mongolian preference for blue and white hues, the alternating blue and white pattern of the blue and white porcelain perfectly resonated with their aesthetic sensibilities. Propelled by these factors, yuan blue and white porcelain swiftly ascended to prominence, becoming the mainstream of the ceramic industry at that time. Lin Yang and Chen Qingqing listened intently, utterly astonished that this jar, which contained silver dollars, bore such profound historical significance. The elderly man was passionately recounting the illustrious history of Yuan blue and white porcelain when his voice abruptly halted, his gaze fixated on the pattern adorning the jar. Filled with perplexity, "Wait, why does this pattern depict Giguzi descending the mountain?" I recall that a jar depicting Giguzi descending the mountain fetched an astronomical price of 231 million yuan at the 2005 Christie's auction in London, acquired by a renowned collector. How could another Giguzi descending the mountain jar appear? Upon hearing this, Lin Yang's heart sank, as if gripped by an invisible hand, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Could it be that this ceramic jar was a counterfeit? After all, how could such a rare treasure be carelessly used to store silver dollars, buried deep in the earth? Something felt amiss, very amiss. The elderly man, as if under a spell, kept murmuring to himself, incessantly examining the jar from various angles. He would lean in closely to scrutinize every detail of the jar's texture, occasionally lifting a magnifying glass to inspect it meticulously, leaving no minute detail overlooked. Immersed in his study, his gaze was intense and fervent. He gently turned the jar over to reveal its base, using the magnifying glass to closely examine the clay body. The clay appeared coarse, revealing distinct air pockets and tiny black particles, distributed naturally and irregularly. He nodded slightly, contemplating. The clay of the Yuan dynasty was not meticulously washed. These air pockets and particles are indeed the marks of the era. The elderly man caressed the glazed surface, savoring its delicate and smooth texture, murmuring to himself, "This glaze, warm as jade, possesses a perfect luster. Replicas cannot achieve such an effect." Subsequently, he shifted his attention to the hue of the blue and white. In the areas where the blue was dense, distinct rust spots were visible, irregularly shaped with a pronounced concavity, a characteristic unique to the sumo leaching material. A glimmer of surprise flickered in the elderly man's eyes. He was convinced that this natural diffusion and rust spots were something modern replicas could never hope to emulate. Upon examining the intricate designs, the Yuan dynasty blue and white jar depicting the scene of Giguzi descending the mountain reveals a meticulously balanced arrangement of patterns, with fluid and natural lines. The figures depicted are remarkably lifelike, evoking a sense of Giguzi's composure and wisdom during his descent. The elderly gentleman, while observing, elucidates to Lin Yang and Shun Qingqing. Observe the expressions and the elegant lines of the garments. Every detail showcases the exceptional craftsmanship of the Yuan artisans. Furthermore, the layers of decoration in Yuan blue and white are richly complex. This particular jar features as many as 7 or 8 layers of motifs, yet remains harmonious and distinctly organized. After a thorough examination of the craftsmanship, the old man exhales deeply, a look of certainty illuminating his face as he asserts, "Indeed, this is an authentic Yuan blue and white jar of Giguzi descending the mountain. From the quality of the clay, the glaze, the hue of the blue and white, to the decorative patterns and the craftsmanship, every detail aligns with the characteristics of Yuan blue and white, and its preservation is truly a rare treasure." His face radiates excitement and elation, his eyes sparkling with an uncontainable gleam as he gazes intently at Lin Yang, his tone both sincere and urgent. "Young man, this Yuan blue and white piece is invaluable. 10 years ago, it fetched an astounding 231 million. Its current worth can only be higher. I have an old friend who is deeply enamored with Yuan blue and white. I wonder if you might consider selling this piece to him first?" Lin Yang's heart jolts. What he initially believed to be an ordinary pottery jar has transformed into an extraordinarily valuable artifact. A pressing need for funds to acquire more shares in Foodie Batteries flashes through his mind, and this Yuan blue and white piece arrives at an opportune moment. Without a moment's hesitation, he decisively nods and responds with clarity. "As long as the price is right, of course." Seeing Lin Yang's agreement, the old man beams with relief and promptly states, "Please wait a moment. I shall make a call." With that, he hurriedly steps aside to make the call. Although Lin Yang cannot hear the voice on the other end, the old man's respectful tone and earnest demeanor suggest that he is conversing with someone of great significance. The old man occasionally furrows his brow and gently nods, seemingly engaged in a vigorous negotiation regarding the price. Before long, the old man hangs up the phone and strides back, a joyful smile gracing his face. My friend is willing to pay 400 million for this gaguzzi descending the mountain jar. What do you think? Upon hearing this figure, Lin Yang gasps in astonishment, overwhelmed by a mixture of shock and delight. This price exceeds the auction sale price from 10 years ago by a staggering 150 million. Truly a generous offer. Straining to contain his excitement, he endeavors to maintain his composure, nodding emphatically as he declares, "Deal." The old man chuckles as he hands Lin Yang a check for 400 million, explaining, "You must be this young lady's boyfriend. I owe her my gratitude for saving me. Had it been anyone else, I would have certainly negotiated down the price, although the gaguzzi descending the mountain jar is indeed worth 400 million. Lin Yang realizes that he has benefited from Chun Qingqing's influence. The old man once again handed Lin Yang a business card, which bore nothing but a name and a phone number. Upon receiving it, Lin Yang focused intently and discovered that it read Lin Bian, sharing the same surname as his own. Lin Bian smiled and said, "This is my personal number. Young man, should you come across any valuable items in the future, feel free to reach out to me." Lin Yang nodded solemnly, contemplating that with an intelligence network at his disposal, he might indeed acquire more antiques, making Lin Bian a commendable choice to assist in any future transactions. After the deal was finalized, Lin Yang and Chun Qingqing exited the Shangchun Tower side by side. Sunlight bathed them in warmth, and Lin Yang's heart brimmed with gratitude and joy. He turned to Chun Qingqing and sincerely remarked, "Qingqing, I owe you so much. If it weren't for your timely assistance in saving Boss Lin, I would never have stumbled upon such a fortunate opportunity. Let me treat you to lunch as a proper thank you." Chun Qingqing's lips curved into a radiant smile as she playfully replied, "Sure, I won't hold back then. I know a fantastic restaurant that is sure to delight you." The duo arrive at a restaurant filled with an artistic ambience, featuring wooden tables and chairs, soft lighting, and walls adorned with artistic paintings, creating a cozy and romantic atmosphere. Lin Yang, ever the gentleman, pulled out a chair for Chun Qingqing before gradually taking his own seat. When the waiter presented the menu, Lin Yang smiled and pushed it toward Chun Qingqing, saying, "Please order whatever you desire." Without hesitation, Chun Qingqing confidently selected several signature dishes. Throughout the meal, their laughter resonated as they shared amusing anecdotes and the delightful surprises stemming from their recent fortune. Lin Yang's gaze was filled with appreciation and admiration for Chun Qingqing. He raised his glass and earnestly expressed, "Qingqing, I truly cannot thank you enough. Without your help, I would have no idea how long it might take to sell these silver coins. Nor would I have imagined that this ceramic jar was worth a fortune as a yuan blue and white piece." Chun Qingqing's cheeks flushed slightly as she took a sip of juice and replied, "Do not say that. It is simply your good fortune. I'm also very happy to have been able to assist you." After their meal, they strolled to the parking lot. Lin Yang looked at Chun Qingqing and said earnestly, "I had a wonderful time today. Please do not hesitate to reach out if you ever need assistance." Chun Qingqing nodded, smiling in response, "Of course, you too. Feel free to contact me anytime." They then each entered their vehicles and waved goodbye, driving off in different directions. As Lin Yang sat in the driver's seat, he reflected on the day's events as if in a dream. He instinctively touched the business card Lin Bian had given him, pondering that with this card, it would be much easier to sell any future antiques he might acquire. While driving home, Lin Yang suddenly recalled that he still possessed a silver coin valued at 8 million. This coin had been stored separately, and in the excitement of learning about the jar's value, he had completely forgotten about it. Shaking his head, he decided to keep it a few more days and find a suitable time to exchange it for cash at the store. The demolition contract has now been signed. The antiques have been sold, and unexpectedly, a profit of 400 million has been made. The matters have been nearly wrapped up. It is time to return to my hometown. After driving back to Binjiang Bay and parking the car, I took out my phone and dialed my mother's number. Chapter 76. The 5 Great Advantages in the Picturesque Phoenix County. At approximately 3 in the afternoon, Lin Weigua and his wife, Yang Tsaixia, stood eagerly at the village entrance, awaiting the arrival of a bus to the county town. Today marked the auspicious occasion of their uncle's 80th birthday. and a lively banquet had been arranged at a local restaurant. With hearts full of joy, they prepared to attend the celebration. Yang Tsaixia frequently glanced into the distance, her eyes betraying a hint of anxiety as she murmured softly, "Why hasn't the bus arrived yet? We mustn't delay in wishing Uncle a happy birthday." Lin Weigua gently patted her shoulder, offering words of comfort. "Do not fret. Let us wait a little longer. The bus will surely come." Nevertheless, despite his reassurances, his toes tapped restlessly against the ground, reflecting his own impatience. As they waited anxiously, a brand-new car sped towards them, kicking up a cloud of dust. Zhang Daqiang, a fellow villager, recognized Lin Weigua and his wife instantly. He slammed on the brakes, the tires screeching against the asphalt as the vehicle came to a halt before them. Lowering his window, he beamed with a radiant smile, calling out enthusiastically, "Brother Lin, where are you headed?" Turning at the sound of his voice, Lin Weigua's face lit up with a warm smile upon recognizing Zhang Daqiang. He replied, "It's my uncle's birthday. We're off to the county town for the celebration." Upon hearing this, Zhang Daqiang immediately exclaimed, "How fortuitous! I too am headed to the county town for some errands. Let me give you a ride." He waved his hand invitingly, urging them to get into the car. Lin Weigua quickly gestured to decline, politely stating, "It's quite all right. The bus will be here shortly. We can wait a bit longer." His tone conveyed gratitude, as he wished to avoid imposing on others. "There's no trouble at all. It's on my way. Hop in." Zhang Daqiang insisted with unwavering enthusiasm, his smile as bright as ever, his eyes radiating sincerity, as if he would not relent until Lin Weigua and his wife accepted the offer. He even unbuckled his seatbelt, preparing to exit the vehicle to assist them. Unable to refuse any longer, and feeling that declining might seem ungracious, Lin Weigua and Yang Tsaixia reluctantly boarded the car. As soon as they settled in, Yang Tsaixia smiled and said, "Daqiang, you are truly generous. We would have been waiting here for quite some time without your help." Zhang Daqiang chuckled heartily and replied, "Sister-in-law, it's no trouble at all. We are all from the same village, and sharing a ride is nothing unusual." The car slowly pulled away, with Zhang Daqiang firmly grasping the steering wheel, his smile growing even more radiant. With a gleam of pride in his eyes, he animatedly declared, "Brother Lin, behold my vehicle. It's the latest model of the Asian Dragon, equipped with 5 remarkable features: genuine leather steering wheel, leather seats, leather gearshift, electric front seats, and the rear seats that can fold down in a 6 for configuration." Surely, as you entered, you felt an immediate sense of comfort. As he spoke, he affectionately patted the steering wheel, as if caressing a priceless treasure, his expression brimming with pride and self-satisfaction. Lin Weigua responded with a smile. "So this chair is genuine leather. No wonder it feels so different to the touch. Sitting here is truly comfortable. Daqiang, you made a splendid purchase. Yang Tsaixia Timedin. Indeed, this is far more enjoyable than riding a bus. Daqiang, you have a keen eye." Upon hearing their praises, Zhang Daqiang beamed with delight, his pride swelling as he sat up straighter, seemingly immersed in the joy of their compliments. With great enthusiasm, Zhang Daqiang continued to boast, "Just look at this screen. An 8-inch color display and the smart navigation system. Simply voice your destination, and it will chart the route for you. It's incredibly convenient. Not to mention the radio. The sound quality is simply exceptional, capable of tuning into a multitude of stations." As he spoke, he eagerly switched on the radio, swiftly searching for a station playing music. Soon, melodious tunes filled the car, and he swayed his head gently to the rhythm, a look of bliss on his face, occasionally humming along, as if he were the happiest person in the world. "I must tell you, Lingu, I didn't hesitate at all when buying this car. I was smitten with it at first sight. Although it was a bit pricey, I believe it is worth every penny. After all, it's a foreign brand. Nothing like domestic cars." Lin Weigua and his wife, Yang Tsaixia, sat in the back seat, consistently engaging with Zhang Daqiang. Lin Weigua wore a smile, nodding in agreement as he remarked, "This brand is indeed remarkable. No wonder so many people adore it. The features are truly top-notch. Your purchase was an excellent choice." Yang Tsaixia added with a smile, "Yes, Daqiang, your life is becoming increasingly delightful." Their responses further fueled Zhang Daqiang's excitement. Indeed, This is a 60th birthday gift from my son, Xiao Jun. By the way, your birthday is approaching. What does your son Lin Yang plan to gift you? I cherish whatever my son gives me. The most important thing is that our family remains safe and sound. Exactly. That's what I always say. But Xiao Jun insisted on gifting me a car, and when I refused, he became upset. Your Xiao Jun is truly filial. It's no wonder you've cared for him so lovingly since childhood. Just as Zhang Daqiang animatedly recounted his son's thoughtfulness, his words brimming with pride, Yang Caixia's phone suddenly rang. Instinctively, she hurriedly pulled out her phone, her eyes lighting up upon seeing that the caller was her son Lin Yang. She quickly answered the call, her tone filled with joy and urgency. Xiao Yang. On the other end, Lin Yang's voice came through. Mom, I've wrapped up my work here and plan to return home in a couple of days. Hearing this, Yang Caixia's voice trembled with excitement as she replied, Really? That's wonderful. Tell me what you want to eat, and I'll prepare it for you. The free-range chickens at home are plump now. I'll make you a pot of stew, along with your favorite cured meat. I've saved some for you. There's no need to make anything special. I enjoy all the dishes at home. Lin Yang responded with a smile. Upon hearing that her son, who had not returned home for over 2 years, was finally coming back, Yang Caixia's joy was palpable. Her face radiated happiness, and her eyes shimmered with tears of excitement. She turned to glance at Lin Weigua, her gaze brimming with delight, and then spoke into the phone. Xiaoyang, take that train back. Your father and I'll go to pick you up. No need. I'll drive back myself. You both just stay at home, came the reply. All right. Drive slowly and be safe on the road. If you feel tired, find a service area to take a break, Yang Caixa urged, her tone filled with concern as if she were by her son's side. After hanging up, Yang Caixa excitedly took Lin Weigua's hand, her face blossoming with joy as she exclaimed, Old man, Xiaoyang will be back in a couple of days. Good, that's wonderful. Lin Weigua beamed, his eyes reflecting eager anticipation. In the front seat, Zhang Daqiang, having overheard their conversation, wore a smile and remarked, I heard from the phone that your Lin Yang has bought a car. I wonder what kind it is. My son purchased a BZ3, a hybrid with many high-tech features. He was also going to buy one for me, but at my age, I find it hard to embrace new things. I still prefer gasoline vehicles. Lin Weigua chuckled. I have no idea what kind of car he bought. This child hasn't mentioned it to us. However, as long as he likes it, that's what matters. Zhang Daqiang replied with a grin. Your Lin Yang is quite impressive. After only 2 or 3 years post-graduation, he can afford a car on his own. Even if it's a domestic vehicle, it serves its purpose, doesn't it? He spoke while slightly shaking his head, a hint of skepticism in his expression, as if in his mind, domestic cars could never rival the foreign ones he esteemed. As they conversed, Zhang Daqiang had already driven into the county town. The car came to a steady stop in front of a restaurant, and after expressing their thanks to Zhang Daqiang, Lin Weigua and Yang Caixa exited the vehicle and walked into the establishment. Chapter 77. To our surprising neighbor Lin Weigua and Yang Caixa entered the restaurant, swiftly locating their second uncle amidst the bustling crowd. With beaming smiles, they approached him, presenting a red envelope while respectfully exclaiming, Second uncle, may your blessings be as boundless as the eastern sea and your longevity surpass that of the southern mountain. Happy birthday. The second uncle accepted the envelope, his eyes narrowing into joyful slits as he nodded repeatedly, inviting them to take a seat and announcing that the feast would commence once everyone had gathered. Before long, relatives began to arrive one after another, and the atmosphere grew increasingly lively. At that moment, the eldest aunt opened the conversation with pride radiating from her expression. My son has truly made a name for himself. Recently, he purchased a grand house in the heart of the county. Soon, your uncle and I will enjoy a life of leisure in the county. As her words hung in the air, the second aunt quickly chimed in, eager to share her own news. My daughter is no less impressive. She just acquired a new car, an imported sedan whose performance and appearance are beyond compare. Not to be outdone, the third uncle raised his teacup, savoring a sip before leisurely stating, My son has recently passed the civil service examination and secured a position within the government. It's a stable and respectable job. Surely, the future looks bright. At this juncture, the fourth aunt, who had been quietly listening, could no longer contain her excitement. She clapped her thigh and declared, What you've shared pales in comparison. My son has opened a small shop. Initially, I worried about its success, but to my astonishment, business has flourished over the past 2 years, earning him more than his previous job. As relatives exchanged enthusiastic tales of their children's accomplishments, pride etched itself on each face, enveloping the restaurant in an atmosphere of comparison and boasting. In this lively exchange, the establishment thrummed with a competitive spirit as everyone endeavored to showcase their offspring's successes, seemingly vying for dominance in this unspoken contest. Amidst this animated chatter, the focus unexpectedly shifted to Lin Weiguo and Yang Caixia. Lin Yang graduated from a prestigious university. He must have an excellent job. Otherwise, why would he be so busy and not return home for 2 years? A relative inquired with keen curiosity. Lin Weiguo and Yang Caixia maintained their warm smiles as Lin Weiguo replied, "It's going well. I've been preoccupied with work these past 2 years. But now that I have some free time, I'll be driving back in a couple of days." His tone carried a hint of paternal pride. Upon hearing he would be driving back, the relatives perked up. The eldest aunt's eyes sparkled as she exclaimed, "Oh, he has a car now. He must be doing quite well. Make sure to arrange a gathering for us relatives when he returns. It's been years since we've seen him." Yang Caixia nodded with a smile, assuring, "Don't worry, when Xiao Yang returns, we will treat everyone to a delightful meal and enjoy a proper reunion." Lin Weiguo echoed her sentiment, and the atmosphere became even more jubilant. Star City, Binjiang Bay Community. Lin Yang hung up the phone and took the elevator upstairs. Upon the automatic unlocking facilitated by facial recognition, he stepped through the door. This splendid 800-square-meter riverside flat, situated in the picturesque Star City Riverside Bay, marked the first day of his official residence in his new abode. Valued at over $40 million in the market, this luxurious property was a reward bestowed upon him for rescuing the chairman of Run Group, a feat accomplished for merely the cost of an ambulance ride. The notion of acquiring such a magnificent home for a mere 120 was beyond imagination for anyone. As he crossed the threshold, the spacious and luminous expanse unfolded before him without reservation. The minimalist decor exuded understated opulence. Approaching the window, the vast floor-to-ceiling panes presented an unobstructed view of the world outside. A panoramic vista of 270 degrees revealed the river scenery, gradually unfurling like a breathtaking canvas. In the distance, the shimmering waters of the Xiang River sparkled. On the opposite bank, the city skyline rose in an orderly fashion, modern skyscrapers asserting the vibrancy and prosperity of this metropolis. Lin Yang's gaze leisurely wandered through each corner of the residence, and an overwhelming sense of nostalgia washed over him. Once he had resided in a cramped, dilapidated rental unit, where the paint on the walls had peeled away in large patches, exposing the mottled surface beneath. Several windows dangled precariously, their glass marred by cracks, held together only by tape. The door lock had long succumbed to rust, requiring significant effort to open. The furniture was equally worn, and the bed creaked ominously, as if it might collapse at any moment. The floor was uneven, compelling him to tread cautiously to avoid tripping. Yet now, merely half a month later, his fortune had undergone a staggering transformation, rendering the present reality akin to an elusive dream. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yang endeavored to calm his exhilarated spirit. He settled onto the sofa in the living room and retrieved the 400 million check earned from selling antiques from his pocket. At that moment, the priority was to cash the check and deposit the funds into his account, subsequently enabling Hu Qian to acquire all available shares of Fudi Battery on the market. Intelligence suggested that Liu Xiangdong, the second largest shareholder of Fudi Battery, would instigate a panic by offloading shares, thus creating an opportunity for Lin Yang to purchase them all back with the proceeds. In the near future, this investment would yield exponential returns. Additionally, before heading home, he intended to stop by the mall to procure some health supplements for his parents. The following morning, sunlight filtered through the gentle seams of the curtains, casting a warm glow upon Lin Yang's face and rousing him from sweet slumber. As he awoke, he felt invigorated, marking the dawn of a new day. He quickly rose and entered the spacious, bright bathroom to freshen up. Within, the exquisite fixtures gleamed with a silvery radiance under the illumination, while the thermostatic showerhead released fine droplets as if a gentle spring rain were cleansing away his fatigue. After completing his morning routine, Lin Yang meticulously chose a comfortable, casual outfit and stepped outside with a lighthearted stride. His destination was the bank, where he would exchange the 400 million check, followed by a visit to the mall to purchase health supplements for his parents. As he stepped out of his home, poised to press the elevator button, the door across the hall swung open unexpectedly, revealing a familiar figure. Lin Yang focused his gaze and was astonished to see Chun Qingqing. Suddenly, it dawned on him. No wonder he felt an uncanny familiarity upon first arriving at this new residence. Chun Qingqing lived directly opposite. He recalled visiting her home over 2 weeks ago, envious of her youth and the luxurious penthouse she possessed in Star City. Little did he expect that now he too had moved in, and they had become neighbors. Lin Yang greeted Chun Qingqing with warmth, exclaiming, "What a coincidence! I had no idea you lived across from me. It seems we are now neighbors." A subtle smile graced Chun Qingqing's lips, her eyes sparkling with delight as she thought to herself, "I already knew, but it was because of you, otherwise. How could I have persuaded my father to part with this apartment?" She responded enthusiastically, "Indeed, what a stroke of luck. The world is truly small from now on. We shall be neighbors, and we can look out for one another." Her gaze lingered on Lin Yang for a moment before she curiously inquired, "You're out quite early. Where are you headed?" Lin Yang replied candidly, "I plan to stop by the bank first, then head to the mall to pick up a few things to bring back home." "Oh, you're preparing to return home?" Chun Qingqing raised an eyebrow, a hint of longing in her eyes. "I too wish to visit the places where I once lived. I wonder if I might hitch a ride with you?" Without a second thought, Lin Yang nodded eagerly, "Of course. Having your company will surely make the journey enjoyable." Once they entered the elevator, Chun Qingqing seemed to recall something and said with enthusiasm, "Why don't I join you for shopping? This time back, I wish to visit Teacher Wang." Lin Yang was momentarily taken aback, but then a warm smile spread across his face. Teacher Wang, their middle school homeroom teacher, was an exceptionally kind and wise individual. In Lin Yang's memories, Teacher Wang always listened patiently to everyone's troubles, offering encouragement and support. During a time when he felt inferior due to his family's financial struggles, it was Teacher Wang's comforting words that had guided him, helping him regain his confidence to face life's challenges bravely. With gratitude swelling in his heart for Teacher Wang, Lin Yang smiled and said, "All right then, I will buy an extra gift to bring along when we visit Teacher Wang. We must not forget the guidance and support he provided us." Chapter 78. Clinging to the thigh, Lin Yang arrived at the Binjiang branch of Xingqing Bank. As soon as the wheels of his vehicle came to a halt, before he could even reach for the door handle, he noticed Zhang Jun rushing out with palpable enthusiasm, moving as though he were fearful of missing some momentous event by a mere second. Trailing closely behind him were several middle-aged gentlemen clad in impeccably tailored suits, each bearing a solemn expression and marching in unison. With swift efficiency, Zhang Jun opened the car door for Lin Yang, bending at the waist in a perfect 90-degree angle. Adopting a posture of utmost courtesy, his face adorned with a beaming smile. "Mr. Lin, you have finally arrived. We have been eagerly awaiting your presence." Lin Yang was momentarily taken aback by the formality in Zhang Jun's address. After he and Chun Qingqing exited the vehicle and steadied themselves, the group of men swiftly converged upon them. The leader among them, radiating warmth, took a couple of strides forward, extending his hand with eagerness. "Mr. Lin, welcome. I am Wang Bin, the president of the Binjiang branch of Xingqing Bank. You may simply call me Xiao Wang. Today, I assure you, I will attend to your matters with utmost diligence." Though Wang Bin appeared to be twice Lin Yang's age, he adopted a remarkably humble demeanor, as if Lin Yang were the most esteemed guest in his life. Lin Yang reciprocated the courtesy, engaging in brief pleasantries with Wang Bin. Subsequently, Wang Bin gestured invitingly, leading Lin Yang and Chun Qingqing into the bank. Throughout the journey, Wang Bin incessantly expressed his warm welcome, his tone imbued with sincerity and respect, ushering them into the VIP room. Upon entering, Wang Bin cheerfully remarked, "Mr. Lin, please take a seat, and do not hesitate to inform me of any requirements you may have." As Lin Yang and Chun Qingqing settled onto the plush sofa, Zhang Jun hurried in, bearing an array of fruits and pastries, which he gently placed upon the coffee table. Lin Yang cast a casual glance and was momentarily taken aback. The assortment of fruits and delicacies was markedly different from his previous visit. The last time he sought alone, the offerings consisted merely of commonplace apples and bananas. This time, however, the platter was filled with exquisite fruits, each a rare delight. Among them were plump, golden cherries, each one larger than the last, and the ruby-red Roman grapes, exuding a rich aroma. Such fruits were seldom found in ordinary markets, only available in high-end supermarkets. He had only recognized them by chance while browsing videos, aware that their price per pound could reach into the thousands. With the bank president himself extending a warm welcome and the lobby manager bustling about to attend to them, the lavish spread of fruits and pastries bespoke their considerable worth. Lin Yang understood that this level of treatment stemmed from the substantial 400 million yuan check he held. After all, such an amount was monumental for any branch, warranting the utmost attention from a bank. With other matters pressing and a return to his hometown imminent, where he intended to procure health supplements for his parents, Lin Yang straightforwardly addressed Wang Bin. "I would like to cash this check, President Wang, if you could." Wang Bin's face was adorned with a broad smile as he quickly nodded and said, "Mr. Lin, I am well aware. Zhang Jun has already provided me with a detailed report yesterday. Under normal circumstances, cashing such a substantial check requires a week's advance appointment. However, your matter, Mr. Lin, is our bank's top priority, and we shall certainly expedite the process." With that, he cautiously accepted the 400 million check from Lin Yang's hand. Wang Bin first placed the check on the table, leaning slightly forward, his eyes fixated on the check as he meticulously examined every detail, including the issuance date, the amount in both figures and words, the name of the payee, and the issuer's signature. As he scrutinized, he nodded gently, occasionally murmuring, "Indeed, the issuance date is in order, the amount matches in both formats, and the signature is clear." Once he confirmed the authenticity and completeness of the check, he lifted his gaze and smiled at Lin Yang, stating, "Mr. Lin, all the essential information on the check is in order. Next, we kindly ask you to provide a valid identification document for our identity verification process." This was standard operating procedure, and Lin Yang offered no further objections, complying directly. He retrieved his identification card from his pocket and handed it to Wang Bin, who received it with both hands, demonstrating utmost respect. He then placed the ID card on a nearby card reader for information retrieval and verification. His gaze shifted back and forth between the computer screen and the ID card, meticulously comparing each detail, while he reassured, "Mr. Lin, rest assured, this identity verification is a necessary procedure for our bank, and it will be completed promptly." After the identity verification was successfully completed, Wang Bin produced a form and placed it before Lin Yang, pointing to the blank spaces. "Mr. Lin, may I trouble you to fill out this transfer form? We require the account information of the payee, to whom you wish to transfer the funds." Lin Yang took the form and, with a pen in hand, diligently began to fill it out. Meanwhile, Wang Bin watched intently, ensuring that not a single error would occur. Once Lin Yang completed the form, Wang Bin took it back, thoroughly verifying it once more. With a sigh of relief, he remarked, "Mr. Lin, your entries are exceedingly accurate. I will now proceed with the transfer procedures. Please hold on for a moment." With that, he rose swiftly and approached a nearby computer, operating it with practiced ease. His fingers danced swiftly across the keyboard, his eyes glued to the screen, exuding focused concentration. After a brief interval, he turned around, a joyous smile illuminating his face. "Mr. Lin, the transfer has been successfully completed. You may rest assured. The sum of 400 million has been transferred to your designated account. You can verify the transaction details at your convenience via mobile banking or other means." Lin Yang nodded in satisfaction. Wang Bin hastily added, "Mr. Lin, should you have any further needs, whether related to banking or other matters, please do not hesitate to contact me. Be sure to save my number. From now on, you shall be our bank's most esteemed client, and we will provide you with the finest service." As he spoke, he extracted a business card from his pocket and extended it to Lin Yang with both hands. The letters on the card shimmered under the light, seemingly underscoring Wang Bin's regard for Lin Yang. Once the matter was resolved, Lin Yang made no further delay and rose to depart. "Wang Bin, along with Zhang Jun and the others, personally escorted Lin Yang and Chun Qingqing to the car. Wang Bin opened the car door, his face adorned with a broad smile, and said to Lin Yang, "Mr. Lin, do take care on your way. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to call me. I am at your service 24/7. His tone suggested that Lin Yang was akin to his benefactor, and he would go to any lengths to fulfill his needs. Once seated in the car, Lin Yang started the engine after Chun Qingqing secured her seatbelt. Wang Bin and Zhang Jun stood by the vehicle, continuously waving goodbye, their gestures reminiscent of bidding farewell to an important leader embarking on a journey. Even as the car drove far away, Lin Yang could still see them waving in the rearview mirror, their figures strikingly prominent in the sunlight. It was only when Lin Yang's car finally vanished from sight that Wang Bin withdrew his gaze, still wearing a solicitous smile, as though Lin Yang were still before him. He turned to Zhang Jun, and his expression instantly transformed into one of warmth and camaraderie. "Zhang Jun," he said, "as of today, you are promoted to private client manager, specifically tasked with liaising with Mr. Lin. You must attend to any of his needs promptly, without the slightest negligence. Do you understand?" Zhang Jun was momentarily taken aback by the announcement, but soon his face lit up with uncontainable joy. He had never anticipated that merely due to Lin Yang cashing a check, he would be presented with such an opportunity for advancement. He nodded vigorously, exclaiming, "Thank you, President. Thank you, President. I shall work diligently and not betray your trust." Wang Bin nodded in satisfaction, patting Zhang Jun on the shoulder. "You lucky fellow. If you had mentioned earlier that you had such a wealthy classmate, would you have had to wait until today for a promotion? I would never have limited you to being a lobby manager. Seize this opportunity. If you can serve Mr. Lin well, the rewards will be considerable." Zhang Jun nodded emphatically, silently resolving to firmly attach himself to Lin Yang. He calculated that since Lin Yang had merely exchanged a check without making any deposits, the president had promoted him to client manager. If one day Lin Yang decided to deposit a few billion at the bank, wouldn't he then be in line for the position of vice president? The thought quickened his heartbeat, and his eyes sparkled with anticipation, as if the vice presidential position were beckoning him. Meanwhile, in the manager's office of Xingqing Securities, Hu Qian was intently focused on the computer screen, which flickered with various stock data and charts. Her fingers danced swiftly over the keyboard, her gaze sharp and discerning. Suddenly, a prominent notification popped up on the screen. Lin Yang's account had successfully received a transfer of 400 million. Hu Qian's hands abruptly halted, her eyes widened in astonishment, her mouth slightly agape, her face a canvas of shock. She could hardly believe her eyes. Instinctively, she rubbed her eyes and glanced once more at the screen, where the staggering figure of 400 million remained vividly displayed, as if proclaiming the veracity of the situation. "How could this be possible?" she murmured, her voice laced with astonishment and uncertainty. Before she could fully regain her composure, her phone chimed, revealing a message from Lin Yang. "Keep a close watch on the stock of Foodie Battery. Should anyone sell, acquire all shares, regardless of the price." Hu Qian took a deep breath, striving to steady herself. She understood that Lin Yang was not as straightforward as he appeared. Her prior experience aiding him in acquiring Foodie Battery stocks had instilled in her profound trust. She believed he must possess some undisclosed information, and given the urgency of his directive, it surely stemmed from credible intelligence. Without a moment's hesitation, she summoned her assistant and urgently instructed, "Gather everyone in the conference room immediately. We have an urgent task." Rising swiftly, she made her way to the conference room. Before long, team members began to arrive, and upon observing Hu Qian's serious demeanor, they sensed the gravity of the situation, causing the atmosphere to grow tense. Standing at the head of the conference table, Hu Qian scanned each individual and spoke rapidly. "Listen carefully from this moment on. We must monitor every move of Foodie Battery around the clock. Should anyone sell shares of Foodie Battery, regardless of the price, procure them all without delay. This is a vital directive from Mr. Lin that pertains to our significant upcoming strategies. Everyone, stay sharp." The team members nodded in agreement, their expressions reflecting focus and determination. They promptly returned to their posts, diving into the urgent tasks at hand. In an instant, the office was filled with the sounds of typing and phone conversations, as each person devoted themselves wholeheartedly to the surveillance and preparation for the acquisition of foodie battery stocks. Chapter 79. The Gift of Perception. Lin Yang drove Chun Qingqing to the IFS International Finance Square. After parking in the underground garage, they ascended in the elevator together. The first floor was lined with luxury brand boutiques, showcasing the latest seasonal apparel and accessories in their windows. Uniformed attendants greeted each customer with warm smiles. Lin Yang and Chun Qingqing did not linger. They proceeded directly to the elevator to ascend to the second floor. Their purpose was clear. Lin Yang intended to purchase supplements for his parents, while Chun Qingqing sought a gift for her middle school homeroom teacher. Upon reaching the second floor, they paused in front of a pharmacy named Jiuzhitang. Sharing a knowing glance, Chun Qingqing remarked, "It seems we are on the same wavelength. Ginseng is indeed an exceptional supplement, known for boosting energy, enhancing immunity, and alleviating fatigue." Lin Yang nodded in agreement and stepped into the pharmacy, where a rich aroma of medicinal herbs greeted them. The interior was elegantly rustic, with wooden shelves and counters exuding a subtle fragrance, harmonizing beautifully with the scent of the herbs in the air. The walls were adorned with calligraphy and paintings that imparted knowledge about medicinal materials and traditional Chinese wellness, adding a touch of cultural sophistication to the establishment. A female pharmacist approached them warmly, her face adorned with a professional smile. "Sir, madam, we are the finest pharmacy in Star City, offering a plethora of precious medicinal herbs. May I inquire what you're looking for? Could you show us your ginseng?" Lin Yang requested. "Certainly," the pharmacist responded, guiding them to the ginseng display. She began to introduce the various types. Pointing to a row of fresh ginseng, she said, "This fresh ginseng is our latest shipment, remarkably fresh. Observe its smooth skin and vibrant color. It is perfect for medicinal cuisine, preserving the essence of the ginseng while enhancing the dish's flavor and nutritional value, and it is quite affordable at only 99 per piece." Lin Yang followed her gesture, noticing that the fresh ginseng was rather diminutive, resembling undernourished radish sticks, and appeared somewhat inferior in quality. Sensing their lack of interest, the pharmacist then directed their attention to another variety. Her eyes sparkled with recommendation. "This 5-year-old ginseng has been meticulously cultivated. Look at its well-formed roots and clear texture. It boasts significant medicinal value. Although it is priced slightly higher at 999 per piece, it is undoubtedly worth every penny. Many customers specifically seek out this ginseng for health benefits." Lin Yang and Chun Qingqing leaned closer to the counter, scrutinizing the ginseng. While these specimens indeed appeared more authentic than the fresh variety, they were still rather small, not even half the size of a pinky finger. Lin Yang frowned slightly, disappointment creeping into his heart, as this ginseng did not align with his expectations for high-quality products. Chun Qingqing also shook her head, a hint of dissatisfaction crossing her face. "These ginseng roots are far too ordinary. They simply won't make an impressive gift. Perhaps we should explore other options." Lin Yang nodded slightly, his eyes reflecting a sense of resignation. The female pharmacist appeared oblivious to the disappointment of the two individuals, continuing her enthusiastic description. "Sir, madam, this 9,999 10-year-old ginseng is one of our signature products. Its long growth period endows it with rich nutritional components, making it ideal for both soups and medicinal wines, thus providing exceptional health benefits, perfect for nourishing one's parents." However, Lin Yang and Chun Qingqing had already lost interest in such ordinary ginseng, and in unison, they exclaimed, "These are far too commonplace." Their tone carried a hint of impatience, disregarding the pharmacist's recommendations. They turned to leave. At that moment, a middle-aged man briskly entered, dressed impeccably in a dark suit, with meticulously combed hair and a confident smile. He radiated an aura of competence. Upon entering, he surveyed the shop and quickly fixed his gaze on Lin Yang and Chun Qingqing. At first glance, he recognized them as the individuals he had seen earlier in the parking lot, disembarking from a Yangwang U8. Although the U8 does not compare to top-tier luxury cars, valued at just over $1 million, those who drive such vehicles are indeed affluent, likely possessing high-end luxury cars at home. treating the U8 as a toy to explore its various new features. "Good morning, manager," one of the pharmacists greeted the man with immediate respect. "Good morning," he replied with a slight nod, then swiftly approached Lin Yang and Chen Qingqing. As he reached them, his smile became even more amiable, and he politely addressed them. "Sir, Madam, greetings." "Manager." The pharmacist who had previously recommended ginseng to Lin Yang and his companion was about to explain herself when the manager interrupted with a raised hand. A flicker of sternness crossed his gaze as he looked at the pharmacist, his tone serious. "Quickly, pour a cup of wellness tea for these two. What have I taught you? You must be observant." The man frowned. He could not fathom the pharmacist's folly. It was evident that these two customers were uninterested in ordinary ginseng and were seeking something superior, clearly individuals of considerable means. Yet, instead of presenting them with better options, she insisted on discussing some cost-effective, commonplace ginseng. After reprimanding her, he swiftly donned a full smile once more, turning to Lin Yang and Chen Qingqing, saying, "Sir, madam, please do not be upset with the oversight of my staff. We do have superior ginseng available, so please take a moment to rest, and I will bring it to you shortly for your selection."